My name is Su Xiaoman. When I woke up, I had transmigrated to a high martial world where martial arts, special abilities, and exotic beasts coexisted. I had also changed from an adult in her 20s into an 18-year-old girl who was only 1 meter 43 tall. The good news, I had awakened the only firearm type ability in the world, Armory. The bad news, I could only summon a pink toy pistol. Its range was less than 2 meters, its power was worse than a slingshot, and it fired plastic bullets. As for accuracy, don't ask. If you ask, then the answer is, within 2 meters, all beings are equal. It all depends on fate. In this era, the strong could tank artillery fire with their bodies, and cold weapons ruled the world. My martial talent was average, and my ability was complete trash. To stay alive, I could only go to school during the day and work at a shooting range at night. Just when I'd already started thinking about whether I should go be some rich, beautiful older sister's little sister after failing the martial exam. Ding! Congratulations, host, on awakening the shock value system. Congratulations, host. Your toy pistol has successfully evolved into a Barrett M82A1 anti-material sniper rifle. Unlimited bullets. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your toy pistol has successfully evolved into a nuclear bomb. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your toy pistol has successfully evolved into a Gundam. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your toy pistol has successfully evolved into a 2-dimensional foil. From that moment on, when others drew their blades, I drew my gun. When others used their ultimate moves, I pulled out a cannon. When exotic beasts besieged the city, I brought out a mech. When the heavens descended, I casually pulled out a 2-dimensional foil in return. The story begins. Gaia Star, Suncrown Empire, Tianjin County, Hongshu City, Lintian Town, Tianhui Shooting Experience Hall. Raise your hand a little higher. Right, don't hunch your shoulders. Aim first, then fire. Su Xiaoman stood behind a young woman, rose onto her tiptoes, and reached out to adjust her grip on the gun. It couldn't be helped. She was only 1 meter 43 now, even after doing her best to stand straight. Her line of sight was only a little higher than that of a seated customer. Like this? Luo Qinghan turned her face slightly and asked. She looked to be in her 20s and wore a well-tailored black dress. Her long black hair fell casually behind her shoulders. Her delicate features paired with her cool temperament made her striking even with protective goggles on. Almost. Su Xiaoman stepped back 2 paces and put on her soundproof earmuffs. You can fire now. Luo Qinghan pulled the trigger. Bang! The bullet grazed past the human-shaped target 10 meters away and landed at the very edge, leaving behind a tiny, unremarkable hole. Luo Qinghan looked at the target, then at Su Xiaoman behind her. How'd that happen? I almost missed the target completely. Xiaoman, looks like you're teaching ISNT that great. Su Xiaoman pointed at her own eyes, expressionless. Miss Luo, you closed your eyes just now. Luo Qinghan took off her goggles and didn't seem embarrassed at all. She stood there and sized up the little girl in front of her. Her fair face still carried a bit of childishness. Her pink long hair was tied into twin ponytails, and she wore the oversized uniform issued by the shooting range. The clothes clearly didn't fit. The sleeves and pant legs had been rolled up several times. No matter how she looked at her, she seemed like some kid who had gotten into a fight with her family and secretly run out to work. But unlike ordinary children, Su Xiaoman's emotions barely fluctuated at all. You could even say she was close to stone-faced, wearing an expression like life had drained her dry. It was completely at odds with her appearance. Of course, what Luo Qinghan didn't know was that the main reason Su Xiaoman showed no emotion was because she was working. If someone could still be energetic all day while working some lousy dead-end job, then that person had basically become SpongeBob. Anyway, she couldn't do it. The second reason was that Su Xiaoman was a transmigrator. She had already been in this high martial world where martial arts, exotic beasts, and abilities coexisted for 3 years. At first, it had taken her a long time to accept that she had changed from an adult in her 20s into a 15-year-old girl. Now 3 years had passed, and she was already 18. She had basically adapted in every other way, except for her height. According to the doctor, her bones had already stopped growing. Even practicing martial arts wouldn't help, and nothing would change in the future. So even though she looked like a lowly on the outside, she was actually an adult on the inside. Naturally, her appearance and temperament didn't match. Luo Qinghan looked at her. Su Xiaoman looked at Luo Qinghan too. A few seconds later, Luo Qinghan put her earmuffs back on, turned toward the target paper, and said full of confidence, I'll do it again. Bang! The gunshot rang out. The bullet hit the edge of the target paper and barely scraped into the 6 ring. Luo Qinghan lowered the pistol and didn't continue. I think there's something wrong with the gun. Right. Su Xiaoman skillfully removed the magazine and confirmed the chamber was empty. Then I'll have someone check it later. You're not going to argue with me? You're the customer. I can't argue with you. How come I never noticed before that you're so good at talking? I've always been good at talking. As Su Xiaoman spoke, she tidied up the table. Luo Qinghan picked up a bottle of mineral water from the side, twisted it open, and asked casually, by the way, Xiaoman, you're taking the martial exam next month, right? 27 days from now. How's your preparation? My academic scores are fine. My Chi blood test can also just barely clear the admission line for a third-rate martial university in the junior college tier. What about actual combat? Luo Qinghan pressed. Su Xiaoman didn't answer. But Luo Qinghan had already gotten the answer from her expression. The martial exam was mainly divided into 3 parts: academics, Chi blood, and actual combat. There was no need to say much about academics. Chi blood value determined a candidate's martial foundation. As for actual combat scores, they were determined jointly by martial techniques, abilities, and on-the-spot fighting capability. Su Xiaoman's academic scores had always been good. Her Chi blood value wasn't high. But with the Chi blood potions she had accumulated over the past few years, she had already reached the 9th level of the 0 rank. The real problem was her ability. Armory. It sounded decent enough, but the issue was that she could only summon a pink toy pistol that fired plastic bullets. Its range was less than 2 meters. Its power was weaker than a slingshot, and its accuracy depended entirely on luck. Last year, the school organized mock combat training. Su Xiaoman took part in dozens of matches in a row and didn't win a single one. How about we just don't take the martial track? Luo Qinghan said casually. Ordinary firearms are useless against martial artists above the 2nd rank, let alone your little toy that can only fire plastic bullets. With an ability like yours, what are you going to use to take the martial exam? Even setting your ability aside, your martial talent is only average, and your physique is at a natural disadvantage. You're a whole head shorter than everyone else. Luckily, your academic subjects are pretty good. You could apply to a normal university and be a liberal arts student just fine. How about this? Switch to the liberal arts track. Then come work at my company after graduation. Big Sis will arrange an easy position for you. How about it? Su Xiaoman didn't refute her right away, because she knew the other woman was telling the truth. In this world, martial arts flourished. Powerful martial artists could resist artillery fire with their physical bodies, or even cross the void. Firearms might still pose some threat to 0 rank and 1st rank martial artists. But once someone stepped into the 2nd rank, their Chi blood could be projected outward and form a protective shield on the surface of their body. At that point, ordinary bullets could hardly cause effective damage. The same was true for fighting exotic beasts. They worked fine against trash mobs, but once the intensity really went up, they became all style and no substance. And the ability Su Xiaoman had awakened just happened to be one for summoning firearms. A pink toy pistol that could only fire plastic bullets, no less. At the same time, she was short, and her martial talent was also average. After studying for years, all she had learned was the ordinary imperial body tempering method. As for martial skills, she only knew the simplest, most basic Lianian step. She and T even learned a single fist technique that made it impossible for her to give up her ability and walk the path of pure martial arts instead. Totally screwed. Su Xiaoman let out a sigh and put the handgun back into the safe. But I still want to get into a martial arts university. Why? Luo Qinghan asked, puzzled. Su Xiaoman closed the safe. In this world, ferocious beasts ran rampant, and there were large numbers of dangerous zones scattered beyond the cities. Ordinary people lived inside safe zones. On the surface, life didn't seem too different from before, but every so often, the news would report that some town or city had been hit by a beast tide. 3 years ago, the original owner's parents had died in one such ferocious beast attack. Su Xiaoman didn't like leaving her life to luck. She answered at the very least, I need some ability to protect myself. Luo Qinghan looked at her for a while, then slowly said, all right then. That ability of yours, show it to me again. You've already seen it many times. Xiaoman, I want to see it one more time. Let me see it. Luo Qinghan practically pressed her whole body against Su Xiaoman, unable to resist her. Su Xiaoman had no choice but to raise her right hand. Pink motes of light gathered in her palm. A moment later, a palm-sized toy handgun appeared in her hand. The gun body was pink and white, with several yellow stars printed on the side. There was even a plastic rabbit charm hanging from it. So cute. Luo Qinghan took it and lowered her head to fiddle with it a couple times. You must be really liked cute things when you were little. Then you guessed wrong. I really hated cute things when I was little, Su Xiaoman shot back. What she had liked as a child were robots, race cars, and gun models. Even though the one in her hand barely counted as half a gun, it was still way too kawaii. She really didn't like it. Just then, Luo Qinghan suddenly reached out and pinched her cheek. If you really want to take the martial exam, you can give it a try. If you really can't get in, come home with Big Sis. I'll cover your food and lodging, and I'll give you spending money too. Usually, you can just go shopping with me. I've always wanted to raise a little sister anyway. Su Xiaoman didn't answer. She was genuinely thinking seriously about what the other woman had said. If she really failed to get into a martial arts university, leaving herself a backup path wouldn't be a bad idea. I'm leaving. Luo Qinghan picked up her handbag. As she passed by Su Xiaoman, she lowered her head and rubbed her hair again. If you really can't hold on anymore, send me a message on WeChat. With that, Luo Qinghan pushed open the door and left the shooting room directly. Su Xiaoman stood where she was, watching her figure disappear at the end of the hallway. That woman had always been like this. Rich, beautiful, and strong-willed. She was the first regular customer Su Xiaoman had met after starting her part-time job here. As for her exact identity, Su Xiaoman didn't know. She only knew that Luo Qinghan always spent lavishly, and the cars she drove kept getting more expensive one after another. She was probably doing more than just running a company. 11 o'clock at night. After finishing work, Su Xiaoman took the bus back to the old district. She lived in a two-apartment building that had been built over 20 years ago. The room wasn't too big, only about 20 square meters. The furniture was complete, but most of it had already been in use for many years. Su Xiaoman changed into slippers and first checked her class group chat. The homeroom teacher had posted a notice 10 minutes earlier. Tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock, the third-year high school class will hold its final comprehensive martial exam assessment. The results of this assessment will serve as an important reference for the final allocation of the school's martial exam resources. All martial track examinees are requested to arrive on time. Quite a few classmates had already replied that they received it. Su Xiaoman turned off her phone. The school's martial exam resources included chi blood potions, martial skill training rooms, and one-on-one guidance. With her score from the last mock combat test, there was basically no chance she would get a slot. Su Xiaoman walked over and sat down at the desk. With a thought, the pink toy handgun appeared in her hand once again. She aimed at the empty drink bottle on the desk and pulled the trigger. Puffed. A yellow plastic bullet flew out of the barrel. The bullet grazed past the bottle, hit the wall, and bounced back under the bed. Su Xiaoman lowered the muzzle and started doubting life. 2 meters. Just 2 meters. And I can still miss? Su Xiaoman put away the handgun, sat in the chair, leaned her head back, closed her eyes, and flailed her limbs around. I'm done for. Tomorrow's mock combat assessment will probably end up exactly the same. No matter how high her academic scores were, even if her chi blood met the standard, it was useless. The martial track exam wasn't about doing written papers. If your combat abilities sucked, your score definitely wouldn't be good. Right then, an icy voice suddenly rang out in her mind. Detected the host's strong desire to become stronger. Shock value system loading. Su Xiaoman's fingers froze. A translucent panel appeared before her eyes. Loading complete. Beginner gift pack has been distributed. Ding. Beginner gift pack has been opened. Reward. 500 shock value. Trait marksmanship mastery LV max. Trait firearms mastery LV max. Trait ability evolution LV max. Trait chi blood plunder LV max. Name. Su Xiaoman. Trait. Marksmanship mastery LV max. Ability evolution LV max. Firearms mastery LV max. Chi blood plunder LV max. Realm. 0 order to 9th level. Great perfection. Ability. Armory. Unique. Weapon. Toy handgun LV1 0. Current cultivation method. Imperial 8th set body tempering breathing method. 2nd layer. Current martial skill. Lenient step beginner. Martial arts realm division. Not initiated beginner. Minor mastery. Major mastery. Perfection. Saint realm. Current shock value. 500 points. Inject shock value into entries marked with, and the corresponding entry can be upgraded. Evaluation. A random nobody by the roadside. Note 1. Traits are max level by default and cannot be upgraded. Note 2. Press and hold an entry to view annotations. Note 3. Shock value can only be obtained through close-range interaction. Shock value? Su Xiaoman stared at the panel in front of her and reached out to press and hold one of the entries. Very quickly, a new annotation appeared. When others feel shocked due to the host's words, actions, strength, or abilities, shock value can be obtained. The more shocked the other party is, the more shock value is gained. Shock value can only be obtained through close-range interaction. So that is how it worked. It really did fit the body she had now. 4'8", pink twin tails. On the outside, she looked like an elementary schooler who hadn't even graduated yet. As long as she became strong enough in the future, no matter what she did, getting shock value probably wouldn't be too hard. But right now, there was one very serious problem. Her current firearm ability was just too weak. Even with max-level gun skills, if a plastic bullet hit someone, at most it would only brush off a little dust. Having skill without damage was still useless as hell. Su Xiaoman continued pressing and holding the other entries. Marksmanship mastery and firearms mastery were exactly what they sounded like. Nothing much to look at there. What she actually cared about were the last 2 traits. Ability evolution LV max. After the host uses an ability firearm to complete an effective kill, the host can obtain corresponding firearm experience points. Raising a firearms level will increase the power of blood chi bullets, and there's a chance to unlock firearm attachments, special ammunition, and related abilities. After a firearm reaches max level, you can spend shock points to draw a brand new random weapon. In other words, firearms could level up through actual combat. The more she killed, the stronger they became. And later, she could even unlock attachments. Things like scopes, suppressors, muzzle compensators, and the like should all be included. She could even swap guns. Nice. Su Xiaoman looked at the final trait again. Blood Chi Plunder LV Max. After the host uses an ability firearm to kill a ferocious beast, she can plunder part of the beast's blood chi to nourish her own realm. Holy shit, this was good. Other people had to rely on breathing techniques, blood chi potions, and tempering their bodies day after day to cultivate. She only needed to use a gun to kill ferocious beasts, and she could directly obtain blood chi. Kill enemies, level up. The firearm could also gain experience. One enemy, 2 rewards. Su Xiaoman continued reading the related descriptions for ability firearms. Ability firearms use blood chi bullets. The power of blood chi bullets is affected by the host's realm, blood chi strength, cultivation technique quality, and the firearm itself. The higher the host's realm and the stronger the cultivation technique, the greater the power of blood chi bullets and the faster the rate of fire. Blood chi bullets can penetrate a martial artist's blood chi defense and can also deal effective damage to ferocious beasts. If that was the case, then her ability, firearms, and ordinary modern firearms were on completely different levels. The reason guns have been eliminated by martial artists in this world was mainly because their power couldn't grow. A bullet's speed and lethality were fixed and unchanging. They couldn't increase along with the user's strength. Whether the person pulling the trigger was an ordinary person or a high-level martial artist who could shatter a skyscraper with one punch, the bullets fired were no different. So in the eyes of those powerhouses, a bullet's trajectory was no different from slow motion. And as long as someone had trained, even a little in body tempering arts, and had a blood chi shield, not even nuclear bomb could break their defense. But cold weapons were different. The stronger your own strength, the fiercer your blade swing, the higher your speed, the faster your movement technique. These could grow without limit along with your own attributes. But now she had the system, which also meant her firearms could keep growing in power just like cold weapons, continuously increasing with her realm, cultivation technique, and firearm level. The stronger she became, the stronger her bullets became. In the future, forget blood chi shields. If her realm was high enough and her cultivation technique badass enough, one shot might even pierce the heavens. But to reach that step, she would need a huge amount of shock points. And to get shock points, she had to do unexpected things in front of other people. Simply put, from now on, she had to show off in public as much as possible. Otherwise, even with ability evolution and blood chi plunder, if she didn't have enough firearm power to kill her targets, it would still be useless. Just then, a new notification suddenly popped up on the system panel. Detected that the host has bound to the system for the first time. Beginner limited time event has started. During the event period, you could spend 500 shot points to directly evolve toy pistol LV1 into another firearm. Evolve. Did even need asking? She was going to take the school's martial exam placement assessment tomorrow. If she didn't upgrade, was she really supposed to go up there holding a plastic toy gun and embarrass herself? Evolve. Shot points successfully deducted. Current shot points, 0. Firearm evolving. The pink toy gun in Su Xiaoman's hand suddenly began to vibrate. Its originally cheap plastic shell spread open to both sides, and large amounts of pitch-black metal structures continuously extended out from within. Barrel, receiver, stock. Parts flipped and assembled one after another at high speed. The weapon's length became more and more outrageous. Su Xiaoman hurriedly stood up from the chair, supporting the gun body with both hands as she backed up 2 steps. A few seconds later, the light faded. A heavy sniper rifle, nearly 1.5 meters long, lay across the room that was less than 20 square meters in size. Su Xiaoman looked at the gun in her arms, her eyes widening slightly. Barrett, and it was even an M82A1. Firearm evolution complete. Current firearm, Barrett M82A1 anti-material sniper rifle LV10. Caliber, 127 millimeters. Magazine capacity, 10 rounds. Current ammunition, basic blood chi armor-piercing rounds. Note, the firearm has an infinite magazine supply, but the host must complete the magazine-changing action herself. Bullet power is affected by the host's realm, cultivation technique. The firearm's base attributes and level. Holy shit, a toy pistol turned directly into a Barrett? Wasn't that jump a little too big? Su Xiaoman stood the gun upright on the floor. She herself was only 1.43 meters tall, while the Barrett's full length was close to 1.45 meters. Once the muzzle was raised upright, it was just a little taller than she was. A pink twin-tailed lowly, holding an anti-material sniper rifle taller than herself. Whatever else could be said, just the visual contrast alone was huge. Right after the firearm fully appeared, Su Xiaoman felt a slight weight settle at her waist. She lowered her head to look. At some point, a black tactical belt had appeared on her body. On the left side of the belt was a double magazine pouch with 2 Barrett magazines neatly inserted inside. On the right side was an extra black firearm tool pouch. Barrett. Their S even matching gear? Su Xiaoman braced the Barrett S stock against the floor, freed up her left hand, and pulled a magazine from the mag pouch. The magazine felt heavy in her hand. She lowered her head and looked. Inside the magazine, dark red bullets were lined up neatly one after another. A faint blood chi glow even covered their surfaces. So these were blood chi bullets? They really did look different from normal bullets. Just then, the empty space in the mag pouch suddenly flashed with a faint glimmer. A brand new magazine appeared out of thin air, filling the pouch again. Oh, so that's what infinite magazine means. Nice. At least she wouldn't have to worry about running out of ammo mid-fight in the future. And she wouldn't need to spend money buying bullets either. That alone saved her a huge amount. Su Xiaoman looked at the Barrett in her hands, ready to test reloading it. One hand steadied the rifle while she pressed the magazine release button. The original magazine inside the gun dropped free. Before it could hit the ground, it turned into black motes of light and vanished. At the same time, Su Xiaoman inserted the new magazine into the rifle. Click. The magazine locked firmly into place. Then she pulled the charging handle. Clack. The first blood-chi bullet chambered smoothly. Awesome. This felt even better than reloading in a game. That sound was way too satisfying. Su Xiaoman tried it several more times in a row. Thanks to max-level firearms mastery, her movements were incredibly smooth, without the slightest trace of awkwardness. Even though her body looked petite, she was still a 9th layer 0 rank martial warrior. On top of that, the supernatural firearm itself reduced its weight for its owner. So although this Barrett weighed over a dozen kilograms, it didn't feel nearly as heavy as she had imagined when she held it. Normal movement and aiming were no problem at all. As for recoil, that was still unclear for now, mainly because this thing was a blood-chi firearm. If it were an ordinary gun, then for a martial warrior, the recoil would be basically nothing. But this was a blood-chi firearm. Maybe the recoil would be much stronger? Still, since the system hadn't given any extra warning, it probably wouldn't smash her shoulder apart with a single shot. With a thought from Su Xiaoman, the Barrett in her hand instantly turned into black motes of light and vanished. The tactical belt at her waist and the mag pouch disappeared as well. She raised her hand again. Black light gathered. The Barrett, tactical belt, and mag pouch all appeared at the same time. The whole process was incredibly smooth. Whether dismissing or summoning it, there was basically no waiting time. From now on, she would have to run around the streets every day carrying a giant gun nearly 1.5 meters long. And if she ran into danger, she could instantly start blasting. Test the power? Just as Su Xiaoman was about to find something to test the gun on, her eyes swept over the wall. Forget it. With the wall quality in this old 2 building, if she actually fired one shot in the room, the bullet would probably go through this building and into the next one. If it happened to hit someone, then tomorrow she wouldn't need to attend the placement test. She could just go straight to an interrogation at the Imperial Penal Bureau. Thinking that, Su Xiaoman put away the Barrett and took out her phone to check the time. 11:40 at night. There was still more than 8 hours until tomorrow morning's placement test. Sleep now? Sleep her ass. She had just gotten the system and evolved the Barrett, and now she was supposed to obediently lie down and go to sleep, just like that? Her nerves would have to be way too thick for that. She had to find somewhere to test it. Su Xiaoman quickly thought of a place. Tongtian Tower. This was a special annual event launched by the Sinflar Empire together with Virtual Martial Arts Company, specifically for martial exam candidates. Participants entered the Tongtian Tower space through virtual pods, and the system would automatically match them with opponents of similar strength based on their own cultivation realm. For every match they won, they would receive the corresponding Tongtian points. Those could be exchanged in the offline shop for cultivation methods, items, weapons, and the like. During the period leading up to the martial exam, anyone who won 10 matches in a row could claim 10 bottles of basic blood chi potion for free. Anyone who won 50 matches in a row could receive a martial exam resource gift pack issued by the Imperial Martial Arts Association. And if someone could rank within the top 1,000 of Tianjin County before the event ended, they could also receive high-grade cultivation methods, martial skills, or even exotic beast essence blood. Su Xiaoman was participating too. Her results were extremely consistent. 77 matches, 0 wins. The only reason she had stuck it out for that many matches was because every participant got 1 free challenge attempt per day. It was free anyway. A loss was just a loss. But now, with the Barrett, things were different. Although kills in virtual space would most likely be unable to trigger blood chi plunder, she should still be able to gain firearm experience, and she could also get shock point from her opponents. 1 match, 2 gains. Plus she could conveniently collect win streak rewards too. That made 3 gains total. Clean and efficient. Su Xiaoman had originally considered heading straight outside the city to hunt exotic beasts. After all, blood chi plunder seemed like it could only be triggered by killing real exotic beasts. That way, she could raise her realm and also increase the Barrett's experience. Unfortunately, the idea was good, but the conditions didn't allow it. The Sinflar Empire had strict control over areas outside the safe zones. Without an official martial warrior license, it was impossible to apply to leave the city safe zone alone. For a high school student like Su Xiaoman, who hadn't even taken a martial exam yet, even if she was already 18, she still had to go out for training under school supervision, and if something happened, the school would bear responsibility. What was more, she still didn't even know the Barrett's exact power. If the gun wasn't as strong as she imagined, and she failed to kill the exotic beast only to send herself straight into its stomach instead, that would be a little too funny. There were exotic beasts raised inside the city too, but those things either belonged to schools or private breeding farms, and the prices were outrageously high. She couldn't exactly stand on top of a high-rise in the middle of the night with a Barrett and secretly snipe every exotic beast in somebody else's farm. Could she? She could, but that was a bit too beastly. She couldn't do that. And besides, there were city guard squads in town too. With a gunshot that loud, was she trying to make sure she got arrested? So after thinking it over, she decided it was better to go to Tongtian Tower first. With that in mind, Su Xiaoman quickly changed into sportswear, grabbed her phone and keys, and left the rental apartment. Lintian Town, Tongtian Tower Experience Center. Even though it was already close to midnight, the Experience Center was still brightly lit. On the massive holographic screen, the Tianjin County Tongtian Tower rankings were scrolling past, along with replays of some exciting matches. There were quite a few people in the lobby, most of them students and young martial warriors. Every year, Tongtian Tower opened 1 month before the martial exam and continued until the 7th day after the exam ended. The event's main purpose was to provide students taking the martial exam with a real combat environment and rewards. On top of that, major martial arts universities across the empire also paid attention to the Tongtian Tower rankings, using them to scout promising talents in advance. In previous years, there had been candidates with average academic scores and bloodshed results who were exceptionally admitted by elite martial universities purely because they had performed brilliantly in Tongtian Tower. As for unaffiliated martial warriors from society, they could also come and play Tongtian Tower, earn points, and exchange them for resources in the reward shop, though they couldn't claim the exclusive win streak rewards reserved for martial exam candidates. As soon as Su Xiaoman walked into the lobby, several nearby gazes naturally landed on her. It wasn't really discrimination or anything. Mainly, she was just too short. At 1.43 meters tall, with pink twin tails, no matter how anyone looked at her, she didn't seem like an adult martial exam candidate at all. People only found it strange when they saw her. Where did this little brat come from? Especially with the front desk counter at the Tongtian Tower Experience Center being a full 1.3 meters high. When Su Xiaoman walked up to it, only the very top of her head barely showed. The young receptionist was sitting there checking reservation info with her head lowered and didn't notice an extra person had appeared in front of her at all. Su Xiaoman stood there and waited for a few seconds, but the staff member still didn't look up. She had no choice but to speak first. Hello. I'd like to open a virtual pod. The receptionist's fingers stopped on the keyboard. She looked up toward the front of the counter. No one. Then she looked to the left and right. Still no one. The expression on her face gradually turned strange. In the middle of the night, who had just spoken? The receptionist froze for a moment, then quickly braced herself on the desk and stood up, leaning forward to look down. Only then did she discover a little girl with pink twin ponytails standing in front of the counter. The girl had her head tilted up, looking at her expressionlessly. The receptionist let out a breath of relief and sat back down. Her voice unconsciously softened a little. Little friend, where are your parents? It's very dangerous here. Minors can't use virtual battle pods. Su Xiaoman sighed, pulled out her ID card, and stood on tiptoe to place it on the counter. I'm 18. I'm already an adult. The receptionist lowered her head and glanced at the ID info. Name, Su Xiaoman. Age 18. She looked up at Su Xiaoman again. After confirming that the photo matched the person, embarrassment immediately appeared on her face. Sorry, Miss Su. I didn't see clearly just now. I thought you were a child who came with your parents. It's fine. Su Xiaoman was long used to this. 18 years old, 1.43 meters tall. Being mistaken for a minor was completely normal. The receptionist placed the ID card in the scanning area and asked again, first time here? I've been here many times. Training pod or Tongtian Tower rank mode. Training first, then ranked. The receptionist lowered her head and tapped a few times. 100 Empire coins per hour. It'll auto-renew if you go over time. Okay. Su Xiaoman nodded and scanned to pay. Payment successful. The receptionist handed back her ID card and her room card. Second floor, room 217. Virtual pain sensation is set to 10% by default. Thank you. Su Xiaoman took the room card and turned to head upstairs. Inside room 217, there was a silver-white virtual pod. On the display screen beside it, her personal information appeared. Name, Su Xiaoman. Age, 18. Realm, 0 rank, 9th layer. Ability category, summoning. Tongtian Tower record, 0 wins, 77 losses. Tianjin County ranking, 136722231. Su Xiaoman looked at that line, showing her record, and fell silent for 2 seconds. Su Xiaoman was a virtual name she had casually come up with before. Tongtian Tower would hide participants' real names, appearances, hair color, and voices. It only kept data that would affect combat, such as height, weight, arm span, and hairstyle. After all, for martial artists, even a 1 centimeter difference in attack range could affect the outcome of an entire battle. If physical data could be modified at will, so-called real combat training would lose most of its meaning. As for a ranking in the 10 millions, it did look a bit exaggerated. But in Tianjin County, it was actually normal. Here, just the students taking this year's Imperial Martial Exam already numbered in the hundreds of millions. And if you also counted previous year's examinees, ordinary martial artists, and some people who were just here for fun, the actual number of Tongtian Tower participants would only be even higher. There was no helping it. Gaia Star was just too big. A county here and a county on Blue Star were completely different concepts. Tianjin County's jurisdiction contained countless cities and a massive number of towns, with a permanent population measured in the hundreds of millions. Even Lintian Town, where Su Xiaoman lived, had a population larger than some major cities from a previous life. As for how big Gaia Star really was, No one could say for sure even now. Humanity had explored it for tens of thousands of years, only to discover that the boundaries of the map were still constantly expanding outward. There would always be new mountain ranges, forests, deserts, and oceans, as if it could never be fully explored. It was kind of like quantum mechanics. If you didn't T-observe it, it would stay there quietly in a superposition state. But the more you explored outward, the more you observed it, the bigger it got. The bigger it got. When Su Xiaoman first saw this description in a textbook, the first thing that appeared in her mind was Minecraft. The map kept generating. Wherever you went, it grew there. What was even more outrageous was that humanity still had not managed to leave Gaia-Star to this day. It was T because their technology wasn't T advanced enough. The Sun Crown Empire had already built aircraft capable of escaping the gravity of ordinary planets many years ago. But any aircraft, once it rose to an altitude of around 100,000 kilometers above the ground, would enter a special region known as the firmament layer. There, the scale of space would keep expanding with flight altitude. The aircraft was clearly moving upward the whole time. But the distance from the ground shown by its instruments increased more and more slowly, as if the space ahead were being continuously stretched by some kind of force. Fly 1 kilometer, and it would add another 10 kilometers. Fly 10 kilometers, and it would add another 100 kilometers. No matter how strong your propulsion was, it was useless, because your forward speed would never catch up to the speed at which space itself was growing. The Empire had once sent out hundreds of unmanned probes. Some flew for hundreds of years and still remained inside the firmament layer. Some suddenly lost signal, and data sent back by a few others contradicted each other. Even the direction of gravity wasn't the same. Satellites also couldn't establish stable orbits. As long as they stopped accelerating upward, they would soon be pulled back down to the ground. Because of that, even today, no one knew what the full appearance of Gaia-Star actually looked like. And it was precisely because Gaia-Star was absurdly huge that the exotic beasts in this world could never be fully wiped out. Human martial arts had already become extremely prosperous. The current emperor of the Sun Crown Empire was even hailed as the #1 figure in the empire's history. To a powerhouse like that, an ordinary Isekai'd was no different from ants by the roadside, as long as the opponent wasn't a high-rank exotic beast. A casual lift of his hand was enough to clear out an entire war zone. In various parts of the empire, people had even begun raising some mild-tempered exotic beasts in captivity to provide meat, hide armor, medicinal materials, and training resources. But humanity still could not completely solve one problem. Spatial rifts. Those things were not normal natural phenomena. They were closer to a kind of law. The time and place they appeared had almost no pattern at all. They might appear in deep mountains, at the bottom of the sea, or one morning, suddenly emerge from the sewers beneath some city. What humanity could do now was only send people in as quickly as possible after a rift appeared, clear out the exotic beasts inside, strip all resources from within, and then find a way to seal it off. If it was discovered too late, handled too slowly, or happened to appear in some remote corner, then large numbers of exotic beasts would pour out from the rift. That was also why Isekai'ds could never be eradicated. They were impossible to guard against completely, and surrounding the Sun Crown Empire, there were several other countries. In ordinary times, everyone's main focus was on dealing with exotic beasts and exploring unknown regions. But when they ran into spirit mines, secret realms, or highly valuable spatial rifts, there would still be resource conflicts and border friction to some extent. It was just that under the threat of certain high-rank exotic beasts and spatial rifts, no country was willing to truly launch a full-scale war for the time being. At least, that was what the textbook said. As for what the actual situation was, that wasn't something Su Xiaoman, a high school student about to take the martial exam, could know. She looked back at the display screen. 0 wins, 77 losses. No matter how big Gaia-Star was, it couldn't change the humiliating fact of that record. But that was all in the past now. Su Xiaoman opened the pod hatch and lay down inside. The silver-white lid slowly closed. Several sensor devices attached to her body, and the connected helmet dropped down as well. Her vision briefly fell into darkness. When it lit up again, Su Xiaoman was already standing in a vast white hall. The sportswear on her body had turned into the standard black combat suit provided by Tongtian Tower, and even her appearance had been adjusted by the system. As for her height, she lowered her head and glanced at herself. Still 1 meter 43. Welcome to Tongtian Tower. Current virtual codename, Chi Xiangsai. Detected changes in your ability data. Resynchronizing. Synchronization complete. Please select a mode. Training mode. Personal ranked. Team ranked. Su Xiaoman did not enter ranked right away. Although she had the Barrett now, she still had no clear idea of this gun's actual power. If she went in and found out it couldn't even break through the chi blood shield of a martial artist at the same realm, that would be pretty awkward. It was safer to test it first. Su Xiaoman selected training mode. The surrounding scene changed rapidly. An empty alloy training ground appeared before her eyes. Please select a training target. A row of options appeared on the panel. Su Xiaoman did not start from the low ranks. Instead, she directly selected a first-layer second-order defense-type martial artist. It was virtual space anyway. Even if she couldn't beat it, nothing would happen. Light gathered. 20 meters away. A burly martial artist slowly appeared, his upper body covered in a faint red chi blood shield. Training target. First layer, second order. Type, defense type. Current status, full defense. Su Xiaoman raised her right hand. Black points of light rapidly gathered. The next moment, a barret nearly 1.5 meters long appeared in her arms. A tactical belt and magazine pouches also appeared around her waist. She deployed the bipod, dropped to one knee, and firmly braced the stock against her right shoulder. The crosshair and the scope settled on the target's chest. Bang! The basic chi blood armor-piercing round instantly crossed the 20-meter distance and slammed into the chi blood shield head-on. Poochie! The shield only lasted for an instant before the bullet tore through it. The round pierced the target's chest, carrying the burly body several meters backward before smashing heavily onto the ground. Target has died. Attack strength this time. First layer, second order. It could one-shot. The corners of Su Xiaoman's lips curved upward, and she selected a new target. Second layer, second order, defense type martial artist. The new virtual target quickly appeared. Su Xiaoman fired again. Bang! The chi blood bullet struck the shield head-on. This time, the bullet did not pierce through directly. The round tore through most of the chi blood defense, then got stuck in front of the target's chest, barely blocked by the remaining chi blood. The burly martial artist slid 3 meters backward. The chi blood shield in front of his chest kept flickering and was already close to shattering. Target survived. Remaining HP, 31. Second layer, second order. One shot was a bit lacking, but with one more shot, it would definitely kill. Su Xiaoman did not continue and instead changed the training target again. Third layer, second order. Defense type martial artist. Bang! The third shot landed. The chi blood armor-piercing bullet crashed into the shield, stirring up large ripples of red. The target's body took one step back. Several cracks appeared on the shield's surface, but it was still far from breaking. Target survived. Remaining HP, 76. Su Xiaoman had a rough estimate now. With her current realm of 9th layer 0 order and her current cultivation art level, the barret could one-shot a first layer second order opponent. Against a second layer second order opponent, it needed 2 shots. As for a third layer second order opponent, she would need at least 4 to 5 consecutive hits. And that was under the premise that the opponent stood still and tanked every shot head-on. In a real fight, a second order martial artist would not stupidly stand there and let her fire at leisure. Still, it was already outrageous enough. 9th layer 0 order. And one shot killed a first layer second order martial artist. That was crossing a full 11 minor realms. Even though second order martial artists had very fast reaction speed, as long as they did not discover her in advance, if they were hit from long range by the barret, they would still die. Su Xiaoman tested her shooting and weapon summoning a few more times. After confirming that her ability could synchronize normally, she exited training mode. Chi blood plunder did not trigger. Firearms experience had not increased either. Could it be that the system did not recognize virtual targets? She did not know for now, but shock points relied on other people's judgment. The participants in the virtual space were all real people, so she should be able to obtain them normally. Su Xiaoman opened the Tontian Tower ranked interface. Tontian Tower ranked was divided into personal matches and team matches. The rules for personal matches were simple. 1 versus 1, best of 3. Team matches, meanwhile, were 3 versus 3 team deathmatches. Each match also used a best of 3 format, and each round lasted 5 minutes. During the round, dead participants would revive again after 5 seconds. When time ran out, the side with more kills would win that round. Compared to personal matches, team matches had more participants. In one game, she could come into contact with 5 people. If she performed well, the efficiency of gaining shock points should be even higher. Su Xiaoman tapped team ranked. Matching teammates and opponents. Match successful. Your team this time is the blue team. After the match begins, all participants' realms will be uniformly suppressed to the lowest realm in this match, 9th layer 0 order. The scene before her changed rapidly, and Su Xiaoman appeared inside a sealed preparation room. Her 2 teammates completed their teleportation at the same time. On the left was a young man holding a short blade, codename Yiren. On the right was a tall female martial artist using a tower shield, codename Qing. Yiren had just finished checking his weapon when he looked up and glanced at Su Xiaoman's record. Codename Buqi Xiansai. Realm, 9th layer 0 order. Ability type, summoning type. Record, 0 wins, 77 losses. The movement of his hands paused for half a second. Qing, he also turned her head. The 2 of them first looked at that eye-catching 0 wins and 77 losses, then slowly lowered their gazes to Su Xiaoman's 1 meter 43 body. What kind of idiot matchmaking system is this? Yiren had already cursed the Tongtian Tower system inside his head. He only needed one more match to complete his 10-win streak mission, and the system stuffed him with a teammate on a 77-loss streak. Tongtian Tower, are you fucking messing with me on purpose? Also, was this woman using cheats, or what? Tongtian Tower's anti-cheat system had always been solid. Core stats like attack power, realm, and abilities were basically impossible to tamper with. but there were always people who could find loopholes and make slight adjustments to their virtual bodies. The most common ones were height, arm span, and weight. Raise yourself by a few centimeters, stretch your arms a little longer, and your blade S reach would be noticeably farther than other people's. Increase your weight, and strength-based martial skills would also get a bit of an advantage. This kind of cheat didn't change much, and it was hidden well. Sometimes, you could fight dozens of matches and still not get caught. Dirty as hell. But when other people cheated, they all adjusted themselves taller and bulkier. This was the first time Yiren had seen someone tune herself from human toward goblin. Amazing. Other people cheated to win. This woman was actually cheating to make things harder for herself? Respect. Now, that was eye-opening. Qinghe didn't say anything. She just adjusted the position of her tower shield again and curled her lips. This round, they'd most likely be fighting 2 against 3. At that moment, Yiren thought of something. After all, this was the last match before his 10-win streak, so after thinking it over, he decided to take the initiative and encourage his teammate. It's fine. You can revive in team battles. Later, just try to stick with us and don't move alone. We'll carry. Qinghe nodded. Right. You got this. Su Xiaoman looked at the two of them and nodded. Their attitude was already very friendly. Back when she used to participate in Tontian Tower, she had matched with plenty of teammates too. There had been no shortage of people who started cursing the moment the match began. More than 70 straight losses, and you still play Tontian Tower? If you're trash, then don't come to Tontian Tower. Hey, your mom flew away. Compared to those people, the quality of these two teammates in front of her was movingly high. Team ranked match is about to begin. Map for this round, stormy night in Sky Vault City. The metal doors in front of the prep room slowly opened. A modern metropolis shrouded in torrential rain appeared before the three of them. Under the pitch-black night sky, more than a dozen skyscrapers hundreds of meters tall peered straight into the clouds. The towers were connected by glass sky bridges. Giant holographic billboards floated in midair, and neon lights pierced through the rain curtain and fell across the drenched rooftops. From time to time, hover trains could be seen streaking at high speed between the distant buildings. It looked huge, but in reality, the playable area was only the 2 tallest twin towers. One was the blue team spawn building. One was the red team spawn building. At the start, the spawn point would be randomly selected from 2 basic spawn points inside the building. One was the office on the 36th floor, and the other was the restaurant on the 35th floor. Going upward, players could enter the rooftop on the 37th floor. Areas below the 35th floor, as well as the other buildings, were inaccessible. After all, this was only a 3 versus 3 match, and the map itself was already pretty large. If it extended downward too, then with so few players, it was very likely you could go 5 minutes without even running into a single enemy, so restrictions were necessary. And between these 2 spawn points and the opposing building, there were 2 glass aerial corridors, allowing both sides to move between the 36th floor offices and the 35th floor restaurants. Other than that, there were no buildings in the middle to block the view. As members of the blue team, their spawn point was in the office area on the 36th floor. From this position, Su Xiaoman could directly aim at both enemy spawn points. That was the advantage of firearms. However, the map's designers had clearly never considered how obnoxious ranged abilities or firearms could be on this map. First of all, under normal circumstances, the bullets from standard issue firearms were very slow for martial artists. If you couldn't even react to a bullet from 800 meters away, then, as a martial artist, you really needed to reflect on whether something was seriously wrong with you. As for ranged ability users, there was even less to say. Ordinary ranged abilities suffered heavier and heavier weakening the farther they traveled. For most ranged abilities, by the time they crossed 800 meters, their power had already been reduced to almost nothing. How were you supposed to kill anyone with that? And besides, if you really got matched against someone who could kill you from 800 meters away, then it actually had little to do with the map. No matter what map you switched to, they'd still stomp you anyway. So, simply put, when this map was designed, no one had considered whether ranged attacks were unfair or not. That let Su Xiaoman pick up a nice loophole. Because you had to know, Su Xiaoman's sniper rifle was no ordinary standard issue firearm. Her Barrett was fast, long-ranged, accurate, and devastating. And it didn't suffer from any range reduction either. On this map, wasn't shooting them basically like beating dogs. Easy work, match preparation time, 30 seconds. You cannot leave the spawn area during preparation. Yiren and Qinghe briefly discussed tactics, then both looked towards Su Xiaoman. They seemed to be thinking about where to place this little girl on a 77 loss streak, so she would be safest. Su Xiaoman ignored them. She simply raised her right hand. Black points of light rapidly gathered in her palm. A Barrett nearly 1.5 meters long appeared in her arms. Yiren looked at the Barrett, then at Su Xiaoman. Qinghe also lowered the tower shield in her hands a little. Su Xiaoman didn't explain. She directly carried the gun to the glass, opened the bipod, steadily set the Barrett on the ground, and laid down on the spot. From here, the enemy spawn building was nearly 800 meters away, and she was using the scope to search for the enemy spawn point. This wasn't difficult. Very quickly, she found it. On the 35th floor, there was an energy barrier there. Raindrops lightly tapped against the window. Through the scope, Su Xiaoman firmly locked onto the enemy spawn point. Preparation time. 3, 2, 1. Round 1 begin. The energy barrier on the enemy 35th floor vanished instantly. A martial artist, wielding a long spear, was the first to step out from behind a load-bearing wall. He sidled out while twirling the spear in his hand, his mouth moving non-stop as if muttering something. Su Xiaoman frowned. What the hell was he babbling about? She couldn't be bothered to care and decisively pulled the trigger. Bang! The muffled gunshot pierced through the glass, through the torrential rain, and rang across the entire high-rise district. The chi-blood armor-piercing round crossed 800 meters. Bang! The enemy spearman's head was blasted into a cloud of blood on the spot. Blood and virtual data exploded together. The headless body froze in place for half a second, then fell forward. Immediately after, it turned into a mass of code and dissipated. Instant kill. No cilantro has killed Spear Lingyun. Blue team is the first to gain 1 point. The moment the system prompt appeared, Yiren froze. Qingha's raised tower shield also stopped in midair. The enemy team's remaining 2 players turned pale with shock and instantly shrank back behind cover. For a moment, the only sound left on the battlefield was the rain striking the windows. Yiren looked again at the record of 77 consecutive losses above her head. To be honest, he had also cursed in his heart that her mom had flown away. But now, he felt this little beauty's mother could apply for a return flight. Detected that Yiren was shocked by the power of the host's firearm. Shock value 100. Detected that Qinghe was shocked by the power of the host's firearm. Shock value 100. Detected that the enemy's 3 members were shocked by the host's long-range killing ability. Shock value 300. Current shock value 500 points. Barrett M. 82A1. Gain experience points. Current firearm Barrett M. 82A1 LV110. Looking at the panel in front of her, Su Xiaoman, lying prone on the ground, was a little surprised. Other than shock value, she could actually gain firearm experience too. Just now in training mode, she had clearly killed a second-rank first-layer virtual martial artist. Yet the system hadn't reacted at all. After thinking for a moment, she roughly understood the reason. The ordinary training dummies in the training area couldn't move, wouldn't dodge, and wouldn't actively attack. To put it bluntly, they were just fixed targets with a bit more chi and blood. There was no challenge in shooting that kind of thing. So naturally, it didn't count as an effective battle. If she adjusted the training dummy to real combat mode and gave it the combat awareness of a normal martial artist, she should be able to gain firearm experience too. Still, doing that would probably only raise the weapons level. Training dummies had no emotions. Even if she spun around in place right in front of one, there was no way she could gain shock value. After doing the math, fighting real people was still far more cost-effective. In a single match, she could gain shock value, raise firearm experience, and also earn a tower to heaven win plus tower to heaven points. 1 fish for dishes. Yummy yummy. Su Xiaoman didn't rush to fire a second shot. After all, the 2 people left on the other side had already fully tucked themselves behind cover and didn't dare show their heads at all, maintaining her firing posture. Su Xiaoman kept her scope trained on the enemy spawn point while calling up the system panel. Current shock value, 500 points. There were 2 entries with plus signs. Cultivation method, martial skill. Su Xiaoman first tapped the plus sign behind cultivation method. To raise Imperial 8th body tempering breathing method from the 2nd layer to the 3rd layer, 1,000 shock value points are required. Not enough. She turned to the martial skill section instead. To raise Lianyan step from beginner to small mastery, 500 shock value points are required. Upgrade? Su Xiaoman didn't confirm immediately. She guessed that after raising her cultivation method, her chi and blood strength would increase, which would in turn raise the damage of her chi and blood bullets. But her damage was already high enough. She could one-shot even a second-rank first-layer defense-type martial artist. At least in this ranked match, where everyone was at 0-rank 9th layer, her damage was completely overkill. What was truly limiting her right now was movement speed. The Barrett had strong firepower, but the gun body was too long, and firing it made her position easy to expose. If she couldn't relocate quickly, then against fast opponents, it would be easy for them to get right up at her face. Upgrading her movement technique first was more practical. Su Xiaoman chose confirm. Shock value deducted successfully. Current shock value, 0 points. Martial skill upgrading. A huge amount of cultivation memory related to Lianyun's step flooded into her mind. In those memories, Su Xiaoman stood on a training ground filled with wooden stakes. From stumbling at the very beginning to being able to swiftly weave through the dense forest of stakes. How to exert force with her feet. How to adjust her center of gravity. How chi and blood should circulate through the meridians in both legs. Every detail became clear in just a few short seconds. Martial skill upgrade complete. Current martial skill, Lianyan step, small mastery. At the same time, at the exact instant the cultivation memories poured into Su Xiaoman's mind, a figure flashed past the edge of her scope. Someone had entered the glass corridor on the 35th floor cafeteria. Clearly, he was preparing to push underneath them and pull a sea-bottom scoop. Su Xiaoman kudikut her tombukoldi. What the hell is this? Trying to time it here. I was just going over cultivation details in my head. The second I zone out, someone comes? Whatever. Time to change positions. This spot isn't comprehensive enough. With that thought, her mind moved. She decisively put away the Barrett, and Lian Yun's step activated beneath her feet. Water exploded outward as her petite body dragged out an afterimage backward. In just a few breaths, she flipped into the rear emergency stairwell and headed straight for the rooftop. At her original sniping position, only a single empty shell casing remained. Yeren froze for a moment and instinctively glanced at the minimap. He discovered that on the team map, the pink light that representing Su Xiaoman was moving rapidly. She was even a notch faster than him, a speed-type martial artist. Right then, someone's coming over there, in the glass corridor on the 35th floor. This was Su Xiaoman's first time ever voluntarily opening team voice chat, because in the past, she had always been the one getting cursed out. So, to avoid affecting her mentality, she had kept voice chat off and buried her head like an ostrich, saying nothing. At most, where her own gameplay was especially awful, she would only out of curiosity turn on the channel and listen to how her teammates were cursing her. But today it was different. She had put on a show the moment she logged in. Naturally, she had to turn on team voice and have a proper chat. On the other side, hearing Su Xiaoman's words, Yeren stopped in his tracks. You saw someone? Saw a bit of a shadow. Then how we play this? The moment he asked that, even Yeren himself was stunned. Before the match started, he had still been thinking about how to carry this teammate who was on a 77-loss streak. And now, not even 3 seconds had passed since the start. Yet he had already begun actively asking for her opinion. And it was subconscious too. Damn it, I'm about to turn into a simp dog. Woof woof. Ching-ha. On the other hand, didn't feel anything was off and open team voice chat. Buchi Xiangsai, your vision is the best, and your thinking is strong too. You call the shots this round. We'll follow your lead. Su Xiaoman arrived at the rooftop and kicked the main door open. Outside the door, the torrential rain still poured down. She glanced at the minimap, then gave the order, you two go to the glass corridor on the 35th floor. Just intercept that martial artist there. But what if we get flanked from behind? They can come from their own 36th floor to our 36th floor, then to our 35th floor and circle around behind us, right? Chinga asked. They can't get through. Su Xiaoman was extremely confident. I just spaced out for a moment earlier. Now that I'm holding the rooftop angle, they can't get through. Hearing that, Chingha was taken aback. The other party's tone was very persuasive. And with the display of strength just now, she felt those words didn't sound like bragging at all, but rather the expression of absolute confidence in her own ability. So she decided to trust her once and turned to carry out the order. When she looked back, she discovered that Yeren had already beaten her to the stairwell and was waiting there. What are you spacing out for? Hurry up. At the same time, braving the heavy rain, Su Xiaoman walked to the low rooftop wall and set up the Barrett once more. Her scope pierced through the rain curtain and landed on the enemy spawn building 800 meters away. That long spear martial artist should be reviving any moment now. Camp his respawn timing and kill him one more time. On the other side, 1 minute earlier, red team, ready room. 3 figures completed their teleportation one after another. One of them had a heavy saber strapped to his back, codename Taizan. Another held a pair of swords, codename Baya. The last had shoulder-length black hair. He carried a silver long spear in his right hand. It's but dragging across the ground. Codename Changxiang Lingyun. Taizan glanced over his teammates' info. Changxiang Lingyun. Realm, 9th layer of 0 rank. Record, 87 wins, 73 losses. Current win streak, 6. Compared to the truly top-tier geniuses, that record naturally wasn't much. But among ordinary 0 rank martial artists, it was already quite solid. Baya looked at the name and suddenly remembered something. Aren't you that Changxiang Lingyun ranked 9th on the 0 rank long weapons leaderboard in Lintian Town? Changxiang Lingyun raised a hand and flicked the black hair in front of his forehead. A few strands swept past his eyes. Just an empty title. His voice wasn't loud, but his tone was pretentious. At the same time, he casually spun the silver long spear half a turn and let it stop steadily behind him. Taizan and Baya exchanged a glance. Steady. 0 rank top 10 didn't sound especially impressive. After all, it was only the Lintian Town division, and it was limited to long weapons. But at the very least, it proved he really did have some skill. The next moment, the enemy team's information appeared before the 3 of them. Before the match ended, the Tongtian Tower would not display the enemy's detailed record. So all they could see was the opponent's codename, realm, ability type, and virtual body model. Changxiang Lingyun's gaze swept over the first 2, then finally stopped on Su Xiaoman's virtual projection. Standing beside the other 2, she was a full head shorter. Haha, why is there a goblin over there too? Changxiang Lingyun laughed. Once the words left his mouth, not a single person responded to him. Taizan was discussing with Baya who would take the front later and who would clear the flanks. So he happened to miss that line. Changxiang Lingyun waited for 2 seconds. Taizan was still talking about the map, while Baya lowered his head to check his twin swords. The smile on Changxiang Lingyun's face paused for a moment. Saying something like that once counted as casual teasing. Repeating it on purpose would be a bit too jiahao. Changxiang Lingyun raised a hand to rub his nose, gave 2 dry laughs, then turned his head and started checking his own long spear too. Current map, Stormy Night in Sky Vault City. The door to the preparation room slowly opened. Night, pouring rain, high-rises, and neon lights entered their sight all at once. Changqiang Lingyun's eyes lit up. He swung the silver long spear onto his shoulder and was the first to walk to the edge of the spawn area. I know this map. I'm gonna hard stomp this round, all right? Taizan nodded. Then we're counting on you. Baya laughed too. Carry us, boss. The two were still being polite. It was just that compared to this kind of personality, where the match hadn't even started yet, and he was already talking himself up to the skies, they still preferred quieter teammates. Once the fight was over, the record would be right there. At that point, he could act as arrogant as he wanted. But right now, they hadn't even clashed yet, and he already couldn't stop talking. What if he got blown up later? Wouldn't that be awkward? Of course. If Changqiang Lingyun really was that strong in actual combat, then fine, they hadn't said anything. Match preparation time. 30 seconds. Changqiang Lingyun rubbed his chin. He liked this map a lot. Silver spear on his shoulder. Black hair hanging down, and outside it just happened to be pouring rain. This atmosphere, this style, absolutely perfect. And he'd even been recognized just now. He had to put on one hellish show this round. 3. He raised a hand and gripped the shaft of the spear. 2. The spear tip slowly lowered. 1. Changqiang Lingyun stepped one pace to the right. Round 1 begin. The energy barrier at the spawn point vanished instantly. With the silver spear over his shoulder, Changqiang Lingyun walked unhurriedly out from behind the load-bearing wall. Every step was deliberately slowed. The silver spear tip dragged over the ground, scraping out a faint trail of sparks. At that moment, Changqiang Lingyun suddenly threw back his head and let out a long cry, then began to chant. Night rain sweeps the sky and washes old dust away. Silver spear in hand, I break 1,000 armies. Cold gleam pierces the neon night. Above twin towers in the clouds, I settle heaven and earth. By the time he reached that line, his shoes had stepped right out from cover. He lifted his hand and flicked the spear shaft. How delig. He took another step forward, half his head sticking out. The second syllable of his next word hadn't even left his mouth. Bang! His head exploded on the spot. It turned into a cloud of blood mist and data. Only after the corpse fell forward did the gunshot from the distance cut through the rain and reach Taizan and by his ears. Bushak Isekai'd killed Changqiang Lingyun. Blue team gains 1 point first. Total score, 1-0. My Chovy. Headshot the instant he peeked. Taizan and Baya both shrank back behind cover at the same time. That shot had come way too fast. Changqiang Lingyun's head had just suddenly vanished. By the time the gunshot arrived, the body was already lying on the ground and starting to disperse. Taizan tightened his grip on the heavy saber and pressed his back against the wall, not daring to move for quite a while. This really was a virtual space. And if you died, you could revive. But Tongtian Tower kept 10% of pain by default. Normally, getting slashed once with a blade was something you could grit your teeth through. But what did it feel like to have your head blown apart on the spot? He truly did not want to find out personally. Taizan looked toward the air conditioner unit beside him. It was less than 3 meters away. As long as he charged forward 2 steps, he could use that unit to block the enemy's shooting angle. But his feet never lifted. 3 meters. Normally, that was barely more than a single stride. But now, it felt like a whole street away. Who knew whether that bullet would arrive first the moment he rushed out? After all, from what had just happened, that person's marksmanship was honestly terrifying. Right then, the shooter is on the rooftop across from us. Pressed against the wall, Baya spoke quickly. I'll go find him. Taizan turned to look at him. How are you getting over there? There were 800 meters between the 2 spawn points. There was a glass skybridge connecting the middle, but the other side had a sniper rifle. If he could kill someone across 800 meters, getting close to him was still going to be difficult. Baya didn't explain. Gray-black mist poured out from his collar and quickly wrapped around his whole body. In the blink of an eye, his entire body transformed into a mass of black fog over 2 meters tall, flowing outward along the ground. This was his ability, mist form. While in mist form, his body temporarily lost physical substance. As long as an attack hit him, each hit would consume part of his chi and blood. Once his chi and blood were exhausted, he would be forced out of mist form and materialize again. Aside from that, while in mist form, he couldn't attack. If he wanted to attack, he had to return to solid form. This was the shared weakness of all abilities like mist form. Because of that, this ability was used more often for reconnaissance, for scouting information. The black fog left cover. 1 meter, 5 meters, 10 meters. Taizan stared at the fog, drifting farther and farther away, and his shoulders relaxed slightly. The other side seemed to understand mist-type abilities very well. Knowing one shot wouldn't be enough to kill him, the sniper didn't fire again and reveal his own position. Amazing. 5 seconds later, red team, spawn point on the 35th floor. Along with a burst of streaming data light, Changqiang Lingyun's figure reformed. The moment he landed, he instinctively covered his head with both hands, his face turning pale. Although the Tongtian Tower automatically reduced pain perception and only kept 10% of it. The neural shock of having his head instantly blown apart still left him with intense dizziness and stabbing pain. What the hell was going on? Changqiang Lingyun pressed himself behind a wall, gasping for breath. Who fired that shot? That gun's power and that freakish accuracy. Could it be that 1.43-meter twin-tailed goblin? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could the Tontian Tower have a ranged weapon with such ridiculous power? He shook his head and forced himself to calm down, pressing his body tightly behind a reinforced concrete load-bearing pillar, half a meter thick. This spot was absolutely safe. At a distance of 800 meters, no weapon could possibly punch through cover that thick. He had just started to lean out for a look at the situation. Bang! A hole the size of a bowl instantly exploded out of the surface of the half-meter thick support pillar. Changxiang Lingyun didn't even have time to react before his chest jolted violently. He looked down and only then realized that a huge chunk where his heart should have been was gone. The next instant, his body turned into a sky full of data fragments. Only after he disappeared did the dull gunshot finally pierce through the rain, arriving belatedly. Buqi Xiangsai killed Changxiang Lingyun. Blue team gained 1 point. Total score, 2-0. Taizhan was crouching behind a load-bearing wall less than 2 meters from the pillar, and his pupils shrank sharply. Wall bang. A half-meter thick support pillar had been shot through with a single bullet. At the final 0.1 second before Changxiang Lingyun's body dispersed, the man had turned his head in shock and instinctively glanced toward where Taizhan was hiding. Just that tiny shift in gaze. 800 meters away, on the rooftop terrace, rain poured down in sheets. Su Xiaoman lay in pooled water, the rifle stock braced against her shoulder, her right eye pressed behind the scope. Max-level firearms mastery gave her beast-like instincts. From the tiny movement her target made before death through the scope, she instantly constructed in her mind the distribution of cover inside the 35th floor, as well as Tieshan's most likely hiding spot. Without the slightest hesitation, she adjusted the muzzle, pulled the trigger. Bang! The shell casing spun out. The bolts cycled forward. The next round was already chambered. Inside the red team building, Tieshan's heart pounded wildly. He had watched with his own eyes as the pillar behind Changxiang Lingyun was shot through. He had nearly been scared to tears and was just about to change positions. Boom! The wall beside him suddenly exploded. A dark red chi blood bullet tore through the wall, carrying scorching airflow as it grazed past the tip of his nose, then slammed deep into the ground behind him. The flying rubble cut several bloody lines across Tieshan's face. Cold sweat instantly soaked through the combat uniform on his back. She missed, but that wasn't luck. The other side was using that shot to calculate his position. The next shot, if it came out, he was absolutely dead. Damn it, too strong. I can't stay here. Taizhan suddenly drove force through both legs, chi blood flooding his whole body as he tried to get up and relocate. His thigh muscles had only just tensed. The next second, bang! His head burst apart like a watermelon smashed by a sledgehammer. The headless corpse slammed heavily to the floor, then dissolved into specks of light. Buqi Xiangsai killed Taizhan. Blue team gained 1 point. Total score, 3-0. On the other side, at the end of the glass sky bridge on the 35th floor, Baya, transformed into a mass of black mist, had just arrived at the entrance to the blue team building. He glanced at the system panel. Team, total score, 0-3. What was going on? Taizhan and Changxiang Lingyun had died without even seeing the enemy. Before he could figure it out, a blade and a shield came charging straight at him from the corner ahead. The dagger in Yi Ren's hand flashed like a net, while Qinghe swung up her tower shield and slammed forward. Bang! 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 A dense barrage of attacks landed on the black mist. Baya's misform ability could nullify physical damage, but every hit consumed a huge amount of chi blood. Pinned at the narrow entrance of the skybridge and hacked it wildly by 2 people, his chi blood value dropped like a collapsed dam. In just 2 seconds, his chi blood was completely exhausted, forcing him to reform his body on the spot. Baya just gripped the twin swords at his waist and hadn't even had time to counterattack. Bang! A chi blood armor-piercing round pierced precisely down through the ceiling of the glass skybridge, blasting from above and directly turning Baya's head and upper body into shattered flesh. Buqi Xiangsai killed Baya. Blue team gained 1 point. Total score, 4-0. Everything went dark before Baya's eyes as he entered a 5-second resurrection countdown. The countdown ended. Baya respawned at a random point on the 36th floor. The moment he opened his eyes, he saw Changxiang Lingyun and Taizhan lying prone under a distant office desk as carefully as they could. Changxiang Lingyun had even thrown aside the silver spear he was so proud of and was crawling flat against the floor like a turtle with its head pulled in. Baya had just been about to ask what was happening. Then he saw Changxiang Lingyun's shoulder shift outward by half an inch, exposing the edge of the desk. Bang! The bullet passed through the outer wall glass, through the office desk, and tore away half of Changxiang Lingyun's body. Onbuchi Viankai Kilet Chang Lingyun. Blue team gained 1 point. Total score, 5-0. Dead again. Baya's brain completely froze. The next second, bang! Buqi Xiangsai killed Baya. Blue team gained 1 point. Total score, 6-0. Blue team building. Entrance to the 35th floor skybridge. Yi Ren and Qinghe stood there blankly, weapons in hand. The team kill notifications in front of them were scrolling upward like mad at terrifying speed. Buqi Xiangsai killed Changxiang Lingyun. Buqi Liankai Kilet Tieshan. Buqi Liankai Kilet Baiya. Buqi Xiangsai killed Changxiang Lingyun. Buqi Liankai Kilet. The total score had already reached an absurd 580. Across the entire map, aside from the sound of the storm, all that remained was the firing of that heavy sniper rifle and the crackling bursts of data as red team players respawned and were instantly blown apart again. Yiren swallowed, feeling his grip on the dagger grow damp with sweat. Qinghe held up her tower shield, looked at the empty sky bridge, then toward the rooftop, hesitated, and pressed the team voice chat. Sister Xiangsai, what should we do next? Do we need to move up and hold position? The channel was quiet for 2 seconds. Then came the crisp click-clack of a shell being ejected, followed by Su Xiaoman's calm, cold voice. Go take a break. There's nothing for you to do. Yidin. Qinghe. Red Team Restaurant, 35th floor. Baiya just respawned when he saw Taizhan in front of him trying to hide in the back kitchen. Unfortunately, he didn't make it. Boom! Through 2 walls, Taizhan was killed on the spot. Umbuchi Liankai Kilet Tiesan. Blue team gained 1 point. The next second, bang! Baiya was gone too. Buqi Liankai Kilet Baiya. Blue team gained 1 point. The entire red team had completely fallen into hell. Open eyes. D. Open eyes again. Die again. When Tongtian Tower designed this map, it never set any so-called invincibility time after respawn. The reason was simple. The map designers had never even considered that someone could camp the spawn and kill people from 800 meters away. And because of that, even though the red team's respawn point randomly switched between the 35th and 36th floors, it meant absolutely nothing, because Su Xiaoman was just too accurate. At the same time, during the 5-second gap while waiting for the red team to respawn, Su Xiaoman didn't sit idle either. Bang, 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 bang. Shot after shot, she blasted huge holes through every piece of cover in advance. By the time Changxiang Lingyun and the other 2 respawned and opened their eyes again, the entire spawn point had already been completely wrecked. One look around, and the whole damn place was full of holes. There was nowhere to hide at all. In front of Su Xiaoman's max-level firearms mastery, this kind of open area with basically no cover was no different from an aim trainer in a shooting game. Show your head, and you die instantly. Don't show your head, you still die instantly. She would just shoot straight through you together with whatever half-broken cover you had left. The 3 people on the red team were getting beaten to the point of completely losing it. Their mentality exploded. Changxiang Lingyun looked at how his head had once again exploded less than 1 second after respawning. He laughed from sheer anger. Fuck, I've turned into aim lab. During the brief interval between respawns, Changxiang Lingyun frantically tapped on the system panel, trying to surrender. But round 1 in progress. Unable to initiate surrender. Please try again in round 2. He tried to report her. Reporting is unavailable during the match. Please go to the offline lobby after settlement to submit feedback. He couldn't get out. He couldn't surrender. He couldn't stay alive. A few dozen more transparent holes appeared in the walls of the red team's spawn building. Every gunshot was always followed by someone dispersing. Changxiang Lingyun was completely enraged. After respawning, he pointed at the other side and was just about to start cursing. I fu bang. No cilantro has killed Changxiang Lingyun. Blue team gains 1 point. He couldn't even get out a full sentence. On the rooftop, Su Xiaoman was kneeling on one knee behind the low wall. Her right knee pressed into the pooled rainwater, her left foot planted firmly on the ground. Her petite body leaned slightly forward, and her shoulder was jammed tight against the stock. The Barrett's bipod was braced against the edge of the low wall, the barrel extending past it. Rain crashed down onto the black gun body, streaming along the receiver and magazine. 800 meters away, the red team spawn had already been shot into a honeycomb. Su Xiaoman's right eye was pressed behind the scope. The crosshair moved slowly. Locked on, her index finger curled inward. Bang! The massive recoil slammed into her shoulder. The muzzle jerked sharply upward. The muzzle brake blasted out waves of air to both sides, instantly sweeping the rainwater off the low wall. Driven by chi blood, the bolt shot backward at high speed. Eject. Return. The next dark red armor-piercing round was automatically pushed into the chamber. The scorching shell casing spun out of the ejection port and dropped into the standing water with a soft splash. Su Xiaoman brought the muzzle back down. Just as the image in the scope stabilized, Taizhan's body exploded behind the wall. No cilantro has killed Taizhan. Blue team gains 1 point. The crosshair shifted flat to the right. Baiya respawneth. Bang! The chi blood bullet punched through 2 broken walls. Baiya just finished turning into mist when the entire mass of black fog was forcibly torn apart. His chi blood emptied instantly, and both he and the wall exploded into fragments. No cilantro has killed Baiya. Blue team gains 1 point. Then to the left again. Changxiang Lingyun respawned. Bang! No cilantro has killed Changxiang Lingyun. Blue team gains 1 point. 3 shots. 3 people. After that, the red team entered another 5-second respawn timer. Su Xiaoman pressed the magazine release. The empty magazine dropped from beneath the gun, and before it even hit the ground, it turned into black motes of light and vanished. At the same time, Her left hand moved to her waist. She pulled out a fresh magazine, inserted it into the magwell. Her palm slapped upward. Click! The magazine locked in place. Su Xiaoman grabbed the charging handle, pulled it all the way back, then let go. Clack! The heavy bolt slammed forward in a battery. The first Chi blood armor-piercing round was chambered. The entire reload took less than 2 seconds, smooth as flowing water. Feels good. So damn good. Su Xiaoman pressed her eye back to the scope. The red team's respawn timer ended right on cue. Bang! A new round of spawn camping began. Right then, the rooftop door was pushed open. Yi Run and Qing, he walked out. The two of them had already followed Su Xiaoman's orders and found a place to rest for half a minute. But the gunfire upstairs had never stopped. One shot after another. Every time it fired, another kill notification popped up in the upper right corner. They really couldn't suppress their curiosity anymore. So they came up to take a look. Rain quickly soaked their combat uniforms. Standing behind Su Xiaoman, Yi Run looked toward the opposite side, 800 meters away. Those three on the other side no longer dared to move at all. One person was lying on the ground. One was curled up behind a broken wall. Another had just respawned and immediately hugged his head and crawled under a table. Then, bang! Both the man and the table were blasted away together. Yi Run gripped his short blade and stayed silent for a long time. He specialized in speed, but after watching several shots in a row, he had already roughly confirmed one thing. That was, if you're on the other side, he probably wouldn't be able to dodge no cilantro-s heavy sniper either. Yi Run glanced at no cilantro-s Barrett. This gun seemed to be a product of her ability. So unlike ordinary standard-issue firearms, this thing hit insanely hard, and its bullets were insanely fast too. And the most terrifying part was that no cilantro-s marksmanship was insanely accurate. Even though the two sides were 800 meters apart, to no cilantro, it was no different from standing in a shooting range and firing at stationary targets. Qing looked at the few broken walls still left at the red team's spawn point, then lowered her head and looked at her own shield. Even half-meter-thick, load-bearing pillars couldn't withstand it. Her shield would probably only take one shot too. The two of them stood in the rain and watched Su Xiaoman keep operating. Fire. Control the recoil. Shift the muzzle. Fire again. Every time the gun kicked back, her petite shoulder would sway backward a little with it, but her lower body was absurdly stable. Her right knee stayed pressed in the same spot the whole time. Her left foot was like it had been nailed into the ground. The instant the muzzle kicked up, it would drop right back onto the target the next moment. The magazine emptied. Drop the mag insert. Pull the charging handle. Keep firing. Yi Run and Qing, he exchanged a glance. If they were standing on the other side, they probably would have died dozens of times already. No, that is not right. Judging from the current score, they'd have to die more than 100 times. Total score 1,270. Su Xiaoman emptied another magazine. While reloading, she watched the kill notifications scroll wildly, and the corners of her mouth were even harder to suppress than an AK's recoil. Holy shit, this thing is way too stress-relieving. If you let someone with depression play with her Barrett, they'd probably be cured on the spot. Before, she never understood why so many people liked farming fries when playing Battlefield. Now she understood. For the people getting farmed, it really was torture. It made them really want to crawl through the screen and kill the other guy's horse. But for the one doing the farming, it was genuinely awesome. Most importantly, this was completely different from cheating. To cheat, all you had to do was turn on the software. Aimbot, wall hacks, bullets automatically flying into the enemy. Though she never cheated before, she felt that even if you won that way, it probably wouldn't be interesting at all. After all, you knew perfectly well that the power and record weren't earned by your own hands, so naturally there wouldn't be any sense of achievement. But she was different. Every single shot was fired by her own hand. She moved the scope herself. She calculated the bullet trajectory herself, where the other side would respawn, which direction they would hide, how they were preparing to move next. She judged all of it herself. Even the wallbang positions had been deduced bit by bit based on the building structure. This kind of sense of achievement was something cheating could never give. Su Xiaoman slapped the magazine tight. She pulled the bolt. Click. A fresh round chambered. Holding back her laughter, she pressed her right eye behind the scope again. At that moment, Changxiang Lingyun respawned once more. But this time, he didn't hide, and he didn't go prone. He stood directly in front of the shattered window, raised his silver spear, pointed it at the rooftop where Su Xiaoman was, and his mouth opened and closed rapidly. Judging by the shape of his lips, he was cursing pretty viciously, most likely something related to her mother. The moment Su Xiaoman saw it clearly, her expression instantly changed. She pressed her lips together. Her cheeks puffed out just a little. Her eyes narrowed. She tried hard not to laugh. It looked a bit like Faker during a match when he almost lost it, then forcibly held it back. After all, in a situation like this, any mother-related insult from the other side would only make her feel even better and want to laugh even more. In the scope, Su Xiaoman's crosshair had already settled on Changxiang Lingyun's head, but she deliberately didn't fire. She just watched. Changxiang Lingyun had clearly realized that for some reason he hadn't instantly dropped dead this time, so he cursed even harder. The silver spear in his hand kept jabbing forward, and his mouth opened wider and wider. Just as he was about to complete his heartfelt inquiry into whether Su Xiaoman's mother was in good health, Su Xiaoman's index finger slammed down. Bang! Changqiang Lingyun's mouth, along with his entire head, exploded at once. His headless body flew backward and crashed heavily into the wall. The final and most crucial M hadn't even left his mouth before he died on the spot. Cut off at the last second, just like that. No cilantro killed Changqiang Lingyun. Blue team gained 1 point. This time, Su Xiaoman really couldn't hold it in anymore. Ha 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 ha. Lying behind the barret, her shoulders shook as she burst out laughing. The more she thought about it, the funnier it got. All the emotions she'd been holding back just now came flooding out at once. Su Xiaoman knelt on one knee in the pooled rainwater, both hands bracing the gun, her whole body shaking with laughter. Even the barrel wobbled up and down with her. Behind her, Yi Ren and Qing, he were martial artists, so their eyesight was naturally excellent. They had both clearly seen what had just happened too. The two of them had originally still been trying hard to keep straight faces. After all, laughing at an opponent was, more or less, a little lacking in sportsmanship. Until Yi Ren turned his head and glanced at Qing He. Qing He just happened to be looking at him too. The next second, both of them broke at the same time. Ah! Their shoulders shook violently with laughter. Mainly because no cilantro was just too evil. She had already lined up the shot ages ago, but refused to kill him. She had to wait until the last word was just about to come out before blowing his head off. On the rooftop, the three of them stood in the pouring rain, laughing so hard they simply couldn't stop. At the distant red team spawn point, Taizhan and Baya had just finished respawning. From 800 meters away, the two of them looked at the three figures standing together on the blue team rooftop. One was kneeling on one knee behind the heavy sniper rifle. Two were standing behind her. All of them were laughing. Taizhan fell silent for 2 seconds, then silently lay back down on the ground. Baya also slipped behind the only half wall he had left. Didn't he want to play anymore? Really? Just end it already. I want to surrender. Just as they were thinking that, bang, bang. No cilantro killed Taizhan. No cilantro killed Baya. Blue team gained 2 points. Finally, 5 minutes passed. First round ended. Blue team wins. Total score, 138-0. The surrounding scene quickly blurred. Su Xiaoman's vision went dark. And when she opened her eyes again, she was already back in the blue team ready room. Yiren was still laughing. Qing He leaned against the wall and raised a hand to wipe the corner of his eye. As for Su Xiaoman, she had already recovered. She could easily hold it together now, okay? Holding the barret, she lowered her head and checked the magazine. Second round is about to begin. The spawn points of both sides will be swapped this round. The 30-second preparation time ended quickly. The metal doors slowly opened. Outside was still the twin towers, shrouded in torrential rain. Only this time, blue team had arrived in the other building. Su Xiaoman glanced at the position. Not bad. She could still hold the angle. She had just started walking toward the glass window when a prompt suddenly popped up in front of her. Red team has initiated a surrender. Number of votes, 3. All red team members have agreed. This match has ended. Su Xiaoman stopped in her tracks. They surrendered? The next second, the match result screen appeared in front of all 6 players. Blue team wins. Final score of this match, 2-0. Total kills this match, 138-0. No cilantro obtained MVP of this match. Additional 500 Tantian points awarded. Calculating points. Congratulations. You obtained 1,380, kill count x10, plus 200, winning rounds x100, plus 500, MVP bonus, Tantian points in this match. Tantian points, 2,080 points. Looking at the results screen, Su Xiaoman felt a little emotional. This was the first time she had ever gotten Tantian points. And also her first MVP. Finally, after all that hardship, the sweet reward had finally come. Just then, as if she had thought of something. She considered it for a moment and decided to open the public channel and say something. With that thought, her fingers tapped a few times on the virtual keyboard. Then she hit enter. No cilantro, GIS. Message sent successfully. Standing in red team S results area, Taizhan didn't react much. I only looked up once. The two of them had already gone completely numb from getting beaten. 138-0. With a score like that, no matter what they said in response, they'd only look like clowns. On the other hand, Changqiang Lingyun suddenly whipped his head around and looked toward blue team S side, his face full of shock. GG. Good game, easy. Nice fight, easy win. Damn it, they're acting smug over there. Changqiang Lingyun was furious. Just now, during the gap while he was respawning, from 800 meters away, he had vaguely heard laughter coming from the rooftop across from them. The two people standing behind the one firing the shots were both tall. And now, out of the 3 people on blue team, only that guy, Bachi Xiangsai, was sending messages in public chat again. Changqiang Lingyun stared fixedly at Su Xiaoman's virtual figure and guessed something. I found her. The one using the sniper is definitely her. That damn goblin. That damned bratty girl. At the start of the match, she blew his head off. She camped their spawn point and killed them 138 times. Then she waited until he cursed out the last word before pulling the trigger. And now that the match was over, She even sent a GGZ. Changshan Lingyun gripped his silver spear so hard that the veins on the back of his hand bulged out. Detected that Changshan Lingyun feels intense shock toward the host's post-match behavior. Shock value plus 500. Detected that Changshan Lingyun has developed intense shock toward the host's identity. Shock value plus 500. Su Xiaoman looked at the notifications popping up in front of her, and her eyes lit up slightly. Oh, so it really works? When she sent GGEZ just now, she mainly just wanted to test whether she could squeeze out another wave of shock value. Facts prove that she could. Post-match interaction also counted as close-range interaction. Looks like after future matches, it really would be necessary to chat more with opponents. Of course, it had to be civilized communication. After all, she wasn't some bratty girl. What happened just now was purely an accidental slip. Everything was for the sake of shock value. At most, with just a tiny bit of personal bad taste mixed in. Very soon, the settlement screen fully unfolded. After the match ended, both sides could view the opponent's detailed battle record. Changshan Lingyun immediately opened Buchi Xiangsai's profile. Codename, Buchi Xiangsai. Realm, 0 rank, 9th layer. Ability type, summoning. Current record, 1 win, 77 losses. Current win streak, 1 match. Changshan Lingyun's finger froze in midair. Taizhan also leaned over to take a look. Baya had originally been about to exit the settlement screen, but after seeing that line of stats, he stopped too. 1 win, 77 losses. The entire red team settlement area went quiet for a few seconds. So this person had never won a single match before, and just happened to win this one against them. And not just win, but win 138-0. Taizhan looked at it again, making sure he wasn't seeing things. Baya reached out and opened a match history. The 77 matches before this were all losses. Only the very top one, the one that had just ended, was marked with a glaring victory icon. Detected that Taizhan feels intense shock toward the host's battle record. Shock value plus 500. Detected that Baya feels intense shock toward the host's battle record. Shock value plus 500. Detected that Changshan Lingyun feels intense shock toward the host's battle record. Shock value plus 500. Changshan Lingyun stared at that line of stats, raised his hand, and slammed the exit button. His figure instantly disappeared from the settlement area. If he stayed any longer, he was afraid his blood and chi would surge backward from sheer rage. Taizhan and Baya also exited one after the other. On the other side, the system notifications in front of Su Xiaoman were still scrolling nonstop. Detected that Yiren feels shocked by the host's performance this match. Shock value plus 300. Detected that he feels shocked by the host's performance this match. Shock value plus 300. Detected that Taizhan feels shocked by the host's long-range suppression ability. Shock value plus 300. Current shock value, 19,300 points. Unfortunately, by the later half of the match, the shock value had already started dropping more and more. At the beginning, every time one of the 3 people on red team died, the system would pop up several notifications. The gun's power, its range, its wall-penetrating ability, and her absurd shooting accuracy. Any random shot could squeeze quite a bit of shock value out of all 3 of them. But after being killed dozens of times, the other side's emotions had clearly changed. From shock, to disbelief, to despair, and finally complete numbness. The same went for her teammates. At first, she really could shock them. But after a while, they gradually got used to all her ridiculous plays. During the second half of the match, no matter what kind of posture Su Xiaoman used to kill them, neither teammates nor opponents gave much increase in shock value anymore. Changshan Lingyun was the exception. Although this guy had already been beaten numb, every time he was about to curse and got headshot with a single bullet, his emotions would still fluctuate a little. Unfortunately, once the same behavior was used too many times, its effect also kept declining. By the end, 1 shot later, there was nothing at all. But that was a big problem. Without shock value, she could still farm firearm experience. The 3 people on red team respawned once every 5 seconds. In theory, one person could be killed up to 12 times per minute. As long as she moved fast enough, she could kill 36 times in 1 minute, for a total of 180 kills in 5 minutes. Of course, the people on the other side weren't fixed targets. They could go prone, hide, and even shrink behind walls and play dead. So by the end of the whole match, Su Xiaoman only got 138 kills total. Honestly, the efficiency wasn't especially high. The higher a firearm's level got, the more experience it needed. At the start, leveling was pretty fast, but after reaching level 8, the speed of the experience bar's growth clearly slowed down. Only when the match ended did it barely reach max level. Still, that was already pretty good. 1 match, and she had directly maxed out 1 gun. Way faster than some FPS games she had played in her previous life. In those games, if you wanted to unlock one attachment, not only did you have to get hundreds of kills with a designated weapon, you also had to blow up vehicles, get long-range headshots, and sometimes even lie in some random corner doing meaningless tasks. By the time you finished grinding, you'd be ready to throw up. How was it like now? All she had to do was camp the spawn point and kill. Easy, fun, and no hair loss. Su Xiaoman lowered her gaze to the firearm experience bar at the bottom of the panel. Current firearm, Barrett M82-1 anti-material sniper rifle LV-10 Max. This firearm has reached the current stage S maximum level. Unlocked attachment. High magnification optical scope. Unlocked attachment. Chi blood recoil suppressor. Unlocked attachment. Fast magazine. Unlocked special ammunition. Chi blood explosive round. Unlocked trait. Instant modification. Instant modification. The host may freely switch between all unlocked attachments on the current firearm during battle. Attachment switching is completed instantly and will not interrupt movement, aiming, or firing actions. Special ammunition does not count as a firearm attachment. Switching ammo still requires changing to the corresponding magazine. Unlocked trait, quick draw. Quick draw. The host may instantly retract the current ability firearm and summon any unlocked firearm from the armory. The host may also choose not to retract the current ability firearm and instead summon any unlocked firearm from the armory at the same time. Switching firearms does not require waiting for summon time and will not affect the host's current movement state. Detected that the Barrett M82-1 has reached max level. A new firearm may now be drawn. First firearm draw cost, 1,000 shock value points. There are a bunch of new attachments, new ammo, new traits, and she could even draw a new gun, and it only cost 1,000 shock points. Su Xiaoman grinned from ear to ear. She carefully read through the descriptions once. The first trait was easy to understand. Before, if she wanted to swap scopes or muzzle attachments, she had to put the Barrett away first and complete the assembly all over again. Now she didn't have to. In battle, with a single thought, the attachments could switch directly. Use a high magnification scope at long range. Once the enemy got close, immediately swap to a low power sight. If she needed continuous fire, she could equip the Blood and Chi recoil dampener. The whole process didn't require stopping, and it wouldn't interrupt firing either. Still, it was a bit of shame she couldn't instantly swap special ammo. If she could change the armor-piercing round already loaded in the chamber into an explosive round with just a thought, that would have been even better. The second trait, quick draw, was pretty good too. Once her arsenal had other firearms in it later on, she could switch seamlessly between different weapons. Fire one shot with the Barrett. The enemy closes in. As she put the gun away, another weapon would appear directly in her hands. As long as she had enough guns, she could swap weapons at any time based on combat distance. Sniper for long range. Rifle for mid-range. If they got in her face, pull out the shotgun. So damn satisfying. But right now, there was only one Barrett in her arsenal. Quick weapon switching wasn't very useful for the time being. But it didn't matter, because she could draw a new gun now. What would the next gun be? So exciting. Su Xiaoman rubbed her hands like a scheming fly. Right then, 2 friend requests popped up at the same time. Yiren has requested to add you as a friend. Qing, he has requested to add you as a friend. Su Xiaoman pulled back her gaze and tapped accept. Yiren quickly walked over. Thanks for this one. I just happened to be one match short of a 10-win streak. After this game, I finished the mission too. I can finally claim those 10 bottles of basic blood and chi potion. His tone was obviously much more relaxed. For the sake of that 10-win streak, he had been playing very cautiously the whole time before this. When he got matched with a teammate on a 77-loss streak, he had already prepared himself to start all over again from scratch. Who would have thought the last match would be the easiest? He only needed to stand in the back and watch the whole time. Qing also walked over. Too bad Tontian Tower ranked matches can't be queued as a party. If party queue was allowed, the 3 of us could keep playing together. Su Xiaoman nodded. Yeah, that was what she said out loud. But that wasn't what she was thinking inside. Thank goodness party queue wasn't allowed. If she kept teaming up with these 2 afterward, the shot points they could provide would definitely get less and less. Random matchmaking was different. Every match, she could meet 2 brand new teammates and 3 new enemies. The efficiency of gaining shot points was obviously much higher. Yiren glanced at her avatar and suddenly asked, by the way, you're from Lintian Town too, right? If there's a chance later, want to meet up in real life? Qing nodded too. Yeah, we could exchange experience about the martial exam. Your firearm ability is really special, and we'd also like to see it in person in real life. Su Xiaoman froze. Huh? Meet in real life? Better not. She had never really been interested in meeting online friends offline. What's more, she had something even more important to do right now. 19,300 shock points. Draw a new gun. Who had time to make offline meetup plans here with random people? Su Xiaoman paused, then nodded. Sure, we can talk about it if there's a chance later. The classic universal answer. It was neither a direct refusal nor a specific time. As for when that chance would come, that depended on whether there would even be a chance in the future. Yiren still wanted to keep asking. But Su Xiaoman had already opened the exit interface first. I suddenly remembered I have something to do. Logging off first, bye-bye. As soon as the words fell, her body quickly turned into white points of light and disappeared from the settlement space. The whole process was clean and decisive, like she was afraid the 2 of them would keep pressing her. Qing looked at the spot where she had disappeared, then glanced at her friend list. No cilantro, offline. Yiren's raised hand stopped in midair. Is she avoiding us? Qing thought for a moment. Maybe she really does have something to do. On the other side, the moment Su Xiaoman's consciousness left the settlement space, she hurried straight to the bathroom, found a stall, and immediately opened the system panel. Meet online friends? Meet what online friends. Drawing a gun was obviously more important. First firearm draw cost, 1,000 shock points. Your current shock points, 19,300. Draw on the other side. At another experience center, some distance away from the Tontian Tower Experience Center, where Su Xiaoman was. The silver-white virtual pod had just opened when Song Jiaqin yanked off the connection helmet and sat up from inside. He sat there in the pod for a few seconds. As Chang Xiang Lingyun, the 10% pain sensation left behind from having his head blown apart over 100 times still hadn't fully faded. His temples throbbed in waves. After recovering a bit, Song Jiaqin flipped himself out of the pod, grabbed the coat beside him, and strode out of the room. Downstairs, straight to the front desk. I want to report someone. The moment those words came out, quite a few people in the lobby turned to look. The front desk staff member was renewing a customer's time. Hearing that, she immediately put down what she was doing. Sir, please don't rush. What exactly happened? I just ran into a hacker. Auto headshots, wall hacks, shooting through walls, camping the spawn, and killing us, using a heavy sniper, one shot, one kill. And from 800 meters away, she just didn't miss at all. The three of us combined got killed by her 138 times. The front desk staff member's hand froze over the keyboard. Huh? She pulled up the report interface and was just about to ask for the match number when a voice suddenly came from the side. Oh, someone was hacking. Song Jiaqin turned his head. The one speaking was a man around 40 years old. He wore a simple dark gray jacket, had no accessories on his wrist, and a young secretary wearing glasses stood behind him. The man had originally been chatting with the Experience Center's manager. Hearing Song Jiaqin's words, he naturally turned around. What kind of hack was it? Song Jiaqin glanced at him. He didn't recognize him, but when the Experience Center manager stood beside him, he was clearly half a step behind and very polite. Anyone who could make the manager treat him like that naturally wouldn't have a simple background. Song Jiaqin didn't hide anything and roughly recounted what had happened in the previous match. After listening, the man raised his brows slightly. Interesting. He looked at the Experience Center manager. Can you pull up the recording? Yes, sir, the Experience Center manager replied. Let's watch in my office. The group took a private elevator to the top floor of the Experience Center. The office was huge. Besides the basic work area, an entire holographic screen was installed on the right side, capable of connecting directly to the Tontian Tower backend. The secretary pulled up Song Jiaqin's latest match and projected the recording onto the screen. The match began. Su Xiaoman summoned a Barrett, set up her rifle, and took aim. Song Jiaqin stepped out from behind cover. Bang! His head exploded. The man said nothing. He simply raised a hand, rewound the footage by 2 seconds, and slowed it down to 1% speed. On the screen, Su Xiaoman's muzzle shifted slightly to the left. Before Song Jiaqin stepped out from cover, the crosshair in her scope had already settled on the position where he was about to appear. It was pre-aiming, not a lock-on headshot. The recording continued. The man watched very carefully. Judging from the footage alone, there was not the slightest trace of Su Xiaoman cheating. If anything, it only made the man far more interested in Su Xiaoman's ability and combat skills. Soon, the recording ended. The man had already reached a preliminary conclusion. Just then, the secretary stepped forward and projected the newly investigated backend data onto the screen. No external program access detected. No virtual body data modifications detected. No abnormal system permissions detected. Ability synchronization normal. All actions completed by the contestant personally. The man leaned back in his chair and gave the final conclusion. No cheats. Song Jiaqin stood in front of the screen, his expression freezing for a moment. No cheats? MHM. The man tapped the screen. Part of how she could know your positions in advance came from information provided by her firearm ability. But more of it came from her own skill. Pre-aiming, bullet trajectory calculation, map understanding, including her judgment of your movement directions. None of that had any issue. Especially those shots through the walls. She didn't TC you. She calculated where you would be. Song Jiaqin looked at the screen. In the recording, Su Xiaoman was lying at the edge of the rooftop, making a brief adjustment to her muzzle. The next second, the bullet pierced through 2 walls and accurately hit Baya, who had just revived. Song Jiaqin tightened his grip on his coat a little. But she used to lose all the time. 77 consecutive losses. How could she suddenly become this strong? The man was not surprised. Ability mutation or secondary evolution. There are many cases like that every year. Nothing strange about it. Some people awaken an ability and see no change for years. Then one day they get stimulated by something and their power suddenly rises by several levels. Others originally have very weak abilities, but after evolving, they completely shift in a different direction. I think what she used to summon wasn't this gun. The secretary pulled up the ability synchronization records from his side. A pink and white toy pistol quickly appeared on the screen. There was even a rabbit hanging beneath the barrel. As for this latest match, it was a Barrett nearly 1.5 meters long. Placed side by side, the gap between the two really was absurdly large. The man nodded, watched for a few seconds, then raised an eyebrow. An evolved ability that turned out to be a growth-type ability related to modern firearms? Its power and speed far surpass ordinary guns, and it even has the ability to penetrate chi blood defenses. That really is interesting. He closed the recording and looked up at Song Jiachen. Do you have any other questions? Song Jiachen did not answer immediately. He looked once more at the test results on the screen. All the data was normal. The backend had found no external programs at all. Even the people at the Experience Center had already given their conclusion. If he kept insisting she was cheating, it would just make him look like he couldn't accept losing. His IQ might not be very high, but he wasn't an idiot either. If you had doubts, of course you could raise them. But if you were wrong, then you had to admit it. Song Jiachen shook his head. No more. Since she wasn't cheating, then I was simply outclassed. Looking at it now, I really did wrong her. Sorry for delaying your work. In the future, I'll only come report something after I have solid evidence. Sorry. After saying that, he bowed to the man. And thank you for clearing things up for me. His attitude was still fairly polite. The man waved a hand and did not pay much attention to it. Song Jiachen turned and took 2 steps toward the door, then stopped again. Previously, in a hidden mountain valley, he had discovered a small secret realm. A secret realm was different from a spatial rift. Inside a spatial rift, the internal laws were chaotic and exotic beasts could pour out at any time. Once discovered, they had to be reported to the Empire immediately. A secret realm, on the other hand, was relatively stable. As long as the entrance was not damaged, the exotic beasts inside were basically unable to leave on their own, nor would they threaten nearby towns. So Song Jiachen had not reported it. After all, an undiscovered secret realm meant that the exotic beasts, spirit herbs, and other resources inside all belonged to him alone, something that good naturally had to be hidden away and developed slowly by himself. However, the entrance to this secret realm had a realm restriction. It only allowed martial artists below the 3rd tier to enter. Exotic beasts ran rampant inside, and the difficulty was very high. But at the same time, there were also many opportunities. Because of that, he had formed teams several times and made multiple attempts before and after, but every single one had ended in failure, with nothing gained. If someone like No Cilantro, with that kind of long-range firepower, joined them, maybe things would turn out differently. Thinking of this, Song Jiachen turned back around and looked at the man. Sorry, but can I get her personal information or contact details? No. From a moment Song Jiachen spoke to the man's refusal, not even 1 second had passed. It was so fast that the secretary had just lifted her head when the conversation was already over. Song Jiachen paused for a moment. All right. The other party had refused so decisively that there was obviously no room for negotiation. He did not pester him either, and simply turned and left the office. The door closed. The man looked back at the holographic screen. Pull up her file. The secretary raised a hand and began operating. The Tontian Tower backend information quickly unfolded. Name, Su Xiaoman. Age, 18. Realm, 0 tier, 9th level. Current identity, martial arts examinee at Lintian Town, 3rd senior high school. Ability, Armory. Initial assessment rating, F rank. Historical ability form, low power toy pistol. Historical Tontian Tower record, 1 win, 77 losses, updated. The man read through it from top to bottom. No special family background. No guidance from high-tier martial artists. Her parents had died in a beast tide 3 years ago, and she currently lived alone. Tonight, she was even working part-time at Tianhui Shooting Experience Center. Seeing this, the man raised a hand. Check her shooting records at the Experience Center. The secretary quickly contacted Tianhui Shooting Experience Center and pulled up Su Xiaoman's training and assessment data from the past few years. Fixed targets, moving targets, rapid fire. Long-range shooting. Almost every score was perfect. Several in-house records still had her name on them to this day. That meant Su Xiaoman had already been a shooting genius even before her ability evolved. The man opened several more surveillance clips. In the footage, Su Xiaoman held an ordinary firearm, raised the gun, aimed, and fired. Her movements were so clean, there was nothing to criticize. Dozens of meters away, moving targets kept popping up. Every time a shot rang out, another bullet hole appeared in the bullseye. The man watched for a while, then spoke. Asked them when she started learning how to use guns. The secretary contacted the owner of Tianhui Shooting Experience Hall again. Before long, the information came back. 3 years ago, the secretary looked at the file he had just received. When Su Xiaoman was 15, right after reaching the Empire's minimum working age, she came to Tianhui Shooting Experience Hall to work part-time. According to the owner, when she first arrived, she had never touched firearms before. She didn't even know the most basic way to hold a gun, but she learned incredibly fast. In less than a month, the coaches at the hall had basically run out of things to teach her. 3 months later, she broke the moving target record that the Experience Hall had held for 6 years. After that, she also took part in several public assessments organized by the Imperial Shooting Association. At present, for the Women's Youth Martial Artist Division, the Empire records for several events are all held by her. The man lifted his eyes. Empire records? Even the secretary was a little surprised. He had originally thought the owner had exaggerated a little while talking, so he specifically searched through the association's public database. The result was that every single thing matched. Women's Youth Martial Artist Division, 50-meter rapid fire record holder, Su Xiaoman. Women's Youth Martial Artist Division, complex moving target record holder, Su Xiaoman. Women's Youth Martial Artist Division, Obstacle Environment Rapid Shooting Record Holder, Su Xiaoman. One record could be called talent. But when several records in a row all had her name on them, that was no longer something luck could explain. This little girl is a shooting genius. And a genius like this actually awakened a firearm type ability? Interesting. Very interesting. So her constant losses in the past weren't because she was bad. It was just because her original ability was too weak. That made sense. With that broken toy pistol, no one would have had any way to make it work. This is a little interesting. The man continued flipping through the surveillance records. The timestamps in the footage kept jumping. Su Xiaoman started out only being able to clean around the place. Later, she entered the range to practice. After that, she was even giving shooting guidance to customers by herself. Just then, a familiar figure appeared on the screen. A black long dress, long black hair, even through surveillance footage. That face was eye-catching enough. The man's hand stopped on the file, and his brows slowly drew together. Why is she here? The secretary looked at the screen and frowned as well, but said nothing. In the footage, Luo Qinghan was standing beside Su Xiaoman. No one knew what she said, but a moment later, she naturally reached out and rubbed Su Xiaoman's hair. The two clearly had known each other for a long time already. After a moment of silence, the man did not dare continue investigating Luo Qinghan's movements. He only shifted the footage back to Su Xiaoman, and his interest in her deepened a little more. He closed the surveillance records and opened Tontian Tower's real-time interface. Contestant Buqi Xiangsai is matching for a new team ranked battle. The man leaned back in his chair. Connect me to her spectator access. After walking out of the office, Song Jiaqin did not leave the experience center right away. Not being able to get her personal information did not mean there was no way at all to find her. Buqi Xiangsai's physical traits were far too obvious. Around 1.43 meters in height, twin ponytails, and using a heavy sniper rifle close to 1.50 meters long. Even if Tontian Tower altered appearances, it would not change height, build, or the form of one's ability. There should not be a second person like that in Lintian Town. The only problem was where she was. Maybe I can get some information type ability users to help? Meanwhile, 5 minutes earlier, inside the restroom, Su Xiaoman looked at the panel in front of her, the corners of her lips curling slightly upward. First firearm draw cost, 1,000 shot points. Your current shot points, 19,300 points. Draw now. Draw the system panel in front of Su Xiaoman rapidly unfolded. One firearm after another swept quickly past from the right. Pistols, submachine guns, assault rifles, light machine guns, shotguns. All kinds of firearms were packed into one long weapon belt. Its speed started fast and then gradually slowed, looking almost like opening a case in CSGO. The only difference was that other people drew skins from cases. She was drawing real guns. The weapon belt kept spinning. An assault rifle slid beneath the pointer. Right after that came a compact-looking submachine gun. The speed grew slower and slower. Finally, the pointer stopped on an all-black pump-action shotgun. Firearm draw complete. Congratulations, host, for obtaining M870 MCS Modular Combat Shotgun. M870 MCS. Current firearm, M870 MCS Modular Combat Shotgun LV10. Caliber, 12 gauge. Magazine capacity, 6 rounds, with 1 extra round loadable into the chamber. Current ammunition, basic Chi Blood buckshot. The firearm has unlimited ammunition. The host must complete the loading action manually. The M870 MCS uses a modular design. Its barrel, stock, handguard, and feeding components can all be replaced. Future upgrades can unlock related attachments and special ammunition. A shotgun, and an M870 MCS at that. Su Xiaoman's eyes lit up. The basic structure of this gun was not especially complicated, but it had a lot of room for modification. Short barrel, long barrel, folding stock, fixed stock, tactical handguard, shell carrier. It could take all of them. Later, once she unlocked some special ammunition like slugs and flechette rounds, its uses would only increase. Su Xiaoman raised her right hand. Black points of light rapidly gathered. A compact shotgun instantly appeared in her hand. Stock to shoulder. Muzzle down. Left hand gripping the handguard. The entire set of movements flowed without the slightest pause. The Barrett was for long range. The M870 was for close range. Just now, she had been thinking that the quick draw ability would not be useful for the time being. Now, that was no longer the case. If an enemy really dared get in her face later, she could be holding the Barrett 1 second, then directly pull out a shotty from the armory the next. Her close combat capability could be considered partially patched up now. Satisfied. Very satisfied. Su Xiaoman put away the M870 and looked at the system panel. Current shot points, 18,300 points. 18,300. Still a lot left. Her gaze moved downward and landed on the cultivation method and martial skill sections. Current cultivation method, Imperial 8th Body Tempering Breathing Method, 2nd layer. Current martial skill, Lenient Step, Minor Mastery. Why not max them both out? Although Imperial 8th Body Tempering Breathing Method was only an E-rank cultivation method, it was the basic foundational method every martial artist in the Sunflower Empire had to learn, and it had broad compatibility. The vast majority of body tempering, blood refining, and chi blood type cultivation methods could all continue being cultivated on top of this method. To put simply, this thing was the foundation. Low rank did not mean unimportant. There were 6 layers in total. If cultivated to the maximum layer, it would make her foundation more solid. And in any case, it would not affect her switching to a stronger cultivation method in the future, so maxing out had no downside. As for Lianyun's step, it was about the same. This was one of the Empire's most basic movement techniques. A large number of the beginner movement techniques taught in schools were all derived from Lianyun's step, or even heavily modified from it. Some could strengthen straight-line bursts. Some were good at short-range turning, and some were specifically suited for mountains, forests, or urban environments. The names were different, but there were quite a few similarities in the underlying ways those movement techniques generated force. The deeper she trained Lianyun's step, the easier it would be to draw inferences when she came into contact with other movement techniques later on. It was basically something every beginner martial artist would train. And just now, during the fight, Su Xiaoman had discovered something else. After Lianyun's step was raised to minor mastery, the speed of the chi blood bullets she fired had also increased a little. That was very interesting. The system clearly had not treated the firearm she used as merely an external object. While the movement technique increased her own speed, it also boosted the speed of her chi blood bullets. Following that line of logic, offensive martial techniques should be able to increase the bullet's destructive power. Fist techniques increased explosive force. Blade techniques strengthened slashing power. When applied to her, those might turn into things like bullet impact and penetration. Then what about body tempering techniques? Normally, body tempering techniques increased a martial artist's own defense. Could it be increasing the bullet's defense? Right? When facing a powerful martial artist, the other side could completely block bullets with a weapon or even smash the bullet apart in midair. Since bullets could be destroyed, the bullets themselves naturally also had defensive toughness. Body tempering techniques would most likely be able to increase the bullet's sturdiness, making it harder to intercept and shatter. By that calculation, a basic body tempering technique like the Empire's 8th body tempering breathing method should have the most well-rounded effect. Speed, power, defense, there would probably be some improvement in all 3 aspects. Although the increase in any single area wouldn't compare to specialized movement techniques, offensive martial techniques, or body tempering techniques, its advantage was that it boosted everything. That should be it. With that thought, she stopped hesitating. Upgrade. Upgrading the Empire's 8th body tempering breathing method from the 2nd layer to the 3rd layer requires 1,000 shock points. Upgrading from the 3rd layer to the 4th layer requires 1,500 shock points. Upgrading from the 4th layer to the 5th layer requires 2,000 shock points. Upgrading from the 5th layer to the 6th layer requires 2,500 shock points. This upgrade requires a total of 7,000 shock points. Upgrade? 7,000. Acceptable. All in. Shock points deducted successfully. Current shock points, 11,300. Technique upgrading continuously. A huge amount of cultivation memory flooded into her mind. The accumulated gains from hundreds upon thousands of training sessions were compressed into just a few seconds. Su Xiaoman stood inside the booth, her fingers clenched tightly into fists. A fine, swelling sensation spread through her body. Her heartbeat became stronger, and her chi blood surged rapidly through her meridians. The fatigue from staying up late and working for so long was instantly washed away by quite a bit. A few seconds later, all the abnormalities gradually disappeared. Technique upgrade complete. Current technique, the Empire's 8th body tempering breathing method, 6th layer, max level. Su Xiaoman lowered her head and checked her body. Her arms were still just as slender, her legs hadn't gotten thicker, and her height hadn't suddenly jumped up by a chunk either. Su Xiaoman let out a sigh. Damn it, that doctor had really been right. Even if she kept practicing martial arts, her height still wouldn't change. However, although her appearance had basically not changed, the feeling inside her body was completely different. Her breathing was smoother, and she stood more steadily. When she clenched her hand, the strength coming from her knuckles was also noticeably greater than before. She even felt that the current her, even without using a gun, could pound the her from a few minutes ago into the ground through physical ability alone. Of course, that was in a face-to-face situation. If they were separated by more than 800 meters, then she would only be the one getting crushed. Still, Su Xiaoman was very satisfied overall. Maxing out the basic technique had produced even better results than she had imagined. Su Xiaoman then turned her gaze toward Lianyun's step. Upgrading Lianyun's step from minor mastery to major mastery requires 1,500 shock points. Upgrading from major mastery to perfection requires 2,000 shock points. Upgrading from perfection to Saint Realm requires 2,500 shock points. This upgrade requires a total of 6,000 shock points. Upgrade continuously? Max it out. Shock points deducted successfully. Current shock points, 5,300. Martial technique upgrading continuously. New training memory struck again. Major mastery. Perfection. Saint Realm. Martial technique upgrade complete. Current martial technique. Lianyun's step, Saint Realm. Max level. Detected that the host has cultivated Lianyun's step to the Saint Realm. New passive effect activated. Drawing inferences. Lianyun's step chapter. When the host learns first order to second order movement type martial techniques. Depending on the degree of similarity between a martial technique and Lianyun's step, 10 to 30 shock points may be reduced from the cost. An unexpected bonus too. Su Xiaoman read through the system prompt once. Looks like her judgment, just now, had been right. As the source of a large number of basic movement techniques. Once Lianyun's step was trained to Saint Realm, she had basically fully grasped the force generation, chi circulation, and center of gravity shifts inside it. When learning similar movement techniques in the future, whenever she encountered similar parts, she naturally wouldn't need to train them all over again. Those 6,000 points had not been wasted. The earlier she maxed it out, the more shock points she would save later. Thinking that, Su Xiaoman's body swayed lightly, and her feet instinctively shifted half a step to the side. The movement was tiny, but it was as if her whole body had no weight at all. She directly changed positions. The leg of her pants did not touch the booth door, and her shoulder did not brush against the wall either. Her control over bodily distance was absurdly precise. Besides that, the strength, explosiveness, and reaction speed of both her legs had all been comprehensively strengthened. The technique and movement technique had both been maxed out. Now all she needed was to find an opponent and test just how much stronger her chi blood bullets had become. Su Xiaoman glanced at the time. It was already very late. She planned to play 1 or 2 more team matches, and after that she would go grind 1 versus 1. Although team matches gave more Tantian points, and in a single match she could come into contact with 5 people, so the shot point gains were also high. But a single match took too long. In one 3 versus 3 match, just preparation and moving through the map took quite a bit of time. If she ran into a team unwilling to surrender, she would even have to fight 2 rounds in a row. The goal she had set for herself was to get the 10-win streak reward today, no matter what. If she kept playing team matches at this pace, who knew how late it would go? 1 versus 1 was much simpler. Go in, fire, finish. Next match. The efficiency was much higher. The only difference from team matches was that the point gain was a bit lower. The Tantian Tower's Tantian points were made up of kill points, victory round points, and MVP points. In team matches, because they lasted longer and had more people, the kill points were naturally higher, and there was also the MVP system. In individual bracket, it's 1 versus 1. There's only one opponent, so the kill score is naturally much lower than in team matches. Even if you win 2 matches, at most you only kill 2 people. On top of that, there's no MVP system in the individual bracket. After all, you're the only one on your team. If they still gave you an MVP award, that'd be kind of idiotic. So in one individual match, at the absolute limit, you only get 2 kills for 10 each, plus 2 winning rounds for 100 each, 240 points. That was why, even though team matches clearly took more time and effort, there were still people willing to play them. Simply put, it depended on what you personally needed. If you needed points, play team matches. If you needed wins, play individual matches. That was it. As for why she wasn't just grinding team matches the whole time, the main reason was that she had already been working all day and was already a little tired. And tomorrow morning, she still had to take the school's final comprehensive assessment. She couldn't stay up until dawn just to grind the Tantian Tower. Then go take an exam at school with dark circles under her eyes, right? Getting her 10-win streak as soon as possible and going home to sleep was more important. Su Xiaoman closed the system panel and pushed open the stall door. She washed her face and left the restroom. On her way back to the virtual pod, she passed by the Tantian Points Mall on the side of the Experience Center. Inside a full wall of transparent display cases were all kinds of items available for direct exchange. Vitality potions, cold weapons, protective gear, copies of martial techniques, and some treasures with strange functions. Su Xiaoman had only been casually looking, until her gaze landed on a compactly designed firearm. Portable grappling gun. Exchange price, 3,000 Tantian points. Loaded with high-strength retractable rope, capable of latching onto buildings, rocks, and other solid objects. Equipped with an automatic retrieval device, allowing rapid movement by pulling the user. This thing looked a bit like the grappling gun Batman usually used. After pulling the trigger, the hook could fire straight upward and pull the user up. For ordinary martial artists, its use might not be that great. But for Su Xiaoman, this thing was extremely useful. Her main weapon was firearms. What a gunner needed most was vision and high ground. With an extra grappling gun, she could seize elevated positions faster and avoid some conventional routes. If she ran into complicated terrain, it could also save her a lot of time climbing stairs and taking detours. After all, as the saying went, high ground beats low ground, and low ground gets bullied. As long as she secured a good position in advance, a lot of fights were already half won before the shooting even started. This thing would definitely help her a lot in the early stage. Su Xiaoman glanced at her Tantian points. Current Tantian points, 2,080. She was still short by 920. One more win should be enough. She kept looking farther down. On the display, stand beside it floated a small red and black cube. The cube was only about the size of a fist. It had no support at all. It hovered in midair on its own, slowly rotating non-stop. Support cube. Type. Support treasure. After activation, can generate a stable standing area of 9 meters by 9 meters at a designated position. The generated area can float in midair for a maximum duration of 10 minutes. Exchange price, 10,000 Tantian points. Treasures. In this world, the definition of treasure was very broad. Some were special equipment made by martial artists. Some came from spatial rifts and secret realms. And some things, even the Empire still hadn't figured out exactly how they worked. In cultivation novels, they were roughly equivalent to magic treasures. This support cube had no offensive power, but its function was very direct. It generated a platform in the air that people could stand on. Looked at by itself, it didn't seem that useful. But paired with the grappling gun, it was a different story. The grappling gun let her gain height quickly, and the support cube provided a foothold. Even if there were no tall buildings, cliffs, or trees nearby, she could still forcefully set up a sniping position in midair. Put together, the two items actually made a pretty good combo. Unfortunately, 10,000 points. She couldn't afford it for now. Next to the support cube was also a martial technique manual with a black cover. Zhang Weike Gun Fu. Grade, E rank. Type, firearm close quarters combat martial technique. Uses firearms, movement techniques, joint locks, and vitality bursts to execute continuous close-range attacks. Exchange price, 10,000 Tantian points. Su Xiaoman stopped walking and took a couple more looks. Zhang Weike. Just from a name alone, he sounded like someone who could really fight. And this was already the cheapest martial technique in the points mall. It couldn't be helped. There were simply too few people in this world who used firearms. So no one wanted this Gun Fu manual, which made it one of the cheapest martial techniques in the mall. Su Xiaoman was somewhat interested in this martial technique too. Although she now had the M870 and her close-range combat ability wasn't completely blank anymore, if she could learn a proper Gun Fu technique on top of that. Then if an enemy got in close, she'd have a lot more room to work with. But it was still the same old problem. No money. Today, she would get the cheapest grappling gun first. Su Xiaoman withdrew her gaze and returned along the corridor to room 217. The silver-white virtual pod was still open. She lay back down inside and put on the connection helmet. The pod lid slowly closed, and her vision went dark for a moment. When she opened her eyes again, Su Xiaoman had already returned to the white hall of the Tantian Tower. Welcome back, no cilantro. Please select a mode. Training mode. Individual ranked. Team ranked. Su Xiaoman reached out and tapped team ranked. First earn points, then start grinding the 10-win streak. And before going home, get that grappling gun. Matching teammates and opponents. The moment Su Xiaoman selected team ranked, the match page popped up in front of her. She was just about to look at the map when the corner of her suddenly caught something in the upper right. There was now a gray-white eye there. Current spectators, 1. Su Xiaoman froze for a moment. Someone was watching? Her current rank was still out past 8 digits. She wasn't even close to being some king of randoms. It couldn't be that those few opponents from earlier had lost and refused to accept it. So they specifically came to watch her next match and wait for her to crash and burn, right? She tapped it twice. She found that she could only see the number and couldn't view the other party's identity. The Tantian Tower allowed staff, university instructors, and certain high-rank martial artists to spectate. Participants had no right to refuse. Then forget it. If they wanted to watch, let them watch. Match successful. Your team this match is the blue team. 2 teammates appeared in the team panel at the same time. One was second rank, 3rd layer. The other was second rank, 5th layer. Su Xiaoman looked at them, then at the 0 rank, 9th layer above her own head. Why had the intensity suddenly gone up so much this round? Detected that your KDA in the previous match was too high. The hidden rating range for this match has been increased. After the match begins, all participants' realms will be uniformly suppressed to the lowest realm in this match, 0 rank, 9th layer. So that was it. Last match. She descored 138 kills with 0 deaths. The record was way too brutal, so this time, the system directly tossed her into a high-level lobby. There was no need to worry about realm differences. Once inside, everyone was at 0 order 9th layer, so she could still play however she wanted. It was just that the enemy team's mechanics and game sense would definitely be a lot stronger than last match. Su Xiaoman kept reading. Zhong Yue, 782 wins, 1,146 losses. Liu Hua, 907 wins, 1,322 losses. She stared at those two records for a few seconds. Together, the two of them had played more than 4,000 matches, and they had more losses than wins. Tantian Tower only opened once a year, and every time it opened, match counts were reset. For these two to rack up this many matches in such a short time, it could only mean one thing. Aside from eating and sleeping, they basically spent all their remaining time soaking in virtual pods. Su Xiaoman almost lost it. No, bros. Is your whole life just Tantian Tower? Do you seriously not have anything else to do? Meanwhile, Red Team Preparation Room. The 3 contestants completed their teleportation one after another. At the very front stood a young woman in light white armor, a slender sword in hand. Her virtual codename was Little Deer Never Gets Lost. In real life, she was lying inside a luxury virtual pod at another experience center, with over 30,000 viewers in her live stream. Matched. Little Deer is going for a 30-win streak tonight. If you just got here, don't leave. The streamer S legit skilled. That 1 versus 3 just now was crazy. What the heck is that on the other side? Is that even a person? Why is she only half the height of her teammates? Miners can enter Tontion Tower too? Little Deer never gets lost looked toward the blue team S virtual projections. The enemy team S detailed records were completely hidden. All she could see were code names, realms, ability types, and body data. Zhongyue, 6'3". Liwa, 5'8". And last was Su Xiaoman, 4'8". Standing together, the difference between the three was extremely obvious. Little Deer raised a hand to cover her mouth and laughed. That summoner on the other side is kind of cute. Did she crouch while queuing? The chat instantly started flying by. That is too much, streamer. She is obviously standing perfectly straight. Suggest Little Deer goes easy later. Don't send her back to kindergarten with 1 sword. This one S in the back. The other side randomly got an elementary schooler. Holy crap, who turned on miner mode for me? Little Deer never gets lost. Watch the chat. The smile on her face growing wider and wider. She had been streaming for 2.5 years already, but she'd never really blown up. Tontion Tower had only been open for a short while this year, and the hype around it was pretty high. So she decisively jumped on the trend and started streaming Tontion Tower. At the same time, she was good-looking, knew how to say what the audience liked to hear, and had successfully ridden the wave of traffic. Because of that, her popularity this month was pretty high. But that alone was hard to use to keep viewers in the martial arts category for long. Martial arts streams, in the end, still had to rely on actual skill. Unfortunately, her real level could only be considered average. Last year, back when she was still getting no traction, she had actually streamed Tontion Tower too. But back then, she was just too bad. Her win rate in Tontion Tower was under 30%. If she ran into anyone even a little strong at the same realm, she basically couldn't beat them. So naturally, no one wanted to watch. This year, in order to package her as a skilled streamer, the guild behind her had specially come up with a plan. That was to hire actors. They adjusted her stream schedule to late at night before going live. At that time, fewer martial artists were participating in Tontion Tower. Then they would all start matchmaking at the same time. Of course, the actors they hired wouldn't just stand there and feed on purpose. That would look way too fake. They would fight normally at first, then find chances to hand low health kills and key openings over to Little Deer before finally losing the match. The viewers wouldn't notice anything wrong. They would only think the streamer had great mechanics and sharp awareness. Of course, accidents happen once in a while, but they could almost always adapt on the spot and deal with it easily. Like this match, they had queued into an innocent random, but it didn't matter. Usually, that had no real effect. After all, so what if you were amazing? Could you really 1 versus 5? They had used this whole process many times already. No matter what kind of situation came up, they had already discussed countermeasures in advance. There were basically never any problems. This time, the opposing Zhongyue and Liuhua were the 2 actors the guild had hired. The 2 of them had played thousands of Tontion Tower matches, and their hidden rating had always been kept very stable. They had plenty of wins, but even more losses, as long as the money was enough. They didn't care at all about dropping a few points. In other words, the opposing Su Xiaoman was probably about to get screwed over hard by the actors. Thinking that, Little Deer had no idea what the other side's record actually was. Tontion Tower did not display win-loss records to opponents, so she had no way of knowing that the little girl who looked shorter than her slender sword had just gone 138-0 on the Twin Towers map last match. Current map, abandoned subway station. Match preparation time, 30 seconds. Su Xiaoman glanced at the map. Abandoned subway station. The name sounded pretty big, but the actual accessible area was only a single station hall, less than 100 meters in both length and width. Several rows of load-bearing pillars ran across the middle, along with fare gates and abandoned ticket booths, cutting the sight lines into a complete mess. There was no high ground and no long enough straight line distance either. The spawn points were also separated by 2 corners. This map was completely unsuitable for sniping. Su Xiaoman fronith, but it didn't matter. Her Barrett was maxed out anyway. Perfect chance to practice another gun. Time for an all-out assault. Black motes of light gathered in her hand. An M870 MCS shotgun appeared along with them. Rushing cloud step at the Saint level, paired with a shotgun. This round, she was going all in at point-blank range. Meanwhile, Zhongyue and Liuhua were still confirming how they were going to feed kills later, and at first they weren't paying Su Xiaoman any attention at all. Then a click-clack sound rang out, and both of them turned their heads at the same time. When they saw the M870 in her hand, both froze for a moment. A firearm? These days, there were still people using firearms in Tontion Tower. Zhongyue casually swept a glance over her record. Ngbuchi Liangkai. 1 win, 77 losses. Current win streak, 1 match. What the hell is this? They considered themselves thoroughly familiar with Tontion Tower's matchmaking system. They had kept their hidden score locked within a fixed range the whole time, and tonight they had entered queue precisely in sync with Little Deer's matchmaking window. Under normal circumstances, even if the third randomly matched teammate wasn't an expert, she still shouldn't have a record like this. Not to mention, she was only 0 or 9th layer. How did she even get matched in here? Match preparation time. 3, 2, 1. Round 1 begin. The energy barrier vanished. Su Xiaoman stomped off the ground. Boom! A ring of fine cracks spread across the floor, and her tiny body shot forward close to the ground, crossing the fair gates in the blink of an eye before disappearing around the corner. Zhong Yue froze. Liu would chase forward 2 steps, then stopped. A 0-order martial artist. Nose rushing cloud step at the saint level? No, something off. Something was 12 out of 10 wrong, even if they had no idea what trick she'd used. This girl was definitely a stream sniper. She had come here specifically to snipe them. She was absolutely a top-tier expert. By the time the two of them came to their senses, Su Xiaoman had already cut across the entire station hall. Inside Red Team's spawn point, Xiaolu Bumulu was still reading the barrage. The next second, Su Xiaoman slid out directly from behind a corner. Xiaolu had just lifted her head, and the dark gun barrel was already pressed right in front of her. Bang! The shotgun blast exploded. A face full of chi blood pellets blasted straight into her chest. Xiaolu exploded on the spot into a cloud of blood mist. Buchi Liankai Kilet Xiaolu. Blue team gains the first point. Total score, 1-0. The livestream barrage froze for half a second. Then it was instantly drowned in question marks. What the hell was that? Where did Xiaolu go? She got turned into blood mist by a freight truck, or what? A shotgun? People still play shotguns in this game? The 2 remaining red team members were stunned too. They were standing on either side of Xiaolu, and neither of them had even seen clearly how this girl had rushed in. Even less had they expected Xiaolu to be blasted apart in one shot. Su Xiaoman had no intention of giving them time to react either. She swung the muzzle, pulled the trigger. Bang! The second martial artist's upper body exploded on the spot. The terrifying impact sent his mangled body flipping backward for over 2 meters. Before he even hit the ground, he turned into data and vanished. Su Xiaoman grabbed the forend with her left hand and yanked it back hard. Gotcha! The action opened. A dark red shell casing, still steaming, popped out of the ejection port and rolled twice across the floor. The forend was shoved all the way forward again. A fresh shotgun shell was chambered. The last martial artist finally reacted and turned to run. His movement technique had only just activated under his feet when Su Xiaoman had already lowered the muzzle onto him. There was no need to aim at all. At this distance, as long as the barrel was pointed at the body, that was enough. Bang! A spread of chi blood pellets slammed into his chest. Instant death. Mbuchi Viankai Kilet Duansuidu. Mbuchi Viankai Kilet Heyu. Total score, 3-0. Holding the M870, Su Xiaoman looked at the blood mist all over the ground that still hadn't fully dissipated, and a faker holding back laughter expression gradually appeared on her face. This was too hard not to laugh at. This thing hit way too hard. Using it felt like turning on a one-shot cheat. The Barrett was for picking people off one shot at a time from long range. Aim. Hold your breath. Pull the trigger. Watch the bullet fly several hundred meters and blow someone's head apart. It was satisfying, sure, but the M870 was a completely different feeling. It was basically shoving the whole barrel straight into the enemy's mouth before pulling the trigger. Blood mist instantly smeared across your whole vision. Compared to shooting fixed targets at a shooting range, it was a completely different experience. Awesome. At this moment, Su Xiaoman's 2 teammates finally arrived late. Zhong Yue rushed out from around the corner, then stopped dead in his tracks. Liu Hua followed behind him, glanced at the empty red team's spawn point, then looked at Su Xiaoman standing in the very center of the respawn area. Neither of them spoke. Originally, they had planned to wait until Buqi Xiangcai and Xiaolu started fighting, then deliberately cut off her movement and create a chance for Xiaolu to counterkill. But before they even made it halfway, the system had already notified them that all 3 of Xiaolu's team were dead. Then they came over to look. Good lord, they turned into blood mist. Wasn't this a bit too brutal? Detected that Zhong Yue is shocked by the host's advanced speed. Shock value 100. Detected that Liu Hua is shocked by the host's close-range firepower. Shock value 100. Detected that Xiaolu Bumulu is shocked by the host's weapon power. Shock value 100. Detected that Duan Shuiliu is shocked by the host's kill speed. Shock value 100. Detected that Heiyu is shocked by the host's firearm attack. Shock value 100. Su Xiaoman lowered her head and glanced at the gun. She had fired 3 shots in a row just now, and the magazine tube was already half empty. Her right hand held the grip, the muzzle angled slightly downward, while her left hand pulled a shotgun shell from her waist. Her thumb pressed against the base of the shell. She pushed it into the loading port beneath the receiver. Click! The shell lifter snapped back into place. Second shell. Third shell. 1 dark red shotgun shell after another was pressed into the tube beneath the barrel. Su Xiaoman had just loaded the final shell when 3 clusters of white light lit up in red team's spawn area. They were about to respawn. She braced the stock against her right shoulder again and aimed the muzzle at the respawn point. Because this map was too small, both red team and blue team only had one respawn location. So for her, the good thing about this map was that she didn't need to move at all. She didn't even need to aim. All she had to do was pull the trigger. The shotgun spread was too wide. The other side would practically die on their own. Just then, the white light dispersed. Xiaolu revived, her expression twisted to the extreme. She pointed at Su Xiaoman and was just about to start cursing. You bang! Before she could finish, she exploded on the spot. Su Xiaoman racked the forend. The shell flew out, pushed it forward again. The second person revived. Qi blood surged into his legs, and his movement martial skill had only just activated. The soles of his shoes had barely left the ground. Bang! Gone again. The third person threw himself to the side. Su Xiaoman moved the muzzle less than half a meter along with him. Pulled the trigger. Bang! Another cloud of blood mist. Qi Xiangsai achieved a triple kill. Total score, 6-0. 5 seconds later, the three of them revived again. Bang! Gotcha! Bang! Gotcha! Bang! Gotcha! Red Team's spawn point had completely turned into an assembly line. White light lit up. Shoot! Rack the forend. Shell, casing hit the floor. White light lit up again. Keep shooting. Xiaolu and the other two wanted to run. But the moment they revived, before their bodies had fully recovered control, the shotgun pellets were already blasting into their faces. They wanted to fight back, but before they could even raise their weapons, they were sent away. They wanted to use movement techniques, but the Qi blood had only just surged into their legs before they were killed. They wanted to scatter and run. But at a distance of 5 meters, there was no way to open enough angle against the gun line. All they could do was get picked off one by Su Xiaoman. They wanted to curse her out, but the instant they said a single word, they exploded into blood mist. They had no chance at all. The once fast-flying barrage in the live stream gradually grew sparser and sparser. In the end, Su Xiaoman alone had forcefully turned the chat into a library. Only a few new viewers were still posting questions. Why does the streamer keep dying? Is this bugged? I just got here. Is this a death replay? Why does the screen go black every time it just lights up? Xiaolu had completely lost it. In all her years of playing Tantian Tower, this was the first time she had ever been beaten into such a miserable state. She couldn't even leave the spawn point. She couldn't even finish a single sentence. Another respawn. Xiaolu had just taken a breath. You got some foo bang. Wuchi Viang, Jai Ki Let Xiao Lubumilu. Su Xiaoman finally lost it and laughed out loud. It was just too hard to hold back. Every time the other side respawned, they wanted to say something, but every time, she only let them get out half a sentence. They wanted to fight, but they couldn't. They wanted to run, but they couldn't get away. The M870 in her hands was basically another miracle cure from the anti-depression industry. Laughing, Su Xiaoman pumped the forend. Click! A fresh shotgun shell chambered. She really hadn't meant to mock them. She just seriously couldn't hold it in. That was what she thought, anyway. But in the eyes of the viewers in the live stream, this image of her grinning while spawn camping carried mockery to the absolute max. On top of that, the Tantian Tower itself concealed the contestants' real appearances. So in the live stream, Su Xiaoman's entire face was covered in black shadow. All that showed was a row of neat white teeth, and her twin ponytails, disguised black as well. Nothing else could be seen. She looked exactly like one of those little black silhouette guys from Detective Conan, and her smile was insanely infectious. While the entertainment value exploded, a lot of viewers lost it too and started flooding the chat with haha. At the same time, the viewer count shot up fast. It reached 50,000. Bang! One of Red Team had just respawned. A cloud of blood exploded. That row of white teeth stretched even wider. Click! The forend pulled back. A shell casing spun out of the chamber. Su Xiaoman shoved the forend forward again, and the muzzle smoothly pressed toward the person beside him. Bang! The second person vanished. The viewers watched that twin ponytailed freak standing in front of the spawn point, bearing a row of white teeth, pumping, firing without stop. The chat instantly got lively again. Holy shit, what is this Detective Conan shadow gremlin? That smile is way too infectious. I can't hold it in either. I'm holding it together very easily, okay? Every time Xiao Lu and her teammates die, her teeth get a little whiter, right? Which streamer is on the other side? I'm going to follow her right now. It's over. Xiao Lu is probably going to dream about those white teeth all night. Right when the chat was at its wildest, Liu Hua, who had been standing in the rear the whole time, suddenly moved, while Su Xiaoman's attention was fully on the respawn point. He silently circled behind her and viciously thrust out the long blade in his hand. Poochie! The blade pierced in through her back and went straight through her chest. The smile on Su Xiaoman's face froze. Before she could even turn around, Liu Hua had already yanked out the blade, and his second slash swept horizontally across her neck. Her vision instantly sank into darkness. Respawn countdown, 5 seconds. The smile disappeared from Su Xiaoman's face. All her attention had just been on Red Team's respawn point. She had never expected her teammate to stab her in the back, and with 2 straight hits at that. Damn it, he'd clearly done it on purpose. Just then, the team channel lit up. Liu Hua's voice came through. Don't rush to respawn. Listen carefully. When you come back, Stay obediently at spawn and don't touch Xiao Lu again. Zhong Yue also turned on voice chat. This round has nothing to do with you. Cooperate a little and it LL save everyone trouble. Don't refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. Lying in the dark respawn screen, Su Xiaoman listened, then laughed in anger. Well, damn, she was fighting the enemy. Her own teammates stabbed her in the back, and after stabbing her, they told her to stand still at spawn and cooperate so the other side could put on their little show. If this had been before, back during her 77-game losing streak, then, in this kind of situation, she might really have turned off voice chat and curled up at spawn waiting for the match to end. After all, she couldn't beat them anyway, and if she made a fuss, she'd just be the one who suffered. But now, I've awakened a system already, and you want me to turtle? Turtle my ass. Respawn countdown ended. White light flared. Su Xiaoman reappeared at blue team as spawn point. Zhong Yue was right in front of her, great sword in hand. Liova stood to the side, long blade already raised. The two had obviously timed her respawn and were ready to kill her again. But the instant Su Xiaoman appeared, the black points of light in her hand had already finished gathering. The M870 was shoved straight against Zhong Yue's chest. She pulled the trigger. Bang! Zhong Yue's chest exploded on the spot. Half his body was blown to pieces, and he was sent flying several meters backward before slamming heavily into the wall. Buqi Xiangkai killed Zhong Yue. Su Xiaoman violently yanked the forend back with her left hand. Click! A burning hot shell casing flew out. Liu Hua had already lunged in from the side. His long blade came straight for her neck. With a flash of cloud stepping, Su Xiaoman dodged the blade and whipped the muzzle sideways at the same time. Bang! Liu Hua exploded into a mist of blood from the waist up. Buqi Xiangkai Liu. Only after both of them turned into dissolving data did Su Xiaoman open the team channel. I don't know what is good for me. The two of you better pray I don't beat you until you cry. Detected that Zhong Yue feels intense shock at the hostess counterattack. Shock value plus 500. Detected that Liu Hua feels intense shock at the hostess response. Shock value plus 500. Su Xiaoman pumped the forend. Click. A steaming shell casing flew out of the ejection port. The forend pushed forward. A new shotgun shell chambered. 2 down, 3 left. Motherfucker. So you hired actors, huh? She stomped forward and launched a direct assault on the enemy spawn point. Meanwhile, Xiao Lu's group of 3 had just left the respawn zone. The very next second, Su Xiaoman had already crossed the station hall and arrived in front of them. Cloud stepping at full power, her whole body skimmed past the support pillars. So fast that all that remained was a pink afterimage. Xiao Lu had only just raised a rapier when Su Xiaoman had already slammed into the middle of the 3 of them. Bang! First shot. The martial artist on the left had his chest blown open. Ubuchi Viang Jai Kilet Duan Shuliu. Instant kill. Su Xiaoman pulled back the forend, ejected the shell, and used the recoil to spin her body to the right. Click. The muzzle locked onto the second person. Second shot. Bang! The chi blood buckshot covered his entire upper body. It blasted him straight into a cloud of blood. Buchi Yang Jai Kilet Heiyu. Xiao Lu turned and ran. She had only rushed out 2 steps when Su Xiaoman had already let go with her right hand and grabbed the forend one-handed with her left, yanking it back. The gun body dipped under inertia. Her right hand gripped the handle again. Shell loaded. The muzzle rose. Aimed at her back. Bang! Xiao Lu turned into a cloud of blood once more. Buqi Xiangkai achieved a 5-kill streak. Buqi Xiangkai is on a rampage. 2 from blue team. 3 from red team. All dead. A true 1 versus 5. In the spectator seats. The man who had kept his identity hidden the whole time leaned forward slightly. His gaze rested on Su Xiaoman, and the corner of his mouth lifted into a faint curve. At the same time, Xiao Lu's livestream had completely exploded. Wait, these 2 from blue team were actors, right? Why did Liu Hua kill his own teammate just now? ISNT it obvious enough? They're the ones specifically helping Xiao Lu. I just typed 1 line saying scripted, and my comment got deleted immediately. I can't send anything either. They're controlling the chat in the stream. Not eating cilantro is my mom. What platform is that not eating cilantro streaming on anyway? I searched everywhere. I can't find her at all. She doesn't seem to be a streamer. Just search her codename on the Tongtian Tower app, and you can enter spectator mode. That barrage had just appeared. A huge number of viewers immediately left Xiao Lu's stream and entered the Tongtian Tower spectator system. Search, not eating cilantro. Click spectate. In the upper right corner of Su Xiaoman's vision, the number behind that gray-white, I started jumping wildly. Current spectators, 27. Current spectators, 319. Current spectators, 1,708. Current spectators, 6,351. Current spectators, 10,322. The spectator comments instantly filled the edges of her vision. We're here. We're here. Sis Cilantro is awesome. She just 1 versus 5D and wiped them all. Just came over from Xiao Lu's stream. Over there, the moment you mention scripted, you get muted. Zhong Yue and Liu Hua are definitely plants. They deliberately killed you from behind. The one on the other side using the rapier is streamer Xiao Lu Bumilu. Don't tell me her previous win streak was all farmed like this. Su Xiaoman held her M870 and looked at the sudden flood of over 10,000 viewers, then at the crazily scrolling comments. So the other side had a streamer, and she had even brought in 2 plants on a Su Xiaoman's team. No wonder Liu Hua had killed her from behind. In the distance, white revival light lit up at her team's spawn point at the same time. Zhong Yue and Liu Hua were about to respawn. A thought moved in Su Xiaoman's mind. The M870 in her hands turned into black motes of light and dissipated. The next second, a barret nearly 1.5 meters long appeared in her arms. She dropped to one knee and braced the gun on the turnstile in front of red team's spawn point. Stock to shoulder, the scope cut through the center of the station hall, past the load-bearing pillars, the abandoned ticket booth, and a row of rusted seats. It locked firmly on a blue team's spawn area. The map might have been small, but it had plenty of obstacles. For an ordinary person, with dozens of meters in between and that many obstructions, it would be hard to find a chance to shoot. But for Su Xiaoman, it was enough. The white light dispersed. The moment Zhong Yue revived, he saw a pitch-black barrel extending from behind the distant turnstile. His steps halted, and the team channel rang out. Not eating cilantro, I advise you to stop here. The guild behind us is not something you can afford to provoke. Liu also spoke. We could pretend what happened just now never happened. If you stop now, we can even give you some compensation. Keep this up, and it won't do you any good. Hearing that, Su Xiaoman laughed. Her right eye pressed to the scope, the crosshair resting steadily on Zhong Yue's forehead. Then she opened the team channel and said slowly, "Oh, fuck your mother." The words fell. She pulled the trigger. Bang! The heavy gunshot instantly echoed through the entire subway station. The armor-piercing blood energy round shot through the gaps between the obstacles. Zhong Yue's head exploded into a cloud of blood on the spot. Not eating cilantro killed Zhong Yue. On the other side, Liu Hua reacted extremely fast. The instant the shot rang out, he had already activated his movement technique and thrown himself toward the load-bearing pillar beside him. Too bad, nothing escaped Su Xiaoman's aim. Her barrel shifted slightly to the right and followed without hesitation. In the scope, the crosshair slid after Liu Hua's body. Half a body ahead. She pulled the trigger again. Bang! Liu Hua was less than a step away from the pillar. The next second, the bullet pierced through his temple from his side. His entire head vanished on the spot. His headless body rushed another 2 meters forward from inertia, slammed into the pillar, then scattered into data. Not eating cilantro killed Liu Hua. Detected that Zhong Yue feels intense shock at the host's long-range kill. Shock value plus 500. Detected that Liu Hua feels intense shock at the host's predictive shot. Shock value plus 500. Su Xiaoman didn't spare them another glance. After dealing with the 2 blue team members, she immediately put away the barret. Black motes of light gathered again. The M870 returned to her hands. Almost at the exact same moment, 3 clusters of white light lit up at the red team respawn point behind her. Xiaolu's group of 3 had respawned. Su Xiaoman turned around. Bang! The martial artist on the far left had just opened his eyes when his chest was blasted open by shotgun pellets. Su Xiaoman gripped the fore end with her left hand and yanked it back hard. Clack! The action opened. A shell casing spun out of the ejection port. The fore end slammed forward. A fresh shotgun shell was fed into the chamber. The person in the middle had already raised his long blade. Su Xiaoman stepped half a pace to the side, avoiding the edge of the blade, and pressed the muzzle directly against his abdomen. Bang! A cloud of blood burst out. The second man disappeared. The only one left was Xiaolu. She didn't charge forward. She turned and ran. Her movement technique activated at full power as she dashed along the edge of the station hall toward blue team's spawn point. As long as she made it over there and regrouped with Zhong Yue and Liu Hua, if the 3 of them attacked together, there might still be a chance. Su Xiaoman glanced at the direction she was fleeing. Her right hand held the gun. With her left hand, she pulled the fore end back again. The shell casing hit the ground. A new round was chambered. Then, the muzzle lifted, aiming at Xiaolu more than 10 meters away. A shotgun really wasn't suited for long-range shooting, but at a little over 10 meters, it was still within effective range. Bang! A large spread of blood energy pellets blanketed the area from behind. Xiaolu's movement technique had only gotten halfway when her entire back was blown apart on the spot. Not eating cilantro killed Xiaolu Bumilu. Not eating cilantro has once again completed a 5-kill streak. Not eating cilantro is dominating the match. Su Xiaoman stood at red team's spawn point, using the barret to lock down blue team and the M870 to block red team. 1 sniper rifle, 1 shotgun. By herself, she had locked down the entire map and both spawn points. Zhong Yue and Liu Hua didn't dare show themselves at all. The moment Xiaolu's 3 stepped out, they died. The 5 of them were clearly split across opposite ends of the map. Yet all of them were being pinned inside their spawn zones by Su Xiaoman alone. Detected that Xiaolu Bumilu feels intense shock at the host's battlefield suppression. Shock value plus 500. Detected that the enemy's other 2 members feel shock at the host's weapon switching. Shock value plus 500. Liu Hua and Zhong Yue respawned again. The two stood inside Blue Team's spawn point, staring at that pitch-black barrel dozens of meters away, their expressions having completely darkened. This was too humiliating. In real life, they were second-rank martial artists after all. Even after entering Tontian Tower, though their cultivation had been suppressed to 0-rank 9th level. Their combat experience, martial skill proficiency, and reaction speed were still far beyond those of ordinary high school students. But now, a twin-tailed girl who looked about the age of an elementary school student was actually standing across from them at the enemy's spawn point, using a sniper rifle to pin the two of them down and kill them in fountain. Liuhua swept a glance to the left. The load-bearing pillars, ticket booth, and advertising signs that could originally have provided cover had long since been blown apart by Su Xiaoman with the M870. The ground was covered in gravel and metal fragments. Only a few walls stuck along the edges remained in the entire station hall. From Blue Team's spawn point to Red Team's spawn point, the middle was nothing but open ground. There wasn't even a single thing that could block line of sight for a moment. And Su Xiaoman's aim was absurdly accurate. Show your head and you died. Movement techniques were useless too. She could even predict where they would land in advance. Just now, Liuhua had pushed his movement technique to the limit. Yet he still got his head blown apart by a single shot at the very last step before reaching the load-bearing pillar. Zhong Yue tightened his grip on the greatsword. We charge together. I go straight in front. You circle around from the right. Liuhua nodded. The two of them rushed out of the respawn area at the same time. Zhong Yue raised the greatsword in front of himself, pouring all his chi and blood into both arms. Liuhua was stuck close to the wall on the right, activating his movement technique with full force. The next second, bang! The greatsword in Zhong Yue's hands exploded into pieces on the spot. The bullet pierced through the blade and kept going straight into his head. A cloud of blood burst open. Liuhua had just rushed out about 5 meters. The second gunshot came right after. Bang! His vision plunged into darkness again. Buqi Xiangsai killed Zhong Yue. Buqi Xiangsai killed Liuhua. Black screen. Countdown. Respawn. Gunshot. Then black screen again. The whole process was so fast they couldn't even get out a complete sentence. Time remaining in this round, 3 minutes. Zhong Yue looked at the countdown and decisively opened the system panel. Report her. We got enough attempts now. Once the number of malicious team kills within a team reached a certain threshold, an instant report could be launched. As long as the other teammate confirmed it, the system would temporarily lock the target's attack permissions. If the case was serious enough, the target could even be kicked directly out of the match. Although they were the ones who struck first, as long as the system didn't pull up the full replay, just looking at the kill record alone. Su Xiaoman killing them this many times in a row absolutely counted as maliciously attacking teammates. Liuhua immediately opened the report interface. Selected target. Buqi Xiangsai. Report reason. Maliciously killing teammates. Submit. Submit. Report failed. This contestant is currently under priority observation by a special permission user. All reports for this match will be manually reviewed after the match ends. The two of them froze at the same time. Special permission user? Priority observation? What was going on? There were extremely few people in the Tontian Tower who had that kind of authority. At the very least, they had to be upper management of the Martial Arts Association, a recruitment director from a top martial arts university, or a high-rank martial artist officially certified by the Empire. Why would someone like that be watching a little girl with 1 win and 77 losses? And even locking the report channel. Detected that Zhong Yue feels intense shock that the host has drawn the attention of a special figure. Shock value plus 500. Detected that Liuhua feels intense shock that the host has drawn the attention of a special figure. Shock value plus 500. The white respawn light lit up again. Liuhua was still looking at the system prompt. Bang! His head was gone. Zhong Yue turned around and tried to retreat back into the respawn area. Bang! Black screen again. They couldn't even hide in the spawn point to stall for time, much less voluntarily quit. To cultivate the fighting will of martial artists. Once a match began in the Tontian Tower, no participant could leave on their own initiative. There was no quit button on a battlefield. If people got used to it, if losing meant instinctively retreating, then when they really ran into a dire beast. If they thought they couldn't win and abandon their teammates to run, the entire squad would be doomed. So once you enter a match, you had to fight until the round ended. Even if you got camped at the respawn point and killed for 5 full minutes, you still had to take it. On the other side, Xiaolu had also fallen into a black screen. She glanced at the barrage beside her. The online viewer count had already broken through 70,000. But almost every comment in the barrage was spamming actor. Streamer, explain why Liuhua killed his teammate. Zhong Yue and Liuhua are obviously with you. I post one and it gets deleted right away. The mod's hands must be smoking by now, huh? Win 1 match and hire 2 actors. The credibility is off the charts. Suggest a full investigation into your previous matches. Several moderators were frantically muting people, but the barrage was moving faster and faster. They had just banned 10 people, and 100 more popped up. They couldn't control it at all. At that moment, Xiaolu respawned. Bang! Xiaolu died. Xiaolu had gone crazy. Meanwhile, the M870 experience bar before Su Xiaoman's eyes finally filled all the way. Current firearm, M870 MCS Modular Combat Shotgun LV-10, Max, unlocked special ammunition, Chi Blood Dragon S breath rounds. Unlocked trait, modify firearm. Modify firearm. Confuse dire beast materials into ability firearms, allowing the firearm to gain corresponding enhancements or special abilities. Modification effects are affected by the quality and type of the dire beast materials, as well as the firearm's compatibility. Unlocked trait, quick reload. Quick reload, magazine, ammo belt, and ammunition loading speed increased by 300%. Detected that the M870 MCS Modular Combat Shotgun has reached max level. A new firearm can now be drawn. Cost of this firearm draw, 2,000 shock value points. For some reason, the shotgun seemed to gain experience much faster than the Barrett. Su Xiaoman didn't think too much about it, and looked at the newly unlocked special ammunition. Dragon S breath rounds. With one shot, Chi blood flames would explode at the point of impact. If it hit point blank, it would probably blow even the ashes away. Modify firearm was useful too, but exactly how it could be modified, she would have to find out after leaving. As for the remaining quick reload, there was even less need to talk about it. It was busted, and she could draw a new gun now. Thinking that, Su Xiaoman looked at her shock value. Current shock value, 22,400 points. Cost of this firearm draw, 2,000 shock value points. Draw, might as well do it right here. The weapon will spun rapidly. Pistol, submachine gun, assault rifle. One after another flash past. The speed gradually slowed. At last, a light machine gun fitted with a bipod and an ammo box stopped beneath the pointer. Firearm draw complete. Congratulations, host, you have obtained M249 Squad Automatic Weapon. M249. Caliber, 5.56 millimeters. Feed system, belt magazine. Current ammunition, basic Chi blood rounds. Belt capacity, 200 rounds. Nice. Perfect timing. With a thought, black points of light gathered wildly in Su Xiaoman's hands. In the blink of an eye, a rough-looking light machine gun appeared in her grip. The M249 Squad Automatic Weapon. A huge 200-round ammo box hung beneath it, and the dark red Chi blood bullets fed through the port, neatly locked in a place inside the receiver. Even though Su Xiaoman was only 4'8" now, the physical boost brought by the max-level Imperial 8th body tempering breathing technique still let her hold this steel beast steady. On both sides of the station hall, white light lit up at the respawn points of the blue and red teams at the same time. Zhongyu, Liuhua, and Xiaolu were about to finish reforming. Su Xiaoman stood in the very center of the abandoned subway station, her muzzle aimed straight at the red team's respawn point. Her index finger pulled the trigger. Da-da-da-da. The deafening burst of automatic gunfire instantly tore through the entire abandoned subway station. The muzzle brake spat out a dark red tongue of flame half a meter long. The 5.56 millimeter Chi blood bullets connected into a straight line of fire at a terrifying rate of fire, like a glowing chainsaw cutting directly into the red team's spawn area. The moment Xiaolu and the other two opened their eyes, the dense rain of bullets smashed down on them head-on. Xiaolu's white light armor shattered the instant it touched the bullets. Her whole body looked like it had been thrown into a meat grinder. She convulsed violently in midair, unable to even let out a scream, before the dense bullets tore her into a spray of blood and flesh. The other two teammates had just tried to dodge to either side when Su Xiaoman twisted from the waist and swept the muzzle sideways. Da-da-da-da. The line of fire shifted flat across. Their bodies were cut in half at the waist on the spot, then completely drowned by the bullets that followed. Buqi Xiangsai killed Xiaolu Bumilu. Obuchi Viankai kilet Duan Shuliu. Buqi Xiangsai killed Heiyu. Instant kill. Even faster than the M870. The moment she finished the red team, Su Xiaoman shifted her footing. Her saint-level Lianyan step activated, and borrowing the momentum of her turn, she swung the muzzle directly toward the blue team's spawn point behind her. Zhongyu and Liuhua had just made out the scene before them when they saw a dark red chain of fire sweeping toward them. Zhongyu hadn't even had time to raise the greatsword in his hand before more than a dozen Chi blood bullets struck him in succession. The blade snapped. The bullets punched through his torso, blasting Zhongyu into the air, where he broke apart mid-flight. Liuhua desperately activated his movement technique, trying to dodge into the blind corner of the respawn point. Su Xiaoman's eyes were cold, the muzzle locked tightly onto his afterimage. Wherever the barrage passed the walls, floor and metal seats were all blasted full of holes, debris flying everywhere. Liuhua's afterimage collapsed under the pursuing bullet storm. His legs were blown apart first, and then the rain of bullets shredded his entire upper body. Buqi Xiangsai killed Zhongyu. Buqi Liankai kilet Liu. One sweep of gunfire. 5 kills. Screen cleared. Out of the 200-round ammo belt, fewer than 50 rounds have been used so far. The spectator chat completely exploded. Holy shit, a machine gun. A sniper, a shotgun, and now she's even pulling out a freaking light machine gun? What kind of ability is this? Suppressive fire. This is real suppressive fire. Xiaolu got turned into a QR code, my god. Forget Xiaolu. Those two paid actors didn't even last 1 second. Fighting this thing with cold weapons? How the hell are you supposed to play that? 5 seconds later, white light lit up again at both ends. Su Xiaoman stood where she was without moving at all, the muzzle aimed straight to the right. Da-da-da-da-da-da. The 3 red team members melted instantly. The muzzle swung to the left. Da-da-da-da-da-da. The 2 blue team members melted instantly. A massacre. A massacre without a single blind spot. Su Xiaoman held down the trigger without releasing it at all. The barrel had begun to glow faintly red from the continuous firing. In wisps of white, smoke rose from the gun body. Click. The trigger hit empty. The 200-round belt was spent. And at that moment, both the red and blue teams had just entered the white light of the next respawn cycle. Su Xiaoman slapped the ammo box release with her left hand. The empty ammo box fell off and vanished into points of light. The fast reload ability activated. With a flip of her hand, a fresh ammo box clicked into the feed port instantly. Her left hand then pulled the charging handle in one smooth motion. Kacha! The entire movement flowed like water. With a 300% speed boost, it didn't even take 1 second, so fast that only an afterimage remained. The white light faded. The enemies reformed. Da-da-da-da-da-da. The metal storm descended once more. No one knew how much time had passed. The subway station had already been blasted beyond recognition. Time remaining in this round, 10 seconds. A load-bearing pillar had been shaved down by half, and the walls were densely packed with bullet holes. In Xiaolu's livestream, the number of viewers had already broken past 100,000, but no one was discussing Xiaolu's gameplay. Every single one of them had come to watch her get slaughtered. Xiaolu herself had already gone completely numb. All she could hear beside the gunfire was the sound of her own body breaking apart. She couldn't even get a proper look at what the enemy looked like. Her vision kept switching back and forth between respawning and a black screen. Zhongyu and Liuhua had given up resisting altogether. After respawning, they didn't even move, just letting the bullets tear them apart. There was no helping it. They couldn't run, couldn't dodge. Other than taking the beating, there was nothing they could do. 3, 2, 1. First round over. Blue team wins. Total score, 143-0. The instant the countdown hit 0, the M249's gunfire stopped abruptly. The ruined subway station around them quickly blurred, turning into a stream of data and scattering away. Su Xiaoman put away the gun. Her vision blurred, and she returned to the prep room. She immediately glanced at the system prompt. Detected that Xiaolu Bumilu feels complete despair toward the host's machine gun firepower. Shock value, 0. Detected Zhongyu. Shock value, 0. Detected Liuhua. Shock value, 0. Current shock value, 24,800 points. She had wrung them dry. Her opponents and teammates had been beaten so thoroughly they had completely lost the ability to think. Toward the end, they couldn't even feel despair anymore and had become numb corpses. Before Su Xiaoman could check the M249's experience bar, the match settlement screen popped up right in front of her. Red team has initiated surrender. All red team members agreed. This match has ended. Blue team wins. Just as expected, the other side had surrendered the moment the second round started. Final score for this match, 2-0. Buqi Xiangsai obtained this match's MVP. Congratulations, you obtained 1,430,200,500 Tantian points in this match. Current Tantian points for 1,210 points. Inside the settlement space, all 6 players from both sides appeared at the same time. It was time for the post-game trash talk. Su Xiaoman put away the M249, looked at Xiaolu on the other side with her lifeless eyes, directly opened the public channel, and started mocking her on the spot. She had even specifically picked an AI female voice to read it aloud, something like Siri's voice, deliberately to disgust the other side. Thrash, 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 thrash. The mechanical AI female voice echoed through the settlement space. The mockery was maxed out. Before Xiaolu could react, Su Xiaoman grinned and followed up with a killing blow. Congratulations, Sister Lu. You got beaten into this pathetic state, and now people know you hired paid actors too. I'm guessing your streaming career is basically over now, right? You really mastered what it means for one proof to become permanent proof. Even if some of your past records might really have been earned without hired actors, the audience is still going to wonder whether you really didn't hire any, or just pretended you didn't. Hee hee. Xiaolu had already been slaughtered to the point that her Dao heart was shattered. After hearing those few lines, her face turned even paler, white as paper. Her lips trembled wildly, and she couldn't force out even half a word. After mocking the other side, Su Xiaoman turned her head and let her gaze fall on her own 2 teammates. Zhongyu and Liuhua were in a state 10 times more miserable than Changxiang Lingyun and the others had been back then. The 2 of them were shaking all over like sieves, their faces greenish, cold sweat pouring down their foreheads like waterfalls. They could barely even stay standing. That was because the Tantian Tower had a protection mechanism for martial arts students. The maximum pain transmission was forcibly locked at 10, but these 2 were social personnel. Without any protection mechanism, their default pain transmission was 50. although maliciously killing teammates didn't count toward the total score. So the system panel didn't show their exact number of deaths, judging from the red team's death count of over 100. These two actors had also been casually torn apart by Su Xiaoman with the M249 and M870 no fewer than 100 times just now. A real pain transmission of 50, being blown to pieces by a heavy machine gun and a shotgun over 100 times. This level of neural torture, forget a second-tier martial artist, even a god wouldn't be able to fucking hold up. Su Xiaoman looked at the miserable state the two of them were in and coldly clicked her tongue. Two pieces of trash. Weren't you acting pretty arrogant just now? Go on, yell. Why aren't you yelling anymore? TCH, boring. She looked at them with contempt in her eyes and cursed without mercy. Spend your whole lives being actors. Idiots. After saying that, Su Xiaoman couldn't be bothered to spare this group another glance. She directly clicked exit. With a flash of white light, she disappeared from the settlement space. As for Zhongyu and Lu Hua, they had already been tortured into nervous collapse and near mental breakdown by those 100-plus deaths with pain transmission at 50. And now, in front of an audience of over 100,000, they had just been pointed at and insulted to their faces by a tiny lowly at 0 realm 9th layer. That broke them on the spot. The legs of the two grown men went limp, and they collapsed onto the ground. Their eyes reddened, and with a wail, they completely broke down and started crying on the spot. The crying was absolutely miserable, and amid those sobs, Su Xiaoman had already returned to her personal lobby in the Tontian Tower. She didn't rush to keep climbing ranked. Instead, she first opened the system panel and entered the Modify Firearm function unlocked after the M870 reached max level. The moment the list opened, Su Xiaoman's eyes lit up. Holy shit, this function could actually take materials dropped from exotic beasts, things like bones, blood, scales, or crystal cores, and directly stuff them into firearms to add extra attributes to the weapon. Add fire damage, add armor penetration, or throw in some poison, lightning strike effects, and stuff like that. It was like some damn pay-to-win gun from a game. In other words, as long as she killed enough exotic beasts in the future and got materials of high enough quality, handcrafting a fire chillin wouldn't be a problem at all. Killing exotic beasts could absorb chi and blood to level up, could give firearms experience, and now even the dropped materials could be used directly to strengthen weapons. Beautiful. Completely satisfied, Su Xiaoman closed the modification list, then casually opened the armory and glanced at the M249 light machine gun as progress. Current firearm, M249 Squad Automatic Weapon LV3-12. Unlocked attachment, holographic sight. Unlocked attachment, heavy barrel. Unlocked attachment, tactical foregrip. Although she had suppressed the other side for the entire match just now, there had only been 5 enemies after all. On top of that, this light machine gun had only been unlocked in a later stage, so the total number of kills had been limited. Still, the experience had gone up by a chunk. It had reached level 3 and also unlocked 3 practical attachments. The heavy barrel could increase range and power. The foregrip could effectively suppress recoil. And the holographic sight could also improve target acquisition efficiency. Not bad. If she got the chance later to head outside the city and find some exotic beast nest, then set this thing up and let it rip for a while, she could probably max it out in minutes. Su Xiaoman closed the weapon panel and looked at her Tontian points again. 4,210 points. More than enough to buy that portable grappling gun worth 3,000 points. However, physical items in the Tontian Mall had to be redeemed in the offline hall outside after exiting the virtual pod. No rush. Su Xiaoman perked up. First, solo ranked. After getting 10 straight wins, she returned to reality, claimed the reward of 10 bottles of chi and blood medicine, then buy the grappling gun. Then go home to take the medicine and cultivate, and then perfectly wrap up today's Tontian Tower trip. Thinking that, Su Xiaoman directly opened solo ranked. Match found. Personal ranked match will begin shortly. Su Xiaoman's figure turned into a stream of light and entered the battlefield once more. Meanwhile, inside a high-end office building in Tianqing County, at the headquarters of Xingyao Media Guild, the lights were blazing bright. In the middle of the night, the phones and internal communication software of the entire operations department were practically being blown up. Xiao Lubu Milu's live stream room had already been forcibly cut off by the Tontian Tower officials. But across the major martial arts forums and short video platforms, recordings of this stream were spreading at an absolutely terrifying speed. 1 win, 77 losses. 0 realm little girl slaughters a 5-man stage team. Sniper rifle plus machine gun. What kind of godly ability is this? Hard proof. Famous streamer Xiao Lubu Milu hired actors and ranked and got punished by a random passerby. Public opinion had exploded. Guild manager Zhao Ming sat in his office chair, looking at the negative data constantly scrolling across the big screen. His face as dark as the bottom of a pot. The sky was falling. The guild had spent a huge amount of money on packaging and traffic promotion, and had only just managed to push up a top-tier martial arts streamer. And now someone had used a machine gun to completely blow apart both her and her streaming career. Have we found out the background of that doesn't eat cilantro on the other side yet? Zhao Ming tapped the desk, his voice gloomy. Not yet. The operations supervisor, standing opposite him, wiped the sweat from his forehead. There are just too few clues. Short height, twin ponytails. These two traits sound obvious. But in reality, they're useless. To protect participants from being tracked down in real life, Tantian Tower only proportionally restores things like height and weight, but absolutely never gives exact values. Just by looking at the virtual body, all we can infer is that the other party is quite a bit shorter than average. But how big is Gaia Star? Its population is measured in the hundreds of billions. Even if we narrow it down to the Sun Crown Empire, among women who fit the trait of being short, if it's not 100 million, then it's at least 80 million. As for twin ponytails, that's even more ridiculous. She wears twin ponytails today, then tomorrow she's in a bad mood and switches to short hair. Who the fuck would recognize her? That doesn't count as any effective clue at all. The only breakthrough point is that the ability she used is an extremely rare firearms type ability. Just as Zhao Ming was wondering what channel he should use to investigate the person and then viciously retaliate, the operations supervisor received a phone call, and his expression suddenly changed. He hung up the communication and quickly walked over to the desk. Present Zhao, there's news from Zhongyu and Lu Hua. They said that when they tried to file a malicious kill report during the match just now, the system rejected it. Zhao Ming frowned. Rejected? Did the system bug out? No. The operations supervisor swallowed. Tantian Tower said that doesn't he eat cilantro is currently under priority observation by a user with special privileges, so the report channel was locked. Zhao Ming's fingers paused. TSK. Special privilege user priority spectating. He knew better than anyone what those words meant. As an old hand who had spent years in the industries surrounding the Tantian Tower, he was crystal clear on it. The royal family, the military, the upper ranks of the Martial Arts Association, admissions offices of top martial universities, or officially certified high-rank powerhouses. Only those kinds of people were qualified to use special privileges inside the Tantian Tower. Once someone like that set their eyes on you, it meant the real identity of not eating cilantro had already been placed under the highest level of protection. Even if hackers managed to dig up traces of her real identity online, any related videos, posts, or information would be directly throttled or even completely deleted by the authorities the moment they were posted. Want to find out who she was in real life? Then make some little move offline to get revenge? That was just pure suicide. Couldn't he find her, and couldn't he afford to offend her? Zhao Ming leaned back in his chair, fingers tapping on the desk. Any thoughts of revenge instantly vanished into thin air. Anyway, what was done was done. There was no fixing it now. Revenge or not, it didn't really matter anymore. Besides, even if revenge somehow succeeded, the Guild's losses would come back. In a commercial society, profit came first. If he couldn't get revenge, then why not cooperate? A zero-rank, 9th-layer player, relying on one sniper rifle and one heavy machine gun, had managed to put up the absurd record of 143-0 inside the Tantian Tower. Her face couldn't be seen clearly, but that contrast of a twin-tailed, lowly wielding heavy firearms, the show effect would absolutely explode. If he could sign this person and put her under his guild as a streamer, then this cash cow would definitely be hundreds of times bigger than Xiao Lu. Doesn't get lost. President Zhao, how should we handle Xiao Lu's side? The operations director asked for instructions. Zhao Ming didn't hesitate for even 1 second. Immediately issue an official announcement. Say that hiring actors in ranked matches was Xiao Lu doesn't get lost as personal behavior, that the guild knew nothing about it, and that we have zero tolerance for it. Announce that we are unilaterally terminating her contract. Have the legal department follow up and pursue liability for the reputational losses her breach of contract caused the company. Cut ties cleanly, quick and decisive. The person was already finished anyway. Better to squeeze out the last bit of remaining value and use the chance to clean up the Guild's image. Also, Zhao Ming said as he sat upright and issued a new order, immediately pick a group of high-end players from inside the guild. Strong ones and smart ones. Secretly form a squad. For the next while, they don't need to do anything else. Have them all Q ranked in the Tantian Tower. No matter what method they use, as long as they match into a game with this not eating cilantro, go make contact immediately. Their attitude needs to be as good as possible. Talk to her. Ask whether she's interested in joining an MCN. As long as she's willing to talk, she can name any condition she wants. Meanwhile, match successful. Personal ranked match is about to begin. The moment Su Xiaoman entered the preparation space, she habitually glanced at the upper right corner. Current spectators, 102,451. More than 100,000? Su Xiaoman scratched her head, a little confused. She had just casually punished a streamer who hired actors. Did that really bring in this many people? In the spectating channel, the barrage was already so dense it was lagging. Lines upon lines of text scrolled like mad, almost completely smearing over the right side of the screen. Too annoying. Su Xiaoman opened the settings and directly blocked the spectating barrage. Her field of vision instantly cleared up. Su Xiaoman looked at the opponent information ahead. Codename, Honglian. True Realm, 2nd rank 1st layer. You couldn't see the enemy's exact record before the Tantian Tower ranked match ended. But just from that true realm of second-rank first layer, it was obvious the other side was absolutely a battle-hardened expert. The other party's virtual projection was tall and slender, visually around 1 meter 75. Her figure had obvious curves, a standard mature beauty body type. Honglian was standing across from her at that moment. She had been grinding personal ranked matches in the Tontian Tower all night and hadn't paid any attention to martial arts live streams at all. So she naturally had no idea about the giant sniper Loli causing such an uproar outside. When she saw Su Xiaoman's 1 meter 43 frame, Honglian froze for a second. But very quickly, she put away that bit of surprise. At the same time, a few exclusive prompts that only Su Xiaoman could see popped up before her eyes. Detected that your previous match had an extremely high KDA. Your hidden score has risen significantly. Cross-realm matching has now been activated for you. Meanwhile, a standard ranked prompt popped up in front of Honglian. Detected a realm difference between both sides. To ensure fairness, both sides' realms in this match have been uniformly suppressed to the lower of the two. 0 rank 9th layer. 0 rank 9th layer. Looking at the little girl across from her, Honglian's gaze immediately turned serious. To cross realms and make it into a high-end match like hers at 0 rank 9th layer meant the other side was definitely no ordinary character. Even a lion uses its full strength when fighting a rabbit. Even if the opponent looked weak and delicate, she still had to be given absolute respect. That was the most basic quality of a martial artist. First, say hello. Honglian opened the public chat and sent a message, very politely. Honglian, hello. Seeing those two words pop up on the screen, Su Xiaoman felt the other side was pretty polite. She casually opened the keyboard and replied, not eating cilantro. Hello. Map for this match. Ancient Roman arena. Preparation time. 30 seconds. The scene changed rapidly. The two appeared inside a wide, circular stone arena. The ground was covered in rough yellow sand, and several broken, giant stone pillars lay scattered around the surroundings. Su Xiaoman raised both hands. Black points of light gathered. An M249 light machine gun with a 200-round ammo box appeared in her hands. Her left hand supported the handguard, and the muzzle directly locked on a Honglian ahead. 3, 2, 1. Round 1 begin. The instant the barrier disappeared, Honglian had just started to circulate her chi and blood, preparing to probe. Da-da-da-da-da-da. The deafening roar of a machine gun suddenly exploded through the empty arena. Dark red muzzle fire spat out as dense 5.56mm chi and blood bullets instantly crossed dozens of meters, forming a web of firepower that came crashing down head-on. Honglian didn't even have time to fully spread her protective chi and blood. Pew-pew-pew-pew. The bullets directly pierced through flesh. Half a second. Honglian was blasted into a cloud of blood on the spot. Not eating cilantro killed Honglian. Blue team is the first to gain 1 point. Detected that Honglian feels intense shock toward the host's thermal weapon firepower. Shock value, 500. Round 2, preparation time. Honglian revived at red team's spawn point. Her brain still buzzing. What the hell was that? Whose superpower was pulling out a heavy machine gun and spraying people down? Honglian took a deep breath, suppressed her surging chi and blood, and opened the public chat. Honglian, friend, your superpower is very strong. Honglian, but this is a martial arts bar. May I ask if you can stop using that weapon? Su Xiaoman looked at the public chat and laughed. Her superpower was Armory. If she didn't use this, what was she supposed to use? Not eating cilantro, no. Seeing those two words, Honglian's breathing stalled, and her face faintly reddened. Honglian tightened her grip on the long spear in her hand, her eyes locked onto the light machine gun in Su Xiaoman's hands as her mind raced. The weakness of firearms was that they needed to reload, as long as she found cover the instant the round started and hid behind a stone pillar. Then once the other side ran out of bullets, she could catch the timing during the reload window, charge straight out, get in her face, and take her down. Damn it. Once this old lady kills you, I'm definitely going to throw a vicious taunt right in your face. Second round begin. The barrier vanished. Honglian's chi and blood erupted in full. Although the top-tier movement technique of a second-rank martial artist had been suppressed to the 9th level of 0 rank, her force application technique was still terrifying. Her whole body turned into an afterimage as she lunged toward a gigantic stone pillar on the right. As long as she could get behind it. As long as she could make it there. Rai-chi-ding, da-da-da. 9 chi blood bullets shot over from afar. 3 in front, 3 in the middle, and 3 behind, directly sealing off every route Honglian could move through. Honglian had just made a mid-air change of direction. Her body was in that stiff moment where she couldn't borrow any force. The bullets pierced straight through her knees and chest. Like a wild goose blasted apart in midair by a hunting shotgun, Honglian exploded into a cloud of blood mist just half a meter away from the stone pillar. She got airpicked just like that. No cilantro has killed Honglian. Total score, 20. Match over. Inside the settlement space, Honglian stood there blankly. Her brain completely crashed. Last match, she'd been riddled full of holes. This match, she'd gone all out with her movement technique, only to get precision shot to death in midair with 9 bullets. Hong Lian completely snapped. She opened the public chat, slammed 2 words and a punctuation mark onto the virtual keyboard, and sent out, "Hong Lian, your mom." On the other side, when Su Xiaoman saw those 2 words pop up in public chat, she instantly lost it and laughed out loud. She casually scrolled up through the chat log. 1 minute ago, hello. 1 minute later, your mom. In less than a minute, her opponent's mental state had undergone such a world-shaking change. Gaia really was something. Talents popped up everywhere. Right after that, the system popped up a new notification. Hong Lian has sent you another PK request. Accept. Inside the Tontian Tower, ranked matches allowed both sides to request a rematch after finishing. However, to prevent malicious point farming, the system stipulated that only the first 3 games would normally count toward win streaks and points. After 3 games, results would no longer be recorded. Su Xiaoman glanced at the prompt. She was just 7 matches short of a 10-win streak anyway. If she accepted the rematch, she'd even save the time of rematching and loading into a new map. No loss at all. She casually tapped accept. Meanwhile, Hong Lian stared fixedly at the translucent screen in front of her. Any so-called competitive spirit had long been thrown beyond the 9 heavens. Right now, she had only one thought in her head. She had to beat that dumbass no cilantro hard just once, then rub it in her face hard. Hong Lian stared at the panel, her expression gradually twisting. Accept already. Hurry up and accept. The other party has accepted your rematch request. The moment the prompt popped up, Hong Lian suddenly punched the air. Her eyes were red, and she was so excited even her breathing had grown a little heavier. Yes. You're dead this round. I'm definitely taking this one. Match successful. Battle will begin shortly. Inside the preparation space, Su Xiaoman habitually glanced at the upper right corner of her vision. Current spectators, 186,421. 186,000 people. Su Xiaoman froze for a second, her face full of confusion. Earlier, for some peace and quiet, she had blocked all spectator barrage messages. She had no idea what was happening outside. It was just an ordinary solo ranked match. A low-end game without even any ranking. What exactly were all these people watching? In the middle of the night, instead of sleeping, they were all crammed into spectator mode to watch her fight? Su Xiaoman sighed, feeling a little regretful. What a pity. The system had clearly stipulated that shock value could only be obtained through close-range interaction. Emotional fluctuations produced through online spectating didn't count at all in the system's eyes. What a huge loss. Su Xiaoman shook her head, put the thought away, and looked forward. Current map, Ancient Roman Arena. Preparation time, 30 seconds. Same map, same opponent. Inside the red team spawn point, Hong Lian gripped her spear and stared fixedly at Su Xiaoman in the distance while her mind spun wildly. Last round, she wanted to use her movement technique to get behind cover, only to be directly picked off midair by that heavy machine gun. She couldn't run, and she couldn't dodge. Since there was no retreat, she might as well charge straight in. Attack was the best defense. What the other side had in hand was a heavy machine gun, heavy body, extremely long barrel. At long range, this kind of weapon really did have terrifying suppressive power. But once someone got in close, that long barrel wouldn't be able to turn in time. It might even become a burden. As long as she could force her way through the first wave of fire and rush up to her, then within 3 meters, firearms absolutely could not beat cold weapons. 3, 2, 1. First round begin. The instant the energy barrier vanished, the muscles in Hong Lian's legs suddenly swelled, and chi and blood surged madly through her meridians into the soles of her feet. Bang! A shallow pit was stamped into the yellow sand beneath her feet as her whole body shot forward like an arrow leaving the string, sprinting straight at Su Xiaoman head-on. 5 meters. 10 meters. Hong Lian's eyes stayed locked on the front, prepared to deal with that damn machine gun spray at any moment. But the next second, she froze. Because in her field of vision, that twin-tailed girl who was only 1.43 meters tall had not set up the machine gun. On the contrary, she was charging over to. What? Hong Lian's pupils shook violently. She didn't choose to run. She actually took the initiative to close in on me. On the other side, the Saint-Tier force application technique of Lian Yun's step activated instantly. Su Xiaoman lightly tapped the ground with the tips of her feet. Her body, so light it seemed weightless, her speed so fast it dragged out an afterimage. The 2 sides rushed toward each other, and the dozens of meters between them vanished in an instant. In the blink of an eye, less than 5 meters remained between them. Hong Lian's pupils shrank sharply. She's a gunner. What right does she have to charge straight into a face-to-face clash with a close combat martial artist like me? Hong Lian lowered her center of gravity and tightened both hands around the spear, preparing to thrust. At that moment, Su Xiaoman's empty hands suddenly lifted, and black points of light instantly condensed in her palms. A compact gun body, a thick barrel, a pitch-black tactical handguard. The M870 MCS modular combat shotgun. She raised it level, the dark muzzle aimed directly at Hong Lian's body. Her index finger pulled back and squeezed the trigger. The firing pin struck the primer. Gunpowder and dark red chi and blood ignited explosively inside the chamber at the same time. Boom! A deep roar exploded in the center of the arena. So loud it was like thunder striking on flat ground. This was not ordinary buckshot. It was the special ammunition unlocked by the max level M870 Chi Blood Dragon Breath round. What erupted from the muzzle was not steel shot, but a dark red waterfall of flame several meters long, spreading outward in a cone. An extremely high temperature mixed with violent Chi Blood kinetic force instantly twisted the air in front of the muzzle and completely swallowed Honglian. Honglian hadn't even finished her slashing motion when her protective Chi Blood was blown apart the moment it touched the torrent of fire, turning into a scorched blood mist mixed with flames under the Savage Dragon S breath round. No cilantro has killed Honglian. Blue team is the first to gain 1 point. Su Xiaoman stopped in her tracks, grabbed the pump with her left hand, and yanked it back hard. Click. The action opened. A thick shell casing, giving off a sharp smell of gunpowder and burned red hot at the front, flew out of the ejection port and landed on the yellow sand with a faint hiss. She pushed the pump forward, chambering the second Dragon S breath round. Second round. Preparation time. Inside red team S spawn point. The white light had only just reassembled Honglian S body when her legs went weak and she dropped straight to her knees in the sand. Fa! 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 Honglian clawed frantically at her throat and chest with both hands, her face deathly pale as she gasped for breath. She was a student, so the Tontian Tower S pain simulation was only 10. But that 10 simulated the sensation of being instantly covered in Chi blood flames at over 1,000 degrees. Even if it was only 10, that phantom pain of her whole body's skin being vaporized in an instant and her nerve endings being seared by blazing fire still made every muscle in her body spasm uncontrollably. A point-blank rush? Rush my ass. What the hell even was that thing? One shot, and it blasted out nothing but fire. There wasn't even anywhere to dodge. Honglian gritted her teeth, forced herself to calm down, and rapidly thought of a countermeasure. Getting close was absolutely not an option anymore. That shotgun was a straight-up close-range meat grinder. Suddenly, she thought of something. Right? I have to widen the distance. Shotguns have extremely short range. As long as I stay far enough away, those flames and pellets won't beat any threat at all, right? As long as I open the distance and circle around the pillars, once she empties the shells in the gun and enters the gap while reloading, I'll be able to find a chance to get close and kill her, right? That's it. 3, 2, 1. Second round begin. The barrier disappeared. This time, Honglian hesitated not at all. She poured Chi blood into her legs, stomped hard off the ground, and shot backward like a nimble cheetah in rapid retreat. She wanted to fall back behind the row of abandoned stone pillars at the very edge of the arena. 30 meters, 40 meters, just 2 more steps, and she could hide in the pillar's blind spot. Meanwhile, Su Xiaoman stood where she was and looked at the wildly retreating Honglian, expressionless. Quick draw, activate. The M870 shotgun in her hands instantly dispersed into black motes of light. Almost at the same time, a Barrett M82A1 anti-material sniper rifle nearly 1.5 meters long appeared out of thin air in her hands. This time, Su Xiaoman did not lie down, nor did she look for cover. Max level, the Empire S8 body tempering breathing method gave Su Xiaoman extremely strong core strength and lower body stability. Her left leg stepped half a pace forward, her right knee bent slightly, and she directly took a standing firing stance. Her left hand steadily supported the heavy handguard, and the stock was pressed firmly against her right shoulder. Her right eye lined up with a high-magnification optical scope. Deep breath. Hold. The scope's crosshairs moved smoothly across her vision and instantly locked on a Honglian, who was rapidly retreating. Predict position. Calculate lead. Her index finger decisively squeezed the trigger. Bang. The muzzle brake at the front of the barrel violently vented large blasts of high-pressure air to both sides, instantly blowing the yellow sand on either side of Su Xiaoman's body outward in rolling waves. The massive recoil slammed through the stock in her shoulder, but Su Xiaoman's body only swayed backward by half an inch. Her feet remained planted in place like nails. The heavy bolt, driven by Chi blood, cycled backward at high speed. Ding! A scorching shell casing spun out of the ejection port and struck the ground with a crisp ring. In the instant the gunshot sounded, far away, Honglian was in midair, her fingertips less than half a meter from that life-saving stone pillar. Then, at that very moment, a dark red Chi blood armor-piercing round tore through the air with terrifying kinetic force and hit her in the chest. The next second, bang! Honglian's entire upper body exploded, turning into a spray of shredded flesh and data streams. Her shattered legs, now missing the upper half due to inertia, smashed heavily into the stone pillar before completely dispersing. No cilantro has killed Honglian. Total score, 2-0. This match has ended. The scene instantly warped, and both of them were forcibly teleported back to the settlement space. Su Xiaoman put away the Barrett, rolled her shoulder a little, and looked toward the red team area opposite her. Honglian stood there. Her eyes were hollow, her mouth slightly open, the spear in her hand, her brain completely shut down. At long range, she got instantly killed by one shot from the heavy sniper. At close range, she got instantly killed by one shot from the shotgun. At mid-range, she got riddled into a sieve by the machine gun. No matter what tactic she used, the other side could pull out the corresponding firearm and blow her apart. Honglian fell completely silent. Inside the settlement space, Honglian has sent you another PK request. Su Xiaoman looked at the system prompt that popped up before her and casually tapped accept. Match successful. First round begin. The map was still the ancient Roman arena. The instant the barrier disappeared, Honglian didn't T-retreat. Instead, she used her movement technique to weave back and forth between several abandoned stone pillars, trying to break line of sight and find a chance to get close. Su Xiaoman stood where she was as black motes of light gathered, and the M870 shotgun returned to her hands. Cloud Step at Saint level burst forth in an instant. Honglian had just rounded a stone pillar, and before her field of view had fully opened, a blur had already closed right into her face. The dark muzzle was shoved straight at her. Bang! Dragon-esque breath erupted, and Honglian once again turned into a cloud of scorched blood mist. Next match, Honglian immediately opened the distance at the start, trying to stall for time with the terrain. Su Xiaoman didn't even move a step before pulling out an M249 with a backhand motion. The roar of machine gun fire echoed through the entire arena. Bullets rained across the ground and riddled Honglian into a sieve on the spot. Settlement space. Honglian has sent you another PK request. Su Xiaoman looked at that line and directly tapped reject. This was getting pointless. It didn't even add to her win count anymore. In a 1 versus 1 duel, there wasn't much shock value to farm. The kill count was pitifully low too, and the Tontion points weren't worth much either. There wasn't even the pleasure of scooping fries. It was a complete waste of time. She just wanted to hurry up, finish the 10-win streak, get the medicine, and go home to sleep. Seeing Su Xiaoman rejected, another message popped up in the public chat. Honglian, one more. No cilantro. Not fighting anymore. It's too late. Honglian, no. One more. Just one. Su Xiaoman sighed. Why was this person so stubborn? After getting beaten this badly, she still wouldn't accept it? No cilantro. Not fighting. Honglian, I'll bet 10,000 Tontion points with you for one match. Just one. No cilantro. Then what am I putting up? Honglian, you don't need to stake anything. Just one match. I won. So I'm not giving you this 10,000 points. If I lose, they're all yours. You don't lose anything. 10,000 points? A free roll match? Su Xiaoman's finger, just about to exit the room, stopped in midair. There really was a special gambling PK mode inside the Tontion Tower. The system allowed both sides to wager Tontion points, and the winner took all. Quite a few martial artists also used this method to privately trade Tontion points in exchange for items from a shop. The officials basically turned a blind eye to it. After all, most of the things in the shop could be bought outside with money anyway. There weren't any hidden limited edition items. For those martial artists too lazy to grind the points themselves, spending money to buy points and exchange them was just like buying discounted goods. So the officials couldn't be bothered to care. Anyway, aside from exchanging them for this ordinary stuff, Tontion points were useless as hell. Su Xiaoman glanced at her balance. A little over 4,000 points. She thought of that copy of Zhang Wei's spear gun combat technique worth 10,000 points and the 10,000 point auxiliary cube. No cilantro, 20,000. Honglian. In the red team area, Honglian clenched her teeth and stared fixedly at the number on the screen. All the savings she had built up before only added up to a little over 20,000. If she lost, she would be completely wiped out. But after losing so many matches in a row and dying more humiliatingly each time, if she let it end like this without even touching a single hair on the other side's head, she couldn't swallow that anger. Honglian, fine. 20,000 it is. Honglian has sent you a gambling PK request. Wager, 20,000 Tontion points. Accept. Accept. Match successful. Map for this round, abandoned factory. The preparation time ended. The instant the energy barrier disappeared, a violent surge of chi and blood erupted from Honglian's body. She abandoned all defense and squeezed every ounce of strength in her body into her legs and the spear in her hands. She didn't care about any firearm firepower or any shooting blind spots. With this thrust, even if they both died together, she would still stab it into her opponent. Honglian turned into a streak of blood-red light and charged straight at Su Xiaoman like a mad demon. 10 meters, 5 meters, 3 meters. Honglian's spear tip was now less than half a meter from Su Xiaoman's nose. Su Xiaoman still stood where she was. She didn't even take half a step back. Her right hand suddenly lifted. A barrel nearly 1.5 meters long instantly appeared in front of her. No bracing the gun, no pressing against the scope, just one hand supporting the weapon, a pure hip shot. Bang! Firelight exploded. The enormous kinetic force instantly tore through Honglian's chest cavity. The blade froze in midair. Honglian's body was sent flying backward by the impact of the chi and blood armor-piercing bullet, smashing heavily into the factory's sheet metal wall before bursting into a cloud of data stream and dissipating. No cilantro killed Hong Lian. Blue team gains 1 point. Round 2. Begin. Su Xiaoman directly switched to an M249 and held the trigger down without letting go. Da-da-da-da-da-da. A dense line of fire swept across and instantly sawed the newly respawned Hong Lian into 2 halves. Blue team gains 1 point. Total score, 20. This match is over. You won the wager. Obtained 20000 Tongtian points. Inside the settlement space, Hong Lian stood there with lifeless eyes. Her spear dropped at her feet. She stared fixedly at her own hands, her body trembling faintly. Her Dao heart had shattered. Her all-out attack, thrown out after abandoning everything. It still looked like a joke in the other party's eyes. She hadn't even been qualified to make the other side take 1 step back. Hong Lian's breathing grew faster and faster. Her eyes were so red, they looked like they were about to bleed, and her whole body seemed on the verge of falling into chi deviation. Hong Lian again. 2 words and 3 punctuation marks suddenly popped up on the public screen. Looking at the way the other side was acting, Su Xiaoman only found it boring as hell. No cilantro. If we're doing this round, then 30,000. Hong Lian, I don't have any points left. I gave them all to you. No points left? Then what the hell was there to fight for? Su Xiaoman shook her head. This person was bad to begin with. In a 1 versus 1, she didn't even give much shock value, and there wasn't even any fun in farming fries off her. Now she didn't even have points left. Su Xiaoman had no spare time to be this person's free sparring partner. Her fingers flew over the keyboard. No cilantro. Then let us leave it at that. No cilantro. You're too bad. Fighting you isn't interesting. I'm out. Go play by yourself. Red team, area. Looking at the 4 words, you're too bad on the screen, Hong Lian felt as if she had been struck by lightning and suddenly froze. Since childhood, as the most dazzling genius in her family and the favored daughter of heaven in the eyes of her peers, the only evaluations she had ever received were gifted and powerful. Bad? In her entire life, she had never once heard anyone use that word on her. But today, she had been one-shot flawlessly in all kinds of ways for 4 whole matches, getting shut out 4 times in a row. Not only had she lost all her points, the other side had even lightly tossed out a "you're too bad" as an insult at the end. Hong Lian's body started trembling violently. Her eyes stung. Tears surged out uncontrollably, rolling down her cheeks in big drops. She stood there, biting her lower lip hard without making a sound. Only her shoulders kept shaking, to the point that even her virtual projection became a little blurry. Su Xiaoman was just about to click exit when, from the corner of her eye, she suddenly noticed that the person across from her had actually started crying. Her movement paused, and her brows knit tightly together. She cried? What kind of nonsense was this? No cilantro, you cried. Hong Lian didn't reply. She only turned her head aside, and the tears kept falling. Su Xiaoman felt a little irritated. Her mental age was, after all, that of an adult in her 20s. In her previous life, she had fought and struggled her way through society. In this life, her parents were dead, and she still had to work part-time at a shooting range every day just to cover living expenses. Seeing this kind of greenhouse flower who cried after losing a game, an old adult's instinctive urge to lecture naturally bubbled up inside her. She directly turned on all chat voice. No, seriously. How are you breaking down after just being told off a couple times? Su Xiaoman's voice was flat, carrying a trace of undisguised speechlessness. What is the point of crying? Instead of wasting time shedding tears, you'd be better off going back and properly improving your strength. Hong Lian's body stiffened. She suddenly raised her head, red-eyed, and glared in Su Xiaoman's direction. All right, stop glaring at me. Su Xiaoman sighed in an old-fashioned tone. Judging from your reaction, you're probably a student, right? I'm guessing you've never really suffered much. Your family conditions are pretty good. And at school, you're probably used to being surrounded and praised by everyone too, right? Someone says a couple things to you. You hit a setback, feel a little wronged, and you start crying? Are you really that fragile? Your family has good conditions and can provide you with resources so you can reach second rank. First layer while you're still a student. Honestly, you've already beaten 90% of the people in this world. Outside, there are tons of ordinary people who can't even afford a bottle of basic chi and blood potion, and can only barely stay at 0 rank by grinding themselves to the bone. They have to budget even their meal times carefully, and they're not crying. Yet here you are, cry just because you lost a few games? There's really no need. Don't be so melodramatic, okay? Hong Lian listened in complete confusion, her expression going utterly blank. She never would have imagined that a little lowly, only 4'8" tall, with twin ponytails and heavy firepower in her hands, would lecture her at such length in the tone of some old cadre. Enough. Su Xiaoman couldn't be bothered to waste any more words. She was too familiar with this person anyway. She had already earned 20,000 points and achieved her goal. There was no need to keep wasting time on some little brat she didn't even know. I'm leaving. Stop crying. As soon as she finished speaking, Su Xiaoman directly clicked exit. A flash of white light. Her petite body vanished from the settlement space in an instant. Only Hong Lian was left sitting there alone, eyes red, unable to recover for a long time. In the spectator stands. No way, she really got bullied into tears? Why does this little girl talk like some old fossil? She's got this total old person vibe. But what she said made so much sense I can't even argue. If it were me, I'd cry too. 3 rounds, all instant kills without even scratching her, 20,000 points gone, and then getting pinned down and lecture at the end. That's not just killing someone. That's breaking their heart too. The man withdrew his gaze. Beside him, the secretary swiped a few times on the tablet and directly pulled up Honglian's real-world information. Lu Qingyan, the eldest daughter of the main Lu family branch of Lintian Town's Lu clan, the secretary said, while looking at the screen, quickly giving her report. 18 years old this year. Broke through to 2nd rank, 1st layer, just last month. The Lu family ranks among the strongest in town, and the resources they poured into her can be called top tier. Ever since childhood, in martial competitions among peers, she's basically never fallen out of the top 3. And she's even taken quite a few championships. She has had a smooth path all the way. She really hasn't suffered many defeats. The man nodded and said nothing. The Lu family, of course he knew them, one of Lintian Town's top families. Their foundation spoke for itself. As a genius placed under heavy expectations by her clan, the circles Lu Qingyan usually moved in were either children of families on the same level, or ordinary martial artists who treated her with great awe. And today, inside the Tontian Tower, she had been pinned to the ground and rubbed raw by a high school student at 0 rank, 9th layer, using firearms. Not only had she lost everything, she had even been pointed at and scolded to her face by the other party. That kind of huge psychological gap, plus the neural shock brought by the 10% pain simulation. Her breaking down was perfectly normal. What truly interested him was Su Xiaoman, an 18-year-old orphan, still working part-time at a shooting range just to make a living. Just through a few angry words after the other side lost, plus her tearful reaction, Su Xiaoman had, in an extremely short time, accurately inferred the other party's family background, growth environment, and personality flaws. Straight to the point, right into the vital spot. Her mental maturity was terrifying. She was nothing like a high school student who had never stepped outside campus. The man looked at the darkened screen, fingers lightly tapping the armrest of his seat. Interesting. A flash of white light, and Su Xiaoman returned to her personal lobby. She glanced at the number of spectators. It had already hit 300,000. She couldn't be bothered to care and directly opened a new solo ranked match. The remaining 5 matches to her current self didn't even count as a warm-up. Match successful. Scene loading. Her opponent had only just clearly seen that the person in front of him was a 4'8" twin-tailed little lowly, and before he could make any reaction, bang! A Barrett armor-piercing round crossed half the map and directly blasted his head into a cloud of blood mist. No cilantro killed the target. Next round. Match successful. The moment the countdown ended, Su Xiaoman rushed right into the opponent's face with an M870. The Berserk Chi Blood Dragon Breath shall instantly carbonize the enemy's entire upper body. The round after that, the M249 spat tongues of fire, and a 200-round belt forcibly sawed the opponent together with the cover behind him into fragments. 5 matches. Instant kills every round. The time spent on matching and countdowns was even longer than the actual combat time. The whole process took less than 10 minutes total. Congratulations. You have achieved a 10-win streak in Tontian Tower. Your 10-win streak reward has been sent to the offline lobby. Please go to the reward center and collect it with your identity card. Looking at the system prompt in front of her, Su Xiaoman let out a satisfied breath. Work done. She casually checked her current panel data, counting what she had farmed from Honglian, along with what the next 5 opponents had contributed. Her total shock value income came to 10,000 points. Current shock value, 34,800 points. As for Tontian points, adding the 20,000 point wager and the points won from these solo matches, the number was also quite impressive. Current Tontian points, 26,310 points. Now she had money. At the same time, the moment the 10-win streak notification popped up, the bullet comments that had originally been wildly flooding the screen with discussion about Su Xiaoman as plays instantly turned into a chorus of wailing. The viewers realized it. Sister No Cilantro was about to log off. Don't go, Sister Cilantro. Cue one more. Overtime. It's not enough. Seriously not enough. Play 10 more. We still haven't seen you pull out a rocket launcher. How are you already leaving? Unfortunately, Su Xiaoman couldn't see the comments. She decisively clicked exit, and her consciousness instantly separated from the virtual space. The hatch of a silver-white virtual pod slowly slid upward. Su Xiaoman removed the connected helmet and sat up from inside the pod, then stretched lazily and comfortably. A few light cracks came from her bones. She pushed open the door and walked out of the room. The lights in the hallway were a little glaring. In the lobby, a gentle broadcast voice was echoing. Dear customers, Tontian Tower's business hours for today are about to end. Please take your personal belongings and exit in an orderly manner. Thank you for your understanding and cooperation. Several uniformed staff members were standing by the passageways with smiles on their faces, guiding the martial artists coming out of the various rooms toward the exit. Su Xiaoman did not head straight for the main door. Instead, She turned and went to the offline exchange hall on the side. The Tantian Points Mall was open 24 hours a day for self-service use. She walked up to the transparent display case, took out her identity card, and swiped it across the sensor area. Portable grappling gun. Exchange successful. 3,000 points deducted. Auxiliary cube. Exchange successful. 10,000 points deducted. Zhang Weike gun-fighting technique copy. Exchange successful. 10,000 points deducted. Current Tantian points. 3,130 points. The metal hatch beneath the display cabinet slid open, and the 3 items lay neatly arranged on the tray inside. Su Xiaoman picked them up and stuffed them into her pocket. Her points instantly shrank, leaving only 3,130. Still, money should be spent where it matters. No need to feel bad about it. Then she walked over to the reward center beside it and handed her identity card to the machine terminal. A red light swept over it. Identity verification complete. Su Xiaoman. 10-win streak achievement confirmed. With a click, a sealed black handbag popped out from the lower slot. Inside were exactly 10 bottles of officially issued basic chi blood potions. Su Xiaoman had just reached out and lifted the bag. Ding. Detected a large quantity of absorbable chi blood resources. Would you like to consume 5,000 shock value points and have the system directly refine them into cultivation? Su Xiaoman posed. It could do that too. When ordinary martial artists consumed chi blood potions, they had to slowly refine them bit by bit with their cultivation method. Not only did it take time, some of the medicinal effect would inevitably be lost in the process. If the system refined them directly, then it was obviously 100% absorption, and it saved both time and effort. Holding the bag, Su Xiaoman glanced around. People were constantly coming and going through the lobby. Making 10 bottles of potion vanish right in public was way too eye-catching. She turned and walked toward the restroom in the corner. She entered a stall and locked the door. Refine. Shock points deducted successfully. Current shock points, 29,800 points. The moment the notification fell, the 10 bottles of chi and blood potions in the bag instantly turned into countless tiny red motes of light. They pierced through the packaging and flowed straight into Su Xiaoman's body through her palm. Boom! A huge and pure force of chi and blood exploded inside her body. The max level 8th Imperial Body Tempering breathing technique began circulating on its own like instinct, guiding that power as it surged through her limbs and bones. Su Xiaoman closed her eyes and only felt as if her whole body were being washed over by warm water. The bottleneck she had already reached at the peak of the 9th layer of 0 rank was pierced through instantly under the impact of that force like paper. First layer of first rank. Second layer of first rank. Her total chi and blood rose like crazy. At last, the fluctuations of power slowly calmed. Realm advancement complete. Current realm. 0 rank 9th layer, first rank 5th layer. Su Xiaoman opened her eyes and clenched her fist. Her bones felt denser. Her muscles held explosive power far beyond before, and the chi and blood inside her body was so abundant it almost seemed ready to overflow. With a single thought, she could condense her chi and blood on the surface of her body into a faint red shield. So this was what a first-rank martial artist felt like. Awesome. Her realm had jumped by a huge margin, so the power of the chi and blood bullets she fired would definitely rise along with it. If she used the Barrett now against a second-rank 4th-layer martial artist, she could absolutely blow him apart with one shot too. After finishing her breakthrough, Su Xiaoman reached in her pocket and pulled out the copied manual of Zhang Weike gun kata she had exchanged for earlier. Detected E-rank martial skill Zhang Weike gun kata. To raise from uninitiated to saint level, max 7,500 shock points are required. Continue upgrading. Upgrade. Shock points deducted successfully. Current shock points, 22,300 points. As the prompt sounded, a massive flood of combat memories surged into her mind. In the memories, Su Xiaoman held a handgun and moved through the crowd at extreme speed. Mozambique drill, joint lock chokehold, leveraging force into an over-the-shoulder throw. A few seconds later, the memories fused completely. Martial skill upgrade complete. Current martial skill, Zhang Weike gun kata, saint level, max. Standing inside the stall, Su Xiaoman's body instinctively performed a move. Weapon raised, retreating, then dropping low into a dodge. Fast, accurate, ruthless. There wasn't a trace of unnecessary force. The only regret was that this gun kata was best suited for one-handed pistols or compact short assault rifles. Of course, shotguns work too. Still, while she could use them, with her current tiny 1.43 m frame, the gun bodies were still a little too long. If she really wanted to use all kinds of extreme folding movements and close-range chokehold tactics, a small handgun would ultimately feel much smoother. As for the other 2 weapons in her current armory, there was even less to say. They definitely wouldn't work. So right now, she really needed a handgun. Unfortunately, the number of kills in solo queue was too low. The M249's experience points had been crawling like a snail through the last 5 matches, and it was still far from max level. If it wasn't team maxed, then she couldn't spend shock points to draw a new gun. And now the experience center had just closed too, so she couldn't keep farming. She could only wait until tomorrow. Su Xiaoman wasn't in a hurry though. Tomorrow, The school still had the martial arts assessment pretest. After that was over, she could come back, max out the machine gun level, and draw the new gun. What kind of gun would she get tomorrow? Exciting, exciting. Hopefully it'd be something good. Su Xiaoman clapped her hands, tossed the now empty black handbag into the trash can beside her, pushed open the stall door, and walked out of the restroom with light steps. She had only just reached the experience center lobby. Whoa! An air raid siren suddenly rang out through all of Lintian town. The soft exit broadcast in the lobby was cut off instantly, and all the ceiling lights switched in unison to a glaring crimson red. Right after that, a synthesized mechanical voice spread across the whole town. Warning! Warning! A miniature spatial rift has suddenly appeared on Chongqing Street in the East District of Lintian town. A second-rank exotic beast has emerged. All non-combat personnel in that area and nearby surroundings, please proceed immediately to the nearest air raid shelter. The Town Guard and Martial Arts Association operatives have already been dispatched. All citizens, remain calm and follow instructions. The martial artists and guests who had been preparing to leave immediately burst into an uproar. Several front desk staff had gone pale and hurriedly opened the gates to the internal passage, shouting for the crowd to evacuate downstairs. Everyone's first reaction was to look for a safe zone. Su Xiaoman stood at the back of the crowd and stopped. She turned her head and looked toward Chongqing Street in the East District. Two of her traits flashed through her mind in rapid succession. Qi and blood plunder. Kill exotic beasts to directly plunder qi and blood and feed it back into your own realm. Modified firearms. Exotic beast materials can be fused into firearms to provide special enhancements. Su Xiaoman's eyes lit up instantly. Holy crap, an EXP pack just arrived. Coming through, while the lobby was in chaos, Saint-level Union Step exploded beneath Su Xiaoman's feet, and the qi and blood of a first-rank, fifth-layer martial artist flooded into her legs. Her petite figure shot forward in an instant, directly against the fleeing crowd, plunging headfirst into the dark night outside and sprinting at extreme speed toward Chongqing Street in the East District. Meanwhile, Lintian town, Lu Family Manor. Inside a luxurious private cultivation room, a top-spec dark old virtual pod let out a soft hiss, and the hatch slowly slid upward. Lu Qingyan yanked off the connection helmet and sat up from inside the pod. Her head was lowered, and a few strands of sweat-soaked hair clung to her cheeks. The lingering 10% burning pain from the Tongtian Tower, combined with that massive psychological gap, made her current state look a little miserable. Her eyes were red and swollen, and obvious tear marks still hung on her face. The old butler who had been standing guard nearby immediately stepped forward, holding warm water and a towel, just about to hand them over. "Miss, you're done?" Halfway through speaking, the old butler finally saw the tear tracks on Lu Qingyan's face. His movement froze, and a cup of water in his hand shook with it, nearly spilling. As the Lu family's chief steward, he had watched Lu Qingyan grow up. This gifted young miss of the Lu family had always been proud and arrogant, from childhood until now. No matter whether it was setbacks in cultivation or injuries in real combat, she had never shed a single tear. Today, hadn't she just gone into the Tongtian Tower to play a ranked match? How had she ended up crying like this? "Miss, what happened?" The old butler set down the cup, his face full of worry. Lu Qingyan took the towel and rubbed her face with it a few times. Her eyes red. She shook her head without answering. Then she directly swung herself out of the virtual pod, without even putting on shoes. She stepped barefoot onto the slightly cool alloy floor and walked straight to the weapon rack nearby. She reached out and gripped a heavy fine steel spear. Zhong. The spear was pulled free in one motion. The old butler glanced at the electronic clock on the wall, his eyes widening. "Miss, it's already 2 in the morning. You're not going to rest? You still want to go do extra training in the gravity room?" Lu Qingyan still said nothing. She gripped the shaft tightly with both hands, the spear tip slanting toward the floor. Inside the empty training room, the word spoken not long ago by that 4'8", twin-tailed lowly kept replaying in her mind. A flower raised in a greenhouse. A pampered young miss from a great family who had never suffered. A sore loser. Lu Qingyan took a deep breath, and her qi and blood surged with a roar. Her long spear shot out fiercely inside the training room, tearing through the air with a sharp, piercing whistle. Right now, she only had one thought in her head. Train. Train harder. One day, she was going to defeat that guy called Busai Shansai Fair and Square at least once. Lintian Town, Old City District, a roadside barbecue stall. White smoke rose from the charcoal fire, and the meat sizzled on the grill. Yaren's real name was Zhou Xian. Qingha's real name was Li Qingha. After exchanging contact info online, the two were shocked to find out that they were both third-year seniors at Lintian Town No. 3 High School. Even though tomorrow morning was the school's final mock martial exam, there were millions of people online in the Tongtian Tower at the same time. The odds of randomly queuing up and matching with a schoolmate were just way too low. Both of them felt this was a rare kind of fate, so they simply snuck out in the middle of the night for a barbecue. By Zhou Xian's feet sat a black sports bag. Inside were the reward he had just received tonight for getting a 10-win streak in the Tongtian Tower. 10 whole bottles of basic qi blood potion. This run in the Tontian Tower today had felt like a dream. Zhou Xian stuffed a skewer of lamb into his mouth and took a sip of an iced drink. What exactly is that Xiaoman's deal? A hot weapon ability, and the firepower is ridiculously insane too. Li Qinghe nodded, a few skewers of grilled chives in hand. Yeah, I've never heard of anything like that either. Has there ever been a hot weapon ability on this level in Gaia-Star's history? Who knows? Gaia-Star is huge. Maybe there's some freak like that in one of the war zones. But from what I remember, probably not. Still, Gaia-Star is just too big. So I can't say for sure, Zhou Xian replied casually. Li Qinghe thought for a moment, then suddenly paused and looked at Zhou Xian. Hey, come to think of it. Do you remember? Doesn't our school also have someone with an awakened firearms ability? She's a hot weapon user too, and she kind of looks like her. Could she be Xiaoman? Impossible. Zhou Xian rejected it on the spot without even thinking. How is that impossible? I know who you're talking about. Su Xiaoman. Her ability is literally a pink plastic toy pistol. The bullets it shoots can't even punch through a soda can. What kind of hot weapon is that supposed to be? Zhou Xian shot back. What if her ability evolved? Liqing Shavesa. Yeah, right. Zhou Xian waved his hand. First, Gaia-Star is huge. Lintian Town alone has an absurd population. How could it just so happen that 3 people from our school randomly matched into the same team? The odds are lower than hitting the jackpot. Second, Su Xiaoman's martial talent is average. Her ability absolutely couldn't evolve. Li Qinghe frowned. Why are you saying that so absolutely? Ability evolution is luck to begin with. It has nothing to do with strength or martial talent. Besides, short height, twin tails, plus a firearms ability. Those 3 traits lining up together is way too much of a coincidence, isn't it? Zhou Xian fell silent for a moment. Truthfully, he knew better than anyone that Li Qinghe made sense. He just didn't want to think in that direction. If Xiaoman were a total stranger, he would only think she was awesome, a top-tier carry. But if that person were a classmate who usually went unnoticed at school, watching someone suddenly explode in strength and transform into an unreachable genius overnight was a very complicated feeling. It was like going to a lottery shop to buy scratch-offs. You scratch out a pile of worthless paper, then turn your head and see someone you don't really know, but whose name you recognize scratch off a million right in front of you. Even if you weren't close to that person, even if you'd only heard their name and a few things about them, that feeling would still be unbelievably awful. That was exactly how Zhou Xian felt right now. He was desperately hypnotizing himself, trying with all his might to deny that possibility through logic, even though deep down, he already felt that the other party was probably Su Xiaoman. Right then, a burst of shouting suddenly came from the next table over. Holy shit, she really won versus 5 them. What the hell kind of ability is that? She even pulled out a heavy machine gun? That Xiangsai turned Xiaolu Bumulu into a damn QR code. Zhou Xian and Li Qinghe looked at each other. Xiaolu Bumulu? 1 versus 5? Xiangsai. Zhou Xian immediately stood up, grabbed 2 skewers of grilled meat, and walked over to the next table. Bro, what are you guys watching? Mind letting me take a look? The young man at the next table was watching in excitement and casually turned his phone screen toward him. The video was an OB perspective replay recorded from the Tontian Tower backend. On the screen, a twin-tailed little darky was holding a short, thick shotgun and blasted 3 people into a bloody mist at point-blank range. Then she smoothly pulled out a light machine gun with an ammo box hanging from the feed belt. The muzzle flashed wildly. Bullets swept across the entire battlefield. The whole screen was filled with flying flesh and blood. It was brutal to the extreme. Zhou Xian stood there, his eyes widening slightly as he stared at that small figure on the screen, a figure that looked like a god of slaughter. His grip on the barbecue skewer tightened on its own. Li Qinghe stood behind him, also staring at the screen, her breathing pausing for half a second. Too fierce. Just then, whoa, a shrill air raid siren suddenly ripped through the night sky. The noise at the barbecue stall vanished in an instant. Red warning lights on the roadside began flashing frantically. Right after that, a cold mechanical broadcast echoed over the city. Warning, warning. A micro-spatial rift has appeared on Chongqing Street in the eastern district of Lintian Town. A second-order exotic beast has emerged. All non-combat personnel in the affected area and surrounding zones proceed immediately to the nearest air raid shelter. The nearby diners froze for a second. Then chaos erupted into panicked shouts. Tables and chairs were knocked over, and beer bottles shattered all over the ground. Run to the underground shelter. An exotic beast is out. Zhou Xian immediately snapped back to his senses, grabbed the black sports bag at his feet, and turned to Li Qinghe. Let's go. To the shelter. Li Qinghe followed at once. The crowd quickly surged toward the underground entrance at the street corner. Across the chaotic street, inside a pitch-black alley with no streetlights, a figure in a black hoodie stood silently in the shadows. The person in black looked through the panicked, fleeing crowd, then lowered the brim of the hood and silently retreated deeper into the alley, like a drop of ink melting into the night. The figure vanished without a trace in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, Zhou Xian carried the black sports bag and ran with Li Qinghe along with the terrified crowd toward the street corner. Ahead of them, the underground shelter entrance was already lit up with green guidance lights. As long as they crossed this intersection, they would reach the safe zone. Just then, boom! A deafening explosion erupted ahead. The ground at the center of the intersection suddenly bulged upward, then collapsed completely. Countless chunks of asphalt and dirt shot into the air together with geysers from ruptured high-pressure water pipes. Two hovercars parked by the roadside were flipped over by the shockwave and slammed heavily above the shelter entrance, completely blocking the thick alloy blast door. The fleeing crowd screamed and frantically retreated. Zhou Xian's steps halted, and he shielded Li Qinghe as they darted several yards backward. Amid the dust filling the sky, a colossal beast more than 16 feet long slowly crawled out from the crack in the earth. Azure lightning arcs crackled wildly through its fur, each hair standing on end like steel needles. The Thunderwolf King, a tyrant among second-order exotic beasts. Its front paws pressed down on a wrecked hovercar, its razor-sharp claws effortlessly piercing the bulletproof armor. Its dark yellow beast eyes coldly swept across the surrounding crowd. Cover the civilians' retreat. Team 1 with me. Several martial artists in the uniform of the Lintian Town Guard rushed out from the side street and charged straight at the Thunderwolf King. But the gap in strength was far too great. At 2 in the morning, most high-level martial artists were in seclusion cultivating. The first guard to arrive at the scene were all peak First Order. Even the captain leading them had only barely reached first layer of the Second Order. A lineup like this could normally deal with a few First Order exotic beasts with ease. But in front of a Second Order Thunderwolf King, it was nowhere near enough. Clang! The guard captain's greatsword slashed viciously across the Thunderwolf King's neck. Sparks flew. It did not even break the skin, only leaving behind a faint white mark. The Thunderwolf King suddenly twisted its front half, and its thick wolf tail whipped out like a steel lash. Bang! The faint red chi blood shield around the guard captain's body flickered violently, then shattered with a boom in less than half a second. His whole body jolted as if struck by lightning. His chest caved in at a visible rate, and he was sent flying over a dozen meters like a kite with its string cut. He smashed through a street lamp and crashed into the ruins. His life or death unknown. In a single exchange, their strongest fighter was finished. The remaining 3 guards had not even had time to retreat before the Thunderwolf King turned into a streak of blue lightning and plunged into the crowd. Blood burst into the air. A longsword snapped. An alloy spear was bent by a single swipe of its claw. One guard was grazed by a bolt of lightning. Half his body instantly turned charred black, and he collapsed with a scream. Another guard had his shoulder bitten by the Thunderwolf King. Its sharp fangs crushed the bone on the spot, and with a casual toss, it flung him into a wall. A one-sided slaughter. Zhou Xian gripped the short blade at his waist tightly and glanced behind him. The shops on both sides had already collapsed. The street was blocked by ruins, and the few remaining alleys were packed with panicked civilians. There was nowhere left to retreat. Li Qinghe grabbed the folding tower shield at her waist and pressed the mechanism. With a click of machinery, a heavy tower shield, half a person tall, unfolded in front of her. We're going all in. Zhou Xian flung the black sports bag containing the chi blood potion into the corner. His body sank, and the chi blood of his 9th level 0 order erupted in full. He turned into an afterimage and cut into the battlefield from the side. His short blade stabbed straight for the Thunderwolf King's softest spot, its abdomen. The Thunderwolf King's dark yellow pupils tilted downward. It did not dodge at all. Its right front claw suddenly rose and swatted sideways at him, with berserk electric currents dancing over it. Too fast. Zhou Xian did not even have the chance to change moves. He could only forcibly raise his short blade to block. Clang! The short blade's edge curled on impact. The immense force surged through the hilt into both his arms. Zhou Xian's tiger's mouth split open instantly, blood spraying out. The slap sent both his feet off the ground, and he flew heavily to the left. Just as the Thunderwolf King raised its left claw, preparing to follow up with a killing blow, a heavy tower shield cut in from the side and blocked in front of Zhou Xian. Li Qinghe braced the back of the shield with both hands, pouring chi blood into it. Bang! The Thunderwolf King's sharp claws struck the refined steel tower shield. 3 deep claw marks instantly appeared on its surface. The tremendous impact passed through the shield and directly smashed Li Qinghe to both knees. The stone slabs beneath her shattered, and her kneecaps let out a crisp crack under the unbearable strain. Electric currents spread through the metal shield and across her entire body. Li Qinghe trembled violently, both arms going completely numb. She spat out a mouthful of blood onto the inner side of the shield. She could not hold it. She simply could not hold it. The enormous gap in strength was not something courage and willpower could bridge. The azure lightning on the Thunderwolf King lit the surroundings in a ghastly white. The thick smell of blood mixed with the stench of scorched flesh and spread through the air. The last 2 surviving guards lay in pools of blood, struggling to get back up, yet lacking even the strength to grip their weapons. Zhou Xian used his broken short blade to prop himself up from the ground, trying to stand straight, but his right leg would not stop trembling. Li Qinghe remained kneeling, her tower shield already badly deformed, both hands hanging weakly at her sides. The Thunderwolf King came to a stop and looked down at the ant on the ground. It slowly opened its bloody maw. Deep in its throat, Violent thunder-attributed chi blood gathered and compressed at a mad rate. The next second, an azure lightning orb rapidly took shape, and the destructive aura it gave off began to twist the very air around it. Zhou Xian stared at the growing lightning orb, his retinas aching from the piercing glare. It was over. At that moment, ding! A mechanical launch sound came from behind them. Zhou Xian turned his head. He discovered that more than 20 meters above the ground, a red and black metal platform, 9 meters by 9 meters, had appeared out of nowhere. At the same time, accompanied by the rapid whir of a reel pulling in rope at high speed, a petite figure traced a clean arc through the night, using a pull of the grappling line below to launch straight into the air. Zhou Xian's pupils contracted sharply. The next second, that figure landed steadily on the edge of the floating platform. At the same time, a large number of black motes of light frantically gathered in the petite figure's palm. A heavy sniper rifle, nearly 1.5 meters long, abruptly appeared. The girl stood atop the floating platform, rifle shouldered in a standing firing stance. Her left hand supported the handguard. Her right shoulder locked hard against the stock. She pulled the bolt. Click. Then, the muzzle lowered. The crosshair in the high-powered optical scope locked directly onto the Thunder Wolf King below, just as it was about to release the lightning orb. Without the slightest hesitation, her index finger decisively pulled the trigger. Bang! Dark red muzzle flames burst violently from both sides of the muzzle brake. A chi blood armor-piercing round spun out of the barrel with terrifying kinetic force, carving a straight vacuum bullet trail through the night sky. Fast to the extreme, accurate to the finest hair. The lightning orb in the Thunder Wolf King's throat had not even had time to fire. The bullet had already pierced through the side of its skull. Boom! That huge wolf head, hard as iron, exploded on the spot like a watermelon smashed by a sledgehammer. The azure lightning instantly went out of control, scattering into countless tiny arcs in all directions. Driven by inertia, the massive headless corpse slid several meters forward and slammed heavily into the pile of broken stones in front of Zhou Xian. It twitched twice, then went completely still. Zhou Xian collapsed onto the ground, still clutching the broken short blade in his hand, his brain completely blank. Li Qinghe remained on her knees, eyes wide open. Her CPU completely burned out. The guard sprawled and pools of blood had even stopped breathing. Everyone's gaze crossed over the dead Second Order overlord on the ground and lifted toward the sky more than 20 meters above. Toward that petite figure holding the heavy sniper rifle in one hand, pink twin tails fluttering in the wind. High above, the night wind howled. Su Xiaoman stood on the floating platform, feeling the lingering recoil from the stock, when a string of glaring notifications instantly flashed across the system panel before her eyes. Ding! Chi Blood Plunder LV Max triggered. Killed Second Order Overlord class exotic beast, Thunder Wolf King. Plundering Chi Blood. The next instant, a vast and violent torrent of heat exploded out of nowhere inside Su Xiaoman's body. The maxed-out 8th Imperial Body Tempering breathing technique began operating on its own at full power. His original total chi in blood at first rank 5th level shot upward like a rocket. First rank 6th level. First rank 8th level. First rank 9th level peak. Just as his chi in blood reached its peak and was about to touch the barrier of the second rank, that violent driving force suddenly stalled and got stuck at the bottleneck. Right after that, the system notification rang out again. Detected that the host chi in blood has reached first rank great perfection. Breaking through the second rank barrier requires the consumption of 5,000 shock points. Breakthrough? Shock points could even be used to force a realm break. Su Xiaoman didn't hesitate for even a second. Break. Shock points deducted successfully. Crack. That invisible shackle inside his body was shattered on the spot. Realm upgrade complete. Current realm. First rank 5th level, second rank 1st level. A faint red chi and blood shield, visible to the naked eye, naturally emerged along Su Xiaoman's body surface. The mark of a second rank martial artist, externalized chi and blood. His bone density rose yet again, and his muscle fibers were tempered until they were as tough as steel wire. Comfortable. Su Xiaoman let out a long breath of scorching air. With a thought, the barret in his hand turned into black motes of light and vanished. He raised his wrist and aimed the portable grappling gun at a street lamp pole below and to the side, then pulled the trigger. Whoosh! The steel cable shot out and wrapped tightly around the pole. Su Xiaoman stepped forward and directly canceled the support cube. His whole body leaped down from a height of over 20 meters. Borrowing the pole of the grappling line, he swung a clean arc through the air and landed steadily, his boots kicking up a ring of water in the puddles. Less than 10 meters from where he landed, Zhou Xian was sitting collapsed in a pile of rubble, mouth hanging open, his brain completely shut down. Beside him, Li Qinghe remained kneeling, staring at the small figure ahead of her, her scalp going numb. 4'8", pink twin tails, baggy sportswear. Without the virtual facial disguise from the Isekai'd tower, that pale face with a trace of childishness was fully exposed before the two of them. Su Xiaoman, at Lintian Town, 3rd Senior High School, That Su Xiaoman who had spent years occupying the bottom 10 in practical combat grades. The one who had awakened a pink plastic toy pistol. And she was also no cilantro, the one who had just carried a sniper rifle, shotgun, and light machine gun in the Skireach Tower and slaughtered experts from all sides like pigs. But at this moment, Su Xiaoman didn't notice those two gazes in the ruins at all, because right now, his vision was already completely flooded by the system notifications crazily spamming across his view. Detected that passerby is extremely shocked by the host's instant kill. Shot points plus 100. Detected that a guard squad member is extremely shocked by the power of the host's weapon. Shot points plus 100. Detected that sheltering civilians are extremely shocked by the host's descent from the sky. Shot points plus 100. The civilians and martial artists hiding behind ruins, in the sewers, and inside the shelter passages had personally witnessed that shot like a divine weapon descending from heaven. Their emotions had fluctuated to the extreme. Dense notification sounds rang out in one continuous wave. Current shot points, 42,300 points. Finding the notification windows obstructing his view, Su Xiaoman casually swiped through the air and hid the panel. He quickly walked over to the guard squad captain who had been blasted away. The captain was leaning against the base of a broken wall. His chest was caved in, and he was still coughing up bloody foam, but he was conscious enough. Su Xiaoman pointed at the headless corpse of the Thunder Wolf King nearby. His tone crisp. According to imperial law, if a sudden spatial rift appears and a dire beast is killed in an emergency, the materials belong to the one who killed it, right? The captain froze for a moment, looking at the little girl in front of him, who didn't even reach his chest. He subconsciously swallowed. In this world where the martial path reigned supreme, strength was everything. He had seen the terrifying power of that shot with his own eyes just now. Very powerful. So even if you were just a little girl, as long as you were stronger than me, I would respect you. Isekai'd. The captain nodded with difficulty, his tone respectful. You saved the civilians on this street. The dire beast corpse is entirely yours to deal with. Good. Su Xiaoman held out his hand toward him. Then lend me a knife. I need to cut some things out. Without a word, the captain endured the pain and pulled a special alloy tactical knife from his waist, then handed it over with both hands. Su Xiaoman took the knife and turned to walk toward the Thunder Wolf King's corpse. You all should clean up the scene first. Stop the bleeding for the wounded and for yourselves. He gave the order without even turning his head. By now, the reinforcement troops and medical team from the rear had finally arrived on the scene. Doctors and nurses rushed into the ruins and quickly loaded the heavily injured guard squad members, Zhou Xian and Li Qinghe, onto hover stretchers. Lying on the stretcher, Zhou Xian let the medical robot spray coagulant onto the torn web between his thumb and index finger, but his gaze remained fixed on Su Xiaoman. At that moment, Li Qinghe was also being carried past nearby. The two exchanged a look, and each could see the same blank confusion in the other's eyes, the kind that came when your worldview had just collapsed. Until the stretchers were pushed into the medical vehicle and the cabin door closed, neither of them took their eyes off the back of that pink twin-tailed figure. On the other side, Su Xiaoman crouched beside the Thunder Wolf King's corpse, his movements skillful to an outrageous degree, although his practical combat grades had always been terrible before. He had actually studied dire beast dissection and material science quite well. His wrist turned, and the alloy tactical knife precisely slipped into the gap in the armor at the Thunder Wolf King's neck. A Prydig, a second-rank crystal core, flickering with dark blue lightning, dropped into his hand. Then came the sharpest thunder-attributed claw blades from all four limbs, as well as several of the most intact pieces of lightning-infused fur from its back. In less than 2 minutes, he had stripped away all the most valuable materials cleanly and stuffed them all into the backpack he carried with him. Done. Going home. Modify the guns. Su Xiaoman stood up, casually wiped the beast blood off the tactical knife against a broken wall nearby, then walked over to the guard squad captain and casually slid the knife back into the sheath at the man's waist. Thanks. With the support of medical staff, the captain barely managed to stand. Looking at Su Xiaoman, who was preparing to leave, he hurriedly called out, "Please wait, sir. Thank you for your help. May I ask if you can leave your name? We'd like to report this upward and apply for a commendation for your righteous deed." Before he even finished speaking, bang! Dust exploded beneath Su Xiaoman's feet. The pink figure directly merged into the pitch-black night and completely vanished from everyone's sight. Everyone. Was this person Lei Feng or something? Doing good deeds without leaving a name. Lintian Town, a certain high-end private club. The lights in the private room were dim, and the heavy bass from the speakers made the glasses on the table buzz. Several young men and women were gathered around the sofa, shaking dice. Chun Feng, seated in the main spot, lifted half a glass of liquor and was just about to tip his head back and drain it. The encrypted communicator sitting on the marble table suddenly began vibrating violently. Chun Feng paused, glanced at the number on the screen, and his brows immediately twisted into a knot. He set down the glass, grabbed the communicator, walked outside the room, and pressed accept. "Boss, I'm on my day off today." Chongqing Street in the East District. A miniature spatial rift just appeared. A second-ranked Thunder Wolf King came out, and the nearby guard squad can't hold it off. The voice on the other end didn't waste a single word. Head over immediately and deal with it. Chun Feng grabbed a handful of his hair, his tone irritable. No, there's so many people in town. Would it be fine to call Old Li or Captain Wang? I'm entertaining friends right now. The location shows you're only 3 kilometers from Chongqing Street. Old Li is in the West District. By the time he gets there, it'll all be over. But, boss, to hell with you. Cut the crap. If I'm telling you to go, then hurry the hell up. Beep. The call was hung up directly. Chun Feng looked at the darkened screen, cursed under his breath, and kicked the trash can beside him. No helping it. Military orders were absolute. He pushed open the private room door and shouted inside. Something urgent came up. You guys drink first, then turned and strode toward the elevator. 1 minute later, Chun Feng arrived at the Chongqing Street intersection. He fully mobilized the chi and blood of a third-rank martial artist, drew his long blade halfway, and prepared to end things quickly before heading back for the second half of the night. But the moment he rushed into the cordon area, he stopped. The medical team was orderly carrying away the wounded. That second-rank overlord, the Thunderwolf King, was already dead, lying stiff in the ruins. Its entire head had been smashed into a pile of mush, and the most valuable materials had already been cleanly harvested. The fight was over. Chun Feng sheathed his blade and walked over to the guard squad captain, who was leaning against a wall while receiving bandaging. Where's the exotic beast? Who killed it? The captain raised his head and pointed at the headless corpse on the ground. It's already been dealt with, sir. Only got here. Chun Feng looked around. Not Officer Li. Recalling what had just happened, the captain still had a trace of lingering awe in his voice. A little girl passing by took care of it. Chun Feng froze for a moment. A little girl passing by? Not one of our official people? The captain shook his head. Did you register her identity information? Chun Feng pressed. No. The captain gave a bitter smile. She cut away the exotic beast materials and left. She ran too fast. So she didn't even leave her name. We didn't have time to ask. Chun Feng took a deep breath and rubbed his forehead hard with his palm twice. It wasn't that he regretted missing out on some genius among the common folk. Though he worked for the authorities, in the end, Chun Feng was just a wage earner. Whether someone was a genius or not had nothing to do with him. The main issue was that with something like a sudden spatial rift, no matter who killed the exotic beast, as long as he had responded to the incident, he would have to write a detailed case-closing report when he got back. And now this was just great. The one who made the move had run off. Her identity was unclear, and there wasn't even a statement. How was he supposed to write this report? If he wrote it badly and submitted it, and the Internal Affairs Office responsible for review kicked it back and made him rewrite it, then after all that back and forth, tonight's party would be completely ruined. What a fucking pain. Chun Feng looked irritated, waved his hand, and turned to walk toward the official vehicle parked by the roadside. Half an hour later, Lintian Town, Guard Bureau Headquarters Building. The hall was brightly lit. Several duty agents were gathered in front of a holographic screen, discussing something in low voices. The main doors opened, and Chun Feng walked in with both hands in his pockets, looking thoroughly displeased. The duty supervisor staying behind raised his head and glanced behind him. Old Chun, why didn't you bring the exotic beast corpse back? Didn't any fight happen at the scene? The supervisor looked puzzled. The hell it did. Chun Feng walked to the water dispenser, poured himself a cup of ice water, and downed it in one go. By the time I got there, the exotic beast was already cold. Who dealt with it? The brothers at the scene said it was a little girl passing by. Chun Feng pinched the paper cup and answered casually, pink twin tails, carrying a heavy sniper rifle. One shot, and she blew the Thunderwolf King's head to pieces. The moment those words fell, the entire hall instantly went silent. Several agents who had been in the middle of animated discussion all stopped at the same time. Every gaze turned toward Chun Feng. Pink twin tails? A little girl? A sniper rifle? One shot blew it apart. Wait, isn't this? The agents looked at each other, their eyes widening more and more. The atmosphere in the hall became strangely quiet, seeing everyone react like they had seen a ghost. Chun Feng was completely dumbfounded. He had been drinking and playing dice at the club all night and hadn't looked at his phone at all. So naturally, he had no idea what had happened inside the Tongtian Tower. What? Chun Feng scratched his head, utterly confused. Why are you all making that face? Meanwhile, Old Town District of Lintian Town, tube apartment building. Su Xiaoman pushed open the peeling security door, changed into slippers, and walked straight to the desk to sit down. She pulled open her backpack zipper and dumped all the spoils she had just scavenged from the Thunderwolf King onto the desktop in one go. A dark blue second-rank crystal core for blade-sharp claws and several pieces of thunder-attributed fur still crackling with sparks. Su Xiaoman summoned the system panel and opened the Modify Firearm function. Detected core materials from a second-rank Overlord-class exotic beast, Thunderwolf King. Analyzing firearm compatibility. Chem 870 MCS Modular Combat Shotgun, Compatibility 12. M249 Squad Automatic Weapon, Compatibility 9. Barrett M82A1 Anti-Material Sniper Rifle, Compatibility 98. New firearm branch can be synthesized. Barrett M82A1 Thunderwolf version. Can only make a sniper. Su Xiaoman rubbed her chin. There was nothing to hesitate over. She directly tapped confirm. Fusion command confirmed. Current material grade is relatively high. Estimated modification time, 24 hours. Consume 5,000 shock points to skip waiting time and complete modification immediately. 24 hours? Su Xiaoman glanced at her balance. Current shock points, 42,300. She couldn't be bothered to wait. With over 40,000 points, she was loaded. This little amount was nothing. Speed it up. Shock points deducted successfully. Current shock points, 37,300. The moment her words fell, a black gleam flashed in Su Xiaoman's palm. The Barrett M82A1 that had originally been stored in the armory flew out on its own and floated in midair. Immediately after, the Thunder Wolf King crystal core, claws, and fur on the desk turned into streams of dazzling dark blue light and slammed into the inside of the gun. The entire heavy sniper began spinning at high speed in midair. Jet black metal parts automatically disassembled and recombined. The barrel lengthened, the receiver was reforged, and the internal structure underwent frantic reconstruction again and again under the high heat of lightning. The whole room flickered bright and dim, while violent arcs of electricity crackled around the weapon. A few seconds later, the light suddenly contracted. A brand new heavy sniper rifle landed steadily in Su Xiaoman's hands. It was extremely heavy in her grip, and the surface of the gun still carried a trace of lingering heat. Su Xiaoman lowered her head for a look, and her eyes instantly lit up. Cool. Way too cool. The entire gun body had turned into a cyan blue shell-like material with a powerful metallic texture. Its edges accented with dazzling golden patterns. The barrel was nearly 10 centimeters longer than the original version, and its surface was covered with a charge-storing structure like inverted golden fur. Dark blue lightning patterns raced wildly through it. The original muzzle brake had been transformed into a jagged shape like the Thunder Wolf King's claws, with tiny arcs of electricity jumping from both sides from time to time. Even the high-magnification scope lenses had turned a faint, icy blue. 3 words to sum it up. Cool as hell. Modification complete. Congratulations, host, on obtaining a brand new firearm branch. Barrett M82A1 Thunderwolf Edition. Note, this modification is a branch unlock. The original Barrett M82A1 is still retained, and the host may freely switch between them in the arsenal at any time. The original version is still kept too? Su Xiaoman nodded, very satisfied. She looked at the new gun's status panel. Current firearm, Barrett M82A1 Thunderwolf Edition. Passive trait, Thunder Infusion. Every chi blood bullet fired carries high-voltage lightning damage. After hitting a target, the lightning energy will erupt instantly, causing an extremely strong paralysis effect and nerve destruction. Active trait, Charge Bombardment. The host may continuously inject chi blood into the chamber to charge up. The longer the charge time, the more chi blood is consumed, and the greater the bullet's penetration, muzzle velocity, and lightning explosion range. Note, there is no upper limit to charging. Its power is only limited by the host's current total chi blood. Unlimited charge up. Su Xiaoman gently rubbed the stock covered in lightning patterns, feeling the destructive energy surging inside the gun. As long as her chi blood supply was enough, this gun could raise its damage infinitely. A normal lightning bullet was already outrageous enough. If she drained all the chi blood of a second-rank first-layer martial artist and compressed it into a single bullet before firing it, it would probably shatter even a fourth-rank martial artist's shield on the spot. I really want to fire a shot and try it. Su Xiaoman pressed the stock against her shoulder, her finger resting at the edge of the trigger, aiming at the window right in front of her. But after only 1 second, she obediently lowered the gun again. In the middle of the night, with the shoddy wall quality of this tube apartment building. Forget charge bombardment. Even an ordinary basic shot would probably punch straight through an entire building across the way. Forget it. No need to rush. With a thought from Su Xiaoman, the Thunderwolf Barrett turned into points of light and returned to the arsenal. Tomorrow morning would be the final comprehensive martial exam assessment for the third-year senior class. Just like the Tontian Tower, the school's practical combat exam also used battle equipment provided by Virtual Martial Arts Company, so there was no need to worry about causing deaths or damaging public property. This practical assessment was divided into 3 stages in total. First, a full-grade free-for-all melee. Second, a Beast-Tide simulation team battle. Third, a teacher-student combat test. Just thinking about tomorrow's assessment process made Su Xiaoman feel a little unable to hold it together. As for the first free-for-all and the second Beast-Tide simulation battle, there was nothing to say. She crushed them easily. As for the third teacher-student combat test, Su Xiaoman looked at the Thunderwolf Barrett in her hand. This lightning attribute sniper rifle was probably going to smash those teachers, who usually stood high and mighty before the students and were responsible for acting as gatekeeper bosses, together with their shields. Hopefully they wouldn't cry after getting beaten. Come to think of it, couldn't she just max out her machine gun proficiency directly in the first and second rounds? Only then did Su Xiaoman realize she didn't necessarily have to go grind M249 experience in the Tontian Tower. Thinking about it, she got a little sleepy. She yawned and glanced at the time on her phone screen. Forget it. No more thinking for now. It was already 3:30 in the morning. She took off her sportswear, grabbed a towel, and walked into the cramped bathroom. Shower, then sleep. The next day, on an early summer morning, sunlight pierced through the thin mist. The streets of Lintian town were filled with students wearing the uniforms of 3rd Advanced High School. With her backpack on, Su Xiaoman walked toward the school. At 4 feet 8 inches tall, plus that eye-catching pair of pink twin tails, mixed in among the generally tall and burly martial arts students. She looked, no matter how you saw it, like an elementary schooler who had wandered into high school by mistake. However, the atmosphere around her today was obviously different from usual. A few male students from the same school up ahead were gathered together, swiping at their phone screens with excited expressions. Damn, you didn't check the forums last night? Huge loss. What happened? I just went to bed a little early. What big thing went down? Xiao Lu doesn't get lost hired ringers. And last night in Tontian Tower, he got wrecked by some random lowly passerby. 1 versus 5. Instant kills every round. The craziest damn part is the 2 ringers Xiao Lu hired even dared to stab her in the back. The random girl got pissed and turned around and camped the fountain, killing both the ringers and the enemy team together. Holy crap, she even killed her teammates? Would she get reported for that? No idea. Anyway, she is still totally fine. In one match, she farmed over 140 kills off the 3 people on the enemy side, and that doesn't even count the time she killed the ringers. If you include those 2, her total kills probably broke 200. Too bad maliciously killing teammates doesn't count toward the total score, so it didn't get recorded. Otherwise, the stats would looked even scarier. Su Xiaoman bit into the bun she had just bought, one hand in her pocket as she walked calmly beside them. Listening to the discussion, her expression remained calm. After last night's fermentation, plus the Star Glory Guild cutting ties and all the major platforms fanning the flames, the name Bu Chi Xiangkai had completely gone viral. Still, she didn't plan on deliberately hiding it either. Today, as school practical assessment, she was definitely going all out. Once she pulled out the gun, everyone would naturally know. But if she ran up to someone right now, patted him on the shoulder, and said, "Hey, I'm Bu Chi Xiangkai you guys were talking about," that would be a little too Jiasen. No need. Really no need. Just as she was thinking that, a few girls from other classes walked over from the side. One of them swept her gaze over Su Xiaoman, paused for a moment, and casually tugged at the sleeve of the companion beside her. "Hey, look at that one. HM, 4 foot something, pink twin tails. She looks kind of like Bu Chi Xiangkai." Her companion took a look and curled her lip. Who knows? I don't know her, but my guess is Bu Chi Xiangkai got famous last night. So today, she deliberately tied up twin tails and came out to ride the hype. True, the girl who spoke first suddenly understood. With those tiny arms and legs of hers, what could she possibly use to compare with someone like that? Her appearance just happens to look a little similar. It's just cosplay. The discussion wasn't loud or soft, just enough to clearly reach Su Xiaoman's ears. Su Xiaoman swallowed the last bite of her bun. Without changing expression, she swept those girls with the corner of her eye and memorized their features. Some cosplay, huh? Fine. When the first full-grade free-for-all starts later, I'll make sure to give you girls some special attention. She casually tossed the plastic bag into the trash can by the roadside and walked straight through the school gate. At the same time, under the shade of a tree across the street stood 2 figures, Zhou Xian and Li Qinghe. The 2 of them looked lively and energetic, without even a bandage on them. In this high martial world where medical technology and martial arts coexisted, as long as a martial artist didn't die on the spot, it basically counted as a minor injury. Last night, as high-grade medical pod and special effect chi blood potion had thoroughly treated their comminuted fractures and massive internal bleeding overnight. Of course, the price of this kind of near-resurrection treatment was extremely expensive. Both of them now had an extra medical loan in their personal accounts, although they had gone from high school students to heavily indebted paupers overnight, and by all logic could have simply taken the opportunity to ask for leave and stay home to soothe their emotional trauma. The 2 still came over early in the morning. Zhou Xian looked in the direction Su Xiaoman had disappeared, his apple bobbing. Li Qinghe stood with her arms folded, leaning against the tree trunk, her brows tightly furrowed. The 2 were silent for a long time. At this moment, Zhou Xian took the initiative to break the silence. "So she really is Bu Chi Xiangkai." Li Qinghe looked toward the school gate and recalled that exaggerated heavy sniper rifle from last night. Not only did she hate cilantro, but in reality, she was even more terrifying than she was in the Tontian Tower. Zhou Xian said nothing. The 2 looked at each other again, and only awe remained in their eyes. Still, both of them felt that now was not the time to get close to her, so they could only put those thoughts away and follow the crowd toward their own classrooms. 3rd Senior High School, Martial Arts Hall. This was where the Empire-authorized copies of basic martial skills and cultivation methods were stored. The school used a credit system, cultural course grades, daily performance, and all previous exams would all be converted into corresponding credits. Students could use credits to exchange for cultivation resources in the hall. Su Xiaoman walked into the martial arts hall. There was still about an hour before the placement assessment. The hall was cold and quiet, with barely any students around. She headed straight for the martial skills section. Honestly, with her current strength, 2nd tier, 1st level realm, plus those max-level firearms in the armory. For today's placement assessment, even with her eyes closed, she could scoop up the students in the grade like French fries. There was no need to prepare anything extra at all, but she still came, purely out of a bit of personal bad taste. The third segment of today's assessment was a teacher-student battle. The proctor teacher guarding the checkpoint would be at least mid-third tier. She just wanted to see whether, in a bit, she could blow up the proctor together with a shield. To keep herself from failing, she planned to stack a few more buffs. She had already guessed before that offensive martial skills like fist techniques and blade techniques would most likely be converted into the impact, force, and penetration of bullets. Today was the perfect chance to test it. She stopped in front of two display cases, her gaze sweeping across the copied manuals inside. Mountain Crushing Fist, First-Tier Fist Art. Wide, open strikes focused on explosive instant bursts. Water-Severing Blade Art, First-Tier Blade Art. Focuses on precise cutting. It wasn't that she didn't want to directly learn second-tier martial skills. The main issue was that the school required students to first pass the school's internal Real Combat Realm certification before borrowing copies of second-tier or above techniques. And the comprehensive placement test she was about to take was itself part of the school's process for updating Real Combat and Realm certification. She had only broken through in the middle of the night last night. In the records, she was still listed as 9th level of 0 tier. Her permissions were locked down tight, so there was no way she could borrow second-tier stuff. If she wanted the high-end goods, she could only wait until after this exam. For now, first tier would have to do. Anyway, with the system directly maxing them out, the effect would still be enough. These two, then. Su Xiaoman stood before the display case, staring through the glass at the copied manuals inside, and silently said in her heart, "System, record them." No response. She reached out a finger and poked the glass. Still no response. Looks like trying to freeload through the glass wasn't going to work. Su Xiaoman Saif. Whatever. Even though her practical combat grades had been trashed these past 3 years, her cultural course grades had always been near the top of the grade. So she had saved up quite a lot of credits. She took out her student card and swiped it across the sensor area of the display case. Beep. Credits deducted. 200 points. With a click, the 2 martial skill copies popped out through the slot. Su Xiaoman reached out and picked them up. The system prompt immediately sounded in her mind. Detected first-tier martial skill Mountain Crushing Fist. To raise from no proficiency to Saint level, max. 7,500 shock points are required. Detected first-tier martial skill Water-Severing Blade Art. To raise from no proficiency to Saint level, max. 7,500 shock points are required. Continue upgrading? Su Xiaoman glanced at her balance. A little over 37,000 shock points. She could afford it. Max them out. Shock points deducted successfully. Current shock points, 22,300 points. A massive flood of cultivation memories surged into her instantly. In her mind, Su Xiaoman stood in an open field, throwing punches and drawing her blade day after day. The force application technique of Mountain Crushing Fist, how to mobilize the chi and blood of the entire body and gather it at a single point before detonating it in an instant. The slashing angles of Water-Severing Blade Art, how to attach chi and blood to the blade edge and tear through every obstacle. Hundreds and thousands of dull repetitions were compressed by the system into just a few short seconds, deeply branding themselves into her muscle memory. Martial skill upgrade complete. Current martial skill, Mountain Crushing Fist Saint level, max. Current martial skill, Water-Severing Blade Art Saint level, max. Detected host has learned offensive martial skills. Additional attributes for Chi Blood bullets have been updated. Chi Blood bullets have gained an additional explosive crush effect. Impact force greatly increased. Chi Blood bullets have gained an additional cutting effect. Penetration greatly increased. Just as expected, Su Xiaoman's eyes lit up. Offensive martial skills really could directly feed back into firearm power. She stood in place and casually moved her body a little. The muscle fibers in both arms became even tighter, and faint crackling sounds came from between her joints. The circulation of chi and blood in her body also became much smoother. With a casual clench of her fist, she could already feel a violent force on the verge of erupting. Even without taking out a gun right now, just with her fists alone, she could absolutely smash apart the chi blood shields of other first-tier martial artists. With this boost to impact and penetration, and paired with the charge bombardment of the Thunderwolf Barrett, the proctor teacher guarding the checkpoint, Su Xiaoman blinked. Hopefully he'd be okay. She casually stuffed the 2 copied manuals into her backpack, turned, left the martial arts hall, and returned to the classroom. Class 3, Senior Year Martial Track. The moment Su Xiaoman stepped through the door, she saw the homeroom teacher, standing at the podium, suddenly whip his head around. The instant their eyes met, the flesh on the teacher's face twitched, and he forcibly pulled out an extremely strange smile. His eyes were half squinted, his lips stretched flat toward both sides, carrying 3 parts ingratiation and 7 parts stiffness. His whole person gave off an indescribably bizarre feeling. Onyosminyad. Reference. Su Xiaoman's steps paused, and goosebumps rose on her back. What was this supposed to mean? Was he having some kind of episode? Before she could react, the homeroom teacher had already hurried down from the podium, his tone more attentive than ever before. Xiaoman, you're here? Have you eaten breakfast yet? Su Xiaoman stared at him. In her memory, this homeroom teacher had always been neither warm nor cold toward her. Although her realm and academic results were considered above average in school, her practical combat grades were dead last. She was severely lopsided in her strengths. And in class, she was basically a transparent person. Other than collecting and handing out homework, he had hardly said a single extra word to her. In 3 years. The only private conversation they had ever had was 3 years ago, on the day her parents died in the Beast-Tide. The homeroom teacher had come by as a matter of routine to register the situation and offer a few simple words of comfort, all strictly business. This was the first time ever that he looked like he practically wanted to paste his face to hers. Su Xiaoman's eyelid twitched. Her right eyebrow rose high, while her left pressed downward, revealing an expression full of extreme suspicion. Seeing that she was on guard, the homeroom teacher restrained his smile a little and rubbed his hands together. What is wrong? Are you feeling unwell somewhere? No. Su Xiaoman shook her head, too lazy to ask more, and walked straight toward her seat. Along the way, the atmosphere in the classroom was strangely silent. Su Xiaoman could feel it. Every gaze coming from all directions had landed on her. Not the kind of disregard from before, and not mockery either, but a kind of intense curiosity, even faintly mixed with ingratiation. She had just walked over to her desk. Smack! A boy from 3 rows away shot over like he had wheels of wind and fire under his feet. He grabbed the back of Su Xiaoman's chair and pulled it out for her. Sis man, please sit. The boy bent at the waist, grinning from ear to ear. Su Xiaoman looked at him, completely baffled. No, what are you doing? Nothing, the boy said with a wide grin, his tone respectful to the extreme. Sis man, just sit. After saying that, he didn't linger. He turned and hurried back to his seat. When he sat down, he even smugly straightened his collar, looking like he had just scored the deal of a lifetime. Su Xiaoman sat down suspiciously. The moment she did, the whispers around her could no longer be suppressed. Damn, is Wang Hao part dog or something? That reaction was way too fast. He stole the chance from 3 rows away. Fuck, I sit right in front of sis man and still didn't beat him to it. I regret it. If I'd known, I should help carry her backpack when she came in. Damn it. Hearing the rustling and muttering around her, Su Xiaoman thought it over for a moment and instantly guessed what was going on. Crap, my cover-S blown. Other people might think a height of 4'8" with twin ponytails was just a coincidence, but her classmates had spent 3 years with her. Seeing her every single day, they knew her too well. That Bu Chi Xiangkai in the Tontian Tower, the one holding a machine gun and spraying bullets everywhere, had the exact same height and build as her. She even used a firearms ability, with even a little bit of brain power. Once those conditions were put together and reasoned through, her identity was practically an open secret in the class. Su Xiaoman raised her head, her gaze passing over the front row. On the podium, the homeroom teacher was looking down through the lesson plan in his hands, but his eyes still kept drifting toward her, that weird squinting smile still hanging on his face. The corner of Su Xiaoman's lips curled slightly. She shook her head and reached out to pull her chair a little closer to the desk. Got it. This old bastard had probably realized he'd hit the jackpot. He was most likely fantasizing right now about how he trained up a god and was about to get promoted, get a raise, and soar straight up the ranks. That was why he kept staring at her with that bizarre look. Still, judging from the fact that neither the principal nor the dean had barged into the classroom, this old bastard clearly hadn't reported it upward yet. He probably felt like he was 80 or 90% sure. But since he hadn't seen proof with his own eyes, he didn't dare talk recklessly. If he was wrong, it would blow up in his face. Just as she was thinking that, a head suddenly leaned over from beside her. Her deskmate, Tang, moved close to Su Xiaoman's ear. Her voice was extremely low, but her tone was full of excitement. Xiaoman, was that person in the Tontian Tower last night you? Tang ranked around the middle of the class. Her martial talent was average, but her personality was bright and sincere, and she never sucked up to the strong or stepped on the weak. In these past 3 years, she had been one of the very few people in class who genuinely treated Su Xiaoman as a friend. So Su Xiaoman had always been willing to hang out with her too. You guess. Su Xiaoman turned her head to look at her. The moment she heard those 2 words, Tang's eyes lit up instantly. If it wasn't true with Su Xiaoman's personality, she definitely would denied it directly. The words you guessed were basically an open admission already. Tang became visibly happier. For the past 3 years, she had always worried about Su Xiaoman. In this high martial world overrun with exotic beasts, a girl whose parents were both dead, who was small and had no ability to protect herself, was in an extremely dangerous situation. Tang had always been afraid that one day Su Xiaoman might run into some accident out there. Now that she knew Su Xiaoman had such absurd strength, she truly felt happy and relieved for her friend from the bottom of her heart. That's great, really great. Tang muta sopti. And her eyes suddenly reddened. 1 second ago, she was grinning so hard her teeth showed. The next second, tears spilled straight out. 0 frame startup. Tears started dropping like crazy. Su Xiaoman was stunned on the spot. No sis, hey, stop that. In a fluster, Su Xiaoman pulled a pack of tissues from her bag. took out 2 sheets, stuffed them into Tang's hand, and casually wiped her face for her too. It's early in the morning, don't do this. If other people see, they'll think I'm bullying you at school. Hurry up and wipe your face. Tang took the tissues, sniffed, then couldn't help laughing through her tears. At 8 in the morning, the class bell rang right on time. The homeroom teacher stood on the podium, cleared his throat, and started announcing the details of this final comprehensive mock assessment for the martial exam. The process was still the same 3 old steps. Cultural exam in the morning, blood and chi test at noon, and practical combat assessment in the afternoon. While he spoke, the homeroom teacher kept that weird squinting smile on his face the entire time. His gaze was like it had auto cruise installed. Every 10 seconds, it swept back towards Su Xiaoman, fervent enough to burn a hole through her. Su Xiaoman got goosebumps from being stared at. Good luck. Tang wiped away her tears, while the teacher lowered his head to hand out the test papers. She turned and made a little cheering fist at Su Xiaoman. You too. Su Xiaoman nodded. The two didn't chat any further. A student in the front row passed down the thick stack of cultural exam papers. Each of them took one, lowered their heads, spread the papers out on the desk, and prepared to begin the first exam. The exam officially began. The classroom was left with nothing but the faint scratching sound of pen tips against paper. With his hands behind his back, the homeroom teacher strolled down from the podium. On the surface, he was invigilating. In reality, his steps turned, and he went straight to Su Xiaoman's back, where he planted himself like a wooden stake. Su Xiaoman ignored him and lowered her head to read through the questions quickly. Her gaze swept over the third multiple-choice question, and she filled in a C in the parentheses. Ahem. A sudden cough came from behind her. Su Xiaoman's penpost. She looked at the question, crossed out the C, and changed it to B. Silence returned behind her. 10 minutes later, Su Xiaoman was doing the fill-in-the-blank section and had just written down a line of derivation formulas. Ahem. The homeroom teacher coughed twice again. Several black lines appeared across Su Xiaoman's forehead. She tilted her head slightly, and from the corner of her eye, she saw the homeroom teacher still staring at her paper with that weird squinting smile. When he noticed she had looked over, he even gave a tiny, gratified nod, his eyes practically screaming hints at her. The corner of Su Xiaoman's eye twitched. This old bastard was going a bit too far, wasn't he? Her cultural class grades weren't bad to begin with. Even if she got a few of these questions wrong, she wouldn't lose many points. And now he was standing right behind her in broad daylight, acting like a human error correction machine. TSK, if you're going to help someone cheat, could you at least not make it this obvious? Under the homeroom teacher's manual intervention, the 2.5-hour cultural exam gave Su Xiaoman goosebumps from start to finish. The moment the bell rang for paper collection, the homeroom teacher was the first to walk over. He pulled Su Xiaoman's test paper away with both hands, even carefully aligning the corners with the other papers before finally leaving the classroom with complete satisfaction. At noon, the sunlight was scorching. The field of Lintian Town, 3rd Senior High School, was buzzing with noise. More than 3,000 third-year martial track students from the whole grade stood in formation by class, preparing for the second assessment. Blood and chi testing. 10 heavy-duty blood and chi testing machines were lined up across the center of the track, their metal shells reflecting blinding light under the sun. However, the atmosphere on the field today was clearly far more oppressive than in previous years' mock assessments. Su Xiaoman stood within Class 3's formation and followed the gazes of the students around her toward the rostrum directly ahead. The usually imposing bald principal was bent at the waist right now, standing off to the side with a face full of smiles, looking exactly like a greeter at the entrance of a restaurant. Sitting in the main seats were several unfamiliar faces. 2 men and 1 woman, all dressed in matching dark gray uniforms, with a dark golden sun crown sword and shield badge pinned to the left side of their chests. The middle-aged man seated in the center had a medium, somewhat lean build. In his hand, he casually toyed with a black sphere made of some unknown material. He was only leaning back in his chair and casually sweeping his gaze downward, yet the discussion on the field was immediately crushed by that invisible pressure, dying down by more than half. He looked very strong. What is going on? In previous years, at most they'd send some inspector to take a casual look around. Why did someone at this level come this year? Standing beside Su Xiaoman, Tang lowered her voice as she asked. Looking at that badge, they seem to be upper-level city officials. Wang Hao in the front row turned around and threw in a comment, his expression tense as he kept taking deep breaths. Su Xiaoman looked a few more times at the people on the rostrum, then withdrew her gaze. These people all had long, steady auras. Clearly, they were all high-rank martial artists. But no matter what important figure had come, it had nothing to do with her. Right now, she just wanted to hurry through the process, finish this blood and chi test, and then properly test out her new firearm in the practical combat assessment this afternoon. On the rostrum, the middle-aged man seated in the main position was named Yin Song, vice president of the Redstone City Martial Arts Association. The female member at his left was lowering her head and rapidly flipping through files on a tablet. The male member on his right was idly looking down at the dense formation of students below. President, I've finished checking the student data from No. 3 High School. The female member raised her head. Her voice wasn't loud, just enough for the two beside her to hear. Taken as a whole, their results only rank in the lower middle across the entire city. Yinsong continued to toy with the black sphere in his hand, his tone calm. Lintian Town is only a subordinate unit after all. There are only so many resources. Expecting some astonishing genius to come out of an ordinary high school like this was never realistic to begin with. After hearing that, the male member on the right added, "Speaking of good seedlings, that guy from the Tongtian Tower in the Lintian Town region last night, Buqi Xiangsai, definitely counts as one. A 9th layer zero order who forced out over 100 kills in a single match with a firearm type ability. Unfortunately, according to connections in the province, that person's file was locked directly by higher-ups. The clearance level is set absurdly high, so there is no way to find out which district he belongs to." Yinsong's hand paused for a moment. He closed his fingers around the black sphere in his palm and shook his head. "Don't count on us stumbling into that kind of luck in a place like this. As long as we can pick out one with passable real combat ability today and distribute the resources allocated from above, the mission will be complete." The bald principal standing to the side couldn't hear clearly what the 3 city-level higher-ups were talking about, but when he saw them shaking their heads, his heart immediately skipped a beat. He quickly stepped forward 2 paces, smiling so hard his whole face creased up. "Vice President Yin, don't worry. Or no, 3 High School still has a few top students this year. For example, Zhao Tianyu from senior year class 1. Last month his blood and chi already measured at first order 5th layer. He may have broken through again recently. He has definitely good material. You'll see in a moment." Yinsong gave no clear response. He just nodded and raised a hand. "Begin." The principal felt like he'd been granted amnesty. He immediately turned around, snatched the microphone from the dean of students, and cleared his throat. "Everyone quiet." The amplified voice instantly spread across the entire field, suppressing the noise below. "Today we are honored to welcome Vice President Yin of the Redstone City Martial Arts Association, along with 2 senior members, to come and guide us. This is the honor of our No. 3 High School." A sparse round of applause rose from below. With a broad wave of his hand, the principal pointed toward the 10 heavy blood and chi testing machines in the center of the track. "No more nonsense. The second part of the senior year's final comprehensive placement assessment, blood and chi testing. It begins now. By class order, anyone whose name is called, step out." Hiss. The metal cabin doors of the 10 heavy testing machines opened one after another, letting out deep hydraulic sounds as all the indicator lights switched to green. The broadcast began calling names, and the students lined up and entered the heavy blood and chi testing machines one by one. Senior year class 1, Zhang Chong, 0 order 7th layer. Senior year class 1, Li Ming, 0 order 8th layer. Senior year class 2, Wang Tao, 0 order 6th layer. The broadcast announced the results in an orderly rhythm. Numbers kept flashing on the testing machine screens. Most students' results remained in the middle to late stages of 0 order. In a place like Lintian Town, if a senior year student could reach 0 order 9th layer, that counted as touching the admissions threshold of a third-rate martial university and barely passing. The former Su Xiaoman had been one of those right at the passing line. By relying on the money she saved from part-time jobs to buy blood and chi potions, she had forcibly stacked her realm up to 0 order 9th layer and met the blood and chi standard. But her ability happened to be a completely harmless plastic toy pistol, and her martial talent was average too. She had never won a single practical combat assessment and performed terribly. She belonged to the extremely unbalanced type. More than 10 minutes passed. On the rostrum, Yinsong spun the black sphere in his hand while his gaze casually swept over the area below. The 2 members on either side also leaned back in their chairs, only occasionally glancing at the list on their tablets. Senior year class 1, Zhao Tianyu. The broadcast rang out. A straight-backed boy stepped out from the formation and walked toward testing machine number 1 in the center. A wave of low buzzing immediately rose across the field, and quite a few students' gazes gathered on him. Zhao Tianyu stepped into the metal cabin, and the indicator light switched from green to red. The cabin door closed. A heavy operating sound rang out. 3 seconds later, the cabin door opened again. A line of bold red text suddenly flashed on the big screen above. Zhao Tianyu, 1st order 7th layer. The murmuring across the field instantly rose by another level. 1st order 7th layer? Wasn't he only 1st order 5th layer last month? Breaking through 2 layers in 1 month? What kind of monster speed is that? With these results, he is definitely getting into a second-rate martial university, right? Beside the rostrum, the bald principal suddenly slapped his thigh. The wrinkles on his face were practically squeezed together from how hard he was smiling. He turned around, looked at Yinsong, and lowered his voice as he claimed credit. "Vice President Yin, look, 1st order 7th layer. This kid's talent really is pretty good. He must VE made another breakthrough recently." The black sphere in Yinsong's hand stopped moving. He glanced at the number on the screen and gave a slight nod. "Not bad." The male member on the right leaned in a little and lowered his voice. "President, 1st order 7th layer is already above average here. About that resource package allocated from above this time." Yinsong's brows drew together slightly, and his fingers began moving the sphere again. Barely acceptable, but still lacking. There are quite a lot of resources in this badge from above. If we really dump it all on a first-order 7th layer, the cost-performance ratio, ISNT high. A truly top student should at least touch the threshold of 2nd order by the final senior year placement test. Let us keep watching. If this school really can't produce anyone better, then the resource package that belongs to this school can only go to him. The testing continued. Senior year class 3, Wang Hao, 0 order 9th layer. Senior year class 3, Tang Tang, 0 order 8th layer. Senior year class 3, Su Xiaoman. Su Xiaoman stepped out from the line. At 4'8", with an oversized school jacket and bright pink twin ponytails that stood out sharply in the sunlight. She walked toward testing machine number 5 with both hands in her pockets, her pace neither fast nor slow. On the rostrum, the female member who had been looking down at the files all this time suddenly stopped her fingers and raised her head, her gaze locking straight onto Su Xiaoman. Vice President, she called out. Yin Song turned his head. Look at the girl down there. The female member gestured in a direction, a little over 4'7". Pink twin tails. Those features. The male member on her right followed her gaze and abruptly sat up straight. No cilantro? The footage from the Tongtian Tower had already gone viral last night. That petite figure mowing everything down with a machine gun had features that were way too distinctive. Yin Song narrowed his eyes and sized Su Xiaoman up for a moment. She really does look like her, Yin Song said in a low voice. The male member on the right grew excited. President, if it really is her, then we've struck gold this time. Let us see the test first. Yin Song tapped a finger on the armrest. If she really is no cilantro, then her realm should still be at the 9th level of 0 rank. That number is seriously below passing. If the resource package is going to her, we may need to apply for extra authorization from above. Below, Su Xiaoman stepped into testing device number 5. The hatch closed. A faint current swept across her entire body. Beep! The metal hatch slid open. The numbers on the big screen jumped wildly before finally freezing. Su Xiaoman, 1st level of 2nd rank. The entire field fell silent in an instant. Everyone's eyes were nailed to the screen. Several students in the front row who had just finished testing had their mouths hanging open. They were completely dumbfounded. The homeroom teacher of class 3 stood at the front of the line and sucked in a sharp breath, nearly crushing the lesson plan notebook in his hand. He had been mentally prepared. He had already felt this little girl was hiding her true strength, but this leap still short-circuited his brain on the spot. By comparison, Zhou Xian and Li Qinghe, mixed in with the crowd, were much calmer. The two exchanged a look across several class lines, and both saw the same 4 words in each other's eyes, just as expected. Obviously, last night, they had personally watched her descend from the sky and blast the head of the 2nd-rank Overlord Thunderwolf King into a cloud of blood with one shot. If she could instantly kill a 2nd-rank Beast King, was testing at the 1st level of 2nd rank really that strange? The two of them had long since done all the mental preparation they needed, so they weren't surprised. On the podium, Yin Song's brows were tightly furrowed. The male member on the right stood up outright, both hands braced on the table. The female member sucked in a cold breath and quickly pulled up Su Xiaoman's file on her tablet, her brows knitted tightly. Yin Song's expression turned extremely complicated. Surprised, yet disappointed. Surprised because Lin Tiantown had actually produced another genuine 2nd-rank genius. Disappointed because this result directly overturned their earlier guess. 1st level of 2nd rank. The male member sat back down and sighed. Looks like it's not her. Last night, in the Tongtian Tower, no Cilantro's true realm had been clearly marked as the 9th level of 0 rank. Qi and blood cultivation had to be tempered step by step. Breaking through from a 9th level of 0 rank straight to the 1st level of 2nd rank in a single night? Forget seeing it before. Even in the entire history of Gaia, no one had ever heard of cultivation speed that absurd. She just looked similar. Yin Song quickly calmed down, his gaze locking on to Su Xiaoman again. Gaia has a huge population base. There are plenty of people who look alike and dress alike. After last night's video blew up, there are definitely plenty of copycats too. Even if she wasn't that no cilantro who wielded such terrifying firepower. An 18-year-old 2nd-rank martial warrior was still not to be underestimated. Whether she is or ISNT, Yin Song said, turning to look at his 2 subordinates. She is absolutely a top student. He leaned back in his chair again, fingers tapping the tabletop, settling the matter with one sentence. This afternoon, as practical combat assessment, keep a close eye on her. If her martial skills and real combat ability match this realm, then the resources allocated from above will go to her. Below, Su Xiaoman walked out of the testing device. At the same time, the translucent system panel in her vision was instantly flooded with dense notifications. Detected that the entire school's teachers and students are extremely shocked by the host's true realm. Shock value plus 500. Detected that Zhao Qianyu is strongly shocked by the hostess realm. Shock value plus 300. Detected that the homeroom teacher is extremely shocked by the host's hidden strength. Shock value plus 500. Detected that the upper management of the City Martial Arts Association is strongly shocked by the host's martial progress. Shock value plus 5,000. Total shock value gained this time, 50,000 points. Current shock value, 72,300 points. 50,000 points. Su Xiaoman glanced at the balance on the panel, not surprised in the slightest. More than 3,000 teachers and students in the whole school, plus several city-level higher-ups from above, it had directly blown the shock value through the roof. With both hands in her pockets, Su Xiaoman strolled back to Class 3's line at an unhurried pace. Her classmates' gazes all swept toward her in unison, their expressions extremely subtle. If you said they were shocked, well, only kind of. After all, in last night's Tontian Tower video, No Cilantro had been a ruthless monster who slaughtered second-rank martial warriors like dogs. As for her realm, maybe she had used some method to hide it? No one knew. They weren't officials, and they had no back-end data. They had no idea whether that 9th level of 0 rank shown above had been a real value or fake data. All they could say was that if Su Xiaoman really was no cilantro, then testing at the first level of 2nd rank was reasonable too. But saying they weren't surprised at all would be a lie. Who could have imagined that this little nobody, who usually kept her head down in class and ranked dead last in practical combat, every single time had actually hard carried this act for 3 whole years, just for this one flex? Girl, you've got more patience than Brother Leon. Still, shock was shock. Everyone still had a trace of doubt in their hearts. Was she really that no cilantro who carried a machine gun and swept the field clean? They would have to wait and see what she pulled out during this afternoon as practical combat assessment before they could make the final call. Compared to the subtle atmosphere inside Class 3, the lines of the other classes had already exploded. Holy shit, first level of 2nd rank. Am I seeing things? Our school actually produced a monster like this. I already thought Zhao Tianyu testing at the 7th level of 1st rank was outrageous, but this just jumped an entire major rank. With results like that, even in the city's key number 1 high school, she'd be an absolute ace. How does she have basically no reputation at all? Wait, look at her height and those twin tails. Could she be that no cilantro from last night as Tontian Tower? All kinds of discussion buzzed loudly, almost drowning out the announcement blaring from the loudspeaker on the podium. Just as Su Xiaoman had steadied herself, a glance from the corner of her, I caught the homeroom teacher standing at the front of the line in the distance, still looking at her with that weird squinty-eyed smile. After seeing the result on the big screen, his lips had practically split all the way to his ears. His whole face was flushed red, and his entire body was shaking like an electric motor with a short circuit. The corner of Su Xiaoman's eye twitched at that look, and she laughed in exasperation. Seriously, could this old man's expression get any creepier? Just as she was thinking that, her back suddenly sank. Tang Tang lunged forward from behind and wrapped her in a hug, resting her chin on Su Xiaoman's shoulder. Even with her voice lowered, the excitement in it was impossible to hide. Xiaoman, you're amazing. Su Xiaoman patted the back of the hand, looped around her neck, and said nothing. Very soon, the broadcast rang out again. Class 3, senior year, Tang Tang. Tang Tang let go of Su Xiaoman and quickly ran toward testing device number 5. The hatch closed. A few seconds later, red text flashed on the big screen. Tang Tang, first level of 1st rank. As soon as that result appeared, another small wave of commotion broke out within Class 3's line. Although it couldn't compare to first level of 2nd rank among students at an ordinary high school, first level of 1st rank was already a guaranteed ticket into a 3rd-rate martial arts university. The red words lit up on the screen, and Tang Tang got so excited she almost jumped. Standing in front of the tester, she turned toward Class 3's line, raised 2 fingers high over her head, and flashed a huge V sign. Su Xiaoman looked at her friend on the stage and let out a soft laugh. Tang Tang ran all the way down in a little sprint, like a tiny cannonball, and launched herself straight at Su Xiaoman, crashing right in her arms. The two hugged and chattered excitedly for a while, nothing more than celebrating how they could finally get into a martial university and talking about their future plans. Meanwhile, at the back of the formation on the other side of the field, Zhou Xian, who had already finished his test, had his gaze glued tightly to Su Xiaoman the whole time. His mind was racing, calculating what kind of chance he should find later, once they were dismissed, to go strike up a conversation. He had even rehearsed his opening lines 7 or 8 times in his head. His scheming brain had already kicked into gear. He was even starting to imagine what Su Xiaoman's reaction would be if, standing in front of her, he casually revealed that he was actually Nightblade from last night in the Tontian Tower. Surprise? Happiness? Even though his level was nowhere near enough in front of her. Just thinking about taking off his mask in front of this big shot made a strange thrill rise in Zhou Xian's heart. The more he thought about it, the more excited he got, and his heartbeat started speeding up wildly along with it. That mix of nervousness and excitement kept fermenting in his chest, to the point that his body started having a bit of a physical reaction. He suddenly really needed to pee. On top of that, his heart was pounding way too fast, so Zhou Xian subconsciously raised a hand to cover his chest, bent over slightly, and half-crouched, trying to calm himself down with deep breaths and suppress that dizzy, overheated feeling. That scene just so happened to be fully witnessed by 2 boys from a nearby class. One of them tugged at his friend's sleeve, jerked his chin toward Zhou Xian, and lowered his voice. Hey, look at Zhou Xian. His friend followed his gaze. What? He has been staring at that 1.4-meter twin-tail girl from class 3 for ages. Then while staring, he suddenly clutched his heart and crouched down. What is he doing? Going into heat in public while looking at her? That is kind of perverted. Isn't it? Once the other boy realized it was Zhou Xian, contempt immediately showed on his face. Huh, Zhou Xian is actually in a lowless. He took half a step back with a disgusted look. Back when we used to chat, he bragged to me every day that he only liked long-legged mature beauties. So what the hell was he acting for? That is fucking gross. After quite a while, Zhou Xian finally recovered a little and let out a long breath. Just as he straightened up, he looked up and instantly froze. He realized the people around him were all staring at him with the kind of look reserved for a creep, their eyes full of unconcealed disgust. Zhou Xian was completely dumbfounded, his head full of question marks. Huh. The blood and chi test ended very quickly. The broadcast sounded again, and the balding principal picked up the microphone once more. Students, the original first round of the practical exam, the free-for-all melee, has run into a temporary bug in the battle map from Virtual Martial Arts Company and is currently undergoing an emergency hotfix. So we're switching the first and second rounds. We'll start with the Isekai'd simulation combat test. The rules are simple, for people per team, and you're free to form your own groups. Your score will be calculated based on how long your team survives in the Isekai'd and how many kills you get. Now, I'm giving you 10 minutes to form teams. Once your team is ready, go straight to the preparation room to register. The moment he finished speaking, the entire field exploded. Su Xiaoman turned to look at Tang Tang beside her. In these past 3 years, Tang Tang had been the only person in the class who had sincerely treated her well. Su Xiaoman had already planned to carry Tang Tang through this practical exam. The two of us are one team. Su Xiaoman's tone was relaxed as she settled it directly. It's a 4-person team, so we're still too short. We could just grab any 2 randoms to fill the spots. Tang Tang note that et sitten li. Okay, thank you, man. At the same time, Class 3's line instantly fell into chaos. Xiaoman, Sister Man, take me with you. I'm 0 rank 9th level. I definitely want to hold you back. Sister Man, pick me. I'm tough and tanky. I can take damage. I'll be your meat shield. Sister Man, my family owns a pharmacy. If you take me, your blood and chi potions are guaranteed. A huge group of students completely ignored the class formation and crazily surged towards Su Xiaoman and Tang Tang. What a joke. This was about the final resource distribution. And right beside them was the only second-rank, first-level powerhouse around. As long as they held onto that thigh tight enough, even if they just lay flat in the Isekai'd, their score would still absolutely crush 99% of the entire grade. Of course, they had to fight for it. Surrounded in the middle, Su Xiaoman and Tang Tang listened to the noisy clamor around them, their brows slightly furrowing. Just then, the outer edge of the crowd suddenly quieted down. A path was forcibly squeezed open. Zhao Tianyu, first-rank 7th level, walked over. The others might be greedy for a thigh, but facing Zhao Tianyu, the second strongest in the grade, they still knowingly made way for him. Zhao Tianyu walked up to Su Xiaoman, his attitude neither servile nor overbearing. Hello, estudensu. Em Zhao Tianyu. First rank, 7th level. If we team up, it'll definitely be a partnership of strong with strong. We can absolutely take first place in the grade this round of the exam. I wonder what you think. Su Xiaoman looked at him. First rank 7th level really wasn't he weak, but she simply wasn't he familiar with him at all. More importantly, she had already decided to bring Tang Tang. As far as she was concerned, the remaining 2 spots were just there to make up the numbers. Forget first rank 7th level. Even if she dragged in 2 dogs, she could still use the M249 from the Armory to farm points until they exploded. There was no need to force herself to team up with strangers just for so-called strength and results. No thanks. Su Xiaoman's tone was flat as she refused him directly. Zhao Tianyu paused for a moment, but he didn't feel awkward. If the deal didn't go through, friendship still remained. If she felt it wasn't suitable, refusing was perfectly normal. Besides, she had been very polite. Hadn't she? He nodded. All right, no problem. Sorry for the disturbance, and good luck to you. After saying that, he turned around and left cleanly. As soon as Zhao Tianyu left, the crowd around them, which had just quieted down, seemed to think Su Xiaoman preferred obedient accessory types. After quickly reworking their pitch, they surged forward again. Sister Man, look at me. I don't need to be your strong partner. I'm totally willing to just be an accessory. Take me. I'm obedient too. At the outer edge, Zhou Xian and Li Qinghe had been shoved all the way to the very outside by the massive crowd, unable to squeeze even a single strand of hair in. Li Qinghe frowned tightly as she looked at the airtight wall of people, not knowing what to do. Zhou Xian was getting anxious too. He had finally worked up enough mental preparation for a glorious unmasking scene. If he couldn't even secure 2 team slots, then what the hell was there left to unmask? In his panic, Zhou Xian suddenly sank his blood and chi, opened his throat, and used every ounce of strength in his body to roar toward the center of the crowd. MOM. That furious shout was earth-shaking. carrying the amplification of zero-rank 9th level blood and chi as it exploded across the field. The entire place fell deathly silent. More than 3,000 students all froze at the same time. Everyone turned their heads in perfect unison and looked at Zhou Xian like he was some kind of monster. Beside him, Li Qinghe's eyes went as wide as brass bells. She stared at him in utter shock and subconsciously shifted 2 steps to the side. On the other side, the 2 boys who had been watching Zhou Xian earlier exchanged a look. Holy shit, he really is a fucking pervert. He was going into heat staring at her back just now. And now he is publicly calling her mom. That is kind of disgusting, bro. The crowd was forcibly hard CCD by that shout. Zhou Xian didn't care how other people looked at him. He grabbed Li Qinghe by the sleeve, then took advantage of everyone's stunned pause to slam straight through the wall of people and force his way in front of Su Xiaoman. The moment he stopped, Zhou Xian realized Su Xiaoman and Tang Tang were both looking at him with the same disgusted expression they use for trash. The people around them finally snapped back to their senses, and accusations came crashing down from all directions. Yelling mom in public? The hell? Have you been playing too much Valorant? It's just forming a team, and you're already pulling shady tricks like this? Have some shame, will you? That is so damn disgusting. You pervert, get the hell out. The crowd was furious. Although Zhou Xian had successfully broken through using this forbidden art, he was also getting cursed that so hard his head was buzzing. He opened his mouth, but for a moment, he didn't even know how to start explaining. This was way too socially suicidal. What the hell am I even doing? At the critical moment, Li Qinghe stepped up. She wasn't sure whether Su Xiaoman was willing to publicly expose the fact that she didn't eat cilantro ahead of time. So she didn't say anything reckless in front of everyone. After thinking about it, she finally stepped forward, leaned close to Su Xiaoman's ear, and whispered a few words. After hearing it, Su Xiaoman looked Zhou Xian and Li Qinghe up and down with suspicion. Li Qinghe nodded seriously. Su Xiaoman let out a sigh and raised a hand. All right, stop cursing. The surrounding noise quieted down a bit. I found my teammates. Those 2. That makes 4 exactly. Su Xiaoman pointed at Zhou Xian and Li Qinghe. Everyone looked at each other. None of them knew what Li Qinghe had just said, but somehow it had convinced Sister Man, a second-rank, first-layer powerhouse, to pick this dead pervert who had publicly called someone mom to fill the last slot. But since Sister Man had spoken, everyone respected her choice and scattered to go form their own teams. The area around them cleared out. Su Xiaoman looked at Zhou Xian, her gaze still full of contempt. Let us go. To the prep room. Su Xiaoman turned around. We formed our team early, so it should be our turn soon. After saying that, she immediately pulled Tang Tang forward and walked off, too lazy to say even half a word more. Zhou Xian stood there in a daze. Looking at Su Xiaoman's incomparably cold back, he felt strangely empty inside. He quickly walked over to Li Qinghe's side and asked in a low voice, "Are you sure you told her I'm urine?" Li Qinghe nodded. "I did." Zhou Xian's steps faltered. His whole body instantly wilted like a rooster that had lost a fight. Last night, he had tossed and turned in bed, imagining countless times the shocked and astonished expression on the other side's face when he revealed his identity as Yirun. And the result? That's it. It was so over. Li Qinghe was a little too lazy to deal with him too. After all, that mom shout from earlier had been way too destructive. She felt embarrassed too and didn't want other people to realize she knew this dead pervert. With that thought, she directly ignored Zhou Xian, who was still standing there questioning his life, and strode after Su Xiaoman and Tang Tang. Hey, no wait, you guys wait for me. Seeing that, Zhou Xian couldn't keep wallowing in self-pity any longer. He hurriedly took off after them. Inside the prep room, after finishing registration, the 4 found an empty spot and sat down. There were already several teams in the room ahead of them, all groups that had been formed before the exam. They were huddled together, nervously discussing tactics. Man, why do you let a pervert who shouted mom in public? Tang Tang leaned towards Su Xiaoman's ear, her eyes constantly darting toward Zhou Xian, her face full of disgust. Su Xiaoman casually explained, "He is a teammate I happened to get matched with and ranked at Tontian Tower last night." Sitting to the side, Li Qinghe naturally started chatting with Su Xiaoman about last night's match, confirming each other's identities as Yirun and Qinghe. Through the whole process, Su Xiaoman studied expressiones. She didn't even raise an eyebrow. Zhou Xian held it in for a while at the side, but in the end he just couldn't help himself. "No, Sister Man, the 3 of us are actually in the same school in real life. Don't you think that is shocking? Like, what a coincidence." Su Xiaoman, Tang Tang, and Li Qinghe all turned their heads at the same time and swept their gazes up and down over him with the same look they used for trash. No one spoke. Zhou Xian's scalp prickled under their stares. He swallowed. Crap, he'd been completely pegged as a pervert. But right after that, deep in his heart, a faint trace of inexplicable excitement rose up uncontrollably. Being looked at with that kind of gaze actually felt kind of thrilling. Su Xiaoman withdrew her gaze, folded her arms across her chest, and looked ahead, her tone flat. What is so surprising about that? The world is both huge and small. Nothing as strange. Su Xiaoman sighed and silently added in her heart, "Besides, After going through absurd stuff like transmigrating and awakening a system, running into online friends at the same school was nothing at all. At that moment, on the TV screen at the front of the prep room, a real-time simulation battle from one of the machines was playing live. On the screen, students were sprinting through ruins. Behind them, low-rank exotic beasts packed together densely like a black tide. The difficulty was extremely high. This team had adopted a standard guerrilla tactic, fighting while retreating, tried to use the terrain to stall for time. But very soon, they were completely swallowed up by a beast horde flanking them from the side, and the screen immediately went black. The spectators in the prep room all shook their heads when they saw that. The number in that beast tide is way too ridiculous. There's no way to kill them all. Seriously, you can only rely on movement techniques to drag out time. Stop for even 1 second, and you'll get trampled into meat paste. I heard lasting 10 minutes counts as a perfect score. Even though this team didn't even make it to 5 minutes, they still passed. They did pretty well. As the surrounding discussions continued, Su Xiaoman's table was quiet to an excessive degree. Tang Tang, Li Qinghe, and Zhou Xian were all sitting steady as fishing platforms. They didn't even discuss tactics at all. Discuss what? They were just here to soy sauce and be accessories. Once they got in, they could just find a corner, squat there, and watch Su Xiaoman solo carry the whole thing with some ruthless plays. Su Xiaoman stared at the screen, rapidly calculating tactics in her head. The score for the Beast-Tide simulation battle depended purely on survival time and total kills. The number and density of the exotic beasts were about the same as the zombie hordes in the movie World War Z, stacked into walls, covering the sky and earth. If normal examinees ran into this kind of situation, they had to consider reasonable team composition and tactical division of labor, how to use environmental advantages to kite, how to fight guerrilla style. While testing a martial artist as combat experience and teamwork, it also trained their combat thinking really well. Su Xiaoman's side had a much simpler and more brutal tactic, but it still faced one problem. That was that she could only hold one gun. Against this kind of utterly unreasonable beast tide that could stack into walls over 10 meters high at any moment, the M249 was definitely the best option. It would also be the perfect chance to level the gun up. But whether the firepower of just one M249 light machine gun could fully cover and hold the line was hard to say. After all, this wasn't reality. It was virtual space. When the system spawned monsters, it was downright unreasonable, with zero restraint. Su Xiaoman frowned deeply, thinking through her approach. Just then, Senior Year Class 3, Su Xiaoman's team, go prepare at Battle Zone 3. The teacher in charge called out while holding the roster. All four stood up at the same time. The other students in the prep room instantly fell silent, and then a wave of low discussion broke out. It's Sister Man's turn. Quick, look. The second rank. First layer big shot is going on. Nobody knew who started it, but a burst of enthusiastic applause suddenly rang out through the room. Su Xiaoman ignored the looks around her and walked straight for the exit. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught a glimpse of the hallway outside. The homeroom teacher was still pressed against the glass window, staring at her with that bizarre, squinting smile. Su Xiaoman was so exasperated she laughed. This old bastard. At the same time, on the sports field's main stage, Yin Song and two other senior members of the Municipal Martial Arts Association were watching the giant screen ahead, their brows slightly furrowed. The teams before this had all performed in a thoroughly unremarkable way. They were basically using textbook tactics. Well, they were just dealing with an exam. So that was understandable, but it really wasn't interesting. Just then, the broadcast rang out across the field. Next group, Class 3, Grade 3, Su Xiaoman's squad. Yin Song stopped idly playing with the black sphere in his hand and sat up straight. The two members beside him also put down their tablets and fixed their full attention on the giant screen. Down on the field, the students who had still been noisily looking for teammates all instantly stopped what they were doing. Sysman S up. We can team up later. Watch my Sysman cook first. The eyes of all 3,000 plus people in the venue turned in perfect unison toward the massive holographic projection. The screen flashed. Su Xiaoman and the other three had already been transmitted through the virtual pods into the Beast-Tide simulation space. Beast-Tide simulation battle loaded. Preparation time, 3 minutes. Notice, after the countdown ends, the Beast-Tide will automatically lock onto the examinee's current location and launch continuous, indiscriminate attacks. The screen flashed again, and the four of them appeared in a ruined urban wasteland. Broken walls and collapsed structures were everywhere. Rusted scrap vehicles lay crisscrossed in the middle of the streets. The sky was dim and gray. According to the normal testing process, these 3 minutes of preparation time were crucial. The students needed to immediately scout the terrain, find a building that was easy to defend and hard to attack, or a narrow alleyway. Then establish a defensive line to deal with the endless beast tide that would soon come surging in from all directions. Zhou Xian gripped the short blade at his waist and turned to Su Xiaoman. Sis man, how are we playing this? Su Xiaoman glanced at him. Thinking back to that earth-shaking mom he had shouted on the field earlier, she sighed inwardly. Being able to do something that's socially suicidal in public probably meant he really had been pushed to the edge. He must have wanted to cling to a thigh so badly that he resorted to that desperate move. Forget it. She wouldn't hold it against him. Su Xiaoman's attitude toward him softened a little, and she no longer kept a cold face. She looked around. There was a half-collapsed 6-story residential building nearby. To that rooftop. Su Xiaoman raised a hand and pointed. The instant she finished speaking, she stamped down hard with her foot. Bang! A ring of dust burst up from the ground. St. Tier Lianyun's step erupted into action, while second-rank first-layer chi and blood poured into her legs. Su Xiaoman's tiny body instantly turned into a pink afterimage and vanished from where she stood. In the blink of an eye, she had already borrowed force off the ruins several times in succession. Light as a bird, she landed steadily on the rooftop of that 6-story building. At the same time, outside on the sports field, when the 3,000-plus students saw Su Xiaoman instantly cross the terrain like that, a wave of low gasps immediately rose from the crowd. Holy shit, what fast movement. She has definitely trained Lianyun's step to the St. Tier, right? Meanwhile, those who had watched the recording of Bu Qi Xiangkai in the Tongtian Tower last night were much calmer now, whispering among themselves. Look at that figure. That movement speed, it's definitely her. It really does look like her, but this still can't be 100% confirmed. After all, Lianyun's step is just a basic movement technique. There are still geniuses who can train it to the St. Tier. This alone isn't enough to prove she is Bu Qi Xiangkai, right? We still have to see what weapon she pulls out later. If it's a firearm, I know what you mean. On the main stage, Yin Song and the other 2 municipal higher-ups also stared at the screen in silence. Their gazes focused. Inside the simulation space, Zhou Xian, Li Qinghe, and Tang Tang didn't dare waste any time. They immediately circulated their chi and blood and quickly climbed upward along the outer wall by the stairwell. Though their speed was nowhere near Su Xiaoman's St. Tier movement technique and was much slower by comparison, they still managed to reach the rooftop. Su Xiaoman stood in the center of the rooftop and flipped her palm. A red and black support cube appeared in her hand. With a thought, the cube flew from her hand and hovered in the air. A flash of light passed, and a sturdy metal platform, 9 meters long and 9 meters wide, instantly appeared before everyone. Get on. Su Xiaoman pointed at the metal platform. The 3 of them didn't say a word and climbed right onto it. Su Xiaoman's fingers moved slightly as she controlled the support cube to rise into the air. The ascension height of this treasure was directly linked to the martial artist's own realm. Su Xiaoman was currently at 2nd rank first layer. If she used it on flat ground at the 1st floor, the height would already be considerable. But ascending from the base of 6th floor rooftop would no doubt raise the field of vision and firing angle to an even more terrifying level. Although the platform was carrying 4 people, increasing the total weight and causing the cube's maximum altitude to be slightly lower than when she used it alone, it was still enough. The metal platform came to a steady stop in midair, like a floating aerial fortress, giving them a full view of the ruins below. Standing on the platform, Zhou Xian and the other 2 looked at the streets far below, now as small as ants, and swallowed. This field of view. Insane. On the other side, Su Xiaoman, still on the rooftop below, raised her right hand and reached into the inner pocket of her clothes. A compact, portable grappling gun appeared in her hand. She aimed the muzzle at the edge of the metal platform above, then pulled the trigger. A high-strength steel cable shot out instantly. Ding! The hook claw latched tightly onto the platform's edge. Su Xiaoman pressed the retract button, using the pull of the rope. Her tiny body shot into the air, drawing a clean arc through midair before landing steadily on the 9x9 meter metal platform. Preparation time ended. Beast-Tide locked on. The system prompt echoed through the sky over the abandoned city district. At the far end of the streets in the distance, the ground began to shake violently. A vast black Beast-Tide, like floodwaters after a dam burst, roared as it surged madly toward the intersection. Standing at the edge of the platform, Su Xiaoman looked down from above at the densely packed mutant beast below. She took a deep breath and abruptly raised her right hand. A large number of black motes of light frantically gathered in her palm. The next second, a steel beast with a massive 200-round ammo box hanging beneath it instantly appeared in her hands. An M249 squad automatic weapon. Outside, on the sports field, silence. Whether it was the whispering students or the homeroom teachers standing at the front of the lines, whether it was the smiling, balding principal or the well-traveled Yin Song and the other 2 seated on the main stage, all 3,000-plus people in the school. When they saw that 1.43 pink, twin-tailed lowly on the screen raise that absurdly oversized machine gun, every single person's CPU completely burned out in that instant. 3 seconds later, a perfectly synchronized cry of stunned disbelief exploded across the entire sports field. Huh, holy shit. She just pulled out a machine gun? She's not even pretending anymore. She's just taking the mask off on the spot. It's confirmed. She's definitely Bu Qi Xiangkai. She must use some method last night to forcibly trick the Tongtian Tower's detection and hide her realm. That's insane. She even managed to fool the fucking Tongtian Tower. Now I finally understood why Zhou Xian shouted for his mom just now. I wanted to shout too. Mom. On the judge's platform, Yin Song and the other 2 had all stood up. Su Xiaoman really didn't eat cilantro. She had actually been suppressing her realm the whole time while climbing the Tongtian Tower. They really had struck gold on this trip. They had really found a genius. Before Yin Song and the others could recover from the shock, the image on the big screen showed that the countdown had already ended. Countdown over. The black mass of the Isekai'd surged down the abandoned streets like a burst black flood. Thousands of low-tier exotic beasts trampled over abandoned vehicles, roaring as they converged on the intersection, trying to climb the residential building and pounce onto the metal platform. Su Xiaoman stood at the edge of the platform, looking down from above, expressionless. The max-level Imperial 8th body-tempering breathing technique made her lower body as steady as a mountain. Her left hand supported the heavy tactical handguard of the M249, her right shoulder braced hard against the stock, and her index finger pressed onto the trigger. Pull it all the way down. Full attack. Hit minus, 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 hit. The muzzle brake of the M249 spat out a half-meter-long dark red tongue of flame. The massive recoil slammed into Su Xiaoman's shoulder wave after wave through the gun body, yet her powerful second-stage, first-layer physique forcefully endured it all. Inside the hanging ammo box below, the dark red belt of bullets cycled madly with the bolt and was rapidly fed into the chamber. The ejection port on the right side was like a fountain. Scalding shell casings flew out along with pungent gun smoke, clattering onto the metal platform in a crisp, dense stream of dings and clangs. In the blink of an eye, a glittering little hill had piled up at her feet. The 5.56mm chi-blood bullets poured down at the terrifying rate of hundreds of rounds per minute, linking together in midair into a glaring dark red fire whip. Before that fire whip, the Isekai'd was as fragile as paper. After being amplified by the martial technique fusion of mountain-crushing fist and water-severing saber art, the chi-blood bullets carried terrifying impact force and cutting penetration. The first row of charging heavy armored beasts didn't even get to let out a scream before their hard bone plates were torn apart instantly, their entire heads exploding into bloody mist on the spot. The bullets pierced through their bodies without losing momentum and continued blasting into the exotic beasts behind them. Flesh flew everywhere, severed limbs scattering. Su Xiaoman twisted from the waist, and the muzzle swept sideways across the street below with her line of sight. The fire whip was like Death's scythe, harvesting wildly through the dense beast pack. Wherever it passed, rows upon rows of exotic beasts fell in lines like wheat run over by a harvester, turning into streams of data light that filled the air. In just a dozen seconds, white smoke was already rising from the barrel of the M249 from the intense, continuous fire. The originally surging beast tied below had been forcibly carved open by this completely unreasonable firepower into a deadly vacuum zone. At the same time, the system panel on the right side of Su Xiaoman's vision turned directly into scrolling curtains of light. Exotic beast killed. M249 EXP increased. Exotic beast killed. M249 EXP increased. Exotic beast killed. M249 EXP increased. Current firearm. M249 Squad Automatic Weapon LV3 LV4. Current firearm. M249 Squad Automatic Weapon LV4 LV5. Accessory unlocked. Chi-Blood Liquid Cooling Kit. Chi-Blood Liquid Cooling Kit. Forced heat dissipation. Immune to barrel overheating. Enables uninterrupted sustained fire. Accessory unlocked. Backpack Feed Pack. Backpack Feed Pack. Equipped with a flexible ammo chute, capacity increased to 500 rounds. Greatly improves weapon balance. Awesome. So damn awesome. This dense Isekai'd was a nightmare for the other examinees, but for Su Xiaoman, it was basically the perfect EXP pool. Watching the skyrocketing EXP, Su Xiaoman's eyes lit up. Click. The 200-round belt was emptied in an instant, and the bolt locked back on an empty chamber. With a thought from Su Xiaoman, instant modification activated at once. The ammo box hanging from the gun turned into motes of light and vanished. A tactical feed backpack appeared out of thin air on her back. A metal, flexible ammo chute, like a steel serpent, ran along the right side of her waist and locked directly into the M249's feed port. At the same time, a layer of dark gray liquid cooling condenser tubes instantly covered the red-hot barrel, and the rising white smoke stopped abruptly. Buck feed. 500 chi-blood rounds connected seamlessly, and it wouldn't even heat up. What was there left to say? Just fire. Su Xiaoman's index finger clamped down on the trigger again. Da-da-da-da-da. The roar of the machine gun tore through the battlefield. The dark red muzzle flame spewed wildly, and inside the flexible ammo chute on her back. The chi-blood bullet belt slid rapidly into the bolt with a loud rattling rush, like high-speed gears in motion. The violent metal storm washed over the Isekai'd below. The first row of exotic beasts fell, the second, third, and fourth rows filled in, and then they were instantly swept into minced meat too. She was directly giving the whole lot of them acute, embedded copper poisoning. Da-da-da-da-da. The gunfire was deafening. The dark red muzzle flame sprayed wildly over the dim ruins. with the 500-round backpack feed pack and the absolute no-overheat effect of the Chi Blood liquid cooling kit. This M249 in Su Xiaoman's hands had completely turned into a wheelchair gun, as long as she kept her index finger locked on the trigger, aimed the muzzle at the black mass of the beast-hide below, and then moved left and right. All she had to do was sweep. The Chi Blood bullets carrying the impact of mountain-crushing fist and the cutting effect of water-severing saber art hit these low-tier exotic beasts like beating dogs. They were ridiculously fragile. An ironclad rhino the size of an armored vehicle had just charged to the very front. 7 or 8 bullets instantly splattered across its face. Its hard skull didn't last even 0.1 seconds before it was torn apart by the terrifying kinetic force. Its brains and shattered bone exploded with a bang. Right after that, its huge body was riddled into a honeycomb by the dense rain of bullets, then broke apart midair, turning into a heap of rotten flesh and data filling the sky. Not a single exotic beast could charge within 50 meters beneath the rooftop. Severed limbs flew wildly through the air. Sticky blood and flesh splattered all over the walls. Those ferocious-looking exotic beasts, the moment they touched the line of fire, were instantly blown apart, so badly shot up not even their mothers would recognize them. So stress-relieving. Standing on the metal platform, Su Xiaoman watched the blood mist constantly exploding below, and her mind completely emptied. No need to think. No need to predict. No need to aim. Pure firepower output. Pure visual impact. This feeling was just like playing Dynasty Warriors in her previous life, setting the difficulty to the lowest, holding a max-level weapon, and mowing down mobs like grass. Pure battle exhilaration. Exotic beast killed. M249 EXP increased. Exotic beast killed. M249 EXP increased. Exotic beast killed. M249 EXP increased. The EXP notifications on the right side of her vision were scrolling so fast they were practically leaving afterimages. Very soon, click, the bolt stalled, and the 500-round belt was spent. Su Xiaoman's left hand yanked hard at the feed shoe connector on her back. The quick reload ability activated. With a 300% reload speed boost, her movements were so fast they left only an afterimage. The ammo box dropped free. A fresh belt slammed into the receiver. Click. She yanked the charging handle. The entire reload took less than a second. Below, the beast-hide had only managed to surge forward less than 2 meters during that tiny fraction of a second gap in firepower. Rat-a-ta-ta-ta-ta. The metal storm descended once more. The merciless line of fire swept across them, and the batch of mutated beasts that had just rushed up was instantly cut in half at the waist. The ground was covered in mangled flesh and shattered remains. Outside, on the school field, more than 3,000 teachers and students across the entire school were all craning their necks, staring fixedly at the massive scoreboard in midair. On the scoreboard, each class team's survival time and kill count were updating in real time. Senior Year Class 1, Zhao Tianyu Squad. Kill count, 14. Senior Year Class 2, Zhang Chong Squad. Kill count, 9. Senior Year Class 4, Li Ming Squad. Kill count, 11. Looking further down, Senior Year Class 3, Su Xiaoman Squad. Kill count, 4,187. And that number was still jumping wildly at an absolutely terrifying speed. 4,302, 4,519, 4,880. The entire field was silent. What the hell? It had only been less than half a minute since the start. In just a bit over half a minute, the kill count Su Xiaoman had put up by herself had already completely crushed the combined total of every other team in the entire grade, and by several hundred, even over 1,000 times. Terrifying to the extreme. Detected that the entire school's teachers and students are in extreme shock at the host's monster-clearing speed. Shock value 1,000. After that deathly silence, a wave of sharp gasps broke out from the crowd. Hiss, watching the image on the screen of Su Xiaoman holding the machine gun and crazily mowing everything down, flames spitting from the muzzle and bullets sweeping across the battlefield. Strong envy showed in the eyes of quite a few students. Honestly, they wanted to play with it too. How could close combat possibly compare to the ease and sheer satisfaction of going rat-a-ta-ta? Watching wave after wave of the beast-hide collapse, everyone was insanely jealous. This felt way better than playing with cold weapons. Okay. Holy crap, just watching this is making my hands itch. This is way too damn satisfying. I want to try that gun too. I don't even need long. Just let me hold the trigger for 10 seconds. I didn't do well on the test earlier. I suspect I'm showing serious signs of depression right now. I suggest the school let me go in and have a blast to treat my illness. The students were drooling with envy. And not just the students. Even Yin Song and the other two sitting on the main platform were swallowing hard as they watched. Yin Song held both hands loosely in front of his chest, his right index finger unconsciously making a trigger-pulling motion. When he realized it, he quickly swallowed and forcibly tore his gaze away from the big screen, then turned to look at the balding principal beside him. Principal. Yin Song cleared his throat. What's the historical best record for your school's beast-hide simulation battle? The principal said nothing. He didn't even bother acknowledging him. Yin Song froze for a moment and looked more carefully. Good lord. At this moment, where was that timid, obsequious lackey look the balding principal had just been wearing? The principal lifted his chin slightly, his back ramrod straight, both hands clasped behind him. The fat on his face trembled twice, and his mouth twisted sharply to one side, practically turning him into some crooked smile, Dragon King. That expression carried 3 parts arrogance, 3 parts unruliness, and 4 parts casual disdain. He clearly didn't put Yin Song and the other 2 city-level higher-ups in his eyes at all. Nonsense. The reason he'd been polite before, calling them Sir this and Sir that, was because Third High's results had been trash and they needed favors. He had hoped these big shots would go easy on them in resource allocation and policy support, at least toss them a sip of soup. But now, their Third High had produced a god. On Gaia Star, in the Sun Crown Empire, the rules in the education world were very simple. A school's backbone depended entirely on its students. The more monstrous the students you trained, the straighter a principal could stand. If Third High in Lintian Town used to be about the level of some vocational school, now Su Xiaoman had burst onto the scene. Then sorry, but starting now, this school field was officially renamed Su Xiaoman Plaza. Starting today, their Third High was Lintian Town's Qingbei. From the moment Su Xiaoman pulled out the M249, the offense and defense had already switched places. If this were a cultivation novel, their realm had gone straight from sect menial labors all the way to the sect ancestor in one leap. In other words, it was no longer Third High begging your martial arts association for help. It was Yin Song, who had to personally present the best resources with both hands and deliver them to our most respected, most outstanding student Su Xiaoman and her alma mater. Understand? So why the hell should I still be polite to you? The principal shot Yin Song a sideways glance and couldn't even be bothered using honorifics anymore. Time record? The highest is 8 minutes. As for the full score 10 minutes, no one has ever done it. Yin Song and the other 2 members looked at the principal's smug, upstart face and instantly had black lines all over their foreheads. But they also knew perfectly well that he really did have the capital to act crazy now. For the moment, these few city-level officials really couldn't do a thing about this baldy. What about the kill record? Yin Song asked again, forcing himself to stay patient. The principal snorted coldly. The grin at the corner of his mouth stretched wider and wider as he pointed at the giant screen in midair. The kill record? Just now. It was already broken by the most respected and most outstanding student our school has had since its founding, Su Xiaoman. Her current kill count is the highest historical record since Third High was established. She is Third High's eternal pride. The moment those words fell, Yin Song and the other 2 all sucked in a sharp breath at the same time. This, half a minute, by her own strength alone. She had directly blasted through the all-time highest kill record set by 4-man teams since the school was founded. Detected that Yin Song is an extreme shock at the host's terrifying kill efficiency. Shock value 1000. Detected that the city-level members are an extreme shock at the host's firepower coverage. Shock value 1000. Is this the suppressive force of hot weapons? This is way too absurd. Just as Yin Song and the other 2 were still immersed in shock and hadn't recovered yet, a harsh scraping sound came from the side. They saw the principal stroll over, lift a red plastic stool with one hand, and toss it right next to Yin Song's leather chair. Little Yin, the principal said, patting Yin Song on the shoulder in a casual tone, "Come on, get down from the main seat and sit on this stool. Let me try your chair." Yin Song's eyelid twitched. Looking at that faded plastic stool, his face turned green. But seeing the kill count on the big screen still skyrocketing like crazy, he forcibly swallowed his anger. There was no helping it. Student Su Xiaoman was just too damn incredible. In front of her strength, even Yin Song wasn't qualified to lose his temper. Yin Song let out a sigh, silently stood up, gave up the main seat, and sat down on the plastic stool with a wronged look on his face. The principal plopped down into the leather chair and crossed one leg over the other. Refreshing. At the same time, inside the simulated space, the thunderous machine gun fire was still continuing. But very soon, the beast tide below began to change. The beast tide simulation mechanism of the Tontian Tower wasn't rigid at all. Its respawn logic was simple and brutal. To put it simply, the faster you killed, the more exotic beasts it spawned, and every single one of them was the healthiest, fastest, smartest peak individual. In other words, Su Xiaoman's terrifying barrage just now had directly pushed the system difficulty to the highest threshold. Several massive ironclad rhinos did not continue their mindless charge. Instead, they forcefully stopped below, right against the remaining pile of corpses. Right after that, hundreds of swift-type exotic beasts from the rear stepped on their companions' bodies and crazily piled upward. In just a few seconds, the exotic beasts from all directions had actually built 4 flesh walls more than 10 meters high, forcibly leveling them with a metal platform floating in midair. Roar! A pitch-black shadow leopard used Su Xiaoman's blind spot from behind and was the first to leap up from the flesh wall, carrying a bloody wind as it lunged at the edge of the platform. Tang Tang reacted extremely fast. Her long blade left its sheath, the chi and blood of first rank. First layer burst out. The blade slashed upward at an angle from below, directly splitting the shadow leopard in midair into two halves. Blood splashed across the metal platform. But this was only the beginning. From all directions, hundreds upon thousands of exotic beasts leaped high from the flesh walls like dumplings being dropped into a pot. Diving straight at the platform, Zhou Xian and Li Qinghe immediately drew their blades and raised their shields. In this virtual space, there was no such thing as friendly fire. As long as it wasn't a hostile target determined by the system, any attack passing through a teammate's body would be nullified. So the two of them had no need to worry about positioning at all and were ready to go all out and tank it head on. At the center of the platform, Su Xiaoman frowned slightly. Enemies on all sides. No matter how fierce the M249 in her hands was, its line of fire was only one line. At the current exotic beast respawn speed, during the gap when the muzzle shifted, some would definitely slip through and pounce up. Did she really have to stop firing, forcibly control the pace, and lower the system difficulty? Just as she was thinking that, a thought suddenly flashed through Su Xiaoman's mind. No need to slow down. On the contrary, I can go even faster, outside on the athletic field. Everyone's eyes were locked on the big screen. On the viewing platform, Yin Song and the other two had their brows tightly furrowed. The exotic beasts have piled into walls and encircled her from all sides. The male member shook his head. This is the highest difficulty kill formation judged by the system. Student Su Xiaoman has 3 weak deadweights with her. The machine gun's firepower can only suppress one side. There's no way she can cover everything. The female member quickly analyzed. If the exam ends early because her teammates get instantly killed, that would be such a pity. At the main seat, the balding principal rested his chin on one hand and sat with one leg crossed over the other, looking steady as a rock on the surface. In reality, cold sweat had already soaked his shirt through the back. This is bad. Did I act too cocky just now? If student Su Xiaoman can't hold this wave, won't everything blow up? But the act had already been put on. Spilled water couldn't be taken back. He could only keep acting to the end. Thinking of that, the principal could only grit his back teeth and pray like crazy in his heart that Su Xiaoman would hold on. Down on the field, the students' discussions could no longer be suppressed. This style is satisfying, but with enemies on all sides. It's hard for Sister Man to carry the whole field by herself. Yeah, in the end, this is a team exam. Sure enough, without team coordination, is she still going to get drowned by the beast tide in the end? Man, Sister Man already tried her best to hard carry. What a shame. Seriously, once they get into close range, the machine gun won't be able to do much. She can't shoot all 4 directions at once, can she? So in the end, should Sister Man have agreed to team up with Zhao Tianyu? TSK, the teammates are too weak. They can't be carried. Right then, a sudden cry of shock came from the crowd. Holy Chovy, Sister Man is spinning. The moment those words came out, more than 3,000 pairs of eyes on the field snapped back to the big screen. The next second, everyone's brain stopped thinking at the same time. On the big screen, facing the beast swarm pouncing through the air from all directions, Su Xiaoman bent her leg slightly. Saint Tier Lianyun's step instantly erupted beneath her feet. Holding the M249, she turned directly into a streak of pink lightning and began extreme lateral movement at the 4 directions along the edge of the metal platform. Boom! The metal platform beneath her feet shook violently. Su Xiaoman's figure instantly appeared at the front left corner of the platform. Fire spat from the muzzle, tearing the dozen or so exotic beasts pouncing at her head-on into pieces. Immediately after that, before the first afterimage had even faded, her real body had already shifted at high speed to the rear right corner, while the muzzle swept sideways at the same time. Then the second, the third, the fourth, rear left, front left, rear right, edge shift, return dash, da. The dark red muzzle flames of the M249 drew a closed cross-shaped death fire net in midair. It was too fast. So fast that the naked eye simply could not capture her true trajectory. It looked exactly like some hacker had turned on a violent blink aimbot and started spinning around the platform. But that was not the case. In truth, all of this was simply because Su Xiaoman's lateral shift and return speed were so fast that the afterimages left on the retina had no time to fade at all. Meanwhile, the moment those exotic beasts leaped from the flesh walls, they crashed head-on into that fire net. Pew 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 pew. The sound of bullets tearing through flesh was so dense it merged into one continuous sheet. Severed limbs danced wildly through the air, and sticky chunks of flesh splattered outward like rain. No matter how many exotic beasts came from all directions, as long as they dared to jump up, Su Xiaoman would instantly blast them to pieces. Absolute slaughter. Outside on the athletic field, after a brief dead silence, the crowd exploded. Holy shit, clone technique. Why are there 4 Sister Mans on the stage? Did she use some kind of illusion-type treasure? How the hell was that even done? Detected that the entire school's teachers and students are in extreme shock at the host's extreme lateral movement. Shock value plus 1,000. Detected. On the viewing platform, Yin Song and the other 2 members were utterly amazed. They held high positions and had seen countless geniuses. They had also watched endless recordings of past martial arts exams. But using firearms together with movement techniques like this, charging through a Isekai'd like Zhao Zilong, this was the first time in their lives they had ever seen such an operation. Firearms already had enormous recoil to begin with. Yet during high-speed lateral movement, she still had to keep the gun body stable and maintain suppressive fire. What kind of monstrous core, strength, and muscle control did that require? Yin Song stared at the screen, his voice trembling. Amazing. Truly amazing. Beside him, the balding principal was so excited he jumped up from his leather chair, slammed a hand onto the armrest, and looked flushed all over, just like a general who had just won a great battle. Good. Student Su. Well done. Down below, in the class formation, even Class 3's homeroom teacher had completely forgotten his image as a teacher. He slapped his thigh excitedly and shouted praise from below. Good. Spin well. Student Su, you are the pride of our Class 3. Kill them all. Inside the virtual space, Su Xiaoman held a heavy machine gun and crazily dashed back and forth while strafing. The muscles in her legs were in an extreme explosive state under ultra-high load. Current shock value, 122,300 points. That move just now had directly earned her 50,000 shock value. She had broken straight through to 120,000 shock value. Just then, a sudden ding rang out in her mind. Detected that the host used the Saint-Tier Lianyun step at high intensity in an extreme battle. Congratulations to the host for achieving enlightenment in actual combat and deriving a brand new second-tier movement martial skill, Shadow Flash Step, based on Lianyun Step. Do you want to consume 15,000 shock points to directly raise this martial skill to Saint-Tier? Max level. There is actually something this good. Enlightenment in real combat. Self-created martial skill. Su Xiaoman didn't even blink. She immediately said in her heart, max it out. Shock points deducted successfully. Current martial skill, Shadow Flash Step Saint-Tier, max level. Current shock points, 107,300 points. A massive amount of movement technique insight surged into her mind like a flood breaking through a dam. Her force application techniques were reconstructed, and the circulation routes of her chi and blood became even more efficient and violent. The next instant, on the big screen, Su Xiaoman's speed underwent another qualitative transformation. Bang! The afterimages that had still barely shown traces of her movement path now completely solidified. Her lateral movement speed was a full 2 times faster than just now. Not only did the afterimages at the 4 corners not disappear, they instead looked almost like 4 real bodies because of the extreme compression of speed. 4 lines of fire interwove into a perfect cage of death, shredding all the exotic beasts charging in. Killed an exotic beast. M249 experience increased. Killed an exotic beast. M249 experience increased. The gas on the school field were forcibly stuck in everyone's throats. Yinsong leaned back tactically. No, something changed. Her footwork changed. This is definitely not Lianyun Step, but a brand new movement technique of a higher tier. The female team member beside him was full of shock. A brand new one? Wasn't she just using Lianyun Step a moment ago? Where did this new movement technique come from? Enlightenment in actual combat. Creating a technique on the spot. Yinsong's brows furrowed so tightly they could pinch a fly to death. She was probably enlightened in real combat, evolved the basic movement technique, and sublimated it into a brand new martial skill. When all the teachers and students heard that, their scalps went numb. What the hell kind of concept was that? While fighting, she thought the basic martial skill wasn't fast enough, so she improvised an even more insane one on the spot. Seriously, sis, what else is there about you that we don't know? Detected that all teachers and students in the school are extremely shocked by the host creating a technique on the spot in battle. Shock points plus 2,000. Detected that Yin Song is extremely shocked by the host's martial Dao comprehension. Shock points plus 5,000. Detected inside the virtual space. The tongue of fire from EM-249 finally came to a stop. Around the metal platform, the stacked walls of exotic beast flesh collapsed with a roar, turning into streams of dissipating data light that filled the sky. Su Xiaoman stopped moving and let out a slight breath. The system panel at the edge of her vision had already been flooded with notifications. Current shock points, 152,300 points. Su Xiaoman looked at that exaggerated number and slightly raised a brow. These shock points were increasing way too fast. Later, she'd have to look into whether there was anywhere else in the system that could consume large amounts at once. Otherwise, if she just left them sitting here, she wouldn't be able to spend them all for a while. Of course, she didn't necessarily have to spend them all. Keeping them as savings was fine too. And maybe there wouldn't even be anywhere to spend them. If not, then whatever. If there was somewhere to spend them, then when the time came, she could choose to use them or choose to save them. She was just taking a look anyway. The choice was in her own hands. So she wouldn't lose out. With that thought, she turned her head and glanced at the scoreboard in midair. Senior Year Class 3, Su Xiaoman Squad. Kill count, 8,142. More than 8,000 kills. But the M249's experience bar was stuck at level 7. After a brief thought, Su Xiaoman understood. It was probably a level bottleneck. The higher the firearm S level, the more experience it needed to level up. Just like her other guns before. The further it went, the slower it became. Come to think of it, was the experience from killing virtual exotic beasts way less? If this were in the Tontian Tower, and she had killed more than 8,000 virtual martial artists, that huge amount of experience would probably be enough to directly max out dozens of guns. The reason it was so slow now, could it be because these virtual low-tier exotic beasts didn't really have brains? They were just mindless monsters generated by a program. So the experience they gave was far inferior to those virtual martial artists who had autonomous awareness and combat techniques. But whatever. Only 1 minute had passed so far. With the system's suicidal refresh rate, filling it up would only take a little while. At the same time, because of that utterly insane round of operations just now, Su Xiaoman had actually forcefully wiped out the Isekai'd. After a brief firepower vacuum, on the big screen, at the end of the distant street, space suddenly twisted violently. A new batch of exotic beasts was rapidly refreshing. On the school field outside, looking at the suddenly empty street on the big screen, all the teachers and students looked at each other and collectively fell into silence. Actually, you couldn't really blame them for being ignorant. The main thing was that none of the students and teachers outside had any idea that this Isekai'd simulation system actually had a hidden wave-based refresh mechanic. Because in all the years since No. 3 high school was founded, they had never seen a single team able to kill through an entire wave gap in the Isekai'd. Normally, when people went in, they were chased all over the map by mountains and seas of exotic beasts. If they could survive for a few minutes by relying on movement techniques, that was basically their ancestral graves, smoking green. Who the hell had ever seen someone kill exotic beasts like this, actually driving the monsters to extinction? Meanwhile, inside the virtual space on the metal platform, Tang Tang, Li Qinghe, and Zhou Xian were already completely dumbstruck. Watching from outside on a big screen and experiencing it on-site at zero distance were two completely different things. Feeling Su Xiaoman's insane play at point-blank range had basically fried all three of their brains on the spot. After a brief daze, clap, 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 the three of them couldn't help but start applauding. Man, you're way too awesome. I love you. Tang Tang's little face was red with excitement, and even her palms had turned red from clapping. At the same time, at the end of the distant street, a new batch of exotic beasts was roaring as it charged toward the intersection. Taking advantage of this brief gap, standing at the edge of the platform, Zhou Xian clapped mechanically while his gaze stuck tightly to the M249 in Su Xiaoman's hands. His Adam's apple bobbed up and down, and he looked like he wanted to speak, but stopped himself. Seriously, what normal human being wouldn't be tempted after seeing a scene like that? He opened his mouth several times, wanting to ask if she could give him a gun too, so he could enjoy himself a little. But when he thought about how this was her exclusive ability, and the two of them weren't even that familiar, asking rashly would be too offensive. So he forcibly swallowed the words back down. Tang Tang beside him didn't think that much. She walked straight up, reached out, hooked Su Xiaoman's arm, and gave it a shake. Man, you're seriously way too amazing. Your ability is super cool too. Can we have a gun to play with too? Just as Su Xiaoman was about to speak, the panel popped up before her eyes. To protect the host's interests, the firearm authorization feature is now unlocked. The host may issue projected ability firearms to approved targets. Projected firearms possess 75% of the original base power. Authorized users cannot use any firearm traits unlocked by the host, cannot modify attachments, and can only use the loadout preset by the host. Authorized kills can provide full experience gains to all non-max level armaments in the host's arsenal. If the host kills a real exotic beast, the host can obtain 100 blood and chi plunder proceeds. All shot value proceeds generated by authorized firearms belong entirely to the host. Restriction: projected firearms can only be used within 50 meters of the host. Beyond that range, they will automatically dissipate. The host can use a thought to recall projected firearms at any time, remotely lock the guns, force a ceasefire, or cut off the ammunition supply. The number of projected firearms must match the number of real firearms in the armory and cannot exceed that amount. Absolute defense protocol: lone firearms cannot cause any harm to the host. If an authorized gun holder develops any intention to attack the host, the projected firearm will instantly self-destruct, backlash, and heavily injure the holder. Note: the armory can only issue firearms. Aside from that, all other armaments cannot be issued to outsiders and can only be used by the host herself. Weapons authorization: it can only issue firearms. Other armaments couldn't be issued and could only be used by herself. Did that mean her armory might not be limited to firearms in the future? Su Xiaoman quickly scanned through the rules, and her eyes lit up. Then she pulled back her thoughts and carefully savored the rules. Good stuff. Wasn't this just free labor? Experience, blood, and chi, and shock value all went straight in her pocket, and she didn't even have to worry about betrayal. Her sense of security was maxed out. All right. Su Xiaoman nodded decisively. When Zhou Xian heard that, his eyes instantly lit up like searchlights. Nice. Tang. Good question. Su Xiaoman raised her free left hand, and two clusters of black light rapidly condensed. She tossed an M870 shotgun to Tang Tang. She handed the original Barrett M82A1 to Li Qinghe. As the two ability firearms landed in their hands, a streak of black light flashed across both their waists at the same time. A black tactical belt appeared out of thin air on each of them. Ammo pouches hung on both sides of the belt, neatly packed with dark red spare blood and chi ammunition. Thanks to her 3 years of experience as an instructor at Tianhui shooting range, Su Xiaoman explained the basic operating principles of the firearms clearly in just a few sentences. Tang Tang and Li Qinghe held the guns, fumbled with them a couple of times, then assumed firing stances with excitement written all over their faces. Zhou Xian stood to the side, rubbing his hands together with a face full of anticipation as he waited and waited. In the end, after Su Xiaoman finished explaining the precautions, she turned her head and went back to staring at the beast tied below. Zhou Xian was dumbfounded. Huh? Wait, what about me? He pointed at his own nose, panicking. Sister man, I want one too. Without even turning her head, Su Xiaoman said, no more guns. Zhou Xian froze. Huh? Actually, there was still one gun left in Su Xiaoman's armory, the newly modified Barrett Thunderwolf version, but she really didn't want Zhou Xian using it. For one thing, she herself hadn't even fired its first shot yet. To her, a firearm's first time was just as meaningful. Even if what she lent out was only a projection, she still didn't want to give Thunderwolf's first time to someone else. For another, this lightning attribute heavy sniper was the trump card she had specifically saved for the teacher guarding the third round. She wasn't even willing to use it herself. If she took it out openly right now and let the proctor in the third round be on guard, then she wouldn't get to enjoy the thrill of catching the teacher off guard and blasting both the person and the shield to pieces. She had been looking forward to this for so long. If she didn't get to see the teacher's expression after his mentality broke, how boring would that be? Is there really not a single one left? Zhou Xian looked at her pitifully, his tone humble to the extreme. Su Xiaoman turned and glanced at him. She thought for a moment. There's still one. Zhou Xian was instantly overjoyed, his face splitting into a huge grin. Thank you, sister man. Thank you, sister man. Thank you so much. The next second, a pink light slowly condensed into shape in front of Zhou Xian. Unable to wait, Zhou Xian quickly reached out with both hands to receive it. The light faded. A palm-sized pink and white plastic pistol dropped into his hands. A few yellow stars were printed on the side, and a plastic bunny keychain dangled from it, swaying in the wind. Zhou Xian looked down at the pink toy gun in his hand, then looked over at Li Qinghe and Tang Tang, who were holding a heavy sniper and a shotgun in full readiness. The smile on his face instantly froze, and he put on a mask of pain on the spot. Zhou Xian's expression be like. Zhou Xian stared blankly at the pink and white plastic toy pistol in his hand, then at the two people beside him holding a heavy sniper and a shotgun in full readiness. As if possessed, he raised the gun, aimed at a raised bump on the platform floor, and pulled the trigger. A yellow plastic pellet slowly drifted out of the barrel. A gust of wind swept through the corridor. The plastic bullet traced a bizarre arc in midair, got blown straight off the metal platform, and dropped into the ruins below. When Zhou Xian saw that scene, his whole world collapsed. His legs went weak, and he slumped to the ground. The color drained from his entire body, turning him black and white. Burned out. The other three had no time to bother with him. Unable to hold herself back, Li Qinghe raised the Barrett, copied the way Su Xiaoman had held it in Tontian Tower, braced the stock against her right shoulder, aimed at an iron-armored rhino in the distance, and decisively pulled the trigger. Bang! A dull gunshot exploded out. The enormous recoil slammed through the stock into Li Qinghe's shoulder. She didn't even have time to react before her whole body was blasted off the ground, her feet scraping across the metal platform as she shot backward. Screech! Li Qinghe slid straight to the edge of the platform, and most of her body instantly hung over empty air. Just as she was about to fall, a hand steadily grabbed her arm and yanked her back. With one hand, Su Xiaoman pulled her back to the center of the platform. Li Qinghe dropped to one knee on the ground, her shoulder numb from the impact. She looked at the heavy sniper in her hand, then turned to Su Xiaoman, who still had a calm expression and whose gaze remained fixed on the bullet's flight path. Her pupils shrank violently. The recoil was this huge. Before, she had seen Su Xiaoman firing all kinds of solo barges while bracing the gun, without even swaying a little. She had thought these ability firearms came with built-in recoil reduction and didn't have much recoil at all. Only now, after firing a shot herself, did she realize the recoil was actually this terrifying? And Su Xiaoman could withstand this. How did she do it? So damn awesome. Detected Li Qinghe feeling extreme shock at the host's terrifying core physical strength. Shock value plus 1,000. Detected the entire school's teachers and students feeling extreme shock at the host being able to issue ability weapons. Shock value plus 2,000. Detected large numbers of teachers and students outside feeling extreme envy and shock at Li Qinghe and Tang Tang obtaining firearms. Current shock value, 225,300 points. Looking at the panel, where her shock value had instantly surged by more than 70,000 points. Su Xiaoman kudikut her tongwu inyardi. Showing off in front of people really was the way. This shock value is crazy good. She withdrew her gaze and looked at the shot Li Qinghe had just fired. The blood and chi armor-piercing bullet crossed several hundred meters and struck the iron-armored rhino right in the head. Pucci! The bullet penetrated the outermost bone armor and got lodged deep inside the skull. The iron-armored rhino's massive body crashed to the ground and died on the spot. It was dead, but compared to Su Xiaoman blowing one apart into a sky full of blood mist with a single shot, the power difference was worlds apart. The fact that the iron-armored rhino could still leave behind an intact corpse under the Barrett's power meant the bullet's kinetic force and destructive power had been greatly weakened. And on top of that, it was far, far beyond the difference between 75 and 100 shown on the projection panel. Authorized kill, successful. M249 squad, automatic weapon. EXP increased. Su Xiaoman looked at the EXP notification that popped up on the panel and thought for a moment. The power of chi blood bullets was, in essence, determined by the shooter's realm and cultivation technique. Naturally, the same applied to guns lent out to others. Li Qinghe was at 0 realm, 9th layer, and what she cultivated were only ordinary techniques and martial skills, probably still at the beginner or minor mastery stage. In terms of physical strength, chi blood quality, and explosive power, she was far, far behind Su Xiaoman, who had reached full saint entry in everything. If your base stats couldn't keep up, then even if you were holding a divine weapon, its power would be greatly reduced. At this moment, the beast hide below surged close once more. A shadow leopard stepped on an abandoned vehicle and leaped into the air, charging straight at the platform. Tang tightened both hands around the M870, aimed at the black shadow in midair, and pulled the trigger. Boom! Dragon-S breath rounds erupted out, and dark red flames instantly swallowed the shadow leopard whole. Authorized kill, successful. M249 squad automatic weapon, EXP increased. At the same time, the violent recoil slammed Tang backward 4 or 5 steps. She fell flat on her butt, and the shotgun in her hands almost flew out. Rubbing her shoulder, she wore the same stunned expression and glanced at Su Xiaoman. Detected that Tang is extremely shocked by the host's bodily stability. Shock value plus 1,000. Your firing posture is wrong, Su Xiaoman said flatly, giving quick pointers. Lower your center of gravity. Left leg bent forward, right leg braced back. Don't gather all your chi blood in your arms. Sink it downward. Lock your waist and hips, and use your whole body to take the recoil. As martial studies students, their control over their muscles was already extremely strong. On top of that, they had just learned the hard way, so they understood the moment they heard it. They immediately got back up from the ground and reset their stances. The exotic beast charged again. Bang! Li Qinghe opened fire. The bullet pierced through one exotic beast. Her body slid half a step backward, but she instantly steadied herself, stepped forward with her left foot, and aimed again. Gotcha! Bang! Tang worked the forend, and another dragon-S breath shell blasted out. The recoil knocked her back one step, but she quickly returned to position, swung the muzzle sideways, and continued firing. Fire! Shift back to unload the force. Step forward. Aim again. The two of them gradually found a rhythm. Gunshots rang out one after another across the platform, and the exotic beast below dropped one after another. They couldn't blast the beast in a blood mist like Su Xiaoman could, but it was still more than enough to slaughter every exotic beast charging up. Looking at beasts that used to require desperate close combat and kiting with movement techniques to deal with, and now could be shattered from long range with just a twitch of finger. Tang's lips slowly started to curl upward. Even Li Qinghe, who was always aloof and rarely expressive, looked through the scope at the constantly falling beast hide, and the muscles on her face began twitching slightly, gradually forming the same suppressed smile expression Faker had. It was impossible to hold back. It was hard to imagine any carbon-based life form using this thing and managing not to grin. Very soon, there was a click. The guns in both their hands locked open at the same time. Tang reached for the ammo pouch at her waist, flustered, pulled out shotgun shells, and tried to stuff them into the loading port, but both attempts got stuck at the opening. Li Qinghe pulled out the Barrett's empty magazine and tried to insert a fresh one, but after lining it up for half the day, she still couldn't find the slot. Both of them were drenched in sweat. Compared to Su Xiaoman, their reload speed was so slow it was infuriating. Below, the beast hide seized this brief gap in firepower and surged upward like mad once again. Just as the exotic beasts were about to break through the line, Su Xiaoman moved. She raised the M249 and pulled the trigger all the way down again. Dada. Thanks to the boost from Saint entry-level instant shadow step, the muzzle velocity of the M249's chi blood bullets was forcibly raised by an entire tier. Almost a very instant muzzle flash burst from the barrel. The violent rain of bullets had already smashed deep into the beast's hide. It was so fast and naked I couldn't catch it at all. The bullets already fused with the impact force of mountain-shattering fist and the cutting properties of water-severing blade art. Under the catalysis of that extreme speed, their destructive power exploded by geometric multiples. A single bullet could often punch through 7 or 8 exotic beasts in a row, turning every one of them into blood mist, making them explode in chains through the air like firecrackers. It was like setting off fireworks for the new year. Tang Tang and Li Qinghe, who had still been fumbling frantically with magazines and loading ports, froze at the same time. The two stared at the beast tied below, instantly evaporated clean, and blinked. Then they silently looked down at the sniper rifle and shotgun in their own hands. Detected that Tang Tang is extremely shaken by the gap in strength between herself and the host. Shot value plus 1,000. Detected that Li Qinghe is scalp numb from the gap in strength between herself and the host. Shot value plus 1,000. Very soon, 1 minute passed. When only Su Xiaoman had been firing before, the exotic beasts could still occasionally rely on sheer numbers to pile up walls of flesh and barely force their way close to the platform. Now, with 3 lines of fire crossing over each other, the situation had completely changed. The M249 dominated the entire battlefield, crazily sweeping the ground. The sniper rifle precisely picked off elite beasts in the rear, while the shotgun held the close range against anything that slipped through. The beast-tied could barely even get close. The defensive line had been blasted all the way out to over 100 meters by the combined effort of the 3 of them. Behind the platform, Zhou Xian crouched on the ground, clutching that pink and white plastic bunny toy gun in his hand, watching the 3 girls up front with firelight blazing everywhere, fighting harder and harder. He felt like an incompetent husband. A mechlo. I want to play too. Another minute passed. Under the trio's merciless crushing, the kill count on the giant screen directly broke past the 20,000 mark. At the same time, current firearm, M249 squad automatic weapon LV7 LV10 max. Accessory unlocked. ACOG 4x advanced combat optical gun sight. Accessory unlocked. Tactical laser pointer. Although Xian gained a new trait, this light machine gun S level and attachments were already maxed out. Immediately after, the system notification sounded again. Detected that M249 squad automatic weapon has reached max level. A new firearm can now be drawn. Cost this time, 3,000 shock points. Su Xiaoman glanced at the price and smiled. Her current shock value balance had already soared past 220,000. She had assumed that with her assets exploding like this, the system would pull some inflation stunt and jack up the price to empty her wallet. But unexpectedly, it still only cost 3,000 points. This system was pretty honest. Draw current shock value, 228300 minus 3,000 points. A virtual roulette wheel appeared and spun at high speed. Its speed gradually slowed, then finally stopped. Congratulations, host, for obtaining USP semi-automatic pistol. Caliber, .45 ACP. Magazine capacity, 12 rounds. USP. This thing was fine for fighting people when paired with Zhang Weike gun fu, but against a beast-tied, its firepower was a bit lacking. Su Xiaoman lowered the heavy body of the M249 to her side with her left hand, then flicked her right hand. The USP instantly appeared in her palm. Holding the gun one-handed, she casually aimed the muzzle at several ironclad rhinos below and pulled the trigger repeatedly. Bang, 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 bang. The chi blood bullets blasted out of the chamber. The instant they hit, boom, 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 boom. The few ironclad rhinoceroses below had their massive bodies explode on the spot, instantly blown into clouds of blood mist. Li Qinghe and Tang Tang, who were reloading the heavy sniper and the shotgun, both froze mid-motion and stared dumbfounded. What the hell? We're holding a heavy sniper and a shotgun. One shot at most just punches through an exotic beast and leave a full corpse behind. And you're using a little handgun the size of a palm, casually tapping a few times, and it turns them straight into blood mist. Is the gap between people really this huge? Detected that Li Qinghe is extremely shocked by the single-shot destructive power of the host's handgun. Shock value plus 500. Detected that Tang Tang is extremely shocked by the single-shot destructive power of the host's handgun. Shock value plus 500. Detected that all the teachers and students in the school are extremely shocked by the single-shot destructive power of the host's handgun. Su Xiaoman casually fired a few more shots, her brows slightly furrowing. The power was definitely enough, but this kind of one-shot at a time fire rate, compared to the M249 from earlier where she could just hold down the trigger and hose everything down. How should she put it? It felt a bit like suffering. Forget it. She didn't want to play with it anymore. Anyway, she had already taken this USP's first time for herself. She could give it to him now. She turned her head. Zhou Xian, who had been squatting in the back drawing circles, suddenly lifted his head. Even if he had no idea where that handgun had come from, he could guess with his toes that Sister Man was absolutely about to throw him a bone. Using both hands and feet, Zhou Xian scrambled over like a starving wild dog, racing across the metal platform until he reached Su Xiaoman's feet. He lifted his face, eyes shining, with a thought from Su Xiaoman. The plastic bunny toy gun in Zhou Xian's hand turned into motes of light and scattered. The next second, a projected USP landed steadily in his hands. Holy shit, holy shit, holy shit. Thank you for your great grace. Thank you for your great grace, ah. Thank you, Sister Man. Long live Sister Man. I love you. I love you all. Zhou Xian held the pistol in both hands like a priceless treasure, so excited he could barely speak straight. Su Xiaoman ignored his freakout. In a flat tone, she explained the basic usage in a few short sentences, then slowly said, "All right, that's it. Go play. Got it. Thank you, Sister Man. Thank you, Sister Man." Zhou Xian's grin was even harder to suppress than an AK. He sprang up from the ground, rushed to the edge of the platform, raised the USP, and started madly pulling the trigger at the exotic beast below. Bang, 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 bang. The recoil was tiny, and the handling felt incredibly smooth. The bullets struck the exotic beasts and instantly pierced through their skulls, killing them in seconds. But looking at the intact beast corpses left on the ground with neat holes in them, then recalling the blood mist Su Xiaoman had blasted out with a single shot just now, Zhou Xian scratched the back of his head. Why was the difference between him and Sister Man so huge? Could hot weapons really have that much variation in output? Wasn't he the power of this thing supposed to be fixed? Why did what he was putting out feel like tadpoles? Still, he only paused for a moment and didn't think too much about it. As long as it fired, what more could he ask for? He kept immersing himself in the thrill of firing the handgun, shooting like a madman, having the time of his life, so absorbed he forgot the world around him. Authorized kill, successful. USP handgun EXP increased. Authorized kill, successful. Standing to the side, Su Xiaoman looked at Zhou Xian, who was grinning like a total idiot, and couldn't help letting out a soft laugh. She thought about it. There were so many guns the system could draw. In the future, she would definitely run into plenty of prison guns she didn't want to use herself. She was already used to all kinds of satisfying guns, easy mode guns. If she had to force herself to use prison guns just to unlock new ones, that would be boring as hell. But other people were different. These martial artists had never touched hot weapons this awesome in their lives. No matter what you gave them, they think it was fun. If she could lend these guns out and let other people suffer in her place, then they feel great, and she feel great too. Killing two birds with one stone. Perfect. Su Xiaoman pulled her thoughts back, lifted her left hand, steadied the M249 again, and clamped her index finger down on the trigger. Rat-a-tat-a-tat-a. The roar took over the battlefield once more. She had only swept a few shots when the system notifications on the right side of her vision started flashing like crazy. Current firearm, USP, semi-automatic handgun LV1, LV2. Current firearm, USP, semi-automatic handgun LV2, LV3. Su Xiaoman looked at the EXP bar shooting upward and raised a brow. Oh, that is pretty fast. At the rate these free laborers were grinding away, she'd be able to draw the next gun very soon. Very quickly, 2 minutes passed. At the edge of the platform, Zhou Xian kept frantically pulling the USPS trigger, shooting with unbelievable satisfaction. Current firearm, USP semi-automatic handgun LV10 max. Detected that USP semi-automatic handgun has reached max level. New firearm can now be drawn. Cost this time, for 1,000 points of shock value. Looking at the prompt popping up in her vision, Su Xiaoman didn't hesitate for even a second. Draw. Current shock value, 224300 for 1,000 points. The roulette will spun rapidly across the system panel. Congratulations, host, for obtaining Smith & Wesson M500 revolver. Caliber, 500 SW Magnum. Capacity, 5 rounds. Current ammunition, basic Chi Blood Magnum rounds. Smith & Wesson M500 revolver. Smith & Wesson M500. This was one of the most famous and most powerful mass-produced large-caliber revolvers in the world. Once marketed as the most powerful mass-produced revolver on Earth, it fired 500 SW Magnum large-caliber handgun rounds. Its main role was hunting large game. Its recoil far exceeded that of ordinary handguns, making it extremely unfriendly to anyone without experience shooting large-caliber revolvers. A pure hand cannon, with a thought from Su Xiaoman. The M249 in her hand turned into black light and scattered. A silver revolver with a long barrel dropped into her hand. The gun felt heavy, the metal cold. She gripped the handle with one hand, pressed the hammer down with her thumb, aimed the muzzle at the densely surging wave of exotic beasts below, and pulled the trigger. Boom! A blinding dark red muzzle flash erupted from the barrel, and a massive recoil made the heavy barrel snap sharply upward. Even Su Xiaoman, with a second-order first-layer body, had her arm jolted upward. Below, a 500 Chi Blood Magnum bullet screamed out, carrying savage kinetic force and the ultimate impact of mountain-crushing fist, slamming viciously into the beast horde. The instant the bullet hit the first ironclad rhinoceros, it blasted half its body straight into minced meat. The leftover force carried shattered bones, and the bullet onward, spreading backward in a fan shape. A bloody passage, more than a dozen meters long, was forcibly plowed through. The dozen or so exotic beasts in that path died on the spot, severed limbs and organs scattering all over the ground. One shot shattered an entire street. Su Xiaoman's eyes lit up, and she pulled the trigger again and again. Boom, 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 boom. The remaining 4 bullets were emptied in an instant. directly blasting 4 more bloody vacuum lanes through the beast below. Exotic beast killed. 500 EXP increased. Exotic beast killed. 500 EXP increased. Current firearm. Smith Wesson M500 revolver, LV1, LV2. Unlocked attachment. Hogue recoil absorbing rubber grip. Hogue recoil absorbing rubber grip. Made with a special cushioning rubber material and designed with finger grooves, it can greatly absorb and reduce the violent recoil of large caliber handguns, dramatically improving the weapon's stability during continuous fire. Nice. With a thought from Su Xiaoman. Instant modification triggered. The cold metal grip was instantly covered by a layer of cushioning rubber with finger grooves, fitting her palm perfectly. She flicked her wrist to the left, and the cylinder swung out. Her thumb pressed the ejector rod. Clink, clank, 5 large, still-hot shell casings fell to the ground. A flash of light flickered at her waist. She shoved in the speed loader. With a click, 5 fresh rounds were loaded into the cylinder. She flicked her wrist to the right again, and the cylinder snapped back into place, smooth as flowing water. With the powerful recoil absorption from the Hogue grip, the kick was greatly weakened. Su Xiaoman raised the gun again, firmly controlling it with one hand as her index finger pulled the trigger in rapid succession. Boom, 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 boom. The muzzle only gave a slight jump before being forcibly pinned down again, and 5 more bloody vacuum pads were plowed straight through the beast hide. Alien beast killed. 500 experience increased. Alien beast killed. 500 experience increased. Current firearm. Smith Wesson M500 revolver, LV2, LV3. Firearm level increased. Base power greatly enhanced. After leveling up, it didn't give a new attachment and directly increased the base power instead. Su Xiaoman looked at the system panel before her, a little surprised. In the past, when firearms leveled up, the first few levels would usually unlock some sights or grips. This was her first time seeing one directly boost power. She didn't think much of it. Her left thumb smoothly pushed forward on the revolver latch, and with a crisp flick of her wrist to the left, click, the heavy cylinder popped out. Her left palm slapped the ejector rod, and 5 thick brass casings still trailing blue smoke clattered onto the metal platform. A flash of light flickered at her waist. She inserted the speed loader, and 5 fresh rounds were loaded in instantly. With another flick of her wrist to the right, the cylinder locked steadily back into the frame. The entire reload was completed in one fluid motion. Su Xiaoman raised the M500 again, her thumb cocking the hammer and switching it into single-action mode. The trigger became lighter, and the accuracy was pushed to the limit. Just as she was about to find the next target and fire, Li Qinghe's voice suddenly came from beside her. Sister man, the alien beasts are gone. Su Xiaoman paused, lowering the muzzle slightly, and looked downward along Li Qinghe's line of sight. On the abandoned street, the beast tide that had originally seemed like an endless black flood had now vanished completely. All that remained were heaps of severed limbs and broken bodies strewn across the ground, now slowly dispersing into large streams of data light. At the far end of the street, the space was no longer distorting either. Not a single new monster was spawning. Su Xiaoman frowned. What was going on? She glanced up at the countdown panel hanging in midair. Time remaining in this round, 5 minutes and 43 seconds. It wasn't up yet. Her gaze swept to the right again and landed on her team's kill count. Senior Year Class 3, Su Xiaoman Team. Kill count, 43452. At the same time, on the school field outside, all the teachers and students were dumbfounded too. They looked at Su Xiaoman's team data, 43452. Then they looked at the other team's data hanging beside it. The second place team, Zhao Qianyu's team, was still struggling inside, with a kill count of only 128. There was no need to mention the other teams. Their numbers were pitifully low. Most of them hadn't even lasted 5 minutes before being forcibly eliminated. A little over 100 compared to over 40,000. Was this really data from the same exam system? Right then, where are the monsters? Nobody knew who in the crowd swallowed hard before squeezing out that dry sentence. They got wiped out? Did she bug the system? In a beast tide simulation battle, she actually exterminated the beast tide? Is this for real? On the main stage, Yin Song and the 2 city-level members were staring in stunned disbelief as well. Just as everyone thought this exam was about to end early because of a bug, a sudden change erupted inside the virtual space on the giant screen. The originally gray sky turned red in an instant. At the crossroads in the middle of the abandoned street, the ground suddenly collapsed across a large area. A dark red pillar of light shot into the sky. Immediately after, a massive roar came from deep underground. The students on the field were startled by this sudden change. Holy crap, what was that? Why is there red light coming out now? The Dean of Discipline, standing by the edge of the stage, hurried to the side and picked up the control terminal for a look. His face turned deathly pale, and even his voice was trembling. It's a hidden mechanism. This system actually has a hidden protection mechanism. When a candidate's kill efficiency exceeds the system's highest threshold, meaning the system judges the candidate to be abnormal data, it will directly deploy a gatekeeping boss far beyond the current assessment level in order to forcibly end the exam. far beyond the current level. What rank is that? Third rank. Definitely starting from third rank. As soon as those words came out, the whole crowd exploded. A third rank alien beast. There were only a bunch of senior year high school students. Even for Su Xiaoman, who was at second rank, first layer, facing a third rank alien beast meant crossing an entire major realm. How could she fight that? On the giant screen, the red light gradually faded. A terrifying giant beast 7 or 8 meters tall crawled out from underground. Its entire body was covered in thick, dark red scales. Its arms were as thick as load-bearing pillars, and a row of sharp bone spikes jutted from its back. Mutated red scale, Ape King. Yin Song shot up from his plastic stool and shouted furiously, "Ridiculous! What kind of bullshit anti-score farming mechanism did that virtual martial arts company design? Student Su's survival time has only just passed 4 minutes. If she gets slapped to death and forcibly sent out now, then her survival time in the practical combat results will directly fail. This is a once-in-a-century genius for our Hongshu city. With such perfect kill data, if the record submitted upward has a stain like eliminated after surviving 4 minutes, how are we supposed to report these results?" The female member panicked too and immediately turned to the balding principal, speaking at lightning speed. "Quick, contact the machine room and forcibly cut the power. As long as the connection is severed, the system will judge it as equipment failure and allow a retest. We absolutely can't let this trash hidden mechanism ruin her perfect file." The principal slapped his thigh, and cold sweat instantly poured down. That was right. This was the golden signboard there. No. 3 high school had only produced through ancestral graves smoking green. How could her report card have a blemish? He fumbled out his walkie-talkie, just about to shout for the machine room, to physically pull the switch. Bang! A deafening explosion came from the broadcast screen. The principal looked up and discovered that the mutated red scale Ape King's head had already been blown apart. The massive headless body, 7 or 8 meters tall, froze in place for a second before falling stiffly backward. Boom! With a thunderous crash, dust flew into the air. Mutated red scale Ape King dead. Everyone on the field, inside the virtual space, detected that all the teachers and students in the school were numb with scalp-tingling shock after the host one-shot a Tier 3 leader with a single shot. Shock value plus 5,000. Detected that Yin Song's worldview collapsed because of the absurd weapon in the host's hand. Shock value plus 5,000. Detected City Martial Dao Association members. Current shock value, 368,300 points. It jumped straight to 360,000. At this rate, she was about to turn this system into a cracked version. Su Xiaoman put away the revolver and looked to the right side of her vision. The EXP notifications were jumping like crazy, leaving afterimages behind. Current firearm, Smith Wesson M500 revolver LV3 LV4. Current firearm, Smith Wesson M500 revolver LV4 LV5. Current firearm, Smith Wesson M500 revolver LV5 LV6. Current firearm, Smith Wesson M500 revolver LV6 LV7. 1 shot, 4 levels in 1 jump. Firearm level increased. Base power greatly enhanced. Unlocked attachment. Long eye relief optical scope. Long eye relief optical scope. A 2x20 low magnification optic. It has an extremely long eye relief, ensuring the user can still obtain a clear field of view even with both arms fully extended while aiming, greatly improving mid to long range accuracy. Unlocked special ammo. Chi Blood High Explosive Jacketed Hollow Point Bullet, JHP. Chi Blood High Explosive Jacketed Hollow Point Bullet. The front end of the bullet has a hollow cavity. The instant it hits inside a target, it expands to the extreme and detonates Chi blood energy, causing a terrifying cavitation effect and internal tearing. Specially made for killing giant high HP targets. Unlocked trait, Weakness Insight. Weakness Insight. When the host enters an aiming state, dynamic vision can see through the target's muscular skeletal structure and weak points in its armor, highlighting fatal weaknesses in red within the field of view. If a bullet hits that weakness, it will definitely trigger a critical hit effect, dealing more than 200 points of true destructive power. After reading the descriptions, Su Xiaoman nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. At this time, seeing that no more exotic beasts were spawning nearby, and guessing that the exam had already ended, Tang Tang, Li Qinghe, and Zhou Xian walked over from the edge of the platform. They handed the M870 Barrett and USP in their hands back to Su Xiaoman. With a thought from Su Xiaoman, the projections of the 3 firearms instantly turned into specks of light and scattered. Right after that, the 3 of them stood in a row and bowed to Su Xiaoman. "Sister man, thank you." Li Qinghe was the first to speak, her tone sincere. "First, thank you for being willing to take us into the exam and let us ride along on such an absurd score." Second, she paused, looked at the hands that had just held the gun, and her eyes lit up. "Today was definitely the happiest day since I started practicing martial arts. Thank you for being willing to let us experience such powerful weapons." Tang Tang, beside her, nodded hard as well, so excited that her cheeks were flushed red. Zhou Xian grinned and couldn't help but cut in with a joke. Holy shit. Qingha, if you put it that way, the martial Dao god is going to cry. We busted our asses training martial arts for so many years, and the happiest day since we started practicing martial arts actually came from using firearms. Hearing that, Tang Tang and Li Qinghe both lost it and burst out laughing. Su Xiaoman laughed too. Just as the few of them were relaxing and chatting, several beams of light suddenly descended from the air. Then a translucent system panel popped open in front of all four of them at the same time. Assessment ended early. Your results have been uploaded to the virtual martial Dao Company database. Immediately after, the panel in front of Su Xiaoman flashed on its own, confirming MVP for this round. Congratulations to student Su Xiaoman for becoming the MVP of this test. Congratulations to student Su Xiaoman for breaking the historical record of Lintian Town for this stage. Please wait a moment. A special representative from the virtual martial Dao Company will personally come to the scene and present you with an exclusive gift. An exclusive gift? Come to the scene in person? Su Xiaoman raised an eyebrow. That really was an unexpected bonus. She hadn't thought blasting the virtual system apart would trigger a hidden reward like this. At this moment, the final scores of Zhou Xian's group also appeared in front of them. Survival time, 10 minutes, full marks. Kill score, 214415848898. The three of them looked at their score sheets. Although they knew they couldn't compare with Su Xiaoman, this score was absolutely T0 tier if placed across the entire grade, firmly taking the top 4 spots on the ranking board. So all of them were extremely happy. Awesome. Zhou Xian pumped his fist hard, then curiously leaned over towards Su Xiaoman. Sister man, what is your score? Tang Tang and Li Qinghe also crowded over, their faces full of curiosity. The three of them looked at the panel in front of Su Xiaoman. The next second, all three froze at the same time. Candidate, Su Xiaoman. Survival time score, infinity. Kill score, infinity. In this stage, your result is the historical first in Lintian Town. The three of them stared at those two infinities, and their brains instantly short-circuited. Huh? Outside on the sports field. All 3,000 plus teachers and students in the school, including Yin Song, the principal, and the others on the rostrum, were all craning their necks and staring at the giant scoreboard in the air. On the scoreboard, the data for Su Xiaoman's team from senior year class 3 had just completed its final refresh. Li King Tang Tang Yu Suan. Survival time, 10 minutes, full marks. Kill score, 214415848898. Hiss. Everyone sucked in a cold breath. Sister man is fucking insane. That thigh of hers is thicker than the stabilizing seam needle. She just grabbed 3 random tagalongs off the field to fill slots, and she still carried them to a record-breaking score like this? Even Zhou Xian, the weakest one, got nearly 900 kills. Fucking awesome. Thinking that, everyone turned their eyes towards Su Xiaoman's result. Candidate, Su Xiaoman. Survival time, infinity. Kill count, infinity. Wait, how much? Infinite? On the rostrum, the trio, including Yin Song, looked at Su Xiaoman's score, their mouths twitching nonstop. Their expressions absolutely colorful. We found a genius. The balding principal was so excited his eyes were nearly rolling back. He clutched his chest and gasped for breath. If the dean beside him hadn't reacted quickly enough to support him, he probably would have passed out on the spot. This feels amazing. This is so damn glorious. He had decided, right in the very center of Su Xiaoman Plaza, he was going to find people overnight and build this girl a 1-to-1 pure copper statue. Detected that all the teachers and students in the school had their worldviews collapse because of the host's infinite score. Shock value plus 5,000. Current shock value, 468,300 points. Another 100,000 added inside the virtual space. Su Xiaoman looked at that outrageous balance number and raised an eyebrow in an excellent mood. Later, she was definitely going to check whether there was anywhere she could spend a huge amount all at once. Time to splurge. Go big and enjoy it. Lintian Town No. 3 high school, restroom, inside the innermost stall. Swish, swish. Su Xiaoman held a standard wooden training saber and repeatedly practiced slashing through the air again and again. 10 minutes earlier, Su Xiaoman's first round of Beast-Tide simulation battle had ended ahead of schedule. The hatch of the simulation pod had barely opened when the commotion outside nearly sent her straight to the afterlife. The bald principal, the homeroom teacher of class 3, all the teachers and students, plus Yin Song and the other 3 upper-level officials from the Municipal Martial Association. An entire crowd came surging over at once. The moment they reached her, it was a non-stop bombardment of praise. Several big hands took turns grabbing her wrist and shaking it up and down so hard that they were too excited to even speak clearly, almost shaking her arm out of its socket on the spot. Yin Song said that after the assessment was over, he wanted to personally host a meal at a restaurant, treat her to a simple dinner, and hand over the resources to her himself. He also wanted to call over the other top geniuses in town so she could get familiar with them and build some connections. Su Xiaoman didn't refuse. She agreed cleanly and directly to all of it. Free resources were free resources. As for the meal, eating something good for free wasn't a loss either. After finally dealing with this group of overly enthusiastic big shots, she used needing the bathroom to prepare for the next round of assessment as an excuse and slipped away fast. When she passed the equipment area by the edge of the field, she casually grabbed a wooden training saber and dove straight into the restroom. After entering, she first pulled up the system panel and took a look. She had originally wanted to see whether this massive balance could unlock some hidden feature for large spending. After looking around, she found nothing at all. Whatever. If there was something, she'd use it. If not, she'd save it. At the very least, for now, this meant she didn't need to hold back at all when upgrading. If something could be leveled up, she could just max it out directly. As for why she was now hiding in the restroom, swinging a wooden saber, the reason was simple. During the beast-height assessment, just now, she had realized something. Her second-tier movement art, instant shadow step, had come from sudden enlightenment while she was frantically using the basic movement art, lenient step. So by that logic, if she stayed here in the restroom and kept repeatedly using her max-level water-severing saber art, then she should be able to freeload a second-tier saber art too, right? And so the scene happened. Swish, swish. Inside the stall, the dull sound of the wooden saber splitting the air rang out again and again. 100 times, 200 times, 500 times, just as Su Xiaoman slashed out her 800 strike, and the muscle fibers in her entire right arm were starting to ache faintly from repeated high-speed contractions. That crisp notification sound she had been waiting for finally rang out in her mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. In a flash of inspiration, you have derived a brand new second-tier saber art martial skill from the foundation of water-severing saber art. Sky-rending saber art. Would you like to consume 15,000 shot points to directly raise this martial skill to transcendence, max level? It really worked? Su Xiaoman stopped moving. The tip of the wooden saber lowered toward the ground, and the corner of her mouth lifted. Max it out. Shot points deducted successfully. Current martial skill, sky-rending saber art, transcendence, max level. Current shot points, 453,300 points. Boom. A flood of memories poured into her mind. The saber left no shadow. The slash tore through the air. All of the force application techniques and muscle memory fused perfectly with her body within the span of just 2 seconds. Detected that the host has learned the second-tier offensive martial skill, sky-rending saber art. Blood Chi bullet additional attribute has been updated. The original cutting effect has been overwritten. Blood Chi bullets have gained an additional sky-rending, tearing effect. Su Xiaoman looked at the prompt box in front of her and nodded in satisfaction. She casually leaned the wooden saber behind the stall door, then directly took her stance, sank her feet, and clenched both fists. If saber arts worked, then fist arts would definitely work too. Who? She threw punch after punch into the air, broad and forceful. Her punching speed grew faster and faster. The fierce fist wind churned through the narrow stall, hammering the air into bursts of dull sonic booms. 300 punches, 500 punches, 800 punches. Ding. Congratulations, host. In a flash of inspiration, you have derived a brand new second-tier fist art martial skill from the foundation of mountain-crushing fist, quake-shattering fist. Would you like to consume 15,000 shot points to directly raise this martial skill to transcendence, max level? Max it out. Shot points deducted successfully. Current martial skill, quake-shattering fist, transcendence, max level. Current shot points, 438,300 points. A vast amount of memories instantly flooded into her mind. The system prompt followed right after. Detected that the host has learned the second-tier offensive martial skill, quake-shattering fist. Blood Chi bullet additional attribute has been updated. The original explosive burst effect has been overwritten. Blood Chi bullets have gained an additional shock burst effect. Nice. Another upgrade. Su Xiaoman was very satisfied. Since movement arts, saber arts, and fist arts could all freeload second-tier advanced versions through extreme repetitive practice, then what about cultivation methods? Su Xiaoman pushed open the restroom door, went back to the field, and returned the wooden saber. Then she found a hidden, remote corner with no one around, spread her legs slightly, and began circulating the max-level Imperial 8th body tempering breathing technique. Huff, huff. She breathed wildly in huge gulps. Her chest rose and fell violently, and her blood chi surged through the vessels in her body at high speed, making faint sounds like flowing stream water. 1 minute, 3 minutes, 5 minutes. Su Xiaoman had inhaled so much that her cheeks were starting to ache. Aside from feeling a little dizzy from hyperventilating, the system didn't even let out a fart. She stopped, calmed her breathing a little, curled her lips, and felt somewhat disappointed. It seemed that basic breathing techniques couldn't trigger a flash of inspiration through simple repeated motions. A cultivation method was a cultivation method, after all. Its underlying logic was still different from martial skills. Su Xiaoman rubit hasoricheks. Now the buffs were stacked. Next, it was time to handle the real business. The second round of the assessment, which was about to begin, was exactly the event that had just been temporarily moved here because of the system bug hotfix update. A giant free-for-all for the entire grade. In other words, in the next match, her opponents would be that group of third-year high school student from her own school outside. As for using that Thunderwolf Barrett to blast the proctor teacher acting as the gatekeeping boss, that would be the finale of the third round. Perfect. She and T forgotten those girls this morning by the school gate, the ones gossiping off to the side, saying that her twin ponytails were cosplay and that she was riding the hype of I don't eat cilantro. It wasn't T that she held grudges. She was just a bit petty, that was all. More importantly, if she didn't T settle this score, her thoughts really wouldn't T flow smoothly. Su Xiaoman pulled back her thoughts and stepped out of the corner. After only a few steps, she saw the bald principal and the class 3 homeroom teacher chatting together under the shade of a tree not far away. As he talked, the principal kept slapping the homeroom teacher hard on the shoulder. The two of them were grinning so wide their mouths nearly stretched to the backs of their heads, looking unbearably pleased with themselves, the folds on their faces all squeezed together. At the same time, several prompts popped up on Su Xiaoman's system panel. Detected that the bald principal remains intensely excited by the immense honor brought by the host. Shot points plus 1,000. Detected that the class 3 homeroom teacher remains deeply shocked by the host's talent and true identity. Shot points plus 1,000. Current shot points, 440,300 points. While they were talking, the homeroom teacher had sharp eyes and spotted Su Xiaoman in the distance at a glance. He quickly elbowed the principal. The two of them immediately reined in those exaggerated grins, but the laughter in their eyes was impossible to hide. Smiling brightly, they waved at Su Xiaoman in greeting. Student Su Xiaoman, all rested up? With both hands in her pockets, Su Xiaoman didn't stop walking and didn't say anything. She just casually lifted her chin a little as a response. If this were an ordinary student daring to put on such a cold, aloof attitude in front of the principal and homeroom teacher, they'd probably be dragged over on the spot and scolded into oblivion, then quietly targeted afterward. But on Su Xiaoman, it was a completely different story. Watching her walk away, not only were the principal and homeroom teacher not angry, they even exchanged a look, nodded, and showed deep approval. A genius, after all. What was wrong with having a little temper? She should have this kind of personality that refused to follow the crowd. This was backbone. So damn awesome. Su Xiaoman didn't care what they were thinking. She walked straight to a secluded corner at the edge of the field, found a step, and sat down. She didn't go into the crowd to look for Li Qinghe, Tang Tang, and Zhou Xian. 4-1. The second round of assessment that was about to begin was a full-grade free-for-all, an individual battle. Last round, they had been teammates. This round, they were enemies. For another, she was actually an introvert. The blood and chi test earlier had already caused a huge uproar across the whole venue. Then in the simulation pod, she had to hand guns to Li Qinghe and the others, explain things and talk with them. After coming out, she had also been surrounded by that group of leaders, teachers and students, and showered with praise, handshakes, and empty promises. That non-stop barrage of high-intensity social interaction had long since completely emptied her social battery. Right now, she didn't want to say a single thing. She just wanted to quietly be alone for a while and recover a bit. At this moment, there was still a large group of students on the field lining up to enter the simulation pods. When she had been taking the test earlier, a lot of people had skipped even forming teams just to watch her play, all crowding below to stare at the live broadcast on the giant screen. Now that Su Xiaoman was done, they hurried in like their lives depended on it to take the first round Beast-Tide simulation battle. With both hands in her pockets, Su Xiaoman looked at the enormous scoreboard suspended in midair. The numbers on it were changing very slowly, compared to her crushing match earlier, where the score jumped by tens of thousands at a time and ended with an infinity symbol. These teams' results were downright miserable. Some went in and, in less than a minute, were trampled into meat paste by the exotic beasts, with their kill counts barely breaking into single digits. Some relied on ducking and hiding to drag out their survival. They finally managed to endure to the 5-minute passing line. Yet their whole team's total kills still didn't even reach 30. Su Xiaoman calmly watched the footage on the big screen. She didn't laugh at them. She just watched quietly. One day earlier, in a rented apartment night, the room was a complete mess. Shards of a glass cup were scattered everywhere. A chair had been knocked over onto the floor. Makeup and clothes were strewn all over the place. Sun Yinglu, also known as Little Deer Never Gets Lost, was curled up in the corner of the sofa. Her hair was a tangled mess like a clump of dead grass, and her face was covered in tear tracks. Her eyeshadow had run, smearing the area around her eyes into a pitch-black mess. She was holding a phone in her hand. The screen was lit, and the call was still connected. "Help me kill Busai Xiangsai," Sun Yinglu said into the phone, her voice hoarse. On the other end, 2 seconds later, the person on the other end really couldn't hold it in. "Who did you say to kill?" Sun Yinglu gritted her teeth, her eyes bloodshot. "Busai Xiangsai, the one in Tongtian Tower. Busai Xiangsai." The other end fell silent again for a moment. "Who? Me?" The man on the other end asked back, his tone clearly holding back laughter. "You want me to kill Busai Xiangsai?" Sun Yinglu didn't catch the mockery in his voice at all. She clutched the phone tightly. "Yes." The other end sank into silence once more. A few seconds later, the man managed to compose himself and his voice returned to calm. Sure, 300 million. Sun Yinglu shot upright and screamed, 300 million? Why don't you just go rob someone? Ma-am. The man stopped pretending entirely, his voice full of the weary helplessness of talking to an idiot. First of all, I'm just an ordinary person. The thing you're asking for is no different from Jiao Tachong telling Binbo, Ba, to go wipe out Tang Sanzang and his disciples. I'm just a bottom-tier black market thug. If you really want someone to kill that girl, go find a professional. Why are you looking for me? How am I supposed to help you? You want me to use my head to block her shotgun? If I could kill even her, I wouldn't be working as some bottom-level black market thug. Okay, Ma-am. Hearing that, Sun Yinglu's tears fell again. Grabbing her hair, her voice trembled. But professionals are expensive. She really had no money left. Just 1 hour ago, Xingyao Guild had unilaterally released a statement, forcibly terminating her contract and dumping the blame for hiring actors completely onto her. Not only that, the Guild's legal department had also sent her a lawyer's letter, demanding an astronomical penalty for seriously damaging the company's reputation. Her personal account had already been frozen. She had been cleaned out down to her last pair of underwear, and she was carrying a mountain of debt she had no hope of ever repaying. She couldn't even afford next month's rent. After hearing that, the man on the other end let out a cold laugh. So you do know professionals are expensive? And do you even understand imperial law? Assassinating a student at that level means staking your head on your belt. The moment the job is done, you'd have to flee the country overnight. You don't have a cent. Who the hell would help you kill her? Who do you think you are? Crazy? Idiot. Beep, beep, beep. The call was mercilessly cut off. Listening to the busy tone coming from her phone, Sun Yinglu buried her head deeply between her knees and with a wail, completely broke down into loud sobs. She actually had thought about whether she should take a knife herself and go die together with Su Xiaoman. But the moment that thought surfaced, she snuffed it out herself, leaving aside the fact that she had no idea what the other person looked like or where she lived in real life. Even if she really found her, she still wouldn't be able to beat her. What difference was there between going head-on against Su Xiaoman and committing suicide? The moment she thought of Su Xiaoman's shotgun, that hatred inside her would instantly vanish without a trace. It was like standing at the edge of a high-rise. A person's mind might flash with the impulse to jump, but the second they looked down, that instinctive fear would crush all impulse in an instant. She simply did not have the guts to personally assassinate Su Xiaoman. None at all. After crying for who knew how long, Sun Yinglu's throat had gone completely hoarse, and her tears had run dry. Slowly, she raised her head and stared blankly at the mess covering the floor. Her mind gradually calmed down. Actually, the one who had truly driven her into a dead end was never Su Xiaoman. The other girl had just been normally playing ranked in Tongtian Tower. The one who had really ruined her like this was that Xingyao Guild. In herself. Back then, she never should have signed that contract recklessly. She couldn't blame anyone else, especially not Su Xiaoman. But so what? Go take revenge on the guild? What a joke. That was a massive machine of capital. Their legal department could sue her until she rotted in prison, and they could casually find a few thugs to make her disappear from the face of the earth. There was nothing she could do. She could only accept it. Sun Yinglu took a deep breath, wiped her face carelessly with her filthy sleeve, and climbed up from the floor. Her stomach let out 2 untimely growls. She had to stay alive, and she still had to pay off her debts. Tomorrow, I'll go ask around at a restaurant that provides meals and lodging. Sun Yinglu muttered hoarsely to herself. Washing dishes shouldn't be a problem. Very soon, as the last team's simulation pod popped up the words indicating the end of the assessment, the Beast-Tide simulation battle for the entire grade finally came to a complete close. The Dean of Discipline's raised voice came through the broadcast. The first round of the assessment is over. All students, remain where you are and rest for 10 minutes. After 10 minutes, the second round will begin, the all-grade grand melee. This melee will use a fairness mechanism. All examinees entering the virtual battlefield, regardless of how high their real cultivation realm is, will be forcibly suppressed or raised by the system to a unified level, 9th layer of zero order. Unlimited, free-for-all combat with no restrictions. Final credits and resource allocation will be calculated according to number of kills. As soon as the words fell, the entire field sank into dead silence. A cool breeze swept past, and more than 3,000 senior-year martial arts students all shivered in unison. If just now, standing here and watching Su Xiaoman massacre, everything had been enjoyment, then this 10-minute rest countdown now was waiting for death. The feeling was like hiding under your blanket at night to catch up on Jujutsu Kaisen, seeing Gojo Satoru get cut in half, only to turn the next page of the manga and see the author had directly drawn your name into the paneling, in bold black font no less. Without taking even a moment to mourn the destruction of the Beast-Tide, the ones immediately rushing to the battlefield are the entire senior-year martial arts cohort of Lintian Town, 3rd Senior High School. Huh? Dating Su Xiaoman. You serious? Even if everyone's realm is unified at 9th layer of zero order, there's no way we can beat her. How the hell are we supposed to play this without nerfing her? An indescribable sense of fear quickly spread through the crowd. Everyone's faces looked as ugly as if they swallowed dead flies. The pressure was bursting through the roof. In a corner of the crowd, the four girls who had gossiped at the school gate this morning, mocking Su Xiaoman as a cosplayer leeching off hype, were now huddled together, their faces pale as paper. What do we do? One short-haired girl's teeth were chattering, and she could barely speak clearly. She really is Su Xiaoman. When she summoned that machine gun just now, I almost pissed myself through the screen. Another girl with a ponytail had weak knees and was clutching her companion's arm, so tightly her nails were almost digging into the flesh. The four of them now felt like dying. Just thinking about entering the map later and having that gun barrel pointed at them made it feel like the sky was collapsing. Don't panic. Don't scare yourselves. The tall girl in the middle swallowed hard and forced out a smile, even uglier than crying, trying to calm the others. There were so many people at the school gate this morning, and it was so noisy. She might not have heard us. And even if she did, she is a big shot at first layer of second order now. She definitely wouldn't bother lowering herself to the level of nobodies like us. She has probably already forgotten about us. She definitely doesn't even remember what we look like. All right, the short-haired girl hurriedly agreed, as if grabbing onto a lifeline. Big shots don't hold grudges. She definitely doesn't remember. Suddenly, an extremely light, faint laugh sounded from behind the four of them. The four girls' bodies stiffened. Their scalps instantly went numb, and their necks turned like rusted gears, inch by inch, toward the direction of the voice. At some point, Su Xiaoman was already standing behind them, using saint-level shadow step just for walking wouldn't stir even the slightest sound of wind. She was basically a ghost in the literal physical sense. Her hands were tucked into the oversized pockets of her school uniform as she lifted her chin slightly. On that fair, youthful face, her eyelids drooped, her eyes half-narrowed, and the corners of her lips were stretched flat to either side, pulling out an Anya smile. She simply looked at them with that half-smiling expression. Oh! The instant the short-haired girl saw that face clearly, she screamed in fright. Her legs gave out, and she dropped to the ground with a thud. The other three girls were so scared they staggered back again and again, crashing into each other and nearly falling into a heap. It was over. She heard them. Not only had she heard them, she had freaking remembered them too. Looking at the eerie smile on Su Xiaoman's face, the four girls' mental defenses instantly collapsed, and tears came pouring down. Sister Man, we're sorry. The tall girl bent over at a 90-degree angle, her voice full of sobs, tears and snot smeared all over her face. We were foul-mouthed this morning. We were blind. We were just jealous that you're pretty, jealous that you get attention. We really know we were wrong. Please, Sister Man, when we go in later, don't kill us. We're begging you, Sister Man. The short-haired girl on the ground also scrambled back up with both hands and feet, bowing repeatedly in apology, crying so hard she was a complete mess. Su Xiaoman still had her hands in her pockets, standing where she was without moving at all. Looking at these girls crying pitifully, her tone was gentle, even carrying a touch of warm, spring breeze softness. It's fine. We're all classmates. How could I take such a tiny thing from this morning to heart? Her mouth said it was fine, but the expression on her face did not change in the slightest. She still had that same half-narrowed gaze and flat-lipped Anya smile. The four girls heard that it's fine, looked at that face, and completely froze. You call that fine? That expression does not look fine at all. Hey, that look in your eyes is clearly saying you're staring at four corpses. Hey, you're absolutely going to take revenge, right, hey? And the kind where you use a machine gun to blast us to pieces, right, hey? No, don't, hey. Despair instantly swallowed the four of them. At a martial arts school, if boys had conflicts with each other, usually a fight, an apology, or lowering their heads, and admitting fault might be enough to settle it. If a girl offended some male big shot and really had nowhere left to turn, then maybe shedding a few tears, acting cute, or playing the beauty card and pretending to be pitiful might get her through. But the problem now was, Su Xiaoman was a girl. The beauty card? Acting cute? Tears. To her, that stuff didn't mean jack shit. She was completely immune to that whole set, hey. Target cannot be selected, hey. The sky was falling, hey. Detected that passerby, A feels extreme fear from the host's psychological intimidation. Shock value plus 100. Detected that passerby B feels extreme despair over the host's grudge holding. Shock value plus 100. Current shock value, 440,700 points. Looking at Su Xiaoman's endlessly sinister expression, how could the four girls dare stay there any longer? The short-haired girl scrambled up from the ground with both hands and feet, and the four of them fled in panic, stumbling and half-crawling while supporting each other. They ran all the way to the very edge of the field, into the dead corner of the stands, and only then did they dare stop, bracing themselves against the wall and gasping for breath. The tall girl, still shaken, turned back and looked in the direction they had just come from. 100 meters away, Su Xiaoman was still standing where she was. Through the crowd from that far off, her gaze remained precisely locked onto them. That creepy smile was still hanging on her face. The girls' scalps went numb again, and they quickly shrank back behind the corner, their hearts pounding wildly. Don't be scared. The tall girl took 2 deep breaths, forcibly steadying her weak legs. Gritting her teeth, She lowered her voice. She's just trying to scare us. Don't forget, it's a grand melee later. The system is absolutely fair. Everyone's realm will be at 9th layer of 0 order. Right? 9th layer of 0 order. The girl with the ponytail also snapped out of it. A vicious glint flashed through her eyes. Without her second-rank advantage in chi and blood and physique, everyone was back on the same starting line. What was she so arrogant for? The short-haired girl wiped the tears off her face and forced herself to calm down. Yeah, this is a 3,000-person battle royale. If the 4 of us can't beat her, can't we pull in allies? That's right. The tall girl nodded hard. Let us go unite with the others. Think about it. She's holding a hot weapon. With a monster like that around, there are way too many variables in this battle royale exam. Nobody else is stupid. As long as she's on the map. This exam is held difficulty for everyone. Everyone is definitely thinking the same thing. Kick her out first. Everyone has to be wary of her firepower. As long as we take the lead and coordinate some tactics, raise the call, and gather a few hundred or even 1,000 people, then rush her from all directions. How many directions can one gun defend? No matter how fast she turns. She is still just one person. As long as we catch the moment she reloads, we can hack her down. We can definitely kick her out. The more the girls talked, the brighter their eyes became. Their already shattered mental defenses actually rebuilt themselves bit by bit under this round of analysis. Exactly. The ponytailed girl clenched her fists and encouraged the others. Those guns of hers are strong, but in the end, she is still just a human. She only has 2 hands. If she is human, she can die. She can feel pain. If she gets cut, she'll still be eliminated. She is not invincible, right? She is not invincible. We strike first. Once we go in, we unite everyone and take her out. We'll win. The 4 of them huddled in the corner, talking over one another, frantically hyping themselves up. At last, they had forcibly carved out a path to survival from sheer despair. And just as they finished saying that, just as they had barely recovered a sliver of security in their hearts. Oh, is that so? A voice extremely light, extremely faint, without the slightest rise or fall, suddenly drifted down from above and behind them. The voices of the 4 girls cut off instantly. Their blood seemed to flow backward in an instant, as if a bucket of ice water had been poured over them from head to toe. Stiffly they looked up. Only then did they realize, at some point, Su Xiaoman had squatted down again on the spectator steps behind them. Her hands were still tucked into the oversized school uniform pockets. Her body leaned forward slightly, and that fair face of hers was practically right in front of them. On her face was still that Anya-style smile, half-lidded eyes, lips stretched in a flat line. She just stared straight at them. The 4 girls' eyes went wide, and their breathing stopped completely. Wah! The next second, the short-haired girl's legs gave out. With a thump, she dropped to her knees. Tears burst out like a broken dam, and she started bawling on the spot from sheer fright. The other 3 girls also broke down completely. They hugged each other and cried their hearts out. How did this person make no sound, even when walking? How creepy can she get? Detected that passerby A feels extreme fear toward the host's movement technique. Shock value plus 500. Detected that passerby B feels extreme despair toward the host's movement technique. Shock value plus 500. Current shock value, 442,700 points. Meanwhile, in a boys' dorm at a certain martial arts specialized school in Lintian Town, Tianjin County. Please shake your head. Please open your mouth. Please blink. Song Jiachen, spears soaring through the clouds, sat on the lower bunk with his phone in hand, facing the facial recognition frame on the screen. He shook his head from side to side, opened his mouth wide, then blinked. Ding! A green checkmark icon popped up on the phone screen, and the page immediately started spinning rapidly. 3 seconds later, review approved. 500,000 Empire credits have been deposited into your account, ending in 6789. Thank you for using Black Gold Martial Download. May your martial fortune flourish. Looking at the extra 500,000 in his bank account, Song Jiachen wasn't too happy in the slightest. Instead, his brows furrowed, and he let out a long sigh. 500,000. He had secretly mortgaged the family's only ancestral old house behind his parents' backs, and it had only gotten him 500,000. He stroked his chin, staring at the screen with a frown. Wasn't he this black loan way too black? Sure enough, getting a loan with a student identity was a loss. The limit was capped to death. Just then, click, a soft sound came from nearby. His roommate, Old Wong, had just made himself a bowl of pickled mustard instant noodles and was about to slurp it up. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of Song Jiachen's phone screen. His hand shook, and his fork dropped straight onto the table. Old Wong turned his head and looked at him like he was staring at an alien. He was completely numb. Holy crap. Old Song, are you freaking insane? You actually did it. We thought you were joking. Another roommate also shot up from his chair, his voice cracking. You really mortgaged your parents' only house. And from a black market Marshall Dow loan at that. That thing's a usury trap. The interest snowballs until it sucks people dry. What the hell are you doing? How can a sparrow know the ambition of swan? Song Jiachen waved his hand and spoke earnestly. You guys don't get it. This ISNT called borrowing usury. This is called adding leverage. Angel investing. His roommate's head's hurt just hearing it. What kind of bullshit angel investing is that? What exactly are you trying to do? I'm using this money to hire a top-tier intelligence-type ability user from the black market, Song Jiachen said in a lowered voice, his eyes burning with fanatic excitement. I asked around. There is an information broker in the black market, nicknamed Know-It-All. His price is 300,000. As long as the money is there. You can even find out what color underwear the mayor of Lintian Town is wearing today. You're spending 300,000 to check the mayor's underwear. Are you freaking sick? What the hell are you gay? Get lost. Who the hell wants to check that? Song Jiachen glared at him. Why want to investigate is no cilantro. Old Wong froze on the spot. No cilantro? The other roommate swallowed, his voice trembling. Why are you investigating her? Getting killed by her more than 100 times in the Tontian Tower wasn't enough for you? You want to go die in real life too? What the hell do you know? Song Jiachen stood up and put his hands on his hips, righteous and confident. Am I, Song Jiachen, the kind of petty person who can't accept losing? This is called thirsting for talent. He strode over to his roommates and analyzed things while suppressing his excitement. Think about it. Didn't I discover a secret realm before? That secret realm only allows martial artists below the 3rd rank to enter. The exotic beasts inside are all top grade. Just casually digging up some spirit herbs and crystal cores would already be worth a fortune. We formed teams several times before, but every time we couldn't beat it. But now it's different. Song Jiachen slapped his hands together, his eyes shining. As long as I spend this 300,000 and find out no cilantro's real-life identity, then I'll take the remaining 200,000 and visit her personally. I'll move her with my sincerity and get her to team up with me to raid that secret realm. Just think about her firepower. As long as she agrees to team up, clearing the whole place won't be effortless. The more Song Jiachen talked, the more excited he became, gesturing wildly. When the time comes, the resources we earn back will start at no less than 10 million. Paying off this usury 1T mean crap. I'll directly buy my parents a big flat. His roommates stood there in place, stunned for a full half-minute, looking at Song Jiachen's fanatical face. They felt this guy was already completely beyond saving. No, old Song. One roommate rubbed his swollen temples and carefully raised a fatal question. Have you ever considered this possibility? What possibility? That maybe a big shot like her just straight up wouldn't care about your tiny garbage cut? His roommate stared at him. Or is it possible that after you tell her the secret realm's location, she'll just pull out that 1.5-meter heavy sniper rifle, stick it against your forehead, tell you to get lost, and then go in alone to stock up? I mean, she is already that badass. Why would she need trash like you? The smile on Song Jiachen's face instantly froze. His brows slowly furrowed. The dorm fell into dead silence. 3 seconds later, Song Jiachen sucked in a cold breath. Holy shit, that was actually true. The dorm went silent again. Old Wong, his roommate, swallowed and earnestly tried to persuade him. Lao Song, the money just got deposited. You haven't transferred it to that black market dealer yet, so hurry up and send it back. At worst, you lose some breach fees and handling fees. Just treat it as buying yourself a lesson. Hearing his roommate's advice, Song Jiachen lowered his head and looked at the 500,000 balance on his phone screen. He stayed silent for a full 10 seconds. Then suddenly, he laughed softly. Ha! Then the laughter got louder and louder. In the end, it turned into full-on roaring laughter. Ha 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 ha! Right after that, he suddenly spread his arms wide, tilted his head up toward the ceiling, and declared in a clear voice, "What if black gold is dangerous? I'll stake it all and sever the heavenly fiends. I do not fear the abyss of bones ahead. I swear to change my fate and stand proud over the 8 wastes." The moment those words came out, Old Wong and the other roommate both leaned back tactically at the same time, their faces twisting together instantly. Damn it, here he goes again. Right then, creak. The dorm door was pushed open. The last roommate, who had just come back from the training hall, was still carrying half a bottle of mineral water in his hand. He had only just stepped in when he ran straight into Song Jiachen having an episode over there. He froze on the spot, holding the bottle in the doorway, not knowing whether to come in or back out. Bang! Song Jiachen didn't care at all how they looked at him. He slammed both hands onto the table, his eyes blazing as he stared at everyone. Send it back? Cut my losses in time? That's the mindset of the weak. Up there, a bunch of old fossils squat on their positions and do nothing. And for young people like us from ordinary families, crossing class lines is harder than ascending to heaven. And now, a road to the heavens is lying right in front of me. As long as I can find out who she is and persuade her, I can soar into the sky in one leap. I have to consider whether this might be the only chance of my entire life. Back out? How could I possibly back out? All in. I have to go all in. I will definitely find Bu Qi Xiangsai. I will definitely persuade her to go into the secret realm with me. Definitely. Meanwhile, Lintian Town, 3rd senior high school. After Su Xiaoman had scared 4 more girls into tears several times over, she entered the 2nd round of the virtual space. Identity verification passed. Su Xiaoman. Loading Battle Royale map. Hyper Ring Island Giant Offshore Hub. Current number of participants, 3,142. Realm suppression protocol activated. All participants uniformly locked at 0 rank, 9th level. The white light in her vision quickly faded, and Su Xiaoman's feet touched the ground. A gentle sea breeze carrying a salty scent blew right at her, and the bright sunlight was almost blinding. What appeared before her was a huge, majestic man-made cross-sea hub island. At the moment, Su Xiaoman had spawned in a transfer plaza. Around her were neat rows of long-distance buses and metal shipping containers, and the ground was smooth black asphalt. Almost at the same moment, flash, flash, flash. White light flickered one after another within dozens of meters around her. With more than 3,000 people scattered across this map, some local clustering was inevitable. On this transfer plaza alone, there were over 100 third-year students from the same school who had spawned together with her. The white light faded. These 100-plus students had just drawn their blades and swords, ready to strike first and clean out the competitors around them. Then they turned their heads and saw, standing in the very center of the plaza, that 1.43-meter-tall pink twin tail. The CPUs of all 100-plus people on the scene instantly burned out. My Chovi, Su Xiaoman. The very next second, holy shit. Run. Run fast. Varigana. Nobody knew who in the crowd screamed that line, but their voice cracked from shouting. The 100-plus students put away their weapons and turned to run. Some crawled on all fours behind the buses, some scrambled toward the gaps between the containers, and some looked like they wanted to dig a hole right into the asphalt and bury themselves on the spot. Su Xiaoman stood where she was, watching her schoolmates scatter like startled birds and beasts, her expression calm. Her right hand lifted, and points of light rapidly gathered in her palm. The Smith Wesson M500 instantly dropped into her hand. Su Xiaoman gripped the handle fitted with a Hogue rubber recoil-absorbing grip in one hand, and her thumb pressed downward smoothly. Click! The hammer locked back, entering single-action firing mode. The muzzle lifted, and the scope directly covered the densest direction of the crowd in front of her. Her index finger pulled the trigger. Boom! A 500 caliber high blood energy explosive hollow point, round JHP, roared out of the barrel. Under the dual martial skill amplification of second rank, saint level shattering fist and void splitting saber art, the destructive power of this bullet had already reached a completely unbelievable level. The bullet instantly caught up to the fleeing crowd ahead and slammed into the back of the first male student. The hollow at the front of the hollow point round expanded to the limit the instant it touched flesh. Bang! The boy's body exploded on the spot into a cloud of blood mist. But the bullet's kinetic force did not stop. The shock blast and air-rending effects triggered at the same time, using that first male student as the point of origin. A visible, violent blood energy shockwave spread forward in a fan shape and ravaged everything in its path. The tough asphalt road was forcibly ripped up on the spot, and crushed stone and chunks of asphalt mixed into the violent airwave as it swept forward. More than 30 students in a straight line ahead didn't even have time to scream before they were instantly swallowed by that horrifying shockwave. With one shot, she directly plowed a corridor of flesh and blood across the plaza, 30 meters long and 4 to 5 meters wide. Killed virtual target. M500 experience increased. Killed virtual target. M500 experience increased. Current firearm. Smith Wesson M500 revolver LV7 LV8. Current firearm. Smith Wesson M500 revolver LV8 LV9. Firearm level increased. Base power greatly enhanced. Firearm level increased. Base power greatly enhanced. Su Xiaoman looked at the empty corridor ahead and felt the numb tingling coming from her wrist. Puffed. She really couldn't hold it in and let out a soft laugh. This power was way too ridiculous. And sure enough, shooting people gave firearm experience much faster than shooting virtual exotic beasts. At this moment, the remaining 60 to 70 students had already been completely scared out of their minds. One shot erased more than 30 people. Who the hell could withstand that? Everyone was so terrified they almost pissed themselves on the spot, frantically diving behind the surrounding buses and metal containers. In the blink of an eye, the plaza that had just been packed with people was empty. Every last one of them had shrunk into the blind spots behind cover, hiding behind cover and recalling that earth-shaking gunshot just now. The crowd trembled so hard their legs wouldn't stop shaking. Fuck, what am I, part of Beast-Tide now? No, please don't kill me, hey. Su Xiaoman stood where she was, holding the M500. Unhurriedly, she aimed at the nearest row of long-distance buses. At the same time, weakness insight triggered. Su Xiaoman's pupils contracted slightly. Her gaze pierced through the bus's thin metal shell and directly saw 7 or 8 red, humanoid outlines hiding behind a vehicle. She raised the gun with one hand and aimed at the bus's fuel tank. She pulled the trigger. Boom! The high blood energy explosive hollow point round roared out. The bullet easily tore through the bus's metal shell and drilled straight into the vehicle's interior. Then, the blast effect activated. Boom! A massive orange-red fireball shot into the air. The long-distance bus was like a tin can stuffed with a giant firecracker. Its roof was blown off in an instant. and the window glass shattered into countless fragments that sprayed outward. The entire vehicle was forcibly flipped onto its side by the violent impact. The 7 or 8 students hiding behind the bus didn't even have time to react before they were swept into the flames, metal fragments, and the tearing chi from splitting void saber art. People and vehicle together, blown the hell apart on the spot. Blood mist and firelight intertwined. Virtual target killed. M500 EXP increased. Outside, all the teachers watching from the OB perspective felt their scalps go numb when they saw this scene. Detected that all teachers and students in the school are extremely shocked by the host blowing up a bus with one shot. Shot points plus 1,000. Detected that Yen Song finds the terrifying destructive power of this handgun unbelievable. Shot points plus 2,000. Su Xiaoman didn't stop. Carrying the M500, she walked wherever, aimed wherever. Wherever she walked, things exploded. Boom. One shot blasted into a metal shipping container. The few students hiding inside were blown apart on the spot, turning into points of light as they were eliminated. Boom. Another shot. 2 cars parked right next to each other were pierced through sideways. Their fuel tanks detonated in sympathy. Flames surging into the sky and taking out the students hiding nearby in one wave. The thunderous roar of the large-caliber revolver kept exploding across the transit plaza. Eject. Reload. Fire. The entire plaza was filled with non-stop flames and explosions. Shi turned the whole damn place into a bombing zone. The most hellish part was that they couldn't even run. After all, no matter how fast you ran, could you be faster than the gun in Su Xiaoman's hand? So, in less than half a minute, the more than 100 third-year high school students who had spawned in the same area as her were completely wiped clean by her. Not a single one was left alive. All that remained around her were the burning wrecks of vehicles. Outside, the teacher's exclusive OB viewing area. A third-round practical exam proctor with muscles knotted all over his body stared at the students on the screen, fleeing in terror with their heads in their hands. His brows were tightly furrowed as he kept shaking his head. This one do. Far too poor. Their mentality is way too weak. The proctor looked deeply disappointed and pointed at the big screen. Even if Su Xiaoman's ability is strong, they shouldn't be cowardly to this extent, right? All of them hiding behind cars, squatting on the ground with their heads covered, just waiting to die. I'm not even asking them to counterattack. They don't even dare run. What kind of skill is that? Whereas a martial artist's fighting spirit. A martial artist must draw his sword when facing an enemy. If they don't even have the courage to face fear head-on, what martial path are they cultivating? Several teachers beside him turned their heads and looked at this proctor, Lu Yijian. This guy's muscles were ridiculously huge, and his head was pointy too. The moment he said that, the homeroom teacher class 3 couldn't listen anymore and directly cut in. All right. That's just easy for you to say. Su Xiaoman was practically his precious treasure now. Wasn't Lu Yijian belittling the other students just another way of denying Su Xiaoman's deterrence? As a number 1 Xiaoman glazer, could he allow that to happen? What a joke. He had to refute it. The homeroom teacher pointed at the still-burning bus wreckage on the screen. Look at that firepower. One shot blew up both people and vehicle together. Who would be scared seeing that gun? I wouldn't. Lu Yijian crossed his arms over his chest. The veins on his neck bulged out one by one. His tone arrogant. The homeroom teacher was so mad he laughed. What the hell you're thinking of is an ordinary standard-issue firearm. Open your damn eyes and look at the screen. Can student Su's thing be the same as an ordinary firearm? No matter how powerful it is. Wouldn't dodging it be enough? Lu Yijian refused to give an inch. The homeroom teacher looked at him like he was an idiot. Did you see how fast that bullet was? Dodge it with what? Your head. Even if you can't dodge it, wouldn't blocking it be enough? Lu Yijian was full of disdain. The corner of the homeroom teacher's eye twitched wildly. Pointing at the screen, he burst into curses. Block it. Are you blind? Didn't you see that power? What are you going to block it with? Your pointy damn head. Lu Yijian jutted his neck out and answered with perfect confidence. That's because their technique is bad. Their blood energy cultivation isn't up to par. And their protective gang chi is too fragile. Who else can they blame? You have to use softness to overcome hardness, understand? Softness overcomes hardness. The homeroom teacher choked on those words so hard his chest tightened, and then he laughed from sheer anger. This damn BYD had fried his brain from all the doping. Stubborn as hell. Argumentative to the extreme. Absolutely unreal. The two of them confronted each other head-on, neither willing to back down. Fine. The homeroom teacher suddenly thought of a great idea and slapped his thigh. Since you're so awesome, then go fight Su Xiaoman in the next round, all right? In the third round, the teacher-student battle, you personally go be her gatekeeper examiner. I do like to see whether you're scared or not when the barrel S really pressed against your forehead. No problem. I'll go. Lu Yijian agreed without the slightest hesitation, his answer firm and decisive. Not only will I go, I'll defeat Su Xiaoman on the spot and properly grind down her edge. If a young person gets too arrogant right after a second awakening and has everything go too smoothly, it won't be good for her future development. I'm doing this for her own good. Second, I'll personally set an example for this bunch of soft eggs and show them what a true martial artist is. And while I'm at it, I'll let everyone know that firearms are not unbeatable. This kind of mentality, where they see a gun and just hold their heads waiting to die, is unacceptable. Hearing that, the surrounding teachers exchanged glances and shrugged. No one responded. Fine. Your head is pointy, so you must be right. Everyone folded their arms and turned their eyes back to the big screen. No one said anything out loud, but in their hearts, they were all waiting to see, in the third round, what kind of miserable state this pointy-headed colleague, so full of martial spirit, will be blasted into by Su Xiaoman's gun. Meanwhile, inside the virtual space, virtual target killed, M500 EXP increased. Current firearm, Smith Wesson M500 revolver LV9 LV10 max. Firearm level increased. Base power greatly enhanced. Maxed out. Su Xiaoman rotated her wrist, reloaded 5 bullets into the emptied cylinder, and with a click, snapped the revolver shut. She casually tapped open the virtual scoreboard floating in midair. First place, Su Xiaoman, kills, 112. At this moment, the great melee had only just begun less than half a minute ago. Zhao Tianyu, ranked second, only had 3 kills. Su Xiaoman looked at the scoreboard and let out a sigh. Ugh, we're all the same age. I really didn't want to hit them with dimensionality reduction. Just then, the panel appeared. Detected that the M500 revolver has reached max level. A new firearm can be drawn. This draw will consume 5,000 shock points. This draw will consume 5,000 shock points. Draw. Current shock points, 441,700, 5,000 points. The virtual roulette spun at high speed. A moment later, the pointer suddenly came to a stop. Congratulations, host. Obtained. HK-416 automatic rifle. Caliber, 5.56x 4.5mm. Magazine capacity, 30 rounds. Current ammunition, basic chi blood bullets. HK-4160. HK-416. A legendary gun of its generation. Su Xiaoman looked at the panel description, and her eyes lit up slightly. This rifle was moderate in size, had controllable recoil, and combined excellent accuracy with strong firepower. It was especially suited for close to mid-range combat. Most importantly, it was perfect for using John Wick gun fu. After all, in the movie, John Wick, had used the Kahari Arm CA-415, and that thing was the American clone model of the HK-416. Rounded up, wasn't this basically the original matching set? Pretty good. Just right to see whether, in actual combat, this martial skill could be pushed to the limit and leach out a second-order advanced version, like Lianyan Step and those other martial skills. However, notarus, meals had to be eaten one bite at a time, and debts had to be settled one by one. Su Xiaoman put away the panel and swept her gaze across the intricate container yard in the distance. Before that, she had to send off those 4 girls who had been flapping their tongues at the school gate this morning. Her footing sank slightly, and Saint-level instant shadow step erupted instantly. Boom! 2 cracks burst open across the asphalt road as Su Xiaoman turned into a pink afterimage and shot straight toward a port gantry crane. After a few rises and drops, she climbed to the very top of the crane. With a flip of her hand, the red and black auxiliary cube flew out of her hand and floated in midair. A metal platform 9 meters by 9 meters unfolded instantly. Right after that, a portable grappling gun appeared in her hand. She pulled the trigger. Ding! The steel cable hooked onto the edge of the platform. The winch reeled in at high speed, and Su Xiaoman was lifted into the air by the sea breeze, landing steadily on the floating platform in midair. At this height, the entire Hapo Ring Island Distribution Plaza lay in full view. Su Xiaoman dropped to one knee, and with a thought, the Barrett M82A1 appeared in her hands. The stock pressed against her shoulder, and her right eye aligned with the scope. Within the scope's field of view, the crosshairs swept rapidly across rows of containers, extending farther and farther outward. This giant offshore hub map was pretty large, but the Barrett M82A1's maximum effective range was enough to cover nearly half the island. Very soon, in a cargo warehouse district nearly 2,000 meters away from the gantry crane, Su Xiaoman found the 4 of them. Found you, 2,000 meters away. Cargo warehouse district. The tall girl among the 4 was standing between several forklifts. Half a minute earlier, right after landing, they had immediately looked around. When they found that Su Xiaoman wasn't there, they couldn't help letting out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, thank goodness. At least they hadn't spawned at the same starting point as her. Otherwise, they'd be dead for sure. At this moment, in front of her stood over 100 students who had also randomly spawned in this area. Don't panic. Listen to me. The tall girl was abnormally worked up, waving both hands forcefully in the air. We're very lucky. We didn't spawn in the same starting area as Su Xiaoman. But that doesn't mean we won run into her later. She is still our biggest enemy, our strongest opponent. I admit it. Su Xiaoman's firepower is fierce, extremely fierce. But in the end, she is only one person. As long as we spread out our formation and use the warehouses for cover, then even if she really comes looking for us, everyone can surround her from all directions at once. No matter how fast she turns, she can't cover every blind spot. We're people, not those brainless exotic beasts. We can use tactics. As long as we catch the few seconds when she's reloading, over 100 of us can rush her together. Even one punch from each person would be enough to eliminate her. The surrounding students exchanged glances. The fear in their eyes was gradually replaced by relief and fighting spirit. That's right. It's not like she has second-order first-layer strength. Everyone's cultivation has been suppressed to zero-order ninth-layer right now. Same realm. If we coordinate properly, we really do have a chance to win. That's right. Let us all go together. Only by eliminating her do we have a chance to get a high score. The crowd's emotions were completely ignited, and the atmosphere instantly heated up. Looking at the crowd she had stirred up, the tall girl let out another sigh of relief deep down, and a trace of joy flashed through her eyes. She took a deep breath and raised her right hand, preparing to make one final pre-battle rallying speech. As long as before she could finish speaking, there was no sound at all, and everything above the tall girl's neck suddenly exploded. In an instant, it turned into a cloud of blood mist that sprayed in every direction. The headless corpse swayed where it stood, then toppled stiffly forward. Bang! It slammed heavily onto the concrete. Dead silence. The surging emotions from moments ago froze instantly. More than 100 students widened their eyes and looked around in terror. What the hell, bro? What just happened? How did her head suddenly explode while she was talking? Everyone's brains crashed. A full 2 to 3 seconds passed. Bang! Only then did a horrifying blast cross the 2,000-meter distance and explode above everyone's heads like delayed thunder. A supersonic snipe. The person died first, the gunshot arrived after. The bullet's speed was far beyond the speed of sound. Panic spread through the crowd like a plague. Everyone was scared stupid. Holy shit, what the hell is that? Standing in the front row, another short-haired girl who had mocked Su Xiaoman looked at the companion who had just been standing there alive a moment ago and had now instantly evaporated. Hearing the delayed yet deafening gunshot, she completely broke down. Her legs went limp and she collapsed to the ground, pointing at the sky as she screamed shrilly, Su Xiaoman is here. She is here. She is here. Ah! The moment her words fell, the short-haired girl's head exploded on the spot, and shattered bone and flesh splattered all over several students beside her. The headless corpse collapsed to the ground. Again, more than 2 full seconds passed. Bang! Only then did the gunshot arrive late, resounding through the sky. Detected that passerby feels extreme fear at the host's ultra-long-range limit snipe. Shot points plus 500. Detected that passerby B is scalp numb from this terrifying supersonic firepower. Shot points plus 500. The crowd was completely driven mad with fear. Heads exploded first, and only then came the sound. This was fucking King Yama calling the roll. They didn't even know where Su Xiaoman was firing from. Fuck this game. Run. No one knew who shouted it first. But the students who had been gathered together and preparing to fight back instantly scattered like ants from a kicked nest, fleeing in all directions and desperately scrambling into the blind spots around the warehouses. The 2 girls left who had mocked Su Xiaoman, the ponytail girl and the last girl, were already so terrified they couldn't even cry anymore. The 2 of them scrambled and crawled behind an abandoned metal boiler that had long since stopped working, pressing their backs tightly against the rusted iron shell, trembling all over like sifters. What do we do? What do we do? What do we do? What do we do? The other girl clutched her head, her teeth chattering. The ponytailed girl gulped down rough breaths, her eyes bloodshot. In her mind, highlights from Su Xiaoman's kill compilation she had watched last night flashed by high speed, and she began to reason things out. That heavy sniper rifle was absurdly powerful, crazy strong. It could blow through cover. It could even shoot through cover, using the differences in height and build to estimate where someone was hiding behind it, then land a precise headshot or pierce straight through the heart. In other words, even hiding behind the boiler wasn't safe. Her brain kicked into overdrive, thinking frantically, judging from Su Xiaoman's habits. The spots she usually predicted were the heart or head position of a normal standing person, or the head or heart position when crouching, which meant what she cared about was killing with one shot. If they kept a normal posture, they'd definitely get blown apart by a single bullet. A sudden flash of inspiration hit the ponytail girl. She thought of that alien sniper game that had gone viral on Douyin for a while back then. Simply put, one side sniped and the other side hid. The hiding side had to stay behind cover and use unusual movements to dodge the other side's snipe. As long as the attacking side missed 3 shots, offense and defense would switch, and then they would see who ran out the other side's HP first. Their current situation worked on the same principle too. If they wanted to survive, they couldn't use normal thinking. As long as they dodged the enemy's first wave of attacks and made her think they weren't here or had already left, then they could get away. Thinking that, she didn't waste a second. She planted both hands on the ground, then kicked both legs sharply upward, bracing herself against the outside of the boiler. Then she spread both legs wide to the sides, turning her whole body upside down into a Y shape. After that, with her dangling head, she tilted it off to the side and struck a godlike pose. On the other side, the last girl saw her companion suddenly lose it and stared in total shock, thinking she had already been scared stupid by Su Xiaoman. And no, what are you doing? Are you crazy? Action reference. Anti-wallbang. The ponytail girl roared in a strained voice, her face flushed red from hanging upside down. I watched her kill compilation yesterday and found that she especially likes shooting heads and hearts. So I'm guessing the next positions she predicts will definitely be our heads and chests. Then if I take advantage of that and just do a handstand, wouldn't the original positions of my chest and head become the space between my legs? If she fires through the wall, she'll definitely miss. As long as we dodge the first wave of attacks and make her think we're not here, we'll get through this. Hurry, copy me. After hearing that, the last girl's eyes lit up instantly. Holy shit, holy shit, holy shit. Genius. That's genius. Is this top-tier mind game combat? I'm in love. I'm in love. Okay, I'm coming right now. The last girl fumbled around, braced herself on the ground, swung both legs up, leaned against the boiler, and copied the exact same upside-down Y-shaped pose. The two of them tilted their heads, pressed against the iron shell, standing upside down behind cover, their hearts pounding wildly. All right, there's no way she can hit us now. Before the ponytail girl could finish, a chi-blood armor-piercing bullet crossed half the island, punched straight through the metal plating, and hit dead center on the upside-down head of the girl who had just praised the ponytail girl as a genius. Her entire head exploded on the spot. Then, the headless corpse lost its support, its legs went limp, and it slid straight down from the boiler, collapsing head first onto the ground before turning into motes of light and dispersing. 2 seconds later, bang! Only then did the deafening gunshot arrive, carrying over from afar. Still upside down beside her, the ponytail girl stared at the scene in a daze. Thick blood splattered across her face, warm and piercing to the bone. How is this possible? How'd she do that? How'd she know our heads were below? Wall hack. She's wall hacking awawa. The ponytail girl's mind completely broke. The next second, another bullet pierced through the metal plating, entered through the back of her head, and burst out through the center of her forehead. Her head exploded just the same. The headless corpse, just the same, slid down like an upside-down onion planted in the ground and collapsed onto the floor. And just the same, 2 seconds passed. Bang! Only then did the fourth gunshot drift in from afar, like the whistle marking the end of the match. At this point, the 4 girls who had been running their mouths at the school gate that morning had all been eliminated by Su Xiaoman. Around the factory area, the students hiding behind other pieces of cover were so terrified they almost stopped breathing. They clutched their heads tightly, afraid that in the next second a bullet would pass through the cover and hit them. But nothing happened. Those students hiding in the shadows, drenched in sweat, cautiously poked out half their heads. Everything around them was calm. Only then did everyone belatedly realize what had happened. From the very beginning, Su Xiaoman's targets seemed to have been only those 4 people. Everyone couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. At that moment, a boy spoke up. Huh? Holy shit, holy shit. Why are my pants wet? So it's piss. I thought it was sweat. 2 kilometers away, atop the floating platform in midair, with a thought, Su Xiaoman deactivated weakness insight. The red humanoid outlines behind cover in her field of vision vanished with it, and the world returned to its normal colors. She rubbed the corners of her eyes, even though she didn't know whether the system had designed this feature for her to use as X-ray vision. Honestly, this thing was freaking useful. Wall peeking through obstacles. No one could hide. One catch after another, dead accurate. Right then, Su Xiaoman casually swept her gaze downward. She suddenly discovered that behind a container used as cover not far from the floating platform, a huge group of students was packed together. At this moment, all of them were raising their heads in unison, staring at the metal platform where she stood. Their expressions were strange. They were smiling, and the corners of their mouths were stretching wider and wider, with a trace of anticipation in them. Something's wrong. In that instant, Su Xiaoman's battle instincts started blaring warnings like mad. The hairs on her back shot upright. She didn't even have time to turn her head before her upper body twisted to the left at the absolute limit on pure instinct. Swish! A flash of blade light slashed down viciously, almost grazing the right side of her face, and a sharp wind severed a strand of pink hair by her ear. The blade missed and hacked heavily into the metal platform, throwing up a shower of glaring sparks. Su Xiaoman quickly turned around and saw clearly who it was. A male student holding a long saber, one of the top students ranked in the top 5 of the grade. At some unknown point, through his ability, he had directly made his way onto this floating platform and crept right up behind her. Su Xiaoman fronith. She had been careless. Just now, she had been aiming through the high magnification scope the whole time, carrying out extreme sniping from 2 kilometers away, with all her attention focused on those 4 girls. On top of that, the rules of the Battle Royale had forcibly suppressed her second-tier, first-level physical perception and chi blood strength down to 9th level 0 tier. Her sensory abilities had dropped drastically, to the point that she hadn't even noticed his approach at all. Looks like in the future, she'll have to split her focus and multitask. She can't afford to concentrate too much on just one thing anymore. At this moment, the boy was still holding the knife with both hands in a downward chopping posture, his eyes wide and round. He looked at Su Xiaoman, his pupils trembling, and even the hand gripping the knife was shaking slightly. At such close range, such a perfect stealth backstab, she actually dodged it? How is that possible? Detected that a top 5 student in the grade is extremely shocked by the host's limit reaction. Shock value plus 500. Detected that the watching crowd is extremely shocked that this strike missed. Shock value plus 500. Su Xiaoman didn't give him any chance to keep being shocked. Her gaze turned cold. Black points of light in her palm instantly swelled. The 416 Hong Kong dollars assault rifle tore through the air and landed in her hands. Max level Zhang Wake gunfighting technique activated instantly. Su Xiaoman suddenly bent her left knee and kicked hard against the metal ground, pulling away from him. At the same time, her petite body quickly leaned backward. Her back slammed heavily onto the metal platform. The boy's strike had missed, and he had just started to pull back his blade and turn around. But Su Xiaoman was already lying on her back on the ground. Both hands held the 416 Hong Kong dollars steady and level, the stock pressed tightly into the hollow of her shoulder. Her head tilted slightly, and her right eye looked through the aperture of the iron sight, instantly aligning her vision with the sight. Her thumb skillfully flipped the selector switch, entering semi-automatic single-shot mode. The sights locked directly onto the backs of the boy's knees. Her index finger pulled the trigger repeatedly. Bang, bang. 2 5.5, 6mm chi blood bullets shot out instantly, piercing the backs of both his knees with precision. Ah! The boy let out a miserable scream. 2 bursts of blood exploded from the bends of his legs, and his knee reflex nerves and ligaments were completely severed. His lower body instantly lost support. With a thud, both knees slammed heavily to the ground. Cold sweat covered the boy's head. He turned around in terror and looked at the dark muzzle of the rifle, his scalp going numb. He frantically threw away the long knife in his hand and quickly raised his left hand, wanting to say something. Wait, before he could finish, bang! His head exploded on the spot like a watermelon, red and white matter splattering all over the ground. The headless corpse toppled over, turned into countless data light particles, and dissipated on the platform. Virtual target killed. 416 Hong Kong dollars experience increased. Behind the container cover below, the several dozen students who had originally been hoping that the top 5 student in the grade would succeed with a single strike were dumbfounded. The next second, several dozen people came to their senses. This is bad. Need to run. The instant that thought appeared, everyone immediately turned around and sprinted like mad toward the container maze behind the square. On the floating platform, Su Xiaoman's expression instantly turned cold. Then, her petite body jumped straight down from high in the air. Midair, the sound of wind from the fall howled past her ears. Su Xiaoman held the gun one-handed in her right hand, while her left hand reached for the tactical belt at her waist and pulled out a spare 416 Hong Kong dollars magazine loaded with 30 chi blood rounds. Her thumb pressed the magazine release. The moment the empty magazine dropped free, the new magazine slid precisely into the magwell. Click! Her left hand followed through and slapped the bolt catch release on the left side of the rifle. Clack! The bolt returned and a round was chambered. The entire reload was completed in one smooth motion while she was still in midair, fluid as flowing water. Bang! Su Xiaoman landed firmly on both feet. Her tactical boots stepped onto the asphalt, and Saint-level instant shadow step instantly dispersed the impact of the fall. The moment she landed, she opened fire. The stock was pressed tightly into her shoulder. Su Xiaoman leaned her upper body slightly forward, and her gaze passed through the aperture of the iron sight, locking directly onto several fleeing figures ahead. Bang! 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 Compared to the wild torrent of firepower from other rifles, the HK 4/16 recoil was clearly much gentler. With almost no muzzle rise, the 3 students running the slowest didn't even get a chance to look back. Puffed, puffed, puffed. 3 5.5, 6mm chi blood bullets pierced straight through the backs of their heads, blood flowers bursting open at the same time. The 3 headless corpses pitched forward with inertia and instantly turned into data and dissipated. The muzzle adjusted slightly. Bang! A girl on the right who was just about to turn into a blind corner between containers suddenly had a bloody hole appear in the center of her back, and her whole body pitched forward for momentum. Virtual target killed. 416 Hong Kong dollars experience increased. Virtual target killed. 416 Hong Kong dollars experience increased. Virtual target killed. 416 Hong Kong dollars experience increased. Bullets were always faster than people. The terrain in the container zone was tangled and complex, with narrow passages formed by steel containers crisscrossing in every direction. Holding her rifle, Su Xiaoman stepped steadily into the passageway. Her movement posture was extremely professional. The muzzle was always pointed straight ahead, exactly where she was looking. Every time she reached a corner, Her body pressed tightly against the edge of the container, and the muzzle and her line of sight extended out at the same time. The moment half a figure appeared in her mid-range view, bang, bang, it was a standard 2-round burst. Students hiding in blind corners and trying to abuse line of sight were instantly headshot twice, dying on the spot and turning into data before dissipating. Deep in the passageway, footsteps were chaotic. Su Xiaoman demand expressiones. The muzzle returned to center, and she continued advancing at a constant speed. Bang, 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 bang. She was like a cold-killing machine. As long as a human-shaped outline appeared within her iron sights, she used short controlled bursts at medium and long range. And at close range, she went straight for the Mozambique drill. 2 shots to the torso, 1 shot to the head. In the narrow passageways, wails and screams never stopped. Virtual target killed. 416 Hong Kong dollars experience increased. Virtual target killed. 416 Hong Kong dollars experience increased. Virtual target killed. 416 Hong Kong dollars experience increased. Deep within one of the passageways ahead, 7 students had been trapped inside a dead end. In front of them was a red air wall. As soon as you got close or tried to pass through it, a lowly voice would appear by your ear and say, "The area ahead is not available yet. Please come back and explore it later." This had been set up to keep the map from being too large and letting students run all over the place. So although this map looked huge, it actually wasn't that huge, because most places were blocked off by air walls. And the container zone they were in, of all places, happened to be the area with the most air walls. There was basically only one path back out, the same one they had entered through. Other than that, they couldn't go anywhere. Everything was a dead end. Everyone had planned to see whether there were any other exits. So they wandered around and tested things everywhere, only to discover, there really was nowhere to go. What the hell? The area ahead is not available yet. Please come back and explore it later. The area ahead is not available yet. Please come back and explore it later. The area ahead is not available yet. Please come back and explore it later. Damn it. Listening to that lowly voice by their ears, everyone was on the verge of breaking down. So this place really was nothing but dead ends. Map designer, get your ass out here. What the hell are you doing? What kind of garbage are you designing? Who designs a map like this? Listening to the gunshots and pain screams behind them getting closer and closer like death bells, everyone was trembling in fear. At this moment, forget it. If we can't run, then so be it. We're not running anymore. No matter how much we run, we're still just targets. A burly male student gritted his teeth, a vicious glint flashing in his eyes. I saw it just now. Her gun ISNT a machine gun. Its ammo is limited. I don't know why she ISNT using a machine gun. But I counted. She has already fired 27 shots. I'm guessing she doesn't have much ammo left. Listen, the moment she empties her magazine and reloads, we all rush her together. That is our only chance. Okay, the remaining people all drew their blades and swords, staring fixedly at the corner of the passage. Footsteps drew closer. The moment Su Xiaoman's figure appeared around the corner, bang, 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 the final 3 bullets flew out in an instant, accurately taking down the 3 students at the very front who had been waiting in full formation. Those 3 were truly out of luck. They didn't even have time to react before directly taking a lunchbox. In an instant, only 4 people remained in front of Su Xiaoman. Right then, click. The bolt stalled. The slide locked back on an empty chamber. The chamber was empty. Heaven is helping me. Now, go. The burly boy roared. Among the 4, one student skilled in hidden weapons flicked his wrist, and a streak of cold light tore through the air. A fine steel throwing knife shot out an extremely tricky angle, heading straight for Su Xiaoman's left hand just as she was about to reach for her magazine. It didn't need to completely interrupt her reload. It just needed to delay her by 1 second. Just 1 second. That was enough for the other 3 to get right in her face. At the same time, under the cover of the throwing knife, the other 3 students holding weapons charged at Su Xiaoman in a triangular formation, instantly closing the distance to less than 2 meters. Su Xiaoman looked at the 3 of them, her gaze turning cold as her body shifted slightly to the side. That throwing knife, launched with full confidence, almost grazed past her left hand. At the exact moment it was about to pass her body, Su Xiaoman's left hand shot out like lightning. Smack! She directly caught the knife by the handle with a backhand grip. Everything happened in a flash. The male student in front wielding a short blade had already lunged right up to Su Xiaoman, the edge of his weapon aimed straight at her throat. Su Xiaoman flipped her wrist, and Saint-level sky-splitting saber art erupted. Even though all she held was a tiny throwing knife, with a max-level blade, art empowering it. It still burst forth with a terrifying, suppressive force. A streak of cold light swept back across. SHHK, the blade sliced through his short knife, and with the same motion, cut open his throat. The boy's forward lunge froze abruptly. His eyes widened as his free hand clutched at his neck, where blood was spraying wildly. He staggered back 2 steps, hit the container beside him, slid to the ground, his face full of disbelief, and then dissolved into points of light. The instant she killed 1 person, Su Xiaoman drove power through her waist and hips. The muscles in her right arm tightened sharply, holding the throwing knife. She drew her hand back, then hurled it out with explosive force. Whoosh! Empowered by Su Xiaoman's max-level cultivation method and max-level martial skill, the knife flew dozens of times faster than when it had come in, deep in the passage. The student who had just thrown the knife and was still holding his throwing posture had no time to react at all. The knife sank all the way into the center of his brow. His corpse fell straight backward, dead on the spot. Su Xiaoman's reaction speed left the final two students completely dumbfounded. Holy DJ, what the hell? What even is this? Are you kidding me? Detected that the students surrounding the host are extremely shocked by the host catching a blade barehanded and instantly counter-killing two people. Shot points plus 1,000. But once the bow was drawn, there was no turning back. They could only charge in with stiff resolve. The last two students attacking her came one after the other, swinging their long blades as they rushed toward her. Su Xiaoman remained calm. Her right hand loosened, and the empty 416 Hong Kong dollars turned into points of light and disappeared. Quick draw activated. A USP semi-automatic pistol instantly appeared in her palm, facing the two in front of her. Su Xiaoman not only didn't retreat, she advanced instead. She stepped straight into the arms of the front student. Her left hand clamped onto the wrist holding his long blade and forced it downward in one smooth motion. Crack! The boy's forearm was bent by sheer force into a bizarre sharp angle. Aha! His scream had only just left his mouth when Su Xiaoman dropped her right shoulder and slammed directly into him with an Iron Mountain lean. Bang! Her petite shoulder smashed viciously into the boy's abdomen. The tremendous impact drove him backward like a cannonball, crashing him into the teammate lunging in from behind. The two slammed into each other and stumbled. Using the boy in front of her as a meat shield, Su Xiaoman gripped the USP with both hands, keeping the pistol close to her chest in a CAR close quarters shooting stance. Then, her index finger pulled the trigger twice in succession. Bang! Bang! 2 .45 caliber chi blood bullets punched through the torso of the front one, their remaining force undiminished as they slammed fiercely into the chest cavity of the student behind him. One stone, two birds. Strike the ox across the mountain. After firing those two shots, Su Xiaoman stepped forward and quickly closed in on the front student. Her wrist lifted slightly, and the muzzle traveled up under his chin, pressing against him from below. Bang! The third shot. The bullet entered through his lower jaw and pierced straight through his brain. The head of the boy in front exploded on the spot. At the same time, Su Xiaoman returned to the CAR shooting stance. Her left hand casually pushed aside the corpse in front of her, which was in the middle of dissolving, revealing the student behind him who had been shot in the chest. The student looked at Su Xiaoman, clutching his wound as he staggered back in pain. His face twisted and full of shock. Su Xiaoman ignored his expression. Her sights locked onto the center of his brow. Bang! Headshot. A bloody hole appeared between the student's eyebrows. His pupils lost focus, and he fell to the ground dead. The entire process took less than 3 seconds. The 7 people who had planned to fight her at close range in one last desperate stand were slaughtered cleanly by Su Xiaoman. Detected that the observing teacher is extremely shocked by this terrifying gun fu. Shot points plus 5,000. Su Xiaoman straightened up. With a thought, the USP semi-automatic pistol turned into black motes of light and dispersed. Quick draw activated. The 416 Hong Kong dollars automatic rifle dropped back in her palm. Since the gun had already emptied its magazine earlier and locked open on an empty chamber, she drew a fresh magazine loaded with 30 chi blood rounds from her tactical belt with her left hand. With a flick of her wrist, she knocked out the empty magazine, then smoothly drove the new one straight into the magwell. Click! The heel of her left palm struck the bolt release on the left side of the rifle hard. Clack! The bolt snapped forward, chambering around once more. Su Xiaoman brought the rifle up in both hands, the stock planted firmly against her shoulder pocket. Her steps were steady as she activated weakness insight and advanced toward the dead-end alley where the most people were gathered. At the end of another alley, the remaining dozens of students pressed themselves against the iron walls. Hearing the clear reloading sounds outside and the footsteps gradually drawing closer, their faces turned deathly pale. A boy with short blonde flat-top hair gritted his teeth and tightened his grip on the long spear in his hand. If we wait to die, we'll be eliminated anyway. We might as well fight. The flat-top boy lowered his voice, murder in his eyes. The others exchanged looks. That's true. Either way, we're dead. We might as well go all out. Let us do it. With a roar, the blonde flat-top boy took the lead and charged out of the alley first. At the same time, the dozens of people behind him also raised their weapons like desperate outlaws and charged at Su Xiaoman outside. At the same time, on the open dock, not far from the container zone, a temporary grand alliance made up of several hundred students was rapidly approaching, following the sound of gunfire. The few top students leading the group held their weapons and exchanged tactical hand signals. The gunshots are up ahead. Move! Several hundred people surged forward in an imposing wave, charging toward the corner of the container passage. The moment they turned the corner, The scene before their eyes made everyone feel as if they had fallen into an icy abyss. This place. Was this hell? In the narrow passage ahead, bloodstains mixed with red and white matter had splattered all over the walls. Severed limbs and corpses were piled across the ground. At the same time, the blonde, buzz-cut man who had led the charge earlier was covered in blood and lying on his back on the asphalt. His legs kicked wildly, and he desperately pushed himself backward with both elbows, retreating in madness, his face full of terror. Sister man, I was wrong. Soda. I shouldn't have led the sneak attack on you. Soda. 3 meters in front of him. Su Xiaoman held her 416 Hong Kong dollars, her head slightly tilted, her gaze looking through the aperture of the iron sight as she looked down from above, aiming straight at the blonde buzz-cut man frantically retreating on the ground. Too lazy to respond to his pleading, her index finger pulled the trigger. Bang! A 5.56mm chi blood bullet shot out instantly and pierced through the buzz-cut man's glabella. His movements froze abruptly. His corpse tilted backward, slammed onto the asphalt with a thud, then turned into white light and dissipated. Virtual target killed. 416 Hong Kong dollars experience increased. Virtual target killed. 416 Hong Kong dollars experience increased. Current firearm. 416 Hong Kong dollars assault rifle LV1 LV7. Accessory unlocked. EOTech EXBS-3 holographic sight. EOTech EXBS-3 provides a wide field of view and ultra-fast target acquisition. 1. Red circle reticle, parallax-free, best suited for rapid close to mid-range engagements. Accessory unlocked. Magpul CTR adjustable stock. Magpul CTR, equipped with a friction lock mechanism, greatly reduces weapon sway, provides an exceptional cheek weld and shoulder stability. Accessory unlocked. Vertical tactical foregrip. System prompts flash past the edge of Su Xiaoman's retina. Detected that several hundred students are trembling in extreme fear at the host's decisive execution. Shock value plus 3,000. Detected that the observing teachers are going numb at the host's battlefield suppression. Shock value plus 4,000. Current shock value, 578,700 points. This wave of clearing the field had directly pushed the 416 Hong Kong dollars to level 7 while adding 130,000 shock value. At the same time, the several hundred students who had just rushed around the corner were all scared stupid, each one standing there with mouths wide open, not even daring to breathe loudly. Right now, there was only one thought in their minds. That was to disband on the spot before Su Xiaoman noticed them and go back wherever they came from. Holy shit, Chovy! Because of that, everyone involuntarily took 2 steps back at the same time. The sound of several hundred pairs of combat boots scraping against the ground was painfully harsh. Hearing the sound, Su Xiaoman slowly turned her head. Her gaze passed over the faintly smoking muzzle and looked toward the several hundred students who had just arrived at the end of the passage and who were all still in the middle of stepping backward. With a thought, instant modification activated. The holographic sight, vertical foregrip, adjustable stock, and all other unlocked accessories were instantly assembled into place. Expressionless, Su Xiaoman smoothly gripped the vertical foregrip with her left hand and raised the 416 Hong Kong dollars, now fitted with brand new accessories, level in both hands once more. The stock pressed into her shoulder pocket. Inside the holographic sight, that red circle steadily covered the dumbstruck crowd 100 meters away. At the same time, at a certain noble martial academy, on a tree-lined path, Lu Qingyin, Honglian, walked at an unhurried pace with a custom long spear bag slung over one shoulder. Her flamboyant red hair, cascading like a waterfall, was especially eye-catching under the sunlight. As the Academy's publicly acknowledged campus bell-level beauty, the moment she appeared, the men and women passing nearby immediately turned their eyes toward her. Whispers rose from both sides of the road from time to time. Lu Qingyin kept her eyes forward, an aloof coldness that kept people at 1,000 miles distance hanging on her breathtaking face. But in reality, her mind right now was filled entirely with the scene of being utterly crushed by Isekai'd last night. Who exactly was that Isekai'd? What identity did she have in real life? When would she meet her next time? Would she ever get a chance to meet her once in real life? What kind of personality would she have in reality? What kind of person would she be in reality? The fingers with which Lu Qingyin gripped the strap of the spear bag tightened slightly. Just then, the phone in her pocket suddenly vibrated. Lu Qingyin came back to herself and took out her phone for a glance at the screen. Caller ID, Uncle Yin's song. She frowned. Wasn't he Uncle Yin going to the 3rd senior high school today to inspect the final assessment one last time? How did he have time to call? Without thinking too much, she pressed the answer button and put the phone to her ear. Uncle Yin, before she could finish, a burst of noisy background sound poured from the receiver, as if a huge crowd had gathered together. Good, 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 beautiful, too damn beautiful. You can play like this too. Student Su Xiaoman is freaking awesome. Amazing, seriously amazing. Her performance in the second round is still terrifyingly dazzling. From the other end of the phone came wave after wave of sharp inhalations. Some people were so overwhelmed they directly started clapping hard beside him, the sound of palms smacking together thunderously loud. Lu Qingyan's brows furrowed even more deeply. Su Xiaoman? Who was that? Uncle Yin, what is going on? Lu Qingyan asked. On the other end, only after hearing her voice did Yin Song suddenly realize the call had already connected. Qingyan. Yin Song spoke extremely quickly, his voice full of excitement. Are you free tonight? I am. What is it, Uncle Yin? As long as you're free, that's enough. I put together a gathering tonight. You should come too. I'll introduce you to a major celebrity. Lu Qingyan froze. A major celebrity? For the vice president of the City Marshal Dao Association to use the term major celebrity, there were absolutely only a handful in Lintian Town. An artist? Who is it? She asked, but the person on the other end didn't answer her question. Holy shit, that works too. So cool. Yin Song was clearly shocked again by something happening in front of him and outright blurted out in excitement over the phone. The corner of Lu Qingyan's eye twitched. Uncle Yin? Cough, cough. Yin Song hurriedly reined in his emotions. He weighed it in his mind. He wasn't sure whether Su Xiaoman was willing to expose her identity as Isekai'd ahead of time. So he chose to keep it mysterious for now and not talk carelessly to outsiders. You'll know when you get here. Yin Song's tone turned serious, even carrying a hint of warning. Qingyan, listen to your uncle. Tonight, you have to come. It'll absolutely be worth your trip. If you don't come meet tonight's guest, I can guarantee it. You'll regret it for the rest of your life. Absolutely, absolutely. So fierce. She is seriously too fierce. Fierce beyond reason. Fierce as hell. Lu Qingyan was completely baffled. Regret it for the rest of her life? Who could make her regret it for the rest of her life if she didn't come see him even once? Yin Song didn't give her a chance to ask more. Same place as always, Shana Banquet. You've been there before. I'll send you the time on WeChat in a bit. You have to come. I still need to notify the others one by one. Hanging up now. Beep beep. The call ended. Lu Qingyan stood on the tree-lined path with her phone in hand, a little dazed. This was the first time in her life she had ever heard Uncle Yin speak in that kind of tone. Who exactly had he run into? Lu Qingyan shook her head and didn't think too much about it. She slipped her phone back in her pocket and walked off the shaded path. Meanwhile, Lintian Town, high-end private restaurant, Shana Banquet. Inside the interview office, Sun Yinglu, Xiao Lubumilu, sat stiffly in a chair in a tracksuit. Her face was pale, her eyes bloodshot, and she looked utterly exhausted. Behind the desk, the food and beverage manager casually glanced over her resume, then looked up and slowly sized Sun Yinglu up from face to figure several times. A moment later, the manager set the resume down. You're applying to be a dishwasher? The manager asked. Yes. Sun Yinglu nodded hard. I can handle hardship. I could do any dirty or tiring work, as long as meals and lodging are included. The manager waved a hand. Dishwashing would be a waste. Sun Yinglu's heart tightened. She thought he was about to reject her and was just about to beg. Go work in the front hall as a server instead. The manager looked over her figure, then withdrew his gaze. With your looks and proportions, sticking you in the back washing dishes would be a complete waste of resources. Go work reception in the front hall. We can hire you for that, and the pay will be doubled. Sun Yinglu froze. The front hall? Right now. She was carrying the sky-high breach of contract fee from Xingyao Guild on her back, and what happened last night had already spread all over the internet. If she went out front serving dishes and someone recognized her, then posted it online, she would absolutely get cyberbullied to death. Manager, Sun Yinglu looked troubled. Worried about showing your face? The manager saw through her concern and gave a light chuckle. Relax. Our Shanha banquet follows a high-end, ancient-style theme. All the servers are women. The uniform is standardized Hanfu, and the lower half of the face has to be covered with a specially made light gauze veil. The guests who come here are all here to discuss big business. Basically, nobody is going to stare at a server's face on purpose. Even if you're standing right beside them pouring wine, nobody will recognize you. Hearing that, the tension in Sun Yinglu's nerves instantly eased. A veil. She wouldn't be recognized, and the pay would be doubled, with meals and lodging included too. Thank you. Thank you, manager. Sun Yinglu shot to her feet and bowed repeatedly. I'm willing to work in the front hall. The manager nodded, picked up a pen, and signed a resume. When can you start? Now. Sun Yinglu answered without hesitation. I can start working right now. The manager paused, clearly not expecting her to be this desperate. Still, in the restaurant business, there was never such a thing as too many hands. All right. The manager pressed the call bell on the desk. Supervisor Wong, come in for a moment. The office door opened, and a woman in business attire walked in. The manager pointed at Sun Yinglu. Take her to change into a front hall uniform. Let her get familiar with the environment and the rules here, and put her on shift tonight. Zhou Xian, if you got the guts, then stop running. Quit now. You already rode Sister Man's coattails in the first round. In the second round, are you still not going to just obediently accept death? Exactly. We can't beat Sister Man, but do you think we can't beat you? Stop right there. And I'm supposed to stop just because you tell me to? Do you think I'm a fucking idiot? Hapo Ring Island, Storage District. Zhou Xian shouted curses at the top of his lungs while pumping his arms and sprinting for his life. The way he looked right now, He was basically like an explorer who had accidentally stumbled into an Amazon cannibal tribe-esque territory. Behind him was a dark mass of over 100 third-year martial arts students, all chasing him with weapons in hand. The second round was a chaotic melee, an individual battle. These people had been beaten half to death by exotic beasts in the first round beast-tied simulation. Yet somehow they saw that deadweight tag-alongs like Su Xiaoman and the others had actually ranked near the top of the leaderboard. Jealousy, resentment, plus the random spawn points at the start of the melee had just so happened to put them and Su Xiaoman in the same area. So what was there to say? They had to kill Su Xiaoman. Kill, kill, kill. Fuck your mother. Hack him to death. We have to hack him to death. Otherwise my hatred won't be eased. Exactly. Why was T? I the one teamed up with Sister Man in the first round. Right. They even got to play with firearms. Holy shit. Do they get all the good stuff? The roaring behind him was getting closer and closer. Your uncle. This bunch has gone crazy. Su Xiaoman cursed under his breath, made a sharp turn, and charged straight into a warehouse with its main door standing open. There was a lot of stuff inside. Boxes and shelves everywhere. But if he hid in any of those normal spots, he would definitely be found. What to do? In a flash of inspiration, Su Xiaoman leaped up and braced all four limbs tightly against a load-bearing crossbeam in the corner near the ceiling, clinging there like a giant lizard pressed flat against the roof. In his heart, he prayed frantically. CTs never look up since ancient times. CTs never look up since ancient times. CTs never look up since ancient times. Please don't look up, A few seconds later, with a loud rush, over 100 people flooded into the warehouse. Where's he? Where's that bastard, Su Xiaoman hiding? Kill, kill, kill. Kill, kill, kill. With weapons in hand, the crowd tore through the warehouse, searching everywhere, blades and swords chopping chunks off the walls. Su Xiaoman lay above them, staring at the dense forest of blade tips below. The pressure was suffocating. Cold sweat kept dripping from his forehead, and he didn't even dare breathe too hard. If these people didn't leave soon, sooner or later they were going to look up, he had to think of something. Suddenly, an idea flashed through his head. A vicious little trick. No hesitation. He acted immediately. Su Xiaoman took a deep breath, pinched his throat, and suddenly shouted at the people below, "Holy shit." Su Xiaoman got away. He outside. Hurry and chase him. The students below all froze for a beat. He still got out. Chase him. Don't let him escape. Cursing Su Xiaoman loudly. The crowd swarmed out of the warehouse door with their weapons. Hearing their footsteps recede, Su Xiaoman finally let out a long breath of relief. He released his grip with both hands and dropped from the ceiling. The moment his feet hit the ground, he patted the dust off his hands and grinned. TCH. A bunch of idiots. After saying that, Su Xiaoman stretched lazily and was just about to walk out when his whole body suddenly stiffened. At the warehouse entrance, those 100-plus students hadn't gone far at all. They were standing there in perfect formation, blocking the doorway, holding swords and blades, staring at him expressionlessly. The corner of Su Xiaoman's mouth twitched twice. Haha, well, that was a joke. The next second, countless flashing blades swallowed him whole. You have been eliminated. With a flash of white light, Su Xiaoman appeared in the virtual elimination spectator area. He rubbed his neck, which was still faintly aching. Damn it, still can't pull it off? After cursing a couple times, he looked up and saw Tang Tang and Li Qinghe sitting in the spectator seats ahead. Oh, you guys are out too? Su Xiaoman walked over and greeted them. Li Qinghe nodded, not surprised at all. The hate they had built up in the first round was simply too high. The moment they showed themselves, they were absolutely going to end up being ganged up on by the entire map. They weren't Su Xiaoman, at best. Their overall strength only ranked around the middle of the grade, being chased down and hacked at by several hundred people of the same rank. Of course they couldn't win. Su Xiaoman plopped down on the ground and called up the kill ranking. First place, Su Xiaoman kills 198. The moment he saw the result, Su Xiaoman couldn't help clicking his tongue. The exam had only started for 1.5 minutes, and she was already almost at 200 kills. As expected of Sister Man, freaking badass, Su Xiaoman gave a thumbs up. As he spoke, he looked up at the giant OB broadcast screen in the center. On the screen, Su Xiaoman was holding an HK-416 assault rifle. Suddenly, she put away the HK-416. With a flip of her left hand, she somehow pulled out a golden rose from behind her back. Then, her right hand clenched. The rose was crushed on the spot. Seeing that, Su Xiaoman froze for a second. Huh, what is that? Half a minute earlier. Hyper Ring Island, Dot Plaza. Hey. This ISNT right. This really ISNT right. Several hundred students who had just arrived were so intimidated by Su Xiaoman's icy gun muzzle that they kept backing up. Right then, several top students in the crowd suddenly reacted. We can't back off. Absolutely can't. If we retreat, the only outcome is all of us getting wiped out. Everyone, charge together. Rush her from all sides. Take her down. Several hundred people erupted in emotion at once. Weapons came out, chi and blood surged, and like a pack of red-eyed starving wolves, they pounced at Su Xiaoman from the front and both flanks. Su Xiaoman's eyes were cold. Not only did her petite body not retreat, She instead charged head-on into the assault of several hundred people. St. Level Zhang Weika gun-fighting technique erupted in full. The male student at the very front raised his long blade and hacked down, using the advantage of her 4'8" height. Su Xiaoman bent her left knee sharply and slid low across the ground, passing directly beneath the edge of his blade. While sliding, the buttstock stayed locked tightly against her shoulder pocket. The muzzle tilted upward. Bang! Bang! Two 5.56mm chi blood bullets pierced up through the boy's chin and blew off the top of his skull. The boy turned into motes of light and scattered. Supporting herself with one hand on the ground, Su Xiaoman used the remaining momentum of the slide to spring up fiercely. Her right leg whipped out in a heavy roundhouse, smashing hard into the side of the knee of the second girl lunging at her from the flank. Crack! The girl lost her balance and pitched forward. Su Xiaoman grabbed her collar with her left hand and forcibly yanked her entire body up, using her as a human shield in front of herself. Slash! 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 The three long blades coming from the front all chopped into the human shield at the same time. In the instant before they could pull their weapons back, Su Xiaoman kept the rifle tight against her chest and adopted the CAR center axis relock shooting stance. The barrel poked out from beneath the human shield's armpit. Her trigger finger pulled in rapid succession. Bang! 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 The three students wielding long blades were all headshot at close range. Immediately after, Su Xiaoman flung away the human shield, while the girl was still flying and falling. Su Xiaoman added two more shots and sent her off on the spot too. At the same time, Shadow Step flashed continuously beneath her feet. Her pink twin tails weaved and pulled through the crowd. Her left hand gripped the vertical foregrip, while the index finger of her right hand rhythmically squeezed the trigger. Bang, bang. Torso. Bang. Headshot. Still the Mozambique drill. Still the same old style. Virtual target killed. HK 416 EXP increased. Virtual target killed. HK 416 EXP increased. Current firearm. HK 416 automatic rifle LV7 LV8. Firearm level increased. New trait unlocked. Flowers come. Flowers come. Can be activated during battle. Requires no shock points, has no cooldown, and no side effects. In theory, duration is unlimited. Once activated, it continues until combat state ends. After activation, 1. Host movement speed greatly increases. 2. During tactical retreat, movement speed gains an additional bonus. 3. During combat, ignore all negative effects related to pain and fear. 4. Each time a target is killed, immediately recover part of stamina and chi blood. 5. No cooldown, but the effect cannot stack. Attributes can only be increased once per battle. Looking at the several hundred students still charging at her from all directions without end, Su Xiaoman's lips curled slightly. Click. The 30-round magazine ran dry. She didn't hurry to reload. Instead, she put away the HK 416 and reached behind herself with her left hand. The next moment, a golden rose appeared out of thin air in her left hand. The students around her, who had been preparing to pounce while she reloaded, all froze in place. What is that? A treasure? Su Xiaoman ignored them. Holding the flower in her left hand, she exerted force with the 5 fingers of her right. Snap! The golden rose was crushed on the spot. Specks of golden light instantly fused into her body. Tres flowers come. Activated. A violent power instantly flooded both her legs. Su Xiaoman summoned the HK 416 again, drew out a fresh magazine with her left hand, and knocked out the empty one. Then, with a thought, Saint Level Shadow Step activated at full power. Bang! The asphalt was stomped into a deep crater, gravel exploding everywhere. In the next second, under the gaze of several hundred pairs of eyes, Su Xiaoman's figure vanished from where she stood. Under the gaze of several hundred pairs of eyes, Su Xiaoman's figure vanished from where she stood. The next moment, bang, bang, before the crisp burst fire even had time to spread out. Over a dozen students at the very front who were charging with weapons raised had blood blossom from both their chests and heads at the same time. Their corpses crashed to the ground and turned into motes of light. The remaining several hundred people slammed on the brakes, their eyes nearly popping out. What the hell is going on? Where is she? Holy shit, where did Su Xiaoman go? A male student looked around in terror, wildly swinging the greatsword in his hand. Did anyone see bang? Before he could finish, the boy's head exploded on the spot. Brain matter mixed with blood splattered all over the faces of the people beside him. The headless corpse collapsed. The entire place fell silent. Several hundred people crowded together in the dock plaza like headless flies. Around them were towering metal containers and the air wall. Touch it, and it would let out a lowly voice. Yet Su Xiaoman was nowhere to be seen. Only that eerie gunfire rang out non-stop from every direction, now far, now near. Bang, bang, bang. On the right, 3 people had their chests pierced through. Bang, 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 bang. On the left, 5 heads exploded. They couldn't see her. They completely couldn't see her. With a double boost of flowers come, and Saint Level Shadow Step, Su Xiaoman's movement speed had already completely broken past the limit of what this group of 9th layer 0 rank students could track with the naked eye. She was like a ghost, using the three-dimensional structure of the shipping containers and their blind spots to constantly change firing positions. Each appearance lasted only a fraction of a second. Fire, kill, reposition, virtual target killed. HK 416 EXP increased. Virtual target killed. HK 416 EXP increased. Fuck, it's haunted. No, we can't beat her. Run, get out, hurry, and retreat. At last, someone couldn't take the terror of not even being able to see where the enemy was anymore. He turned around and bolted for the only passage they had come through. The others snapped out of it like waking from a dream and all turned to run, surging toward the exit like a tide. The dozen or so people in front had just rushed to the mouth of the passage. Boom! A suspended shipping container suddenly came crashing down from above. Perfectly centered, it slammed straight across the middle of the passage, sealing off the only escape route completely. The crowd crashed hard into the metal wall, then turned back in despair. She blocked the way. It's over. One girl had only just spoken when a bloody hole instantly appeared between her brows. Detected several hundred students mentally collapsing from this kind of unknown fear. Shot points plus 1,000. Detected the outside teachers feeling extreme shock at the host's mobility. Shot point plus 5,000. Current shot points, 608,700 points. Gunfire echoed through the container yard. Click. The HK 4/16 30-round magazine was empty, and the bolt locked back. Su Xiaoman paused atop one of the containers. Her left index finger pressed the magazine release, and the empty magazine dropped to the ground. With a smooth motion, she pulled a fresh magazine from her waist and slammed it in, then struck the bolt release on the left side of the rifle with the base of her left palm. Kacha! The bolt snapped forward. The slaughter continued. Very soon, current firearm, 416 Hong Kong dollars assault rifle LV9 LV10 Max. This firearm has reached the maximum level for the current stage. The EXP was full. Su Xiaoman did not keep firing. Instead, she lowered her head and looked at the system panel. Detected that the 416 Hong Kong dollars assault rifle has reached max level. A new firearm may now be drawn. Cost this time, 7,000 shot points. Draw. Current shot points, 601,700 points. A virtual roulette will spun rapidly across the panel. A moment later, the pointer suddenly stopped. Congratulations, host, you have obtained SMLE MK3, Lee Enfield Rifle MK3. Caliber, 303 British. Magazine capacity, 10 rounds. Current ammunition, basic Chi Blood, full power rifle rounds. New trait unlocked. White Horse Light Cavalry. White Horse Light Cavalry. The host may summon a white horse formed from Chi Blood. The white horse is immune to all damage and can never be killed by any means. It is completely invincible and moves according to the host's will. The host's cultivation method and body cannot enhance the white horse. Its movement speed is equal to that of an ordinary horse. Strength and other attributes are positively correlated with the host's realm. The host can only ride it while a specific firearm is equipped. Currently compatible firearm, SMLE MK3. SMLE MK3, the Lee Enfield rifle. The legendary bolt-action rifle that created the myth of the Mad Minute. Pair with a white horse? Did I just become a dragoon? A trace of interest flashed through Su Xiaoman's eyes. A so-called dragoon in the old era originally referred to firearm infantry who used horses for mobility and dismounted to fight with guns. Later, it gradually evolved into regular cavalry. Dragoon. Unfortunately, this white horse's movement speed could not benefit from her own buffs. At her current speed, if she rode it while traveling, she might not even be as fast as running herself. So for her, this horse was less a mount and more a height-boosting insole. At most, it raised her line of sight a little higher. But that was fine. As long as it could make her taller, its value was already huge. With that thought, a single impulse of her mind made the 416 Hong Kong dollars in Su Xiaoman's hand disperse in a black light. Nay, a clear, piercing hoarse cry exploded over the open space of the docks. The several hundred students trapped below in the dead end all trembled and looked up blankly. A tall, snow-white horse suddenly appeared out of thin air at the edge of the crowd. Its forehooves flew as it charged straight into the densest part of the mass. Bang, bang, bang. More than a dozen students on the outer edge were sent flying like bowling pins, only to turn into motes of light and vanish midair. What the hell is that horse? Get out of the way. Move. The crowd fell into chaos. Su Xiaoman leaped down from the top of the container. In midair, black points of light stretched in her hand, forming a bolt-action rifle that dropped into her palm. She landed lightly on the horse's back. Her legs tightened around its belly. No reins were needed. The white horse moved entirely according to her will, turning nimbly through the crowd before beginning to run around the edge of the sealed dockyard. Seated on horseback, Su Xiaoman's body remained steady as a mountain despite the horse's motion. Her right hand gripped the wrist of the stock. Her thumb and index finger pinched the round bolt handle, lifting it up and yanking it sharply back. Gotcha! Then she pushed it forward and locked it down. A round was chambered. Su Xiaoman braced the buttstock against her right shoulder, supported the fore end with her left hand, and pressed her cheek against the stock. She aimed at the chaotic crowd ahead. Her middle finger squeezed the trigger. Bang! A 303 chi blood full power round ripped through the air and punched straight through the chests of two students. The instant the shot rang out, Su Xiaoman's right hand never left the bolt. Her thumb and index finger pinched the bolt handle again, lifting and pulling back. A scorching brass casing flew from the ejection port, spinning through the air. Push forward. Lockdown. Her middle finger pulled the trigger again. Bang. Another shot. The motions were unbelievably fast. Kacha. Bang. Kacha. Bang. The sound of the bolts cycling and the gunfire almost merged into one continuous stream. This special firing technique, known as middle finger trigger firing, pushed the Lee Enfield's rate of fire to the absolute limit. Brass casings rained down from horseback. Riding the white horse, Su Xiaoman was like a true dragoon, circling this group of infantry armed with blades and swords, coldly calling their names one by one as she harvested them. Virtual target killed. SMLEMK, 3 EXP increased. Virtual target killed. SMLEMK, 3 EXP increased. Outside on the athletic field, since all the third-year high school students were currently inside the simulation pods in a massive battle royale, the huge main stage and spectator area were left with only a group of teachers, the balding principal, and the 3 city-level higher-ups, including Yen Song. At this moment, this group of adults, whose combined ages were enough to be Su Xiaoman's grandparents, had collectively fallen silent. Everyone stared at the pink twin-tailed girl on the screen, riding a white horse, holding a rifle, circling as she ran, and crazily working the bolt to pick people off one by one, and their brains completely crashed. No, wait. Class 3's homeroom teacher swallowed hard, his throat so dry it felt like it was smoking. He pointed at the big screen, his hand trembling. Can someone explain this to me? What kind of ability is Su Xiaoman's ability, exactly? Wasn't she only supposed to be able to summon modern firearms? I could understand everything else. Hell, even if you pulled out a flower, I could understand it. But what is the horse supposed to mean? Is there really some kind of treasure tool like that? The moment those words came out, the surrounding teachers all looked at one another, every face filled with complete disbelief. Yeah, what is going on? Student Su Xiaoman's ability, is this insane? Inside the virtual space, riding on the white horse, Su Xiaoman felt that this commanding, high-ground sensation of firing a bolt-action sniper rifle while on the move was just way too damn satisfying. Bang! Another boy trying to climb onto a container and escape was blown apart with a headshot. Su Xiaoman curled her middle finger on the trigger, then released it. Her index finger and thumb pulled the bolt back in one smooth, flowing motion. Click-clack. A brass shell casing flew out. Virtual target killed. SMLEMK, 3 EXP increased. Right then, with a soft click, the 10-round magazine ran dry. The few students ahead instantly lit up with desperate hope for survival. She is out of bullets. That horse ISNT, even moving fast. She can't dodge attacks. Kill the horse. Drag her down. Eyes red. Several students raised long sabers and great swords and charged straight at the white horse, hacking viciously at its legs and neck. Clang, clang, clang. The blade struck the white horse and actually gave off crisp metallic sounds like steel hitting stone. They couldn't even cut off a single hair. Hard as hell. The students were completely hopeless. They couldn't hurt it. They couldn't hurt this damn horse at all. On the horse's back, Su Xiaoman's face remained expressionless. With her left hand, she pulled out 2 stripper clips loaded with 5 chi blood bullets each. Her thumb pressed down hard. Click, click. All 10 rounds were instantly shoved into the magazine. She casually tossed the empty clips aside. Bolt pushed forward. Locked. The muzzle rose again. Bang. Another precise headshot. Headshot. Then click-clack. Bang. Click-clack. Bang. Su Xiaoman's right hand locked tightly around the rifle's wrist. The coordination speed between her middle finger and index finger had practically reached the physical limit of the human body. The sound of the bolts cycling and the bullets leaving the chamber completely overlapped. The shell casings flew out so fast they formed a glittering golden dotted line in midair. 10 bullets. In less than 3 seconds, every last round was emptied out. Every gunshot meant one student dissolving into motes of light. Not a single shot missed. The crowd below, already in complete chaos, was directly stunned by that terrifying rate of fire. Several students carrying heavy shields watched their companions drop one after another. Even the motion of raising their shields froze halfway. What the hell was that? Was that's supposed to be one of those old rifles that needed the bolt worked after every shot. At this fire rate, it was almost catching up to a machine gun. And what the hell was with that power? They had just seen it with their own eyes. That rifle could even smash through shields. Fine, firing fast was one thing. Hitting hard was one thing too. But how the hell were you riding on a bumpy horse with the muzzle not shaking even a little, and every shot was still a headshot? Were you really that accurate? Auto-locking heads or what? No good. We can't beat her. Climb up. Get over the containers. Staying down here means death. Several boys with decent movement skills used both hands and feet, planting their feet to leap directly over the containers. But the instant their legs left the ground, bang, 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 several chi blood bullets howled over and punched straight through their backs. Their jumps stopped dead in midair. Their bodies dropped like broken sacks from the sky, thudding into the crowd below before dissolving away. Despair. Complete, utter despair. Su Xiaoman rode the white horse in even circles along the edge of the dockyard clearing. The Lee-Enfield rifle in her hands was like an invisible scythe of death. Whoever ran outward died. Whoever tried to jump over the containers died. Very soon, the few hundred surviving students were forced back again and again. Their area of movement was brutally compressed into the very center of the whole field. All around them, the ground was covered in bright yellow shell casings. Several girls whose mental defenses had completely collapsed frantically jabbed at the system panels in front of them with both hands, trying to find a surrender button. Their fingers hammered against the panels with loud thuds, but nothing happened. In Battle Royale mode, there was no surrender option at all. This was an exam. If you surrendered even during an exam, then what the hell were you supposed to do later? At the thought of that, someone dropped to her knees in despair, clutching her hair with both hands, her whole body trembling. Detected over 100 students feeling complete despair at the host's terrifying suppressive power. Shock value plus 3,000. Detected spectating teachers experiencing total mental shutdown from this inhuman accuracy and fire rate. Shock value plus 4,000. Virtual target killed. SMLEMK, 3 EXP increased. Virtual target killed. SMLEMK, 3 EXP increased. Current firearm. SMLEMK, 3 LV2 LV3. Accessory unlocked. Pattern 1907 sword bayonet. Pattern 1907 sword bayonet. Total length 43 centimeters. The blade is extremely sharp. After equipping, the firearm can be directly used as a cold weapon for close-quarter stabbing and is compatible with all of the host's blade-type martial techniques. A bayonet. Compatible with blade-type martial techniques. A bayonet counted as a blade too. Huh. All right. Su Xiaoman's eyes lit up. Her right hand stopped cycling the bolt. With a thought, instant modification activated. With a crisp click, a steel bayonet over 40 centimeters long instantly locked into place beneath the barrel of the Lee-Enfield rifle. The slender rifle, paired with that bayonet, like a short sword, suddenly became far more oppressive in length, like a true battle spear. Su Xiaoman gripped the rifle with one hand, tucked the butt under her armpit, and angled the blade tip toward the ground. Her legs clamped down hard on the horse's belly. Nay, the white horse reared up high on its front legs, then shot forward like an arrow loose from the bow, plunging straight into the tightly packed crowd in the center. Second stage Saint Tier's splitting sky blade art erupted in full. Holding the rifle fitted with the bayonet, Su Xiaoman's arm muscles tightened. The long rifle thrust forward, then swept sideways. Filled with chi blood, the bayonet beneath the barrel exploded with a terrifying blood-red blade aura over 1 meter long. Slash! Where the blade aura passed, the students in the front row who raised their weapons to block were cut in half on the spot, together with their weapons. Virtual target killed with bayonet. SMLEMK, 3 EXP increased. Virtual target killed with bayonet. SMLEMK, 3 EXP increased. Virtual target killed with bayonet. SMLEMK, 3 EXP increased. The instant the bayonet hacked open a path of blood, Su Xiaoman's right index finger and thumb pinched the bolt handle like phantoms. Click-clack. The bolt pulled back and ejected the shell. Borrowing the momentum of drawing the blade back, the muzzle swung to the side in the same motion. At the same time, bang, a chi blood bullet blasted out at point-blank range, instantly blowing apart the head of a boy next to her who had been preparing a sneak attack. Then, poochie, the bayonet pierced through another person's chest. Click-clack. Bang. The instant the bolt chambered the next round, the muzzle flash spat out, the bullet punching through the body of a human shield and drilling clean through the student behind him too. One slash, one bolt cycle, one shot, cutting while firing. Seamlessly chained together. Virtual target killed. SMLEMK, 3 EXP increased. Virtual target killed. SMLEMK, 3 EXP increased. Kill virtual target. SMLEMK, 3 experience increased. Su Xiaoman charged left and right through the crowd, killing her way in and out again and again. The Lee-Enfield rifle in her hands had completely turned into a machine of slaughter. Those farther away got a headshot with a raised gun. Those closer got flipped over directly by a bayonet thrust. Blood sprayed out like fountains, scattering across the pure white horse beneath her. Its mane and body were quickly dyed red with blood. From afar, it looked like a petite figure riding a blood-red warhorse, holding a rifle with a bayonet. Like Lu Bu reborn, rampaging through the crowd as if no one could stop her. A fierce tiger descended upon a blood-soaked formation. Red hair neighing as it shattered 1,000 troops. Ride red hair, wield the painted halberd. Any who block the way are crushed. The remaining more than 100 students completely broke down. Their mental defenses were ground to dust by that god and demon-like slaughter. Clang! A male student's longsword fell from his hand and hit the ground. Looking at his companion, half his body split open by the bayonet and his head blown apart by a gunshot, his knees gave out and he dropped to the ground with a thud. Tears and snot smeared all over his face. I'm not fighting anymore. I'm not fighting. Let me out. Detected that the students on site have suffered a mental breakdown from this ghost and godlike, slaughtering posture. Shot points plus 5,000. Detected that the students on site feel extreme despair at the host's perfect switching between cold weapons and firearms. Shot points plus 8,000. Inside the virtual space. 1 minute later. Click. All 10 bullets were spent again. Su Xiaoman gripped the handguard with her left hand and used the rifle like a Fangtian Huaji, swinging it in a full arc in one sweeping strike. Slash. The bayonet drew a massive crescent-shaped blood gleam, cutting the last 7 or 8 rushing students cleanly in half at the waist. The white horse slowly came to a stop. On the wide dockside open ground, not a single student remained standing. Several hundred people in total. Not one survived. Only piles of data wreckage remained on the ground. Not yet fully dispersed. From start to finish, it had taken only 1 minute. Seated atop the horse now dyed crimson, Su Xiaoman casually flicked her rifle, shaking the blood off the bayonet. On the right side of her vision, a system notification popped up. Current firearm, SMLE MK3 LV3, LV10 max. Detected that SMLE MK3 has reached max level. New firearm can be drawn. This consumption, 8,000 shot points. Draw. Current shot points, 651,700. Another 50,000 added. Su Xiaoman froze for a moment. Now, she could truly understand those rich people. At their current level, savings really were just a string of numbers. She simply couldn't spend all these shot points. A cracked system. Forget it. No point thinking about it for now. Draw current shot points, 643,700, 8,000. The virtual roulette wheel on the system panel spun rapidly. A moment later, the pointer stopped sharply. Congratulations, host, for obtaining HK MP7A1 submachine gun. Caliber, 4.6 by 30 millimeters. Magazine capacity, 40 rounds. Current ammunition, basic chi blood armor-piercing rounds. MP7A1. MP7A1. This gun had an extremely fast rate of fire, yet its recoil was shockingly low. Most importantly, 4.6 by 30 millimeter ammo, combined with chi blood bullets and the enchantment from max-level martial skills, made it a pure bullet hose in close-range combat. Absolutely useful. The only question was whether she could get dual-wield MP7A1s later and have some fun. Su Xiaoman didn't think too much about it. With a thought, the SMLE MK3 rifle in her hand dissolved into specks of light. She braced one hand against the horse's back, swept her right leg lightly over the saddle, and flipped down to the ground. Behind her, the white horse snorted and slowly closed its eyes. The next second, hiss! The layers of blood covering its body instantly evaporated without a trace, not even a single drop left behind. After returning to its spotless snow-white appearance, the white horse turned into countless motes of light and scattered into the wind. Su Xiaoman glanced at the real-time kill rankings for the free-for-all. First place, Su Xiaoman. Kills, 542. Her gaze swept downward. Second place, Zhao Tianyu. Kills, 13. 2 digits against 3 digits. Another crushing gap. Sigh. We're all the same age, but me. Not gonna say it. You get what I mean. Just then, 2 system notifications flashed at the edge of her vision. Detected that there are no hostile targets nearby. Host has exited combat state. Isekai'd, Kualai. Effect has been lifted. The lightness in her legs instantly faded. Su Xiaoman stopped, summoned the system panel, and glanced at the trait description for Hualai. Hualai can be activated during battle. No shot point consumption, no cooldown, no side effects, theoretically unlimited duration. Once activated, remains active until exiting combat state. Can only be activated during battle. Su Xiaoman narrowed her eyes. TCH, who cares where your rules come from? If I feel like I'm in battle, then I'm in battle. Hualai. Su Xiaoman reached behind herself with her left hand. A brilliant golden rose appeared out of nowhere in her palm. Her right hand clenched. Smack! The petals shattered, and golden light merged into her body. Isekai'd, Kualai. Forcefully activated. That lightness instantly flooded her limbs again. Su Xiaoman turned around. Right in front of her, the container she had put down earlier was still blocking the exit completely. Go around? Not happening. Su Xiaoman lifted her right leg and launched a savage kick straight at the container. Boom! The massive container was kicked flying by 1 foot, skimming across the asphalt for dozens of meters, scraping up a trail of blinding sparks as it clanged and crashed into the distance. The view ahead suddenly opened up. With a thought from Su Xiaoman, weakness insight activated. The colors on her retina instantly faded. Her gaze pierced through layer upon layer of buildings, extending straight toward the depths of the island. A few seconds later, she found them. There was a huge cluster of densely packed, bright red humanoid outlines there. At least several hundred people were gathered in one spot. Found them. Su Xiaoman blinked and turned off weakness insight. Normal color returned to her vision. This trait really was god tier. but its downside was just as obvious. Once the X-ray vision was turned on, all the surrounding obstacles turned pitch black. Her entire field of vision was filled with red lines and afterimages. Visibility wasn't great. Looking too long easily caused visual fatigue, and could even seriously interfere with her judgment of real-world distance and terrain depth. So aside from locating enemies and seeing through walls, she normally never used it while traveling. The target's location was confirmed. Su Xiaoman raised both hands, and black light gathered. MP7A1 micro submachine guns dropped into her hands. Saint-level instant shadow step erupted. Bang! A ring of dust exploded from the ground. With Huawei S buff, Su Xiaoman's speed climbed to another level. In an instant, she turned into a pink afterimage and shot straight toward the area with the densest cluster of people in the distance. Meanwhile, Hapo Ring Island, Zone C open-air storage yard. Several hundred third-year high school students were locked in a chaotic melee, fighting so fiercely it was impossible to separate them. At the center of the field, a boy named Lin Hai was fighting to his hard-ass content. What he had awakened was an elemental-type fire ability, combined with a Daisheng-level heavy-back 9-ring saber. He was like a fish in water among this group of students whose realms had all been uniformly suppressed to 0 rank 9th layer. Clang! Lin Hai knocked aside a thrusting spear with one slash. His left hand shot out in the same motion and grabbed a shaft. Scarlet flames burst violently from his palm and raced along the metal spear shaft. The boy holding the spear let out a miserable scream. His hands were burned until the skin split and flesh tore, and he instinctively let go. A ruthless glint flashed through Lin Hai's eyes. The muscles in his right arm bulged, and the 9-ring saber swept out with a scorching wave of fire. Slash! The blade directly cut through the opponent's chi blood shield and cleaved the boy in half at the waist, turning him into particles of light that scattered away. Then, without stopping, Lin Hai used the momentum from twisting his waist. Borrowing the force of the flames, he spun and hacked backward in a huge, sweeping arc bang. Bang! 2 students, trying to sneak attack him from behind, were sent flying together with their weapons. Before they even hit the ground, they exploded into masses of data in midair. The saber momentum had yet to fade when Lin Hai suddenly flung his left hand to both sides. 2 blazing fireballs smashed toward the 2 people on his left and right who had just been about to draw their swords. Boom! Boom! The fireballs exploded against their chests, making their shields flicker violently. Lin Hai closed in at once, and the 9-ring saber followed with a vicious cross slash. Poochie! Those 2 had not even finished their blocking motions before they were chopped into 4 pieces together with their shields, turning into a rain of light. 5-kill streak. Smooth as flowing clouds, saber and fire woven together. Several students around him who had been preparing to swarm him all froze at the same time. Intimidated by his fierce style, they could not help but take half a step back. Everyone had the same realm. Their strength was about the same. This was basically just a bunch of rookies pecking at each other. But Lin Hai really did have some skill when it came to combining his ability with martial arts. His close-range burst was a bit too fierce. For the moment, no one dared go up and test their luck against him. Lin Hai planted the 9-ring saber on the ground and stood in the middle of the open space. Looking at the crowd, shrinking back around him, he felt his blood boiling all over. Too damn good. So this was what it felt like to be strong, with adrenaline surging through him and heroic spirit rising. He directly drove the 9-ring saber into the ground, raised both hands high, lifted his chin, and roared at the several hundred people around him. Above the heavens and below the heavens, I alone am supreme. Having finished showing off, Lin Hai felt extremely satisfied. His chest heaved violently as he threw his head back and laughed. Ha 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 ha, suddenly. Boom! Lin Hai's laughter cut off abruptly. Under the gaze of several hundred pairs of eyes, his whole body exploded on the spot into a cloud of blood mist. The several hundred people present were all dumbfounded. Their minds went blank in an instant. Whoosh! Only when the blood mist was brutally torn apart by a violent gale did everyone finally see clearly. So it turned out that just now, a petite pink figure had used the shoulder charge posture of the armored Titan, smashing into a wall from attack on Titan and run Lin Hai over like he was a speed bump. After smashing through Lin Hai, that figure did not slow down at all and followed through with a forward slide. Screech! The 5 fingers of her left hand dug hard into the asphalt, dragging out a trail of sparks amid the piercing sound of friction as she forcefully slowed herself down. In her right hand, she held a gun one-handed. An HK MP7A1 submachine gun was already in her grasp. Sliding stop. One knee on the ground. The pitch-black muzzle snapped up in an instant, aimed straight at the stunned crowd ahead. Seeing that iconic height of 4 feet 8 inches, and those pink twin tails swaying lightly in the wind, the students at the very front had their legs go weak on the spot, and some nearly cried from fright. Su Xiaoman. The moment the words fell, rat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat. The terrifying fire rate of the MP7A1, as high as 950 rounds per minute, turned the gunfire into one continuous, shrieking noise. Flames spat lightly from the muzzle. 40 chi blood, armor-piercing rounds poured out like water. Combined with the impact of shattering fist and the tearing force of splitting air saber art, at such close range, this compact submachine gun displayed horrifying dominance. Pew pew pew. The 7 or 8 students standing in front did not even manage to turn around before their chi blood shields were ripped apart like paper windows. Bloody flowers burst one after another across their chests and foreheads. The 7 or 8 of them dropped in unison and turned into data on the spot. Virtual target killed. MP7A1 experience increased. Virtual target killed. MP7A1 experience increased. Click. The 40-round magazine was emptied in an instant, the bolt locking back on empty. Su Xiaoman flicked the magazine release with her left thumb, and the empty mag dropped free. Then she smoothly pulled a fresh magazine from her waist and slapped it into the magwell. Her index finger pressed down the bolt release button above the trigger guard. Kata! The bolt snapped forward, chambering around once more. Virtual target killed. MP7A1 experience increased. Current firearm. HK MP7A1 submachine gun LV1 LV4. Accessory unlocked. Trigicon RMR mini red dot sight. Accessory unlocked. Surefire tactical weapon light. Accessory unlocked. 60-round extended high-capacity magazine. New trait unlocked. Akimbo firepower. Akimbo firepower. For micro submachine guns and pistols, the host may summon 2 firearms of the same model at the same time. While dual wielding, recoil is forcibly reduced by 50%, and independent left and right-hand reloading and firing are supported. Dual wield. It really existed, and there was even a 60-round mag. Su Xiaoman's eyes lit up. The biggest advantage of a micro SMG was its point-blank spray-and-pray burst. A single gun with a 40-round mag felt a little thin in a chaotic melee like this. But now, with 2 guns together, that was a full 120 rounds loaded. That was a completely different concept. With a thought, instant modification, and akimbo firepower activated at the same time. A black gleam flashed in her left palm. A second MP7A1 equipped with the brand new attachments and extended magazine instantly took shape and dropped in her hand. The magazine of the one in her right hand lengthened at the same time as well. 2 micro SMGs, firing from both hands. Boom! The asphalt under Su Xiaoman's feet shattered. Her whole body completely turned into a pink blur as she charged straight into the students ahead, who were still panicking and trying to reform their formation. Hot. Hot. Both MP7A1s opened fire at the same time. With a combined fire rate of nearly 1,900 rounds per minute, the gunfire became a piercing, tearing electronic scream. Su Xiaoman's figure darted, rebounded, and leaped at high speed through the gaps in the crowd, both arms spread wide. Her left hand swept the left side. Her right hand suppressed the right. 124.6mm chi blood armor-piercing rounds were sprayed out in all directions like a raging storm in less than 4 seconds, covering a full 360 degrees with no blind spots. Pew-pew-pew. Bloody flowers burst out in clusters. These 0-rank 9th layer students could not even catch Su Xiaoman's afterimage. All they felt was a flash of pink before their chests and heads started exploding one after another. Click, click. Both guns ran dry at the same time. Su Xiaoman pressed the mag release with both thumbs in sync, then violently flicked both arms downward. The 2 empty magazines hit the ground at the same time. With the absurd boost from fast reload, the fresh magazines on her tactical belt seemed to be pulled by magnetic force, jumping straight into the magwells. Click. The entire dual-wield reload was unbelievably smooth, taking less than 1 second. Da. Gunfire erupted again. Everywhere Su Xiaoman bust. The sound of gunfire tore through the air like a chainsaw. None of the students could even clearly see who had arrived before they were forcibly shredded apart by the dense web of firepower. Severed limbs flew everywhere. Streams of data light filling the sky. The kill leaderboard hanging in midair jumped like crazy. 612, 745, 890. Da. Another 2 extended magazines were emptied. Su Xiaoman casually gave him a shake and chambered fresh rounds again, just as she was about to charge toward the next area. Suddenly, the sky of the entire virtual space darkened. The bright sunlight was replaced by a layer of blood red, and a heavy bell toll echoed above the entire Hapo Ring Island. Zong. Immediately after, a massive red holographic panel was projected above the map, visible to everyone the moment they looked up. Warning. Abnormal data detected in the examination arena. Candidat Su Xiaoman. Personal kill count has broken past 1,000. System bottom layer protection protocol triggered. Free-for-all mode terminated early. Automatically switching to hidden final battle mode. Demon King subjugation battle. Outside, looking at the sudden prompt on the big screen. The teachers were not as panicked as they had been when the Beast-Tide had spawned a 3rd-tier leader earlier. With that lesson already learned, everyone actually seemed quite calm. Yin Song sat on a plastic square stool, leaning slightly forward as he nodded. I told you, since the first Beast-Tide had a protection mechanism, there's no way this second round free-for-all wound T have something similar. one person in a 3,000-man melee, killing 1,000 in less than a few minutes after the start. That efficiency really is terrifying. The female staff member beside him pushed up her glasses, her gaze quickly sweeping over the rule explanation on the big screen. Demon King Subjugation Battle. Looks like the system directly judged student Su Xiaoman to be the final boss. Inside the virtual space, the rules appeared line by line on the panel, and every surviving student could see them clearly. Demon King Subjugation Battle Rules. 1. Candidate Su Xiaoman is automatically converted into the Demon King of this match. The remaining 2,000 surviving candidates are automatically converted into subjugators. 2. Demon King Su Xiaoman possesses 3 shield points. Any form of valid attack, regardless of power, will deduct 1 shield point as long as it hits the Demon King's main body. 3. If the Demon King is hit 3 times, her shields will be reduced to 0, and the subjugation will be judged successful. The Demon King will be eliminated, but her current results will still be retained. 4. Each valid hit subjugator lands on the Demon King grants that individual 1,000 kill points. 5. If the Demon King survives until the countdown ends, or annihilates all subjugators, the Demon King will receive the highest rating and be awarded a physical hidden reward by Virtual Martial Arts Company. The moment the rules came out, the 2,000 surviving students on the map completely exploded with excitement. Their breathing turned heavy, their hearts pounding like drums. Just one touch, and it adds 1,000 kill points. They had to know that in the chaos just now. Many people had fought desperately just to get a few kills. What did 1,000 kill points mean? It meant that as long as you touched Su Xiaoman once, even if it was only a single strand of hair, your practical combat score could instantly shoot into the top 3 of the entire grade. You could even use that score in the final college entrance exam, sprint phase, to apply to the school for resources. Nothing but benefits. No need to kill her. Just touch her once. How is this any different from being handed it for free? Do it, as long as I land 1 hit. My junior college spot is guaranteed. Every student's hand tightened around their weapon, trembling slightly. That was a sign of extreme excitement. With a huge reward on the line, brave men would surely emerge. Shwa, a flash of white light passed by. Everyone's vision fell into brief darkness, then rapidly reassembled. The map was forcibly switched. When Su Xiaoman opened her eyes, she found that she was no longer at that island harbor. At this moment, she was standing at the very top of a broad, perfectly straight, giant slope. Beneath her feet was a dark red stone road. She turned around. Dozens of meters behind her stood a towering black Gothic castle that seemed to pierce the clouds, radiating overwhelming pressure. But the castle gates were tightly shut. Su Xiaoman took 2 steps backward. Wong, a red wall of air blocked her path. Right after that, a lowly-like voice sounded beside her ear. Please come back later to explore the area ahead. Su Xiaoman narrowed her eyes and swept her gaze around. Front, back, left, right. Towering red air walls surrounded everything. The terrain of this map was extremely simple. There was only a single funnel-shaped giant slope, 100 meters wide and 100 meters long. She was at the top of the slope, and on the plain below the slope, a dense black mass of exactly 2,000 fierce-looking third-year martial arts students was staring fixedly at her. At the very front of the crowd stood Zhao Tianyu and a group of the grade S top elite students. Final battle countdown, 60 seconds, 1 minute of preparation time. Su Xiaoman stood at the top of the slope, the wild wind blowing her pink twin ponytails. Her hands hung at her sides as she looked down from above at those 2,000 people below, her brows knitting slightly. This round had gotten a little intense. Honestly, if it were just a simple 2,000-man melee, then even without terrain cover, she had absolute confidence she could quickly slaughter the whole group. After all of her cultivation methods and martial skills had already entered the Saint realm. Combined with firearms, finishing them all would only take about 1 minute. But the rules were different now. She only had 3 HP, power didn't matter. Only the hit judgment did. Out of those 2,000 people, at the very least a few hundred were ranged ability users, and there were also ranged treasures. Fireballs, wind blades, water arrows, darts, hidden weapons. Once the fight started, the other side would definitely ignore all chi and blood consumption and carry out indiscriminate fire coverage toward the top of the slope. With hundreds or even over 1,000 attacks smashing over at the same time, it would be like hail raining down. No matter how fast she was, no matter how elusive instant shadow step was, she still had a physical body. She wasn't intangible with invincibility frames. As long as her movement made even the slightest mistake, and a stray projectile from her blind spot or some area, AoE, so much as grazed even a tiny patch of skin, she would lose HP immediately. 3 hits, and she was out. This was a brutal fight with an extremely low margin for error. Su Xiaoman frowned as she thought about a strategy. Then she suddenly thought of something. Wait, no. Draw a gun first. Su Xiaoman summoned the system panel. Consume 9,000 shock points to draw a new firearm. Draw. Current shock points, 615700, minus 9,000 points. A virtual roulette will spun rapidly on the system panel. A moment later, The pointer suddenly stopped. Congratulations, host, you have obtained M2 Browning Heavy Machine Gun. Caliber, 12.7 by 99mm NATO. 50 BMG, feed system, belt fed. Current ammunition, basic Chi Blood Heavy Armor-piercing rounds. M2 Browning Heavy Machine Gun. M2 Browning, also known as the Old Gamma. This was a century-old heavy killer. Its caliber was the same as a Barrett's, and the power of a single shot was already terrifying. On top of that, it could pour out this kind of heavy ammunition in full auto mode, and its effective range was also extremely long. It had no problem serving as a sniper rifle. Su Xiaoman's eyes lit up. Oh, not bad. Use this thing to hold the high ground. Aprupe mead grinde. With a thought, a massive number of black light particles crazily gathered in front of her. A heavy machine gun, together with its tripod, appeared on the stone-paved road. A huge ammo box was fixed to the tripod's feed side. A belt strung full of blood-red chi and blood bullets hung down from it and fed into the side port of the receiver. Su Xiaoman grabbed the butterfly trigger grips at the rear of the gun with both hands and quickly adjusted the firing angle. Then, she frowned. If she fixed this heavy machine gun at the top of the slope and stayed rooted in place while firing, her field of view would indeed be great, but she would also completely turn into a living target. Su Xiaoman let go of the trigger. She grabbed the connection point between the M2 heavy machine gun and the tripod with both hands, bent her knees slightly, and tried to carry this steel beast directly for mobile combat. She suddenly exerted force. Her arms instantly sank, and her body was almost pressed into stumbling forward. So heavy. Su Xiaoman shook her coexist. Had thrown deep in it. This gun wasn't an ordinary M2 Browning in essence, but high martial version produced by the system. In order to withstand the terrifying chamber pressure when the chi and blood bullets erupted, its overall material and weight were completely incomparable to any normal firearm she knew. Even with the full-level 8th Imperial body tempering breathing technique running at full power, with her physical body currently being forcibly suppressed to 0 order. 9th layer by the rules of the Grand Melee, it was still a bit difficult for her to run around carrying this thing, not to mention firing while moving. That gave her the thought that after the assessment ended, she needed to go out and find some better techniques and properly strengthen her body. Of course, it might also just be because her current 0 order 9th layer body was too weak. Once she got back to reality and recovered her strength at 2nd order, 1st layer, she should be able to carry this thing much more easily. Still, it had to be said, this Leia Gamma really lived up to its name as a heavy machine gun. It was really damn heavy. At the moment, running around with it wasn't realistic, so Su Xiaoman decisively gave up on that idea. Clang! She set the heavy machine gun back up on the stone slab at the very center of the slope top and locked the tripod in place. Since she couldn't fire on the move, then she'd build a fort on the spot. A gleam flashed in Su Xiaoman's eyes, and she snapped the fingers of her right hand. Nay, a tall, pure white horse appeared out of thin air. The white horse was a product of the system trait, white horse-like cavalry. It was immune to all damage, could never be killed, and was absolutely invincible. Even though she couldn't mount it without using a specific firearm, summoning it out as cover was perfectly reasonable. With a thought, Su Xiaoman directly issued a command. The white horse understood at once and obediently walked in front of her, crouching down slightly with its head facing left. Its huge body lay directly across in front of Su Xiaoman. Sitting on the ground, Su Xiaoman slightly adjusted the height of the tripod. The heavy machine gun's barrel happened to extend out just beneath the white horse's belly. A pure white wall of size that could not be destroyed instantly took shape. The white horse's tall body tightly blocked off most of Su Xiaoman's front. Now, no matter what kind of ranged ability came from the front, this invincible horse would take it all. Some people might ask, wouldn't her line of sight be completely blocked by the horse's body then? It would. But the solution was simple. She could just turn on wall hacks, couldn't she? With a thought from Su Xiaoman, weakness insight activated. The colors on her retina instantly faded, and the whole world turned black. Her sight pierced through the white horse in front of her, taking in the red highlighted outlines of all 2,000 students below. Right after that, Su Xiaoman flipped her palm. The red and black support cube flew out of her hand and quietly floated at her side, remaining on standby at any moment. Tactics complete. The white horse and the support cube directly formed a perfect all-direction dynamic defense system. Double protection. Up front, the invincible white horse tanked the damage. All she had to do was hide behind the horse, keep her see-through vision on, and pull the trigger like crazy through the horse's body at the people below. As for the other directions, first there was the white horse. It was an invincible unit that moved with her thoughts. She could fully split her attention. While pulling the trigger, she could also control the white horse to flexibly shift its body and block ranged abilities and thrown objects coming from all sorts of tricky angles. At the same time, the support cube could also unfold the platform vertically and be used as a huge shield. After all, even if that treasure could float in midair, that didn't mean it could only float in midair, right? Su Xiaoman tightened her grip on the heavy machine gun's butterfly trigger and rested both thumbs on the firing paddles. What came next was pretty simple. Press her thumbs all the way down, then just open fire. Even if something went wrong, she could still easily run off with the saint-level shadow flash step. Foolproof. Perfect. On the plain at the foot of the slope, Zhao Tianyu and the others stood at the very front of the 2,000 students, looking up toward the top of the high slope. Because of the distance and angle, they couldn't clearly see the full shape of the pitch-black machine gun. They only saw Su Xiaoman sitting cross-legged on the ground. A tall white horse lay across in front of her. A black barrel extended out from beneath the horse's belly. The crowd exchanged glances, a trace of astonishment flashing in their eyes. A horse? At a time like this, she brought out a horse to use as cover? They had no idea what that white horse was, but with flesh and blood alone, could it block the focus fire of 2,000 people? No matter what kind of treasure that horse is, focus fire and blast the white horse apart first. Once she's lost her cover, she'll be a living target. Zhao Tianyu drew his long sword, his voice echoing across the plain. The surrounding students all drew their weapons as chi and blood surged through their bodies. Excited, thrilled. After all, the rules were too biased in their favor. The Demon King only had 3 shield points. As long as they touched her once, that was 1,000 kill points. And now, she had actually given up the mobility she prided herself on and chosen to hold her ground at the top of the slope. 2,000 people. Even if they had to bury her with sheer numbers, they could still pile her to death alive. Very soon, final battle countdown ended. Demon King Extermination Battle officially begins. The instant the system prompt fell, kill. The 2,000 third-year martial arts students charged toward the giant slope, which was 100 meters wide, like a swarm of disturbed hornets. The several hundred ranged ability users running at the very front immediately began frantically driving the chi and blood and abilities within their bodies. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Fireballs, wind blades, water arrows, ice spikes, and all kinds of strange throwing-type treasures and hidden weapons shot into the air. The multicolored energy attacks gathered into a dense meteor shower in midair, tracing one arc after another as they smashed viciously toward the white horse and Su Xiaoman at the top of the slope. At the top of the slope, Su Xiaoman looked at the sky, full of incoming ranged skills, her expression as calm as still water. Her 2 thumbs pressed down hard on the butterfly trigger at the rear of the M2 Browning heavy machine gun. Fire! Thud, 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 thud. In front of the muzzle, the massive muzzle brake spat dazzling tongues of flame half a meter long from both sides. The 12.7mm heavy chi blood armor-piercing rounds roared out of the barrel with savage force. The bullets slammed head-on into that multicolored meteor shower. Bang, 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 bang. Before the terrifying kinetic energy of the 50 BMG rounds and the chi blood enchantment. The fireballs and ice spikes cast by those 9th Layer Zero Realm students were all blown apart in midair, bursting into scattered clusters of energy light. All the flying knives and treasures forged from special materials were likewise shattered on the spot by the bullets, crushed into debris all over the ground. The M2 Browning heavy machine gun's firepower was simply too ferocious. In an instant, it tore apart every long-range attack raining down from the sky. The students charging below all stumbled to a halt, their eyes nearly popping out. What the hell? Even abilities got blown up by bullets? You kidding me? Before they could recover from a shock, the machine gun's muzzle dipped slightly. The thick line of fire, like Death's whip, lashed straight into the crowd rushing up the slope. Thud, 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 thud. One heavily armored student at the very front raised a tower shield half his height, trying to tank it head-on. The next second, boom! The tower shield was blown to pieces on the spot, splitting apart and exploding into fragments filling the air. At the same time, the bullet's remaining force didn't weaken at all and punched straight through the shield bearer's chest cavity. Then, bang! His whole body exploded into a cloud of blood on the spot. After that, the bullet kept flying backward, piercing through the bodies of 4 or 5 people behind him in one go. Bang, 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 bang. Those 4 or 5 bodies exploded one after another as well, turning into fragments and data that scattered through the air. For a moment, severed limbs flew everywhere, and clouds of blood burst open across the slope in patch after patch. Their bodies couldn't block it, their shields couldn't block it, and their abilities and treasures were even less capable of stopping Su Xiaoman's terrifying M2 Browning heavy machine gun. Spread out and charge. She only has one gun. She can't cover everyone. Someone screamed himself hoarse as he shouted. The 2,000 people immediately scattered toward both sides of the slope, trying to pull apart her line of fire. At the top of the slope, Su Xiaoman gripped the handles at the rear of the gun with both hands, driving power through her waist as she controlled the heavy body mounted on the tripod, sweeping left and right in tiny arcs. Thud, 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 thud. Thick shell casings spewed wildly from the right side of the gun, clattering against the stone slabs. The 200-round ammo belt was visibly being fed into the gun. Clack! The first ammo box ran dry. Seeing that, the students who had already charged halfway up the slope burst with wild joy in their eyes. She's out of ammo. Charge! The words had barely fallen when, the very next second, Su Xiaoman's left hand snapped open the top cover, while her right swept out and kicked away the empty ammo box. A flash of black light flickered at her waist, and a fresh ammo box instantly locked onto the mount. Her left hand pulled out the ammo belt and slapped it into the feed tray. Smack! The top cover slammed shut. Then, with one hand, her right grabbed the heavy charging handle and yanked it hard to the rear. Clack! The entire sequence was so fast, it dazzled the eye. Reload complete. Thud, 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 thud. The thunderous roar rang across the battlefield once more. The students who had just managed to run forward 2 steps smashed headfirst into a new round of fire. A slaughter like mowing grass. The heavy machine gun's terrifying power turned the crowd who had just been eagerly discussing tactics and thinking about how to get close enough to touch Su Xiaoman into complete clowns. Su Xiaoman hid behind the white horse and watched the red outlines below burst apart in waves, her expression calm. To be honest, she hadn't expected Leia suppression against martial artists to be this terrifying either. But thinking about it carefully, it made sense. 3rd Senior High School of Lintian Town, Tianjin County. At the end of the day, this was just an ordinary martial arts high school that couldn't even rank in a small town. There were no children of great clans here, no martial Dao genius seen once in 100 years, and certainly no heaven-defying SSS ability. They were all just ordinary people her own age. If she couldn't use hot weapons to crush a group of ordinary peers like this with nightmare-level dominance, then what the hell was the point of playing with hot weapons? She might as well slit her own throat and ascend to heaven. Thud, 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 thud. After a string of gunshots, Zhao Tianyu finally managed, with his excellent movement technique, to sneak to within less than 50 meters of the top of the slope. Right then, a 12.7mm bullet skimmed across the ground and blasted a bowl-sized, bloody hole through his thigh. Zhao Tianyu pitched forward and crashed to the ground, only to be directly blown into pieces by the 2 bullets that followed right behind. Instant kill. The moment Zhao Tianyu died, the remaining students completely collapsed. Their Dao hearts shattered completely. Looking at the corpses and blood all over the slope, they finally realized one cruel truth. That was, in the face of absolute superiority in firepower and range, their proud martial skills, footwork, and tactical coordination had no meaning at all. In front of Su Xiaoman, they were like a bunch of monkeys holding wooden sticks. After realizing that, every remaining student gave up the charge, standing there blankly with both arms hanging weakly at their sides, letting Su Xiaoman harvest them one by one. Outside, in the teacher's exclusive viewing area, Lu Yijian stood before the screen, looking at the students in the image who had given up resisting and were simply waiting to be slaughtered. The muscles on his face were taut, and his fists were clenched tight. A moment later, he closed his eyes and let out a deep sigh. He shook his head and said nothing more. Inside the virtual space, the gunfire ceased. On the wide funnel-shaped slope, not a single student remained standing. Su Xiaoman sat behind the white horse and glanced at the HP bar in the upper left corner. 33. She hadn't lost a single bar of HP. A flawless clear. But when her gaze shifted to the firearm experience bar, she froze for a moment. Current firearm, M2 Browning heavy machine gun LV5-91. Only level 5? With 2,000 kills, she still hadn't maxed out this machine gun? Su Xiaoman was briefly taken aback, then quickly reacted. She guessed that the experience needed for firearm upgrades was probably tied to the weapon's base lethality and kill efficiency. A weapon of mass destruction like Leia could pierce several people with one shot and had huge fire coverage. So the total experience needed to level it up would naturally be raised by the system. If high-damage weapons leveled as fast as low-damage ones. Then if she drew a rocket launcher in the future and fired one shell into a crowd, killing thousands or even tens of thousands, wouldn't that mean one shot would instantly max it out? The system obviously wouldn't leave such an obvious loophole. The heavier the weapon and the wider its kill radius, the more massive the number of kills needed to feed it. Reasonable enough. Just as she was thinking that, a panel appeared before her eyes. Demon King subjugation battle ended. Demon King survived. All subjugators annihilated. Examinee, Su Xiaoman. Kill score. In this stage, your result ranks first in the history of Lintian Town. 2. Not only was she first in No. 3 high school, but in Lintian Town. Her combined score in those 2 subjects was probably an absolutely unmatched first as well. Right then, swish. A flash of white light. And Su Xiaoman's consciousness left the virtual space. Key. The metal hatch of the simulation pod slid upward. Su Xiaoman took off her helmet and sat up. The moment she stepped out of the simulation pod, a panel appeared in her field of vision. The panel automatically unfolded. It was the firearm modification list. Congratulations, host. The M500 revolver can now be modified using exotic beast materials. Congratulations, host. The 416 Hong Kong dollars rifle can now be modified using exotic beast materials. Congratulations, host. The M500 revolver, 416 Hong Kong dollars rifle, SMLE MK3, MP701 SMG, M2 Browning, and every firearm she had obtained earlier during the Beast-Tide at this moment. All of them now had a glowing plus sign behind them, showing they could be infused with exotic beast materials. She carefully scanned through them a couple of times and found that the required material attributes and evolution paths for each gun were not quite the same. Some needed fire-attributed crystal cores, some needed wind-attributed flying beasts, and some required venomous materials for enchanting. Su Xiaoman fell into thought. Looking at it this way, even if she drew the same type of firearm again in the future, it wouldn't matter. After all, even for guns of the same type, if the exotic beast materials infused into them were different, the modified supernatural attributes and passive effects would be completely different as well. For example, if the Barrett specialized in lightning, then another sniper rifle could focus on explosive flames or freezing slow. The base was still a gun, but after modification, its usage and build would be two entirely different things. That way, there wouldn't be a situation where a firearm became useless and could only gather dust in the inventory just because its role overlapped with another. As she was thinking, the panel flashed again, and a new prompt box covered it. Detected. The total number of firearms owned by the host has reached 10. New function. Achievement system. Unlocked. Description. Firearms that reach max level will unlock specific mastery achievements. After completing an achievement, one of the following rewards may be obtained. 1. Exclusive firearm camo. Comes with special attribute bonuses. 2. Magic modified attachments. 3. Unlock a brand new system function module. 4. Imaginative sci-fi conceptual weapons. 5. New traits. 6. Various other unknown rewards. Note, the achievement requirements differ from firearm to firearm. Please check them yourself. Host. Looking at that long string of rewards, Su Xiaoman narrowed her eyes. Not bad. After all, if she could get a new system function module, then her shock points would finally have somewhere to go. More importantly, the rewards were extremely generous. And with her marksmanship, they probably wouldn't be hard to complete either. Still, there were too many people here. It wasn't convenient to look closely. She'd go study it in the bathroom later. Once Su Xiaoman finished reading, the system light screen on her retina turned into flowing light and automatically faded away. The moment she came back to her senses, she realized that all the students from the neighboring simulation pods who had crawled out were staring at her. Quite a few of them still had fear in their eyes from getting absolutely slaughtered by her in a virtual space just now. Some were even trembling slightly without meaning to. But Su Xiaoman could see that what filled their eyes even more was a sense of shared glory. Sis man, double infinity. That's insane. With scores like that, even those people from the key school next door would have to kneel and kowtow after seeing them. Ha ha ha. From now on, when I go out, I can finally straighten my back and say I was in the same cohort, the same school, as Buqi Xiangsai. Of course, we want to take the initiative to expose your real identity. Yeah. The students gathered around her of their own accord, talking over each other as they congratulated her. After all, with a monster like this coming out of their alma mater, the school's ranking and reputation would rise right along with her. And that would also add an invisible layer of gilding to their own future resumes. Su Xiaoman gave a faint nod and didn't put on any airs. She reached out and shook hands with the students crowding forward one by one, chatting with them a little. After all, an exam was an exam. During the test, she could use all kinds of guns without hesitation to turn this whole group into QR codes. That was the rule. But in private, faced with everyone's sincere kindness and congratulations, she was about to put on some nasty arrogant front and make other people's warm enthusiasm meet a cold shoulder. One thing was one thing. As she dealt with the enthusiastic classmates around her, Su Xiaoman's social energy bar dropped like crazy. Right then, the crowd split open into a path. The balding principal came over beaming, leading a group of teachers and the 3 from Yensong's group. The way everyone looked at Su Xiaoman carried a thick, kind of doting fatherly and motherly love. That expression looked even more affectionate than the way they look at their own biological daughter. Only one person was the exception, Lu Yijin. With that pointed head of his, he walked to the principal's side, lowered his voice, and quickly whispered a few words into the principal's ear. After hearing him out, the principal glanced at him, and the smile on his face faded somewhat. After thinking for a moment, the principal nodded, apparently agreeing to his request. Having received permission, Lu Yijin took a deep breath and stepped forward. He swept his gaze across the excited students around him, then finally fixed his eyes on the several dozen students standing at the very front of the crowd. His voice was low, full of disappointment born from frustration. I watched your performance in there just now. Lu Yijin paused, then his tone turned heavier. To be honest, I'm very disappointed in all of you. The whole place went so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. Even the principal frowned, but since this was part of teaching, he did not interrupt. Lu Yijin raised his voice. The path of martial arts is already one of rowing against the current, of living toward death. But what about you? You ran into a little setback and your legs turned weak with fear. You threw away your armor and weapons. Some of you even squatted on the ground, clutching your heads, waiting to die. Where is your martial spirit? There were only a few firearms. No matter how powerful they are, in the end, they are still merely external objects. And yet you didn't even have the courage to swing your blades at the enemy? I truly find that hard to understand. When facing firearms, can't you fight with movement techniques and protective gang chi? Hearing that, Someone in the crowd finally couldn't hold it in anymore. A boy blushed red and muttered a small rebuttal. But, teacher, a freak as strong as classmate Su Xiaoman is rare to begin with. She is basically a monster. We're just ordinary students. We're not from a key school, and we definitely can't be called geniuses. When we run into attacks this unreasonable and have absolutely no power to fight back, isn't it actually normal for us to be scared? Normal. Lu Yijian suddenly turned his head, pointed at that boy, and barked angrily. What martial artists cultivate is charging forward in the face of hardship. What you're saying means that when the enemy is strong, you become weak, and when the enemy is weak, you become arrogant. Is that it? Think carefully. Is that kind of bullying the weak and fearing the strong mentality really normal? On the contrary, I believe that as martial artists, every single one of us should possess the will of dominance. Even if the other side possesses terrifying power that can easily kill you or even destroy the entire world, you should still dare to step forward and bully them. You should mock them right to their face. Do not show mercy because you are weak, and do not feel fear because they are strong. No matter what kind of world-destroying power the monster in front of you possesses, as long as she is standing before you. Even if you are only an ordinary person without the strength to truss a chicken, you must still dare to attack her. Throw stones at her, spit at her, isolate her, mock her, bully her. This is what true living toward death means. All the students around them were listening with their mouths hanging open, staring at each other as their CPUs practically burned out. Huh? What the hell did that even mean? Even the principal and the others standing off to the side had their eye corners twitching wildly a couple times. What the fuck was this pointy-headed guy even babbling about? You said you wanted to say a few words and educate everyone. So this was how you were educating them. The principal really couldn't listen anymore. He quickly stepped forward 2 paces and reached out, planning to grab Lu Yijian's arm and make him shut up. But then, Lu Yijian was completely high on his own speech. With a backhand wave, he directly slapped the principal's hand away without even sparing him a glance. The principal was stunned on the spot. No? What exactly was your problem? Ignoring the bizarre looks from everyone around him, Lu Yijian turned his gaze towards Su Xiaoman. Su Xiaoman stood where she was, her eyes moving up along Lu Yijian's face before finally landing on that signature pointy head of his. Seeing her indifferent expression, Lu Yijian frowned and became even more irritated. In a low voice, he said, "Student Su, you did make quite a splash today. You got the #1 score in the history of Arno. 3 high school, even the entire Lintian town. But in my eyes, you only pulled it off by relying on a special ability and exploiting a loophole in the system. What kind of real skill is there in showing off with a few external toys that just happen to be a little stronger?" With both hands clasped behind his back, Lu Yijian slightly raised his chin and put on a lecturing posture. "You rely too much on external objects. Because of that, you don't understand reverence for true martial arts at all." Su Xiaoman said nothing. She just looked at his pointy head like she was looking at an idiot. The corner of Lu Yijian's eye twitched. He seemed extremely dissatisfied with that expression. He took a deep breath, then coldly announced in public, "In the next round of the teacher-student combat assessment, I will personally serve as your proctor. When the time comes, I'll smash those crappy toys you're so proud of with my own hands in front of the entire school. And while I'm at it, I'll also give all the students here a proper demonstration. I'll let you see with your own eyes just how laughably weak hot weapons are in front of martial arts. A martial artist's fighting spirit is not something a few broken guns can suppress." After saying that, Lu Yijian turned around and nodded at the dumbfounded principal, Yen Song, and the others, counting it as a greeting, then prepared to leave. From start to finish, Su Xiaoman didn't say a single word. She merely kept both hands tucked into the wide pockets of her school uniform, tilted her face up slightly, raised her right brow, and lowered her left, and sized Lu Yijian up with an extremely suspicious look. Seeing how completely unmoved she was, Lu Yijian let out a deep sigh. This Su Xiaoman was really stubborn to the extreme. Forget it. There was no point saying more now. They could only settle it in actual combat later. He shook his head and directly turned to leave the crowd. At that moment, Tang Tang, Li Qinghe, and Zhou Xian squeezed their way in from the mass of watching students. Man, you were insane. So amazing." Tang Tang paid no attention at all to Lu Yijian's absurd speech just now. She grabbed Su Xiaoman's arm and bounced excitedly in place. Zhou Xian was also nodding like crazy from the side. Li Qinghe didn't talk much, but the amazement in her eyes was impossible to hide, and she followed up with repeated praise. Before the few of them could chat for more than a couple lines, the balding principal, Yen Song, and several other city-level higher-ups had already walked over. For the next 10+ minutes, it was basically all social maneuvering. Every word from Yen Song and the others was full of goodwill and attempts to win her over, and they once again finalized tonight's banquet. Meanwhile, the principal did everything he could to smooth things over from the side. Between the lines, he kept trying to reassure Su Xiaoman, saying that what Lu Yijian had said only represented his personal teaching philosophy, and that Su Xiaoman didn't need to stoop to the level of that idiot. Su Xiaoman handled it appropriately too, responding simply the whole time while following their lead. This calm, composed manner neither humble nor overbearing, only made Yin Song and the principal think even more highly of this 18-year-old girl. After chatting for around 10 minutes, Su Xiaoman's social battery hit empty again. Catching a pause in the conversation, she pointed toward the public restroom in the distance and said she was in urgent need and had to make a trip. Nature calls. Yin Song and the principal naturally saw nothing wrong with that. Smiling, they stepped aside to make way, told her to get some good rest, and let her leave first. Watching that petite figure gradually walk away, the balding principal put away his smile, turned around, looked at the crowd behind him, cleared his throat, and made an on-the-spot announcement. Everyone, an announcement. Starting today, our school's main athletic field is officially renamed Su Xiaoman Plaza. After saying that, he directly pulled out his phone from his suit pants pocket. Walking off to the side, he dialed a number and contacted an engineering team boss he knew well. He demanded that, regardless of cost, they work overnight to rush out a pure copper statue of Su Xiaoman and have it erected right in the center of the plaza by tomorrow morning. Su Xiaoman walked into the innermost stall of the restroom and locked the door behind her. She summoned the system panel and directly switched to the newly unlocked achievement system. The panel unfolded, rows of entries listed across it. She quickly scanned through them and soon figured out the underlying mechanism of this thing. The achievement system had tiers, and she was currently at the lowest, level 1. To raise her achievement level, what mattered was her total historical shock value. To unlock level 2, she needed to reach a historical total of 1 million points of shock value. At present, the rewards available at level 1 were relatively limited. She hadn't seen anything too heaven-defying yet. The vast majority of rewards were exclusive camouflage skins for specific firearms. For example, things like Jungle Digital and Desert Storm. After equipping them, they could provide the corresponding firearm with slight increases to power and rate of fire. Even if they were just scraps of stats, free bonuses were still free bonuses. As for the achievement conditions, they were all kinds of varied. Some were simple and direct kill count requirements, like using a certain gun to headshot a certain number of exotic beasts, or break the shields of a certain number of martial artists. Others were condition-based achievements that required specific scenarios to be met. Su Xiaoman's gaze stopped on one of the achievement descriptions. Achievement, Defense Breakmaster. Completion condition. In a head-on battle, cause a martial artist whose true realm is higher than the host's to completely shatter his Dao heart. Reward. Unlock throwable weapon M67 Fragmentation Grenade, Infinite Supply. M67 Fragmentation Grenade. Infinite grenades? Good stuff. And this completion condition was practically tailor-made for a certain someone. Liu Yijian's pointy head couldn't help but appear in Su Xiaoman's mind. She actually wasn't very familiar with this teacher, because he wasn't one of her class instructors. But this guy had indeed carried out his own overbearing will quite thoroughly, and he was stubborn as hell. As an opponent, he was pretty decent. After all, people like this broke the hardest once their defenses were shattered. Want to act tough? Then I have to make you fly. Flu, 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 flu. Putting away the panel, Su Xiaoman began planning what to do next. In terms of firepower, her current arsenal should be enough. Her movement technique, blade technique, and fist technique had all already reached second stage saint level through sudden enlightenment, maxing out her mobility and close-range burst power. But after thinking it over, she realized that her biggest shortcoming at the moment was actually defense. She had originally planned to indirectly boost her defense by raising the grade of the Imperial 8th Body Tempering Breathing technique. But before the second round started, she had already tried it. It didn't work. Clearly, things like cultivation techniques couldn't trigger a sudden flash of inspiration through simple repeated practice and use the way martial skills could. And the same went for the Zhang Weike gunfighting technique that she had exchanged for 10,000 points. It couldn't be improved either. Thinking about it, that made sense. No matter how much insight she gained, a close-quarters combat art built around firearms still had its limits. Since she couldn't get a free upgrade, then she could only work with what was already there. The third round was a teacher versus student battle, and all the opponents would be third-rank proctor teachers. Although during the exam, the teachers' realms would be forcibly suppressed to the same level as the examinees, their combat experience, degree of ability development, and mastery of martial skills and cultivation techniques were obviously on a completely different level from ordinary students. This absolutely counted as the strongest opponent she had faced so far. Normally, in this kind of exam, teachers wouldn't take it too seriously. Most of the time, they would go easy, casually deal with it, and just go through the motions. But Liu Yijin clearly wasn't thinking that way. That old bastard would definitely go all out. So with her current defense, if she made a mistake in movement and a slippery veteran like him caught an opening and landed a heavy hit, she definitely wouldn't be able to take it. She needed to patch up her defense. Su Xiaoman pushed open the stall door, left the restroom, and headed straight for the school martial arts hall. Since her results from the first and second rounds had already been fully entered into the system, her practical combat and realm certification process had basically been completed automatically. This time, when she arrived at the advanced section of the martial arts hall, she was completely unimpeded. Every access checkpoint gave her a green light. Inside the advanced section were the true trump card cultivation techniques and martial skills of third high. Su Xiaoman walked past rows of encrypted display cases, her gaze searching quickly, until it finally stopped in front of a thick rubbing copy. Golden Stone Body Tempering Art. C-rank rare cultivation technique. Specializes in physical strength and bone density. After reaching great mastery, one's chi and blood become like lead and mercury, indestructible. This was the one. Su Xiaoman took out her student card and casually slapped it onto the sensor area of the display case. Beep. Permission confirmed. Highest level, special grade. Current available credits. Looking at the symbol on the screen that represented infinity, Su Xiaoman raised an eyebrow slightly. There was no need to guess. This was definitely the handiwork of that Mediterranean principal. Most likely, while she had been in the restroom just now, he had directly ordered the back-end administrator to max out both her permissions and her credits. After all, with the terrifying dominance she had shown in the first 2 rounds, whether she even competed in the 3rd round or how well she performed no longer affected her historical standing in this school. In other words, from this moment on, she could mobilize the entire school's resources however she wanted. Still in crack version mode, as always. Click. The bulletproof glass of the display case lowered automatically. Su Xiaoman reached out and took out the rubbing copy. Detected C-rank body tempering cultivation technique Golden Stone Body Tempering Art. This cultivation technique has a total of 8 layers. Upgrading to the first layer requires 1,000 shock points. Upgrading to the second layer requires 2,000 shock points. To raise Golden Stone Body Tempering Art from uninitiated to the 8th layer, max level, a total of 36,000 shock points is required. Upgrade continuously, 36,000 points. To the current Su Xiaoman, that was pure pocket change. Upgrade. Shock points deducted successfully. Current shock points, 579,700, minus 36,000 points. A massive flood of profound memories and chi and blood circulation methods poured into her brain like a dam collapsing. Boom! Su Xiaoman's body shook violently. The chi and blood inside her body began to compress and refine wildly. The density of all the bones in her body increased by geometric multiples, while her muscle fibers were tempered again and again until they became incomparably tough. In just a few short seconds, the transformation of her body was completely finished. Su Xiaoman clenched her fist and felt the changes in her body, then nodded in great satisfaction. Just then, a burst of static suddenly came from the loudspeakers above the martial arts hall. The Dean of Discipline's voice instantly spread across the entire campus. All senior year martial arts students, please note, the 10-minute break is over. All students, proceed immediately to the practical combat arena for assembly. The 3rd round of the assessment is about to begin. Su Xiaoman withdrew her thoughts and turned to leave. She had only taken a few steps when she passed by a row of martial skill display cases nearby. Ding! Detected 2nd rank martial skills maze step, armor-breaking saber art. Inch-light fist. According to system deduction, the core force application methods of these 3 martial skills can be fused with the host's current 2nd rank martial skills flash shadow step, sky-splitting saber technique, and shock-splitting fist. Note, although the host's current 3 martial skills are 2nd rank, all were deduced from 1st rank E-rank basic martial skills. Their foundation is relatively weak, and their rarity is only 2nd rank E-rank. After fusion, they can be directly deduced and promoted into 2nd rank C-rank martial skills. Fusing and directly upgrading each one to Saint Entry, max level, requires 36,000 shock points, for a total of 108,000 points. Fuse? Su Xiaoman stopped walking, her gaze sweeping over the rubbing copies of those 3 2nd rank martial skills inside the glass case. She looked at the system prompt and thought for a moment. Back when she had been in the martial arts hall before, she had clearly tried freeloading cultivation techniques through the glass cases too. At the time, the system hadn't T-reacted at all. It simply didn't T-acknowledge them. So why was it suddenly possible now? Could it be because that Mediterranean principal had just given her unlimited credit permissions through the back end? So the system judged that the resources in the martial arts hall were now something she could obtain whenever she wanted, meaning they were effectively already hers? And because of that, she could directly fuse them from a distance? Su Xiaoman didn't think too much about it. The more convenient, the better. Since the system was giving her a green light, what was there to hesitate about? Fuse. Shock points deducted successfully. Current shock points, 471,700 points. Martial skill, fusion complete. Current martial skill, flash shadow step has been promoted to 2nd rank C rank. Martial skill, flash shadow, maze step. Current martial skill, sky-splitting saber technique has been promoted to 2nd rank C rank. Martial skill, armor-breaking sky-splitting saber. Current martial skill, shock-splitting fist has been promoted to 2nd rank C rank. Martial skill, inch force shockburst fist. Attached attributes of chi and blood bullets have received a massive enhancement. Su Xiaoman felt the violent, explosive force filling her body to the point of almost overflowing, and was very satisfied. With a thought, she summoned the panel for the Thunderwolf Barrett. Firearm, Barrett M82A1 Thunderwolf version. Passive trait, thunder infusion. Every chi and blood bullet fired carries high-voltage lightning damage. After hitting a target, the lightning energy will erupt instantly, causing extremely strong paralysis effects and neural destruction. Active trait, charge bombardment. The host can continuously inject chi and blood into the chamber to charge up. The longer the charge time, and the more chi and blood consumed, the bullet's penetration, muzzle velocity, and lightning explosion radius will all increase by geometric multiples. Note, there is no upper limit to charge time. Power is limited only by the host as current total chi and blood. Can Lu Yijian withstand one fully charged shot from my Thunderwolf Barret? Reining in her thoughts, she carefully did the math. In the school's live combat simulation assessment, there was always 1 minute of prep time before the fight began. 1 minute. That was enough for her to compress every last drop of her second stage, first layer chi, and blood into the gun. On top of that, all 3 martial skills she had just maxed out to second stage C rank. Instant Shadow Phantom Step, armor-breaking Sky-Splitting Blade, and Inch Force Shockburst Fist would provide damage boosts and bullet speed amplification. Once the shot was fired, it would be world-destroying. And on top of that, she wasn't too afraid even if all her chi and blood got drained dry, as long as she activated the Flowers Come trait before the battle started. Then the moment she one-shot Lu Yijian, the part of Flowers Come that restored some chi and blood after killing an enemy would trigger immediately. That way, she could stack the damage to the absolute limit without worrying about falling into a completely exhausted state from running out of chi and blood. Su Xiaoman was very satisfied and closed the panel. She walked out of the martial arts hall and headed straight for the live combat arena. Inside the live combat arena, the place was roaring with noise. The entire internal structure of the arena resembled a massive indoor stadium. Around it were ring-shaped stands rising upward in tier after tier. More than 3,000 senior year martial arts students were already seated in their class sections across the huge circular stands. It wasn't just students either. Other teachers with no classes, school staff, and even a few elderly security guards had squeezed into the back aisles, craning their necks. Everyone was waiting to watch this big show. Su Xiaoman entered through the lower passageway, climbed the steps, and arrived at Class 3's rest area halfway up the stands. The moment she appeared, the surrounding students all rushed over in a wave. "Sis-man, you're here. Sis-man is awesome. That battle royale just now was insane. Sis-man, go a little easy on Teacher Lu later. At least save some face for him. Ha ha ha." Praise and flattery surged in from all directions. Su Xiaoman didn't say anything. She just nodded to the people around her as a greeting. Then she walked over to an empty seat beside Tang Tang and sat down. The two of them chatted while waiting for roll call. At that moment, the homeroom teacher came over from the aisle with the attendance sheet in hand. From below, he looked up at Su Xiaoman from a distance and showed that Anya smile again. Sitting in her chair, Su Xiaoman almost laughed from sheer exasperation. Seeing her helpless reaction, the homeroom teacher couldn't hold it in anymore either. He dropped the ridiculous expression and gave her a sincere smile. Then he picked up the attendance sheet and began counting people in an orderly manner. Roll call ended quickly. At that moment, the arena broadcast sounded. The balding principal strode onto the main platform with a microphone in hand. Students, quiet down for a moment. The entire venue gradually quieted. Ordinarily, the third round of teacher-student battles should proceed class by class in order. But rules are dead. People are alive. I know what everyone most wants to see right now. What everyone is most looking forward to is definitely student Su Xiaoman versus Teacher Lu, right? So, the school has made a temporary decision to move Su Xiaoman and Teacher Lu's battle directly to the first match. Just treat it as a chance to relax before the exam. Watch this peak showdown, then go back and continue the assessment nice and steady. How about it? Yeah. The principal is wise. Principal is awesome. The entire arena instantly exploded. Deafening cheers and whistles nearly blew the roof off the arena. The principal pressed his hand downward, face glowing red. Before the match begins, I hope everyone can give Su Xiaoman a round of applause. Today, no matter the outcome of the third round, she will always be the pride of our No. 3 high school. As soon as he finished speaking, thunderous applause erupted across the stands, and the cheers didn't stop. As the applause gradually subsided, the principal began reading out the rules for the third round assessment. The rules for the teacher-student battle test are as follows. The teacher serving as the gatekeeper will have his strength forcibly suppressed by the system to the exact same realm as the examinee. The battle will use a one-on-one deathmatch format with unlimited respawns over 5 minutes. Afterward, the rest of us teachers will score the examinee based on combat awareness, martial skill proficiency, and overall performance. And also, the principal's tone turned more serious, because this is the final exam before the martial arts exam. In order to simulate a real battlefield as closely as possible, the virtual pod in this third round assessment will have 100% pain transmission enabled. Hearing those final words, the students all sucked in a cold breath. 100% pain transmission. Su Xiaoman, meanwhile, lowered her head and held back a laugh. If it was 100% pain transmission, then that fully charged Thunderwolf Barret hitting someone would probably hurt a little. One final thing. Holding the microphone, The principal spoke with a trace of anticipation in his voice. Since our 3 high school was founded in the teacher-student battle segment, there has never once been a case of a student killing a teacher. I hope that today, someone can break that history. As soon as he finished, the entire arena burst into enthusiastic applause once more. All right, enough talk. Let us invite teacher Lu Yijian and student Su Xiaoman to come on stage and prepare to enter the pods. Su Xiaoman stood up and, unhurried, walked through the passageway toward the virtual battle zone in the center of the arena. Soon, she arrived in front of the assigned virtual pod. A short while later, Lu Yijian finally came out from the backstage passage. He had just gone to the restroom, so he was a few steps late. Lu Yijian quickly strode onto the platform, his gaze landing on Su Xiaoman, who was standing in front of the pod door with both hands in her pockets, looking at the girl's indifferent, half-hearted attitude. Acting so casually, she couldn't even be bothered to take her hands out. An inexplicable anger rose in Lu Yijian's heart. In his view, as a student facing an examiner, she didn't even have the most basic proper posture or greeting. This was completely the behavior of someone with a bit of talent who had become arrogantly blind to everyone else. So what if she was strong? She didn't even understand the basics of respecting teachers and valuing the Tao. So lacking in manners, so conceited and arrogant. Someone like that was destined not to go far. Lu Yijian let out a cold snort and turned to lie down in the pod opposite hers. Swish, a flash of white light, and consciousness loaded in. Identity verification passed. Loading battle map. Unrestricted fighting arena. Assessment mode for this round. 1 versus 1 deathmatch. 5 minutes, unlimited respawns. Realm suppression protocol activated. Examiner Lu Yijian has been suppressed to second stage. First layer. Her vision reassembled. The two of them appeared on a huge square arena. There was no cover at all, just a pure head-on fight. Preparation time. 60 seconds. The instant the countdown began, Su Xiaoman reached behind herself with her left hand. A golden rose appeared in her palm. Her 5 fingers tightened. Crack! The rose shattered, and golden light merged into her body. Tres flowers come. Activated. Right after that, Su Xiaoman raised her right hand, and countless points of light frantically gathered in front of her. When the light faded, a heavy sniper rifle covered in dark blue lightning patterns along the barrel dropped steadily in her hands. Barrett M82A1, Thunderwolf Edition. Finally, the first shot was about to be fired. Su Xiaoman directly mobilized all the qi and blood in her body and poured it through both arms into the chamber. Active trait, charged bombardment triggered. A violent gale instantly kicked up around Su Xiaoman. The lightning patterns on the barrel in her hands flared brightly, and savage arcs of electricity crackled around the muzzle brake. On the opposite side of the arena, over 100 meters away, Lu Yijian, wearing a lion-shaped metal gauntlet and doing his pre-fight warm-up, suddenly stopped. He raised his head and looked suspiciously at the gun in Su Xiaoman's hands. This gun. Didn't he seem to have seen it just now? Lu Yijian frowned slightly, but quickly relaxed again. This gun was probably no different from the ones that little girl had used earlier. He ignored Su Xiaoman building up power and instead turned to look at the invisible broadcast camera above the arena. Everyone, watch closely. Today, I came up here to set an example for all of you, because everyone awakens different abilities and not everyone has a treasure tool. But martial arts techniques are the foundation we stand on. Everyone can learn them. So in this fight, I will not use any ability, nor will I use any treasure tool. I'll only use the most basic cloud linking step, the one you all know, to dodge your bullets. I want all of you to understand what true martial arts really are. Firearms are not hard to deal with. You just have to dodge them. If you can't dodge, it's because your movement technique is lacking. If your movement technique is too poor and you really can't dodge, then block it. If you can't block it, then your body tempering skills aren't up to par. You need more training. All in all, firearms are nothing to be afraid of. After saying that, Lu Yijian directly assumed a fighting stance, both fists raised in front of him, legs bouncing lightly and rhythmically in place like a Muay Thai fighter. And after hearing those words, and the spectator stands outside, the 3,000 students who had just been smashed to pieces by Su Xiaoman's truck in the second round of the exam, like it was running over a speed bump, all moved with uncanny uniformity. They sat upright in the plastic seats, legs slightly apart, both hands clamped tightly onto their knees. The muscles on their faces twitched wildly. Their entire faces were flushed red. They were holding in with extreme difficulty. At the other end of the arena, Su Xiaoman paid him no mind at all. The qi and blood within her body was surging wildly through both arms and into the chamber. Dark blue arcs of electricity gathered more and more densely along the barrel. As qi and blood poured in without limit, the gun body was already starting to lose control, trembling violently. And the spectator stands outside. Everyone had already sensed that something was wrong. Only Lu Yijian on the arena remained as self-assured as ever, still bouncing in place. His gaze disdainful, not taking that lightning-flashing weapon seriously at all. 3, 2, 1. Assessment begins. The instant the prompt sounded, Su Xiaoman directly raised the gun, aimed at Lu Yijian, and heavily pulled the trigger with her index finger. Roar! a phantom of a Thunder Wolf King suddenly appeared behind Su Xiaoman and let out a howl toward the sky. At the same time, boom! From a muzzle, whose break looked like a wolf's claw, an enormous dark blue pillar of lightning erupted in an instant. This fully charged shot, which drained all of Su Xiaoman's chi and blood, produced an absurdly massive recoil. The terrifying force surged back through the stock. Bang, 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 bang. The stone tiles beneath Su Xiaoman's feet shattered inch by inch. Gun and girl together were shoved backward, her feet plowing 2 deep trenches across the ground. On the other side, the moment he saw that Thunder Wolf King phantom, Lu Yijian's bouncing steps froze, and his brain stopped working. What the hell? What the fuck was that thing? Martial soul, true form? In his vision, time seemed to stretch endlessly. He had originally planned to activate his saint-level cloud-linking step to dodge sideways, but before the muscles in his legs could even exert force, his entire field of vision was filled with dark blue light. Fuck your mother. How the fuck is this bullet so damn fast? Lu Yijian was completely dumbfounded. His brain had not even had time to process what was in front of him before his body was already swallowed by the pillar of thunder. The berserk high-voltage current and extreme heat crushed his protective gang chi within 0.01 seconds of touching his body. Immediately after, his whole body was violently blasted up into the air by that horrifying kinetic force. He was sent flying. At the same time, the skin and flesh all over Lu Yijian's body were stripped away layer by layer and carbonized within the lightning. He opened his mouth, trying to scream, but his throat and vocal cords had already been burned to ruin by the ultra-high temperature the instant he was hit by the Thunder Wolf Barrett. As a result, even though he wanted to scream, not a single sound could come out. Lu Yijian was in excruciating pain all over. In midair, he instinctively wanted to frown, to grit his teeth, to force out a savage expression to lessen this inhuman agony. But then he suddenly realized he couldn't make any expression at all, because all the flesh on his body had long since been vaporized, leaving behind only a skeleton. Lu Yijian was completely dumbfounded. This the fuck is a firearm? Before he could continue thinking, the next moment his entire body was cremated on the spot in midair, turning into a pile of charred black ashes that scattered with the wind. One shot to the soul, ground to ash. At the same time, after vaporizing Lu Yijian, that dark blue pillar of lightning still did not lose momentum. It forcibly carved a scorched black trench several meters wide and nearly 100 meters long across the arena floor. And finally, boom! It slammed viciously into the red air wall at the edge of the arena. The entire martial field trembled violently along with it. Only after quite a while did it finally dissipate completely. On the other side, Su Xiaoman had been forcibly shoved backward dozens of meters by the recoil. Only when her back hit the red air wall and a lowly voice rang out did she barely manage to shed that terrifying reverse force. The other students stared at the drifting ashes on the big screen, all of them utterly dumbfounded. What the hell? What the fuck is that thing? On the main platform, the Mediterranean-headed principal and Yin Song, along with the others, were also stunned. Just moments ago, the principal had been holding a microphone and saying with great anticipation that he hoped someone today could break the historical record of a student killing a teacher. And in the end, the exam had not even started for a full second before that history was blown to pieces. Detected that students of the same age had their worldview shattered by this heaven punishment like Thunder Sniper. Shock value plus 5,000. Detected that examiner Lu Yijian was shocked by your destructive power. Shock value plus 5,000. Detected that the principal and members of the City Martial Association found it unbelievable that the historical record was broken instantly. Shock value plus 5,000. Current shock value, 494,700 points. The price of a fully charged Thunder Wolf Barrett was enormous. The shot just now had nearly drained all the chi and blood in Su Xiaoman's body. After the massive recoil finally faded, she leaned against the red air wall, her legs going weak, almost dropping to one knee. A strong wave of dizziness surged through her mind, and the hands gripping the gun trembled slightly as well. But in the very next second, trait, here comes the flowers. Target killed, chi and blood recovery triggered. A warm current of energy appeared out of nowhere inside her body. Her dried-up meridians were like parched earth, finally meeting long-awaited rain, rapidly refilled with part of her chi and blood and stamina. The dizziness vanished instantly, and her trembling hands steadied once more. To outsiders, she had merely paused for half a second with her back against the air wall. Her posture was still upright and straight, with no sign at all that she had ever been weakened. Su Xiaoman slowly let out a breath of hot air and quickly reviewed the fight. In actual combat, the risk of a fully charged Thunderwolf cannon was way too high. Not only was the charge-up time absurdly long, but while injecting chi and blood into it, the chi and blood inside her body would keep draining away. Her physical functions would also drop sharply, to the point where even moving became difficult. If she ran into a powerful enemy in reality and accidentally fired a fatal miss without killing the other side, then all she could do was lie down and wait for death. So, in her opinion, half charge or one-third charge was the optimal use of this gun in normal combat. But it didn't matter. This was a virtual exam arena, and her opponent was an examiner who could revive infinitely, with flowers come, and its on-kill healing effect. As long as she killed Lu Yijian a few more times, her stamina and chi and blood would slowly draw back. Just then, click, a light sound came from inside the bolt of the Thunderwolf Barrett. Su Xiaoman lowered her head to look. Only then did she realize that the fully charged Barrett shot just now had directly vaporized and emptied all the remaining chi and blood bullets in the magazine. She thought about it for a moment and figured this probably had nothing to do with whether it was fully charged or not. Even with the half charge, the charging mechanism would most likely instantly empty the chamber as well. In other words, as long as the Thunderwolf Barrett charged and fired, then for the next shot, she had to reload. And the Thunderwolf Barrett's reload mechanism was different from the original version. It didn't need a new magazine. She only needed to raise her hand and, with a thought, automatically condense a lightning attribute chi and blood bullet in midair. A quick demonstration. Su Xiaoman held the gun up with her left hand alone. She raised her right hand and opened it slightly. With a thought, the chi and blood inside her body began to transform. Crackle, crackle, crackle. Violent lightning power mixed with dark red chi and blood rapidly gathered in her right palm. After taking shape, it flowed on its own through the ejection port and into the Barrett. Charging complete, Su Xiaoman lowered her right hand, pinched the bolt handle with her thumb and index finger, and yanked it all the way back. Clack! The round was chambered. At the other end of the arena, a flash of white light appeared, and Lu Yijian's body reformed. The instant he revived, his whole body was like it had been stripped of its spine. His knees slammed heavily onto the stone tiles. Ugh! Lu Yijian sprawled on the ground, retching madly, to the point that even bile came up. Pain! It hurt like hell. Fuck. Just now, his way of dying had been forced vaporization by temperatures of tens of thousands of degrees. Every single nerve ending in his body had been forcibly evaporated by high-voltage current. With pain 100% faithfully replicated, it was obvious how horrifying that pain had been. If a cold weapon struck the body, at worst it was losing an arm, a leg, or a head. At least that kind of death was clean and quick. But firearms, especially this kind of destructive firearm, when it hit the body, the pain was on a completely different level from cold weapons. It hurt so damn much. Lu Yijian was drenched in cold sweat, like he'd just been fished out of water. He gulped down rough breaths and barely raised his head, his brain a tangled mess from the intense pain. At the same time, a fierce sense of humiliation shot straight into his skull. He was starting to see red, because he had realized something extremely, extremely important. That was, he and Su Xiaoman seemed to have become the first in the history of No. 3 high schools since its founding. Su Xiaoman was the first student to kill a teacher, and he was the damn first teacher to get blown the hell up by a student. And not just that, he'd been speedrun in less than a second right at the start. Damn it. Lu Yijian gritted his teeth hard and tried to stand up from the ground. The moment he looked up, he saw that 100 meters away, Su Xiaoman had already leveled that Thunder sniper rifle again, its muzzle aimed at him once more. This time, she chose not to charge it and fired a direct single shot. Lu Yijian's pupils shrank violently. Wait, he just opened his mouth, the word not even finished. Roar. That enormous phantom of the Thunderwolf King appeared again. The bullet tore through the air, with the initial speed boost from the second-ranked C-grade Shadow Step Mirage. The speed of this bullet was outrageously fast. Lu Yijian didn't even have time to react. Bang! His head was blown apart on the spot. It felt like a heavenly thunderbolt had been driven straight into his brain matter. First came an overwhelmingly powerful numbness that robbed him of control over his body. Then came a scorching stabbing pain that pierced through his entire spine. But compared to the fully charged Thunder Pillar from before, the pain brought by this single shot was basically like a massage. Very soon, white light lit up again. Lu Yijian reassembled. This time, he still didn't even have the strength to stand. The moment he revived, both his legs directly lost feeling, and his whole body collapsed onto the arena like a lump of mud. Lu Yijian looked at Su Xiaoman in the distance with a face full of terror. Seeing her pull the bull handle again, he raised one hand with all his might, his voice carrying a sobbing tone. Can you switch? Switch goo. Before he could even finish saying switch guns, the Thunderwolf Phantom appeared for the third time in the distance. Bang! His vision went black. Lu Yijian's head exploded into a skyful of blood mist again and again and again. Fourth revival. The white light faded. Lu Yijian sat on the arena. This time, his expression was obviously much clearer. He'd been shot into facial paralysis. But very quickly, Lu Yijian remembered something. Dignity. He had to protect his dignity. Several thousand colleagues, students, the principal, and school leaders were all watching outside. Even the damn old security guard had come. Just now, in front of all those people. He'd been talking big. Something about using softness to overcome hardness. Something about the will of a tyrant. And in the end, just seconds after stepping up, he got pinned to the ground and instantly killed 3 times in a row. He couldn't even finish a sentence. He lost all face. If he didn't kill Su Xiaoman at least once, then he might as well start preparing his resignation application. Lu Yijian clenched his teeth and endured the scorching stabbing pain still lingering deep in his brain nerves. Bracing both hands on the stone tiles, he struggled to raise his head. I'm going to get Seri, before he could even say the word serious. Bang! Lu Yijian's head exploded again. Fifth revival. The white light faded. The veins on Lu Yijian's neck bulged one by one. His blood pressure was skyrocketing. Can you fucking let me fin? Before he could even finish speaking. Bang! That pointy head exploded once more on the arena. Flesh and shattered bone splattering all over the ground, as he once again sank into the darkness of waiting for revival. Lu Yijian's reason was already hovering on the edge of collapse. No, he couldn't dodge it. There was no way to dodge it at all. The speed of that bullet had completely exceeded the neural reaction limit of a second-rank martial artist. If he didn't use his ability, then he probably really wouldn't even have the right to finish a sentence. As for that whole theory of using softness to overcome hardness that he'd shamelessly boasted about earlier while arguing with Class 3's homeroom teacher in the spectator area, it was complete bullshit. Pure bullshit. He'd just gotten too heated in the argument, to the point where his mouth was moving faster than his brain. He'd been talking nonsense just to force the issue. A lot of people had probably had similar experiences before. That was exactly what had happened to him. He didn't know any using softness to overcome hardness at all. His ability was called firm as a rock. Once activated, his skin, flesh, tendons, and bones would instantly harden, turning his whole body stiff as iron. If he really understood how softness could overcome hardness, he never would have trained himself into a pointy-headed freak just to chase physical power. Wouldn't it be nice to just be a pretty boy? In short, he had to use his ability. Otherwise, he really would be nailed to the pillar of shame today. White light flared again. The moment Lu Yijian's feet touched the ground, the chi and blood in his body instantly began to boil. Layer after layer of dark gray rock covered his entire body, turning him into something like a stone statue, utterly indestructible. In the stands outside, quite a few students almost lost it when they saw the broadcast. Anyone with eyes could tell. Before the match started, Teacher Lu had sworn up and down that he absolutely would not use his ability. And yet less than 10 seconds into the assessment, Su Xiaoman had already given him such a brutal boot camp that he started using it. That meant his temperature was rising at extreme speed. Even so, there were still plenty of students in the stands forcing themselves to hold it in. On the arena stage, Lu Yijian crossed both arms over his head. Feeling the defensive boost from firm as a rock, he finally regained a bit of confidence. He could block it. This time, he could definitely block it. On the other side, Su Xiaoman's face was expressionless as she pulled the trigger. Bang! The thunder bullet, carrying the attribute boosts of inch force shockburst fist, armor-piercing sky-rending blade, and instant shadow phantom step, slammed head-on into Lu Yijian's rocky arms. The next second, bang! Lu Yijian's rock-covered body was blown apart by a single shot. He exploded on the spot into a sky full of fragments. This time, plenty of the students watching outside completely broke. Cough, 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 cough. The sounds of people leaking air rose one after another all over the stands. Even the balding principal on the main platform, along with Yin Song and the others, failed to control their facial muscles. The corners of their mouths twitched wildly upward. But even now, quite a few veteran holders were still persevering. Seventh revival. Lu Yijian was completely red-hot. All the swagger he had shown earlier had now turned into slaps across his own face. He said he wouldn't use his ability. But he did. Using it would been one thing, but he still got blown up on the spot. He made the rules himself. And yet he still couldn't beat her even after cheating. Forget it. Since it had come to this, he could only walk this dark road to the end. He revived again. Before the white light had even faded, Lu Yijian moved like a madman, frantically rummaging all over himself with both hands. Crack! He crushed a protective talisman in one grip. A golden gang chi barrier instantly enveloped him. Right after that, with a flick of his wrist, a palm-sized black tortoise shell treasure tool floated in front of him and swelled in the wind, instantly turning into a heavy shield. And that still wasn't the end. He slammed a hand against his chest, forcibly activating the inner armor he wore close to his body. It released a layer of faint cyan protective light that clung tightly to his skin. Finally, his ability, firm as a rock, was pushed into full power overload operation. A layer of dark gray rock, more than twice as thick as before, emerged and wrapped his entire body up like a stone statue. Golden light barrier, tortoise shell shield, inner armor, rock ability, 4 layers of defense, stacked one over another. He had basically carved the words afraid of death right onto his forehead. An uproar broke out in the stands outside. Not only had he used his ability, he'd even pulled out talismans, inner armor, and treasure tools too. Wasn't he supposed to just use Cloud Link's step to give everyone a demonstration? And wasn't he acting all cocky? Didn't he say he wasn't afraid of hot weapons? This was what you called not being afraid of hot weapons. On the other side of the arena, Su Xiaoman steadied the gun with one hand on the barrel with her left hand, then raised her right hand above the ejection port. Dark blue arcs of electricity and dark red chi and blood rapidly gathered in her palm. Then, they transformed into streams of light on their own and poured through the port into the interior of the action. Charging complete. Her right thumb and index finger pinched the charging handle and pulled it all the way back. Click! The round was chambered, the muzzle lifted, and the crosshair settled firmly over the gray stone figure in the distance that looked like a glowing turtle. Her index finger squeezed the trigger. Roar! The phantom of a thunder wolf threw back its head and roared in fury. At the same time, the thunder armor-piercing round howled out of the barrel, carrying terrifying kinetic force as it shot straight at Lu Yijian. Watching the bullet fly toward him at light speed, Lu Yijian's face twisted savagely. Block it. It had to block it. The instant the two made contact. Bang! The outermost golden light barrier shattered. The bullet's momentum did not slow in the slightest as it smashed viciously into the second layer, the black tortoise shell shield. Bang! The tortoise shell exploded. Next came the third layer, the faint cyan protective barrier. Bang! It still couldn't stop it. And finally, the thunder bullet directly bored through Lu Yijian's rock armor. Bang! All four layers of defense might as well have not existed. Greystone fragments and blood mist mixed together and exploded across the arena stage. Lu Yijian was instantly killed again. Seeing that scene, even those veteran holders in the stands outside completely lost it, each one letting out barbell-like laughter. Eighth revival. Lu Yijian's eyes were bloodshot, and his mentality had completely collapsed. Now, he only had one thought. He had to kill Su Xiaoman at least once, even if it was only once. Otherwise, he really would have to buy a standing ticket overnight and run away. There was no way he could stay in Lintian town anymore. This was too damn humiliating. The moment the white light flashed, Lu Yijian gave up on all defense and kicked off hard with both legs. Bang! The stone tiles under his feet cracked like a turtle shell. The second-tier movement technique, wind shadow step, erupted with full force. He had decided he was done using the basic cloudlink step, rules and all that could go eat shit. His whole body turned into a gale as he charged straight at Su Xiaoman. He was several times faster than before. The teachers and students in the stand were all stunned. No way. Didn't you say you were only using cloudlink step? Then tell me, what the hell is this thing you're using? The 100-meter distance closed in an instant, just as Lu Yijian was about to rush into within 10 meters. Su Xiaoman remained calm and unhurried, shifting her footing. Instant shadow, phantom step activated. At the same time, with the extra movement speed bonus to tactical retreat brought by flowers come. Whoosh! Su Xiaoman's petite body moved as if reverse gear had been engaged. Rapidly retreating backward, Lu Yijian charged forward with everything he had. Su Xiaoman held the Barrett as she moved backward. Their speeds reached a bizarre balance, actually creating the effect of relative stillness as they ran across the arena. 10 meters. Still 10 meters. No matter how they ran, it was always 10 meters. Lu Yijian's eyes were practically bulging out, and the muscles in his legs ached like they were about to tear apart. In the middle of the kiting, Su Xiaoman's right hand left the grip and condensed chi and blood in midair. She stuffed it into the ejection port. Then she yanked the charging handle. Click! The stock pressed to her shoulder. The sight locked directly onto Lu Yijian, who was sprinting for his life ahead of her, and she pulled the trigger. Boom! The thunder armor-piercing round blasted out. In the middle of his wild charge, Lu Yijian's entire upper body abruptly vanished. His lower body kept running forward several more steps from inertia before he dropped to the ground with a smack. He revived again. This time, Lu Yijian's sanity finally snapped. The instant the white light reformed, a tyrannically powerful third-rank chi and blood pressure erupted from his body like a volcanic explosion. In an instant, the air over the entire arena sank. No more pretending. Realm suppression released. Third-rank strength on. Today, he was going to smash this arrogant little girl to pieces no matter what. With bloodshot eyes, Lu Yijian suddenly raised his head. Only then did he realize the area around him was completely empty. Su Xiaoman was gone. Lu Yijian's CPU instantly burned out. What the hell? Where is she? Where the hell did that little brat go? Right then, a burst of metallic clanking came from above his head. Clack, clack, clack. He looked up on instinct. Only then did he see that directly above him, a red-black metal platform about 9 meters square was quietly floating there. At the edge of the platform, Su Xiaoman was sitting cross-legged on the ground. Lying across in front of her was an M2 Browning heavy machine gun. The barrel tilted slightly downward. The muzzle was pointed straight at his pointy little head. Lu Yijian's mouth fell open. In that instant, he was so scared his brain stopped working. Su Xiaoman couldn't even be bothered to waste words with him anymore. If you cross the river, I cross the river too. If you're done pretending, then I'm done pretending too. Sitting on the metal platform, Su Xiaoman gripped the butterfly trigger handles at the rear of the M2 Browning with both hands, pressed down the top cover. and swiftly pulled the thick charging handle with her left hand. Clack! A round was chambered. Su Xiaoman's gaze was calm. During the next 5 minutes of deathmatch time, she planned to kill him several thousand times. If she couldn't do that, it would probably be hard to make this pointy head fully recognize reality and have his Dao heart shattered. But thinking about it carefully, it was a bit difficult, mainly because this exam system had a revival delay. Unlike the Tontian Tower's 5 seconds, this exam was faster, though she didn't know the exact number of seconds. It definitely wouldn't reach that kind of non-stop torture effect. Just as she was thinking that, a panel suddenly popped up before her eyes. System prompt. Administrator Yuan Junjian, principal, has modified the revival time for this battle to 0.1 seconds. Minimum limit value. Bonus message. Teacher Liu, keep it up. Keep it up. I removed the limiter for you. Do your best, and set a good example for all the teachers and students in our school. Hee hee. On the arena, when Liu Yijian saw those 2 lines, he went completely dumb. Fuck your uncle. That old bastard. He was definitely getting revenge for what happened on the sports field just now when Liu Yijian shook off his hand. Come on, man. You're the freaking principal. Aren't you a little too petty? In the outside stands, when all the teachers and students saw the administrator's message on the big screen, they completely lost it. Ha 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 ha. Thunderous laughter erupted across the stands. Even Yin Song and the other 2 sitting on the main platform couldn't hold it in. Laughing, Yin Song slapped the balding principal hard on the shoulder and gave him a huge thumbs up. The principal sat upright in his chair with one leg crossed over the other, both hands folded on his knee, smiling faintly, hiding his merit and fame. Inside the virtual space, Liu Yijian's pupil shook. He tilted his head back and stared at Su Xiaoman's big machine gun. His brain stopped working from fear, and his mouth fell open on instinct. He had just wanted to say something, but before the words could leave his mouth, 50 BMG chi and blood armor-piercing round had already flown into his wide-open mouth. Bang! The bullet exploded inside his oral cavity, and the violent kinetic force directly blasted off the top of his skull. His entire head exploded on the spot. The headless corpse fell. 0.1 seconds later, a flash of white light. Liu Yijian reassembled and revived on the spot. With 100% pain transmission, the agony of his head exploding instantly swept through every nerve ending in his body. Pain. So fucking painful. A violent wave of physical nausea surged straight to the top of his skull. Liu Yijian's stomach cramped violently, and he opened his mouth to puke. The vomit had only surged halfway up his throat. Bang! His head exploded again. 0.1 seconds. Revive. The sour fluid in his throat surged up again. His stomach convulsing. Bang! Blown apart again. Revive. Wanted to puke. Blown apart. The whole process was fast as hell. On the arena, Liu Yijian revived once again. After all, he was an adult and a third-rank martial artist on top of that. His mentality and resistance to pressure were absolutely not comparable to those high school seniors from before. So even after being beaten into this state, he still hadn't completely lost his mind. I'm not at the end of the road yet. I still have a chance. Enduring the agonizing pain in his brain matter, Liu Yijian explosively released his third-rank chi and blood. He had to gamble on one move. With that thought, he seized the timing and suddenly drove both legs with force. An extreme lateral shift. Whoosh! He dodged the first wave of attacks. It worked. Wild joy surged in Liu Yijian's heart. Good. Too good. The thought had just risen in his mind and hadn't even had time to settle. Bang! He exploded into another cloud of blood mist. Watching Liu Yijian do meaningless stupid shit down below, Su Xiaoman let out a cold laugh. Idiot. If he can shift sideways, can I shift my muzzle sideways too? He revived again. With red eyes, Liu Yijian went all in completely. This time, he didn't choose to move laterally. Instead, he chose to pour all of his third-rank chi and blood into his legs. Boom! The stone slabs of the arena shattered instantly. Liu Yijian shot straight up from the ground and launched himself toward the floating platform high in the air with a thunderous leap. Midair. Ruthlessness shone in Liu Yijian's eyes. As long as I can get in close. As long as I can touch the edge of that platform. However, he had just jumped less than 3 meters. Thud, thud, thud. 3 127mm chi and blood bullets formed a triangular pattern and directly sealed off every possible trajectory he had in midair. Human jumping trajectories were far too easy to predict. He had no flying artifact, no unique wind riding technique, and no wind element ability. There was no cover anywhere on this map, so while in midair, he had no way to borrow force and no way to change direction. So in Su Xiaoman's crosshairs, what difference was there between him and a moving flesh target? Was he shooting basically like shooting a dog? Pure skeet shooting. Bang, bang, bang. In midair, Liu Yijian's legs, torso, and head exploded one after another, and a rain of blood poured down from the sky. Revive, jump, get plucked out of the air. Revive, jump, get plucked out of the air again. In the face of absolute air superiority and firepower suppression, Liu Yijian truly had no way at all to deal with Su Xiaoman high above him. He could only be endlessly attacked from above and massacred one-sidedly like an idiot. After exploding another dozen-plus times in midair, a flash of white light. Lu Yijian revived once again. This time, he gave up. He just stood there quietly in place, completely motionless. His mentality had broken. Lu Yijian slowly raised his head and looked at the sky, at the pitch-black gun barrel sticking out from the edge of the floating platform. A scorching tear slid down from the corner of his eye. Only now did he finally realize just how ridiculously badass the things he had said on the field earlier had sounded. This really fucking wasn't the student's fault for being cowardly. It was just that modern firearms were too terrifying, too brutal. He couldn't beat it. He absolutely couldn't beat it. There was no room to fight back at all. Thinking of this, Lu Yijian even felt a little annoyed with himself. How had he been that brain dead just now, saying something so arrogantly ignorant in front of the whole school? What bullshit will of dominance? What bullshit living toward death? Bullshit. It was all fucking bullshit. He had totally overdone it. Lu Yijian's gaze had completely gone vacant. His arms hung weakly at his sides, and he gave up all resistance. At the same time, on the high-altitude platform, several lines of golden text appeared on the right side of Su Xiaoman's vision. Ding. Achievement completed. Achievement. Defense Breakmaster completed. Reward issued. Throwing weapon M67 fragmentation grenade unlocked. LV1 infinite supply. Su Xiaoman glanced at the panel, her brows lifting slightly. Unlocked. But she had absolutely no intention of stopping. For one, the guy had acted way too cocky on the field earlier. She had to finish getting her revenge. Of course, it wasn't that she held grudges. She was just plain petty. For another, she was also very curious. In a virtual space with 100% pain transmission, if someone got shredded to death by an M2 heavy machine gun thousands of times within 5 minutes, what kind of physical and psychological reaction would it produce? Might as well satisfy her curiosity. Dong 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 dong. The gunfire started up again, and the slaughter continued. 1 minute later, the third round of assessment has ended. Su Xiaoman looked at the panel in front of her and sighed. What a pity. She and T reached her little goal of killing him thousands of times. The final kill count stopped at 618. The main reason was that Lu Yijian couldn't hold on anymore. After being killed by the M2 heavy machine gun 618 times in a row, the agonizing pain transmitted at 100% had long since gone far beyond the limits his nerves could withstand. On the final respawn, he collapsed directly on the arena, foaming at the mouth, eyes rolled back, body twitching, and passed out. The system detected severe abnormalities in the examiner's vital signs and neural threshold. It directly triggered the force protection mechanism. The exam ended early. Lu Yijian was forcibly ejected from the virtual pod, and the medical staff on site rushed over at once, putting him on a stretcher and carrying him straight into the infirmary for treatment. Still, same as before. In this high martial world, as long as he didn't die on the spot, it counted as a minor injury. So there wasn't really any danger to his life. The only risk was that it might further affect this guy's intelligence. That part was a little bad. Outside, on the field, after seeing Su Xiaoman's performance, the teachers responsible for grading all curled their lips into smiles and shook their heads. How were they supposed to score this? According to the rules, the full score for the third round, the teacher-student battle, was 100 points. But for Su Xiaoman's performance, giving her 100 felt too low. They looked at each other, then looked at Su Xiaoman's report card. First round, full marks. Second round, full marks. If they gave her 100 in the third round too, then with all the scores lined up together, the whole thing just looked weird no matter how they looked at it. It was enough to trigger anyone's OCD. A few teachers gathered together and discussed it. In the end, they slapped their thighs and simply referenced the standards of the virtual system from the first 2 rounds, changing the scoring mechanism on the spot with a big wave of the pen. Third round score, 120 points. The moment the score was announced on the big screen, the entire crowd erupted into thunderous applause that went on and on. More than 3,000 teachers and students had watched to their heart's content. To them, today's placement assessment had basically been like watching a top-tier comedy skit packed with twists and turns. Some of them were even left wanting more, but there was no helping it. The exam still had to continue. After Su Xiaoman and Lu Yijian's exam came to an end, the assessment proceeded step by step as usual. The other students entered the simulation pods one after another and began their final round of testing. Su Xiaoman returned to her seat and glanced at the shock value system. Current shock value, 504,700 points. It had increased by 10,000. All of it had been contributed by Lu Yijian. After all, everyone had already seen her world-destroying strength with their own eyes. Other than Lu Yijian, everyone else had already formed a solid expectation in their hearts. Because of that, even when they saw some outrageous move, they just felt it was only natural. Naturally, they wouldn't produce any especially violent emotional fluctuations. Su Xiaoman didn't care about that in the slightest. Her current shock value balance was already enough for her to splurge for quite a long time. That evening, outside the main gate of Lintian Town No. 3 High School, Principal Yuan Junjian, the balding principal, led a whole group of school leaders and teachers, standing in a long line in grand formation. The principal's face was glowing red with excitement. With both hands, he held out a heavy black handbag steadily towards Su Xiaoman. Estudien Su, you worked hard on the exam. Here are some nutritional supplements and basic chi blood potions. Take them home and nourish yourself. Su Xiaoman didn't put on any fake modesty. She reached out and took the bag directly. After all, this was treatment she deserved to begin with. What was there to be coy about? If it was hers to take, then she'd take it. Seeing Su Xiaoman accept the bag, the folds on the principal's face deepened with a smile, and his eyes nearly narrowed into a single line. He didn't say much on the surface, but inside, he was already overjoyed. At the very bottom of that handbag, he had long since deliberately stuffed in several thick bundles of cash, a full 200,000 empire coins. When giving a gift to this kind of monstrous genius who was destined to soar into the sky, how could a few school-issued supplements possibly be enough? He absolutely had to sneak in a little extra. He had to go all in. Meanwhile, Su Xiaoman carried the bag and only felt that it was unusually heavy. She never once thought that there was cash padded underneath. Just then, the system panel popped up, detecting absorbable chi blood resources, 10 bottles of basic chi blood potion. Consume 5,000 shock value for the system to directly refine them into cultivation. Looking at the panel in front of her, Su Xiaoman withdrew her gaze. Actually, she could directly use shock value to digest the chi blood potions and use them to raise her realm. But every medicine has some toxicity. Yesterday, she had directly refined 10 bottles of chi blood potion because she wanted to rapidly increase her strength to deal with a martial exam. But now, her strength was already enough to compete for the top score title. If it wasn't absolutely necessary, she really didn't want to casually use these potions. After all, the system only helped her skip the boring refining process. The impurities and side effects inside the potions would still accumulate in her body. Injecting too many chi blood potions in a short period of time was definitely not good for the body. And besides, after using too many chi blood potions, what would happen to a person? Well, she had pretty much experienced that firsthand today. She didn't want to end up like Lu Yijian with a pointy head. For one, it was too ugly. For another, it affected intelligence. Forget it. She'd leave them home for now. If she needed them, she'd use them. If not, she'd sell them for money. When all was said and done, if she wanted to raise her realm quickly, it was still better to go kill exotic beasts. In that case, she could use the chi blood plunder trait to draw out the pure chi blood of exotic beasts and feed it back to herself. Not only were there no side effects, there wouldn't even be any impurities. The only question was whether there were any undiscovered wilderness secret realms nearby. If she could find one, she could go in and have a killing spree, farm some chi blood to raise her realm, and also grind some EXP for the M2 Browning heavy machine gun and the newly unlocked fragmentation grenades. Should he find a chance to ask around? Su Xiaoman withdrew her thoughts and said goodbye to the principal and the other teachers. This group was absurdly enthusiastic. After saying goodbye, they didn't head back right away. Instead, they surrounded her all the way and escorted her out through the school gate. Yinsong's stretch Lincoln was parked not far away. The rear door had already been opened, just waiting for Su Xiaoman to get in. Su Xiaoman didn't think much of it and walked over. Just then, she heard a burst of thump, thump, thump construction sounds coming from the direction of the sports field behind her. She turned back to look. A construction team of awakened earth element and strength type ability users was working there under the lights, fighting through the night. Su Xiaoman froneth. What kind of renovation were they doing in the middle of the field in the middle of the night? She didn't take it to heart. She withdrew her gaze and got straight into the back seat of the stretched Lincoln. Meanwhile, at the high-end private restaurant in Lintian town, Shana Banquet, the front hall was brightly lit. Sun Lu, little dear doesn't get lost, was wearing an exquisite ancient-style qipao, with the lower half of her face covered by a thin veil. She was carrying a tray and working hard. The work itself was pretty simple, and since she was a martial artist, her learning ability was strong. The floor manager only explained things twice, and she had basically learned it all. At that moment, a black stretched Lincoln smoothly drove into the entranceway of Shanha Banquet and came to a steady stop. Holding her tray, Sun Lu curiously craned her neck to look. The door opened. A man and a woman in uniform got out from the driver's seat and the front passenger seat respectively. The instant she saw the badges on their chests, Sun Lu's face filled with shock. People from Municipal Martial Arts Association. What kind of big shot with sky-reaching connections had arrived? Immediately after, the two Martial Arts Association members quickly walked to either side of the back seat, opened both doors, and bowed in an inviting gesture. The right side door. Yinsong adjusted his suit jacket and stepped out. After he got out, the male member respectfully closed the door for him. And on the other side, the female member remained bent at a 90-degree angle, motionless. The door on the male member's side had already been shut, yet not a single person appeared from the left side door. After quite a while, the female member finally straightened up and carefully closed the door. Sun Lu stood there, dumbfounded. She had seen anyone come out at all? If there was no one on the other side, why was that beauty bowing to a patch of air? Had she run into something supernatural in the middle of the night? Just as she was thinking that, from the other side of the car, A figure slowly walked out from around the rear, unhurried. It was a high school girl only about 4 feet 7 tall, with pink twin tails and a school uniform. Her features were extremely delicate. Her hands were tucked in her pockets, and her expression was blank. The moment Sun Yinglu saw her, it was like she'd been struck by lightning. Goosebumps exploded all over her body. A chill shot from the soles of her feet straight to the top of her head. This was. Sun Yinglu's pupils shook violently. She would never forget that silhouette, not even in her dreams. Her intuition told her that this person absolutely had to be no cilantro. Sure, the Solar Crown Empire was huge. Tianqing County was huge. Hongsha City was huge. Lintian Town was huge. There were all kinds of people around. There were plenty of short high school girls with twin tails. But there weren't many short twin-tail high school girls who could be treated so gently by high-ranking city officials and personally brought out for dinner. If this wasn't no cilantro, then who else could it be? With both hands in her pockets, Su Xiaoman casually swept her gaze across the front hall. When her eyes passed over Sun Yinglu, it was like she was looking at a dead fish by the roadside, cold to the extreme. The instant their gazes met, Sun Yinglu's body jolted violently, and her heart nearly stopped. She thought she had been recognized. Blood rushed to her cheeks at once, heating them rapidly. In a panic, she turned her head aside and didn't even dare breathe too hard. But Su Xiaoman clearly didn't recognize her. Back in the Tontian Tower, the other girl's face had been pitch black. The only distinguishing feature had been her long hair, and that feature was way too common. Who could recognize her from that? So Su Xiaoman only glanced once, then withdrew her gaze and followed behind Yin Song, walking in an unhurried pace into the inner corridor of Shana Banquet. On the other side, after the other 2 Martial Arts Association members tossed the car keys to the valet boy, they also quickly followed. Sun Yinglu stood where she was, her chest rising and falling sharply, her cheeks burning. Her gaze stayed fixed on that petite back until the figure completely disappeared around the corner. Just then, snap. A crisp finger snap exploded by Sun Yinglu's ear. Hey, snap out of it. The floor manager frowned at her and urged, we're shorthanded today. Hurry up and get ready. In a bit, follow Sister Hong and the others to serve that honored guest from just now in the number 1 heaven private room. Sun Yinglu froze. Emmy, no kidding. Didn't you already learn all the rules I just taught you? The floor manager looked impatient and waved a hand. Move faster and don't screw anything up. Sun Yinglu bit her lip hard. Her heart pounded like a drum as she stammered out a response. Okay. Shana Banquet, number 1 heaven private room. The decorations were extravagantly luxurious, and sandalwood incense drifted through the air. Outside the doors stood dozens of black-clad bodyguards and stewards from aristocratic families, hands folded neatly, all perfectly well-behaved. Inside the private room, 8 young men and women sat around a massive round redwood table. Lu Qingyin, Red Lotus, sat on one side, with an empty seat to her left. The young people who had come to this banquet today were all famous prodigies in Lintian Town's aristocratic family circle. They all basically knew one another. Most importantly, not only were these people highly talented, they were also known for their upbringing and emotional intelligence. Lintian Town's aristocratic family circle wasn't small. There were plenty of brainless young masters and young ladies who usually threw their weight around just because their families had some power, but not a single one of them had shown up today. Everyone could tell this was deliberate on Yin Song's part. After all, he had personally arranged this gathering. He had specifically chosen a group of mild-tempered aristocratic descendants who knew how to read the room to keep their guests company, making it obvious he was doing everything possible to avoid any potential accidents or conflicts. From these tiny details alone, it was enough to see just how seriously Yin Song took the true guest of honor he had invited today. The atmosphere in the private room was harmonious. Everyone drank tea while chatting quietly, guessing who exactly this important figure was. Do you think Uncle Yin made this huge fuss because the person he invited today is that no cilantro from the Tontian Tower last night? A boy in a white shirt held a teacup and casually tossed out the guess. The moment the words left his mouth, the private room instantly fell a little quieter. As the boy raised his teacup to his lips, he also suddenly realized he had said the wrong thing. Several people covertly glanced toward Lu Qingyin, who was sitting off to the side, drinking tea in silence. Who in their circle didn't know that Lu Qingyin had been completely shut out by no cilantro in the Tontian Tower last night, shaved bald clean, and lost all her points in the end? Rumor even had it that she'd been beaten to tears and cursed out loud. Bringing up that name right in front of the person herself really was like ripping open an old wound. The boy looked awkward. He gave a dry cough, quickly set down his teacup, and averted his gaze. Still, it wasn't really his fault. After all, Busai Xiangsai was just too famous. As long as people from the town sat together and chatted, it was hard for the topic not to drift to her. Lu Qingyin had been silent the whole time. When she heard that name, the hand holding her white porcelain teacup paused slightly, and her brows gently furrowed. Busai Xiangsai. Could it really be her? Just as everyone was lost in their own thoughts, a sudden burst of footsteps came from outside the door. Immediately after, The well-informed stewards of the great families and the black-clad bodyguards outside all bent at 90 degrees and respectfully called out, Vice Chairman Yin. Inside the private room, the 8 geniuses looked at each other, their eyes instantly filling with anticipation. Yes, here. Without any hesitation, everyone rose from their chairs in unison. They straightened their clothes and waited for Yin Song to enter with that mysterious big shot. With a soft rustle, the carved wooden doors were gently pulled open by the attendants on both sides. Yin Song walked in, glowing with good spirits. Seeing this group of well-behaved young masters and young ladies standing properly to welcome him, Yin Song smiled, very satisfied. This batch, while far from being the strongest or most outstanding group in town, all had excellent temperaments. They had indeed been personally screened and carefully selected by him. Most children from great families valued upbringing, but there was no lack of brainless fools spoiled rotten by their households. As a senior figure in the martial association, Yin Song had been around for many years. He naturally had this much judgment and social sense. He knew very well that a terrifyingly talented genius like Su Xiaoman usually had a temperament that was, well, rather individualistic, strange in all kinds of ways, with more or less a few quirks. If he really brought over some dim-witted, rich second generation and a conflict broke out after just a few words with Su Xiaoman's temper, this meal would absolutely end in a huge fight today, maybe even bloodshed on the spot. To make sure everything went smoothly, and to play it safe, he naturally had to filter out all potentially dangerous factors that might spark an argument in advance. To put it bluntly, even though the 8 geniuses present today could normally call the wind and summon the rain in Lintian town, today they were only here as accompanying guests. In this gathering, the only true main character was Su Xiaoman. With that thought, he stopped, then very ceremoniously stepped slightly to the side. He raised his right hand and made a gesture of invitation, preparing to introduce her to everyone. Come, everyone. Let me introduce, inside the private room, Lu Qingyin and the other 8 geniuses followed Yin Song's gesture and looked over with great anticipation. Then, in their field of vision, there was only a patch of empty air. The 8 people in the room froze, their minds full of question marks. There's no one standing next to Uncle Yin. At that moment, Yin Song seemed to notice something. He quickly lowered his somewhat overly raised right hand and shifted half a step farther aside. Only then did everyone realize that there was actually a person standing beneath Yin Song's arm. The main reason was that the other party was simply too short. Yin Song's broad suit sleeve had blocked her completely. When Lu Qingyin saw the girl's figure and those twin ponytails clearly, her eyes widened slightly. Everyone in the private room from the great families also guessed something. The big shot brought by Vice Chairman Yin. Missed this one meeting, regretted for life. Short, twin ponytails. All the clues connected at once. Everyone's brains short-circuited on the spot. Their CPUs directly burned out. Holy shit. It really is Bu Sai Xiangsai. Detected that the geniuses present are shocked by the host's true identity. Shock value plus 3,000. Detected that someone finds the host's appearance unbelievable. Shock value plus 1,000. Current shock value, 534,200 points. Yin Song coughed and broke the silence in the room, smoothly guiding Su Xiaoman to the front. Everyone, let me introduce her. This is classmate Su Xiaoman. As for her Tontian Tower codename, I imagine everyone has already guessed it. Hearing that, everyone immediately reacted. They all stepped forward on their own, polite and courteous, reaching out one after another to greet her. Su Xiaoman also pulled both hands out of her pockets, tilted her head up, and shook hands with them one by one in response. Meanwhile, Yin Song introduced each person to Su Xiaoman from the side. When it was Lu Qingyin's turn, their hands clasped together. Lu Qingyin half-crouched, her eyes opened absurdly wide, staring fixedly at Su Xiaoman's fair and delicate face. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Lu Qingyin gripped her hand to death and absolutely refused to let go. The way her eyes were bulging, damn. She looked like some vengeful spirit from a horror movie. Su Xiaoman looked suspiciously at her. She flicked her wrist twice with force, but couldn't shake free. The boy beside them was scared stupid by the sight. He quickly reached out and patted Lu Qingyin on the shoulder. Only then did Lu Qingyin snap out of it. She released her hands like she'd deep been electrocuted, her face instantly flushing red as she stammered, hello, I'm Lu Qingyin. Su Xiaoman frowned and nodded, only feeling that this person was kind of weird. Very soon, the greetings were over, and everyone took their seats. Su Xiaoman's seat had been arranged right next to Lu Qingyin. The moment she sat down, Su Xiaoman noticed something was off. Lu Qingyin, beside her, was blushing like a monkey's ass, even though she kept her head lowered the whole time. The corner of her eye kept intentionally or unintentionally sneaking glances at her. One glance, then quickly pulling it back. 2 seconds later, another secret glance. Su Xiaoman was completely baffled from being stared at like that. What's with this? Why does she keep sneaking looks at me? Is there something wrong with this person? And also, why the hell are you blushing? Wait a second. Holy crap. This girl isn't a lesbian, is she? Yin Songdan noticed the odd atmosphere over here. He turned and instructed the male staff member, Tell the kitchen to start serving. Also, make sure they understand. Absolutely, absolutely do not put cilantro in any of the dishes. The male staff member immediately understood. He nodded and pushed the door open to leave. Not long after, the dishes were brought out one after another. Sun Yinglu, still wearing a veil, walked over carrying a teapot and poured tea for everyone. When she reached Su Xiaoman's side, Sun Yinglu's movements visibly stiffened a lot. As she poured tea, her eyes were also fixed straight on Su Xiaoman's profile. Lu Qingyan on the right, Sun Yinglu on the left. Those two pairs of eyes swept over her like searchlights, making Su Xiaoman feel uncomfortable all over. Halfway through the meal, the atmosphere was harmonious. Seeing that everyone had eaten about enough, Yinsong set down his chopsticks and got to the main point. You are all good seedlings of our Lintian town. Yinsong's gaze swept across the group before finally landing on Su Xiaoman. This time, a batch of top-tier cultivation resources was specially allocated from above to pave the road for you. I hope that after receiving these resources, everyone will seize the time to raise your realms. After that, you and team need to participate in the martial exam. In a while, you can all go directly to the city to join the genius training camp. As long as you perform well, you'll have a chance to serve the emperor. Hearing this, the family scions at the table exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with excitement they couldn't hide. Even though they came from great families in the Sinflar Empire, Lintian Town was still only a remote little town at the end of the day. For youths from small towns, leaving the town, going to a big city, and even entering the official system to come into contact with a true core of power was the greatest hope every family had for their juniors, and also the goal in their hearts. Yinsong had specially gathered them here today to inform them in advance. His meaning was already very clear. Simply put, every school and every district had this kind of selection quota. As long as you accepted the resources from above, it was equivalent to taking up a slot, agreeing to go to the training camp, and agreeing to serve those above. One foot was already inside the Empire's power structure. This was a genuine path to the heavens. Only Su Xiaoman, upon hearing those words, not only felt no excitement, but actually frowned instead. Huh? So these resources weren't free after all? Why didn't you say that earlier? If you'd said so earlier, I wouldn't have come. A genius training camp? Serve the emperor? Taking a little of your stuff feels like signing away your life. If she didn't have the system, she really might have gone. But unfortunately, she did. That meant she had the capital to flip the table. I already have a system. Can I earn resources by myself? I already have a system. Why the hell should I rush to be someone else's dog? What, am I a masochist? I already have a system. So of course I just want to live with a clear conscience, free and unrestrained, doing whatever I want. Why did she have to join the officials? Did a genius definitely have to join the officials? Did Su Xiaoman need to join the officials? With her potential, if someone really pissed her off, then when the time came, she could just overturn the empire and become the officials herself. Why would she need to join any official system? TSK. At that thought, Su Xiaoman couldn't help clicking her tongue softly. Everyone in the private room turned to glance at her. Thinking it was just a casual sound, they didn't think much of it and turned back. Yinsong continued his introduction. The rules of the Genius Training Camp are very cruel. It uses a point system. Whether you want high-level cultivation methods, top-tier martial skills, or exotic beast essence blood, everything must be exchanged with points. At the same time, the camp holds high-intensity live combat assessments and ranking battles every week. It enforces a strict last-place elimination system. Losers pack up and leave immediately. No mercy, no exceptions. As long as you can hold out until the end in the training camp, after graduation from the camp, those above will directly assign you to the top key martial universities. Yinsong paused, and his tone became incomparably solemn. After you graduate from university, you will directly enter the Empire's core departments, receive unified job assignments, and serve the Empire, serve the Emperor. As long as you perform well, resources and status, everything you could want will be yours. Hearing that, Su Xiaoman set the teacup in her hand onto the table. Top. She pulled out a napkin, casually wiped her hands, and stood up directly. Everyone was stunned and looked at her in unison. Su Xiaoman slowly spoke. First, thank you, Uncle Yin, the three of you, and everyone else for your hospitality. Second, although I can understand your good intentions, Uncle Yin, I personally have absolutely no interest in joining the officials. Sorry, everyone. I'll be leaving first. Farewell. As her words fell, dead silence filled the private room. The young heirs holding teacups all froze mid-motion. Looking at Su Xiaoman, who had already turned around and was walking toward the door, 16 eyes went wide, their faces full of disbelief. She refused. This was a path to the heavens that led straight into the Empire's core and gave access to top-tier resources. If it were anyone else, they would have kowtowed on the floor, begging to get in. Yet she didn't even hesitate for a second and just flipped the table and left. Lu Qingyan sat in her seat, watching Su Xiaoman's petite yet upright silhouette from the side. A trace of astonishment flashed through her eyes. But only a few seconds later, that astonishment turned into understanding. That made sense. Although this was the first time she and not eating cilantro had officially met in real life, from Su Xiaoman style in the tower to heaven. It was obvious the other party was absolutely not the type willing to stay beneath someone else. Ask her to work under somebody? Lu Qingyan simply couldn't imagine that scene. Compared to that, with Su Xiaoman style, she was actually more suited to being an empress. As she thought that, Lu Qingyan lowered her eyes, and the hands resting on her knees unconsciously clenched tight. Actually, if she could, she also wanted to refuse loudly. She knew very clearly that the emperor sitting high in the bright hall was absolutely not as glorious, great, and righteous as the textbooks and history books recorded. In this high martial world where great power belonged to the individual, becoming the ruler of a nation meant his strength crushed everyone else, his lifespan cap crushed everyone else, and his understanding crushed everyone else. In a world with this kind of survival of the fittest worldview, who would care whether the ants beneath their feet lived or died? Back in the period right after he ascended the throne, perhaps he really had cared for the people with all his heart. But under this kind of world setting, under the corrosion of endless years and power, those high above would all gradually stop eating beef in the end. The things they were capable of doing, there were only things you couldn't imagine, not things they couldn't do. As for what the history books and textbooks wrote, that was for the emperor himself to decide. Who in the world dared interfere? And who could interfere? That was exactly why everyone was desperate to squeeze into the official system. Working under the emperor, with his protection, basically meant you could walk sideways throughout the Sun Crown Empire. But Lu Qingyan was different. Deep down, she did not want to sell her life for that kind of person. But she didn't dare say it out loud. She didn't have that courage. Behind her stood the entire Lu family. She couldn't afford the price of refusal. Detected that the geniuses present are extremely shocked by the host's decisiveness and courage in refusing. Shock value plus 7,000. Detected Lu Qingyan's admiration and shock toward the hostess character. Shock value plus 1,000. Current shock value, 589,200 points. At the head seat, Yin Song and the other two upper-level executives of the Martial Association looked at Su Xiaoman walking toward the door. They were not too surprised. It seemed similar incidents had happened before, but they had no intention of just letting Su Xiaoman leave like this. After all, within the district under their responsibility, Su Xiaoman was definitely the top seed, most likely to stand out, eventually reach the emperor's side, and assist him. This concerned the political achievements of the three of them and their future prospects. Yin Song pulled back his chair and stood up. His tone was gentle, carrying the earnest persuasion of an elder advising a junior. Xiaoman, wait. Don't be in such a hurry to leave. Right now, in your school and among your peers, you truly are invincible. But have you ever thought about it? The people you've met have only ever been ordinary students. They can't even be considered somewhat talented. Yin Song paused, and his voice became a little steadier. When one day you meet those true monsters, meet SSS rank ability users, meet experts several major realms above you, will you really still be able to win? Su Xiaoman stopped walking, but did not turn back. Seeing that, Yin Song continued. Your firearm ability is indeed very strong. Your firepower is fierce. But what if your opponent's treasure and ability are naturally able to counter you? For example, I know quite a few geniuses whose abilities are related to water. We all know basic physics. When water meets bullets, water's high density and enormous resistance will instantly weaken the bullet's kinetic energy, causing their range and lethality to plummet. That was only ordinary water. You have to understand, the kind of water ability users use isn't ordinary water at all. Its power and all that can even keep rising further along with their realm, cultivation method, and the like. When that time comes, bullets 1T be able to pierce a water curtain, and the other side will be decked out in top-tier equipment, treasures, cultivation methods, and martial skills. What can you do then? If you ever come into conflict with someone like that and have to fight one-on-one, can you really win? When that happens, you'll regret not finding yourself backing strong enough in the first place. And that is only some basic natural attribute suppression. Not to mention those even more outrageous ability users. Some of them are even rule type. For example, our emperor. He was born with dual abilities, and also with innate special pupils, Taishu I and Wuxiang pupil. At the same time, he controls the empire's largest and highest grade stockpile of treasures, resources, cultivation methods, and martial skills. Although people our level don't know what his exact abilities are, one thing is certain. He is extremely powerful. Su, your ability is very strong, and your talent is astonishingly high. But walking the path alone is too narrow. If you run into an opponent of that level, can you really win? Acting on a moment of anger is truly not advisable. As his words fell, the private room went so silent that only Yin Song's breathing could be heard. Everyone's gaze was fixed on the figure standing before the door. Su Xiaoman still had both hands tucked into the oversized pockets of her school uniform. With her back to the crowd, she slowly raised her head and looked at the carved redwood doors ahead. Although I don't know why I might one day become enemies with someone like that. But hypothetically, if one day that so-called emperor really becomes my enemy, I'll outplay him, kill him, and dig out those eyes of his and replace my own with them. The entire room fell into dead silence. Su Xiaoman slightly turned her head and glanced at the dumbstruck people behind her from the corner of her eye. Goodbye. After saying that, Su Xiaoman pulled one hand out and directly pushed open the redwood doors. Without even turning her head, she walked out. The private room door slowly closed. What it left behind was a room full of people whose minds have been violently shaken, their faces full of horror. Detected that Lu Qingyan has been completely won over by the host's utterly insane emperor-level mentality. Shock value plus 5,000. Detected that Yin Song and the others felt their scalps go numb from the hostess words. Shock value plus 8,000. Current shock value, 667,200 points. The private room door slowly closed. Inside, there was still complete silence. Yin Song stared at the tightly shut carved redwood doors and let out a long sigh. He walked over to the liquor cabinet at the side and casually opened a bottle of strong liquor. Meanwhile, at the round table, the 8 carefully selected young elites of the great families were all sitting ramrod straight, their backs rigid. None of the 8 dared to speak. Their eyeballs could only dart wildly around in their sockets as they exchanged looks with each other. The atmosphere in the private room right now was just too bizarre. It felt like when you were little and went to a classmate's house to play video games. Everything had been fun and cheerful. Then suddenly, your classmate's parents pushed open the door, pulled out a belt, and started beating the hell out of your classmate right in front of you. The awkwardness was off the charts. As the bystander sitting there, you couldn't leave, but you also couldn't stay. You didn't even dare breathe too hard. Some would even keep beating your classmate while greeting you at the same time. It was the purest form of sitting on pins and needles. Yin Song carried the bottle back to his seat, filled his own glass to the brim, then poured a glass for each of the 2 municipal bureau members beside him. He raised the glass and took a big gulp. The spicy liquor slid down his throat. Yin Song let out a breath reeking of alcohol, and his expression eased a little. Seeing the atmosphere loosen slightly, Lu Qingyan hesitated, then softly asked Uncle Yin if student Su rejected it so decisively. Will the higher-ups target her over this? Yin Song set down his glass and waved a hand. No. How big is Gaia Star? Its population is counted in the hundreds of billions. Heroes under heaven are as many as crucian carp crossing a river. To be honest, this policy of forced recruitment is kind of bullshit to begin with. But there's no helping it. It was proposed by decision-makers even higher up. As for us on the execution side, even if we don't agree, all we can do is swallow it. And besides, this ISNT the first time we've been rejected in recruitment. In the past, we've been cursed out by plenty of those young geniuses who didn't want to join. After doing this work for so many years, I've probably heard it thousands upon thousands of times. As he poured himself another glass, Yin Song explained in an even tone, as for your concern, it's completely unnecessary. The Empire ISNT so petty that it would deliberately target and suppress people just because they don't want to join. If it really did that, wouldn't that be the same as indirectly forcing this group of geniuses to rebel? The Emperor naturally ISNT afraid of you rebelling. But the problem is, if you kill all those geniuses unwilling to submit, all you'll do is force even more people to turn against you. If you keep killing like that, the nation's top-tier combat power will be exhausted by its own people. At that point, the whole empire will be finished. Besides, the surrounding major powers are all watching. If we really carried out some internal purge, those emperors would absolutely personally lead a campaign under the banner of justice and bring troops to besiege us. There's no way the empire's upper echelon would be stupid enough to hand outsiders that kind of leverage. Yin Song set the bottle down on the table and continued. Also, the circles you usually come into contact with are still too small, so you might not understand. Some of those top-tier wild geniuses are one stranger than the next in temperament and personality. Every single one of them has quirks so absurd it's unreal. They're gods among weirdos. You can hardly even imagine whether they're actually human. And the vast majority of that kind of person is unwilling to be bound by official rules. They're often incredibly capable, but deep down, they're just lone wolves by nature. If you try to force them into joining an organization, it's simply unrealistic. At that point, Yin Song chuckled lightly. Someone like student Su Xiaoman, who was willing to sit down and talk to us properly for a few sentences and even said goodbye before leaving, is already considered very well-mannered. Some with explosive tempers, the moment they hear you want to recruit them, they directly flip the table by force. Some even start hitting people on the spot. I got a colleague in the municipal bureau who got beaten straight into the ICU by a young genius last year. In short, there are plenty of geniuses. If some don't want to join, naturally there are others desperately trying to get in. We only need to take in those willing to serve. If they don't want to join, that's fine too. We want to target them. After hearing that explanation, the several young geniuses at the table all nodded one after another. Lu Qingyan paused, then asked again, then Uncle Yin, what about that batch of top-tier resources the higher-ups approved? We're not giving it to student Su anymore. She still wanted to fight for something on Su Xiaoman's behalf, because from the bottom of her heart, she admired that speech and courage just now. And she had observed Su Xiaoman. What the girl wore was a filthy, standard-issue school uniform, obviously not something from a wealthy family background. With Su Xiaoman as kind of unruly and unyielding personality, Since she had rejected the officials, she definitely wouldn't go attach herself to some other civilian faction either. If you're going to join a civilian organization, you might as well join the officials, right? No background, no organization. Then Su Xiaoman's lone wolf path in the future would definitely be incomparably difficult. She wanted to do what she could to help the girl fight for a bit of starting capital. Yinsong glanced at Lu Qingyan and sighed. The empire is too big, and its structure is bloated. If they want to bypass the rules and give resources reserved for official candidates to an outsider, it has to be reported level by level for approval and go through an exceptional clemency process. That would take a very, very long time. It simply wasn't realistic. Lu Qingyan frowned tightly. That was true. Official procedures were cumbersome. By the time approval came through, it would all be too late. Just when everyone thought this was hopeless, Yinsong suddenly changed the subject. However, it can still be done. Everyone froze. Yinsong picked up his wine glass and gave it a light swirl. His tone relaxed. The rules are dead. People are alive. There are loopholes we can use. To put simply, I can directly allocate the portion of resources that should belong to her to 3rd senior high. Then the school can issue it to Su Xiaoman as a scholarship under the name of nurturing students. That way, it doesn't violate the higher-ups regulations, and it can still genuinely help student Su. Best of both worlds. Yinsong took a sip of wine, his gaze deep. From a public standpoint, of course I hope a monster like student Su will join the officials. But from a personal standpoint, I also respect and admire her attitude very much. She is a young person I like a lot. Since she chose a harder road, then all I can do is help her a little more within the limits of what I'm able to do. At this point, Yinsong swept his gaze across the 8 prodigies at the table, all of whom looked impressed. His expression suddenly turned stern, and he added one more sentence. Oh right, none of you have her strength, so don't try copying her and acting that arrogant. You'd really get beaten to death. Everyone was stunned for a moment, then nodded like pounding garlic. One of the boys raised a hand and asked, Uncle Yin, do we need to help keep secret that she has no cilantro? Yinsong shook his head. Keep it secret if possible, but don't force it. On the way here, I actually already talked to her about this. First, there were simply too many people at 3rd High S Field today who saw it with their own eyes. This news can't be covered up. Second, it's just her personality. She doesn't like hiding. Third, her background is currently very clean. She doesn't have any enemies, and no one wants her dead. So for the time being, this level of secrecy isn't necessary. Fourth, scenarios like being assassinated by enemy nations basically don't exist. Yinsong let out a cold laugh, took a sip of wine, and cleared his throat. First of all, the Empire's Security and Intelligence Network, ISNT for show. I believe His Majesty would never allow foreign enemies to wantonly hunt promising seedlings on our territory. Second, even if someone really infiltrated our borders, their first target still wouldn't be student Su. Same thing I said before, Gaia Star is too big and there are too many geniuses. In the Solar Empire alone, there are plenty of top prodigies far more famous than student Su. What happened with student Su yesterday actually has a layer of information cocooning to it. Think about it. How many cities are there across the country? Every region has a Tongtian tower. Every single day, there are countless pieces of news, recordings, and so-called genius highlight reels related to the Tongtian tower. Today, one city produces some teenage saber prodigy. Tomorrow, some province explodes with a lightning-type monster. All kinds of hype are flying everywhere. Unless someone is an absurdly obsessed Tongtian tower fanatic or an intelligence broker with way too much free time, who would bother keeping an eye on some newcomer that popped up in a remote little town? If student Su's Tongtian tower record were something like 9999 wins and 0 losses, a perfect panel, then maybe it would attract attention. But the problem is, her previous record was a full 77 consecutive losses. Even though she just got a 10-win streak last night, if you only look at the numbers, it's really nothing special. So although student Su is impressive, the commotion she has caused right now can at most stir attention within a small range like Arlintian Town or Hongshire City. If you place it at the provincial level or even the national level, her name recognition is actually pretty limited. And even if assassins from enemy nations really did sneak in, they'd all be coming with KPI targets. If they make a move, the people they'd lock on at first would absolutely be those key targets who are already famous and have shown their faces in national competitions. A small-town genius like student Su, who has only just emerged, doesn't even rank on their assassination priority list. At least in the short term, the threat won't fall on her. It's not a big problem. In addition, Yinsong tapped the table. After I go back, I plan to use my authority to directly raise the ability rating in her official file from F rank all the way to SSS rank. With official registration and certification as an SSS rank ability user, all kinds of policy favoritism and open protection mechanisms will automatically take effect afterward. That way, it'll also be much more convenient for her when she travels alone in the future. After hearing this, everyone finally understood Yinsong's arrangements and nodded one after another. At that moment, Lu Qingyan stood up and gave Yinsong a slight bow. Uncle Yin, I'd like to excuse myself for a moment. There are some things I want to go talk to student Su Xiaoman about in private. Yinsong waved a hand. Go ahead. Lu Qingyan turned and quickly left the private room. The room's door closed again. The remaining young masters and ladies from the great families gradually relaxed and began crowding around Yin Song, asking about the details and precautions of the Genius Training Camp assessment. Time passed bit by bit. About 15 minutes later, just as Yin Song was explaining the camp's point exchange rules, bang! A terrifying gunshot suddenly exploded from the street outside Shana Banquet. The immense kinetic force made the private room's windows shake violently. Everyone inside stiffened at once and shot up from their chairs in perfect unison. What happened? Did student Su Xiaoman fire a gun in real life? 15 minutes earlier. Shana Banquet, front hall corridor. Sun Yinglu stood quietly behind a coiling dragon pillar with a tray in her hands. Her eyes kept drifting from time to time toward the heaven no. One private room. Her head was full of Su Xiaoman. She even had the urge to sneak closer and listen to what they were talking about inside. But that was obviously unrealistic. A bunch of burly bodyguards in black stood outside the private room door, and the corridor was covered with thick carpet with excellent soundproofing. Forget eavesdropping. Even a server at her level would be driven away immediately if she got within 5 meters. Just as Sun Yinglu was feeling like ants were crawling through her heart, the carved redwood doors suddenly got pushed open from inside. With both hands tucked into the roomy pockets of her school uniform, Su Xiaoman walked out expressionlessly. She didn't even spare the bodyguards outside a glance, and simply headed straight down the corridor toward the staircase. Sun Yinglu's grip on the tray tightened sharply, her eyes full of shock. She's leaving just like that. How long had she even been inside? At most. The meal wasn't even half over yet. Was it? This was a dinner hosted by the vice president of the City Martial Arts Association. Even the town mayor would have to show some respect. Yet she was leaving halfway through, and, judging by the way she looked, she was clearly just walking out on them. Sun Yinglu's heart pounded like a drum as she stared at that petite figure disappearing around the stairwell corner, unable to recover for a long while. A few minutes later, the private room door was pulled open again. The tall Lu Qingyan hurried out in pursuit. She swept her eyes across the empty corridor, then immediately turned to a family steward by the door and asked rapidly, "That girl with the pink twin tails, just now, which way did she go?" The steward immediately bowed and pointed toward the end of the corridor, replying to Miss Lu. Miss Su went downstairs by the staircase. She only left a moment ago. Lu Qingyan nodded and, without another word, immediately chased toward the stairs. At this moment, Su Xiaoman was walking down the solid wood staircase, covered in a red carpet at an unhurried pace. As she walked, she quickly reviewed the conversation in the private room, just now. To be fair, Yin Song's words really had reminded her of something. She looked unstoppable right now, but that was entirely built on the fact that her opponents were too weak. Whether it was the third-year high school students at school, or the random people she ran into in the Tongtian Tower. At the end of the day, they were just ordinary peers and low-level martial artists. Gaia Star was far too big. When a forest is big, all kinds of birds show up. Nature had mutual generation and mutual restraint. Naturally, abilities also had their own chain of counters. If she ran into those monstrous geniuses with top-tier treasures, top-tier cultivation methods, or even awakened abilities that specifically countered hers, then relying on the 10 conventional firearms she had right now, once she got suppressed, her situation would become extremely passive. So Yin Song was right. She couldn't just stomp a few noobs and start thinking she was invincible, even though she currently had team-made enemies with that level of freak. In this high martial world where the weak were prey for the strong, as long as you were still breathing, as long as you still needed to fight for resources, as long as you didn't want to live at the bottom, conflict with others was unavoidable. Trouble would come looking for her on its own. What was more, the path she had chosen was that of a lone wolf. She had no powerful clan backing her, no official force covering for her. Though she had the system, that also meant she had to carry every bit of trouble by herself. If her strength kept stagnating, then, when an even harsher crisis appeared, she might not even have the ability to deal with it. When that time came, there would only be two outcomes. Either she swallowed it and endured like a grandson, or she waited to die in frustration. Su Xiaoman wanted neither of those results. She absolutely would not allow herself to fall into that kind of helpless situation where others could butcher her at will. The top priority right now was still to do everything possible to grow stronger. Since she had chosen not to be anyone's dog, and to live freely and without mental burdens, then she had to push her strength to a height others simply could not reach. Fortunately, she had the system, so making that happen wasn't difficult. Su Xiaoman's thoughts were very clear, and she quickly settled on her next plan. First, farm achievements. The current achievement system was at LV1. The rewards inside were only SOSO, but even mosquito meat was still meat. Anything easy to farm had to be fully claimed. Second, raise the achievement level. Push the historical total of shock value to 1 million and unlock the LV2 achievement system. Her current total historical shock value was 892,100. 890,000. She was already very close to 1 million. She needed to hurry and raise it to LV2 and see whether there was any even better stuff inside. Third, farm gun experience. She had to find a wilderness region or secret realm packed with exotic beasts. Max out the experience on the newly acquired M2 Browning heavy machine gun and M67 fragmentation grenade. Then continue drawing new guns while modifying firearms with exotic beast materials and expanding the firepower of her arsenal. Fourth, find some better cultivation methods and max them out directly with the system. As for martial skills, the system could use sudden inspiration to directly deduce them, and could even fuse and advance them. But cultivation methods were different. The 8th body tempering breathing method and golden stone body tempering art had both been pushed to max level by her, but their foundations were too weak. Besides, in this high martial world, the effects provided by different cultivation methods were completely different. There was no way she could spend her whole life training only this kind of pure body tempering method that simply strengthened the flesh. There were still many cultivation methods with extremely powerful effects that she could learn. For example, explosive type methods that could multiply blood and chi output, recovery type methods that could provide extreme endurance, or even some rare methods that came with special abilities. But high-level cultivation methods, like those, aside from the key martial universities, were held by the officials and major private organizations. They were simply never passed to outsiders. There were still a little over 20 days before the martial exam. Since she couldn't get any ready-made ones, she could only look for ownerless wild secret realms first and try her luck. But secret realms like that were extremely rare. That part was a bit troublesome. Forget it. She'd investigate first. With her thoughts sorted out, calm returned to Su Xiaoman's eyes. She had just reached the turning platform on the first floor staircase. Then she saw a man in a sharp black suit leaning against the wall, carrying a genuine leather briefcase in one hand and looking down at the luxury watch on his wrist, his expression somewhat anxious. Hearing footsteps, the man abruptly raised his head. The moment he saw Su Xiaoman as 4'8" height and pink twin ponytails, his eyes lit up, and he immediately strode over and directly blocked her path. "Excuse me, are you student Su Xiaoman?" The man wore a professional smile, and his tone was extremely polite. Su Xiaoman stopped, glanced at him, and nodded. The man immediately pulled a document from his briefcase and introduced himself. "Hello, student Su. I'm the general manager of the Lintian Town branch of Virtual Martial Arts Company. I'm very sorry, because I had to prepare this contract at the last minute. I wasn't able to rush to your school right after the assessment ended. Later, when I got to know 3 high school, I found out classes had already ended. Principal Yuan said you were here having a meal with Vice Chairman Yin of the Municipal Martial Arts Association. So I hurried over and have been waiting here for you this whole time." The moment she heard the word contract, Su Xiaoman's eyes narrowed almost imperceptibly. Combining it with everything that had just happened during the meal, she didn't even need to hear the rest before she had already guessed this man's game. Virtual Martial Arts Company? General Manager? Prepared a contract? What the hell were you preparing a contract for if you had nothing going on? Wasn't this just the same old trick used by those shady MCNs? The other side had definitely looked in her background. Both parents dead, poor family, and still young. An orphan high school student who had just gone through her second awakening, displayed terrifying talent in front of the whole school, and gotten some so-called hidden MVP reward. Someone like that definitely hadn't seen much of the world. In the eyes of this kind of capital, she was practically the perfect lamb waiting to be slaughtered. They casually throw out some tiny benefits and polished up sales talk, trick her into signing an unequal slave contract lasting more than 10 years, and from then on, every bit of resources and money she earned would all go into the company's pocket. What a pity. Su Xiaoman didn't buy this crap. Damn capitalist scum. You still want to screw me over? Are you fucking insane? Seeing that Su Xiaoman said nothing, the man assumed she was young and inexperienced and had been intimidated by the scene. The smile at the corner of his mouth deepened a little as he continued with his sales pitch. "Student Su, your combat data has alarmed our headquarters. As long as you sign this Genius Support Framework Agreement, then aside from the hidden reward we already promised before, the company will also issue you a large monthly scholarship and cultivation resources. And this is only the initial cooperation. As long as you perform well in the future." As he spoke, the man eagerly handed the contract towards Su Xiaoman. With his other hand, he had even already pulled the cap off a signing pen. Su Xiaoman looked at the contract nearly shoved into her face, and her gaze turned cold. The muscles in her left arm suddenly tightened. Second-rank C-grade martial skill, Inch Force Shockburst Fist, activated without hesitation. Bang! Su Xiaoman smashed her fist viciously into that thick contract. The violent Inch Force passed straight through the paper. Rip! The dozens of beautifully bound pages instantly exploded into a cloud of paper scraps in the man's hand, fluttering through the air like a small patch of snowfall. The pen in the man's hand was blasted right out of his grip. His whole body jolted in fright, and he staggered back 2 steps, staring at Su Xiaoman with horror written all over his face. Su Xiaoman withdrew her fist and slipped both hands back into her school uniform pockets. As she passed by him, she shot him a cold glance. Then she walked straight past the dumbstruck man and headed down the last few steps. After taking 2 more steps, she didn't slow down or turn around. She simply pulled her right hand out of her roomy pocket, raised it over her shoulder with her back still to the man, and gave him the middle finger. The suited man stood amid the fluttering scraps of paper filling the air, staring at that receding pink figure with his mouth half open, his brain completely short-circuited. Detected that the general manager of the Lintian Town branch of Virtual Martial Arts Company is extremely shocked by the host's violent destruction of the contract. Shock value plus 5,000. Current shock value, 681,200 points. On the other side, outside the main entrance of Shauna Banquet, in the open-air parking lot, the night breeze was cool. In front of a stretched Lincoln with special plates, a figure was squatting there. He had two dark black eyes, a huge patch of skin torn at the corner of his mouth, and several dusty footprints on his clothes. He looked as miserable could get. It was none other than the long spear Lingyun from the first round in the Tontian Tower, the one Su Xiaoman had headshot over 100 times, Brother Jiahao, Song Jiachen. He had been squatting here for almost an hour. A few hours ago, he had taken the 500,000 he got from mortgaging his house and rushed excitedly to the black market to find that so-called know-it-all who claimed he could even find out the color of the town mayoress underwear. In the end, he found out the guy was a total scammer. After taking his 300,000, the man only tossed him a blurry aerial map of a general area and couldn't provide Su Xiaoman's exact location at all. Song Jiachen was furious and argued with him on the spot. But in a place like the black market, what reason was there to talk about? A few burly thugs rushed out directly, pinned him to the ground, and beat the hell out of him. Then they kicked both him and the map right out the door. The money was gone, and he got beaten up too, sitting on the curb outside the black market. Song Jiachen fired up his ghost brain and decided to reason it out himself. He spent forever searching online with that aerial map, comparing the terrain. In the end, he confirmed that the area was the rich district of Lintian Town. All around it were luxury mansions and aristocratic martial arts schools. But after thinking it over a little, he felt something was off. Su Xiaoman couldn't possibly live in a place like that. The reason was simple. First, the young masters and young ladies of the rich district had money and resources. No matter how trash you were, your realm couldn't possibly be stuck at 0 rank 9th level. Even if she had been hiding her strength and went to the Tontian Tower to train, there was no way she would still be stubbornly taking 77 straight losses with a busted toy pistol before her ability's second awakening. Rich kids couldn't afford that kind of embarrassment, and they definitely didn't have that kind of free time. Only a high school student from an ordinary family like him, stubborn to the extreme, would have that much time to burn. Since she most likely didn't live here and didn't go to school here either, then why would she appear in the rich district at night? Song Jiachen stroked his chin and thought for a bit. Today was a special day. Although his own martial arts specialized school would only conduct testing tomorrow, most ordinary high schools in town were doing their final comprehensive pre-assessment before the martial arts exam today. Now that her ability had just completed its second evolution, and considering the terrifying strength Su Xiaoman displayed in the Tontian Tower last night, if she went back to school for the assessment today, would she keep lying low and stay an unnoticed nobody? Absolutely impossible. If it were anyone else, they would definitely seize this perfect chance to put on one hell of a show and make a public display of their power. Following that line of reasoning, the answer was practically obvious. The reason she appeared near the rich district tonight was most likely because after showing off her strength during the school exam, she had been brought here directly by high-level officials for a meal to discuss recruiting her or putting her under key cultivation. With that line of thought, the target range instantly narrowed. If high-level officials were treating someone and discussing this kind of matter, the restaurant had to offer excellent privacy, as well as top-tier environment and service. Song Jiachen screened through all the top restaurants around the rich district that fit those conditions. In the end, he locked on a 3, all said to be places frequented by the biggest shots nearby. He wasn't sure which one Su Xiaoman was eating at, so he simply ran to each one in turn looking for her. Once he got to the parking lots, he focused specifically on license plates. In the Sun-Crowned Empire, high-level officials usually traveled in government-issued cars, and their plate numbers had their own system, easy to distinguish from civilian vehicles at a glance. He practically ran his legs off, searching all 3 restaurants. At last, in front of the Shauna Banquet, he finally saw a stretched Lincoln with special plates. He still wasn't sure whether that know-it-all area map was actually legit or just some random screenshot from the internet, but at this point, he could only gamble. If he lost, then he'd just admit he was unlucky and go back to work honestly to pay off the loan shark debt. If he won, then one bicycle would become a motorcycle. As the night wind blew, Song Jiachen sniffed, tugging at the wound at the corner of his mouth and hissing in pain. Just as his legs were going numb from squatting there, inside the revolving glass doors of Shauna Banquet, a petite figure stepped out. Short, twin ponytails, high school uniform. The moment he saw those 3 signature traits, Song Jiachen's swollen eyelids, which had been beaten so badly he could barely open them, instantly lit up like 2,000-watt spotlights. Holy shit, he actually waited her out. He shot to his feet, stumbled from the numbness in his legs, quickly steadied himself, slapped the dust off his clothes twice, and hurried over in a half-run, half-stumble. Excuse me. Song Jiachen stopped in front of Su Xiaoman at an angle. He was so excited his voice even cracked. Are you Busai Xiangsai? Su Xiaoman stopped walking. She had just dealt with that idiot manager from Virtual Martial Arts Company by the stairway. The one who wanted to screw her over. And now another guy popped up to block her path. This one bruised and battered like he had a sack thrown over his head and gotten beaten senseless. With both hands in her pockets, Su Xiaoman didn't answer. She only swept Song Jichen up and down twice with a suspicious look. The disgust and wariness in her eyes made it no different from running into a creep on the street in the middle of the night. Seeing her reaction, Song Jichen not only didn't he feel awkward, he was overjoyed. Steady. If a normal person got hit up on the street by a stranger using an online username, and it was the wrong person, their first reaction would definitely be to frown and say, "You got the wrong person." Only the real one, when called by her virtual codename to her face, would look at someone with that kind of caution and scrutiny. That look directly confirmed her identity. Song Jichen took a deep breath and tried his best to make his expression look sincere and friendly. He straightened up, looked at Su Xiaoman with expectation filling his eyes, and shouted loudly, "Hello, Sister Xiangsai, em Chankan Lingun." After saying that, Song Jichen stared fixedly at Su Xiaoman's face. He waited for shock, astonishment, even disbelief to appear on her face. After all, in the huge Lintian town, he had managed to track her down in real life from nothing more than a blurry area map purely through logical deduction. That kind of initiative and intelligence. Who wouldn't he be impressed? Who would he be stunned? However, Su Xiaoman still stood there with both hands in her pockets, looking at the boy in front of her whose face was swollen like a pig's head. 1 second passed. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. Her brows had only just furrowed slightly when she slowly said, "No. Who are you? No, who are you?" Hearing that, the smile on Song Jiachen's face instantly froze. Su Xiaoman simply looked at him quietly without saying a word. The night wind swept past. The two of them stared at each other, big eyes against big eyes. 2 minutes later, in a side alley next to Shana Banquet, since what they were about to discuss was a bit sensitive, talking by the roadside would draw too much attention. So the two of them moved to this deserted corner. The alley was dimly lit. Su Xiaoman leaned against a brick wall, a pink strawberry-flavored lollipop in her mouth, her cheeks puffing out as she sucked on it. Song Jichen had casually bought it just now at a convenience store by the road. His thinking had been simple. A little girl, right? They definitely all liked pink. Like sweets, like strawberries. Playing to her preferences couldn't go wrong. But when Su Xiaoman first saw the lollipop, her first reaction had been disgust. TCH. Stereotypes. Who said a loli had to like eating this kind of childish sweet? Besides, she was an adult. Trying to coax her with some crappy lollipop was basically an insult. As for why Su Xiaoman was now sucking on that lollipop, the reason was simple. She had just finished eating and happened to be short on a post-meal dessert. Since someone was giving it to her for free, not eating it would be a waste. Standing 2 steps away, Song Jichen didn't waste words either. He spoke clearly and fluently, his logic sharp. In just a few sentences, he explained the whole sequence of events from start to finish, including who he was, and how he had discovered an unclaimed secret realm with a restriction below the 3rd tier. He explained everything cleanly and clearly. Su Xiaoman bit down on the candy stick and understood. So this guy was that brother Jiahao from the first Hantian Tower run she'd done after awakening her system. He had come to find her so he could recruit someone to go into his secret realm. After hearing him out, Su Xiaoman didn't immediately agree. Instead, she frowned. She didn't need a wild secret realm, but bringing someone else along into a wild secret realm, that didn't seem necessary. With the firepower she had on hand, she could already solo the dungeon. Why bring in some deadweight who couldn't even take one shot from her? Not only would he be useless, after clearing it she'd still have to split the spoils with him. How annoying was that? Song Jichen had been watching Su Xiaoman's expression the whole time. The moment he saw her start frowning, he instantly reacted and bent both knees on the spot. With a thump, as he dropped to the ground, he grabbed onto Su Xiaoman's pant leg. "Big sis, I'm begging you, help me out. Take me with you." Song Jichen looked up with that pighead face of his that still hadn't fully swollen down, speaking with complete sincerity. "Before I came, my roommate already warned me. I know I'm deadweight, so I figured out. This time, when we go into the secret realm, I don't want a single cent, not a single piece of loot. All the profits from the first run of the secret realm will be yours." Su Xiaoman paused mid-bite on the candy. She lowered her head and looked suspiciously at Song Jichen on the ground. "You want nothing at all? Then why are you looking for me? Doing charity?" Song Jichen immediately put on a righteous expression. "Big sis, my admiration for you is like the surging river, endless and unceasing. I simply wish to follow you and serve you like a loyal dog and whore." Before he could finish, Su Xiaoman directly reached out with her right hand, grabbed his left ear, and twisted hard. "Speak like a human." "Ow, ow. Big sis, I'll talk. Song Jichen bared his teeth in pain and hurriedly spilled his real thoughts. "What I'm after is long-term profit." He spoke at top speed. "Big sis, once a wild secret realm is reported to the Empire, the discoverer has 7 days to spend money and buy out ownership. But the price difference between a resource-rich secret realm and a resource-poor one is huge. My plan is for us to go in first and sweep all the resources clean. You take all the profits. Then, after the secret realm gets assessed as a low-value secret realm, we report it and buy it at an extremely low price. At that point, you'll be the owner of the secret realm, and I'll just help you out and be your farm manager. We can plant spiritual herbs in there, raise a few exotic beasts, stuff like that, and keep a steady long-term income. For the long-term profits from future operations, we split it 9 to 1. You get 9, I get 1. I'll only take 10% as labor fees. What do you think? Hearing that, Su Xiaoman bit the plastic stick of the lollipop and thought for a moment. She was a little tempted. The scheme really was clever. She would provide the force to clear the place and take the big share. He would provide the information and labor for long-term management, taking 10%. It was basically like picking up a backyard that could keep producing resources for free, plus a free workhorse thrown in to handle the daily chores for her. Not bad. She had just been about to say something. At that moment, behind the two of them, a cool female voice suddenly rang out. Huh? Are you guys going into a secret realm? Standing Su Xiaoman and kneeling Song Jiachen both shuddered in fright. The two turned their heads at the same time. They saw Lu Qingyan standing behind them with her hands behind her back, looking at them with a curious expression. The two had just been about to say something. When boom! From above the alley came the sound of something cutting through the air, along with an enraged roar. Stop right there. Don't run. Are you trying to lure exotic beasts into the city again? That Thunder Wolf King on Chongqing Street in the East District last time was your doing too. Wasn't he it? You damn bastard. Stop right now. Fuck. Before the words had even fully fallen. Bang. A figure wearing a black hooded sweatshirt dropped straight down from the rooftop of a nearby building and smashed heavily onto the bluestone pavement of the alley. When the dust settled, a man in a black hoodie stood up from the crater. He clutched his chest, looked back upward, gritted his teeth, and had just been about to switch directions and keep running. The moment he looked up, he ran straight into Su Xiaoman's group of 3 at the alley entrance. His movements paused, and his gaze quickly swept over their faces and the high school uniforms they were wearing. Students? The black-clothed man's eyes spun. With things as they were now, he probably couldn't escape anymore. Taking a hostage and negotiating with the guard bureau was the safest option. But who should he grab? His gaze instantly locked onto the shortest one, Su Xiaoman. Around 4'7" tall, wearing a dirty school uniform, with a lollipop still in her mouth. No matter how he looked at it, among the 3 students, she was obviously the weakest and easiest to bully. You had to pick the softest persimmon to squeeze. The thought settled, and the black-clothed man kicked off the ground. His chi and blood erupted as he charged straight at Su Xiaoman. Seeing this, Song Jiachen, who was kneeling on the ground nearby, turned deathly pale. He shot to his feet, took a fierce step forward, spread both arms, and directly stood in front of Su Xiaoman and Lu Qingyan. Big sis, you two run. I'll hold him off. Su Xiaoman looked at Song Jiachen, standing in front of her, and rolled her eyes. She reached out, shoved him aside in one motion, and said calmly, Take out your phone, open the camera, and start recording. Chapter 27. Song Jiachen staggered from the shove and froze. Huh, at a time like this, you still want to record? But the next second, a flash of realization suddenly struck his mind, as if he instantly understood something. He looked towards Su Xiaoman. Su Xiaoman looked at him too and nodded. This wasn't T-Blue Star. This was Gaia's Star. Under the laws of the Sun Crown Empire, there was no such thing as excessive self-defense. As long as there was solid evidence proving the other party had initiated the attack and had the intent to kill, then even if you beat him to death on the spot, it still counted as reasonable and lawful self-defense. So when something like this happened suddenly, pulling out your phone first to record evidence really was the most correct, most airtight thing to do. Song Jiachen quickly pulled out his phone, opened the camera, and aimed the lens at the man in black charging over. The man in black didn't take Song Jiachen seriously at all. Recording? Once I take this little girl hostage, the pursuers will be afraid to act. What the hell use will a recording be then? The distance closed rapidly. 5 meters. 3 meters. Su Xiaoman stood where she was, her hands hanging at her sides, completely motionless. She was waiting. She was waiting for the other party to fully step into the defensive cylindrical range defined by law. She was making sure the chain of evidence was complete. 2 meters. At the very instant the black-clothed man's fingers were about to touch Su Xiaoman's collar, Su Xiaoman raised her right hand. With a thought, light flashed. A Smith Wesson M500 revolver instantly appeared in her palm. She leveled the muzzle, pointing it straight at the man's face. Su Xiaoman looked at him, the corner of her mouth tilting. This is the law, kid. The man in black stared at that thick barrel and felt the chi blood fluctuations coming off it. His brain stopped working. No. He realized something, but it was too late. Su Xiaoman pressed down the hammer with her thumb and pulled the trigger with her index finger. A 500 caliber chi blood high explosive hollow point round instantly pierced through the black-clothed man's torso. Its savage kinetic force and the shock blast effect erupted on the spot. Bang! The man in black exploded midair into a cloud of blood mist. Lu Qingyan's eyes went wide. Meanwhile, Song Jiachen, still holding up his phone and recording, stood to the side with his brows tightly furrowed. Gritting his teeth, he said, "Damn evil cultivator." He actually turned into blood mist and escaped. What a trick. Hearing that, Lu Qingyan looked at Song Jiachen like he was an idiot. Escaped? What escape? He got blasted into blood mist. Song Jiachen froze. Phone still raised in his hand, his face full of shock. Huh? Blasted into blood mist. Is that what happened? Su Xiaoman ignored the two of them. On the right side of her vision, several system notifications popped up. Ding. Achievement completed. Exclusive M500 revolver achievement. First taste of glory completed. Completion condition. Use this firearm to kill a martial artist in reality for the first time. Ziwat garantet et kalive fizem skin uno pinku bunny. Pink cute bunny. After equipping, the firearm's base power is slightly increased, rate of fire is slightly increased, and it gains a minor bonus to kinetic penetration. Looking at the reward, Su Xiaoman I twitched. Pink cute bunny? TSK. What kind of nonsense is this? Su Xiaoman looked disgusted. But disgust was one thing. Attribute bonuses were real. A free buff was still a free buff. With a thought, Su Xiaoman directly equipped the skin onto the M500 through the Armory backend interface. The next time she summoned it, this large caliber hand cannon would turn pink. Right then whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The escort squad members, having heard the gunshot, finally arrived. Several uniformed squad members landed on the rooftops on both sides, cold weapons in hand, looking around in all directions with wary expressions. Where's that guy? He was still in this area just now. Did he run that fast? The leader barked in a low voice. His gaze swept around and landed right on Su Xiaoman's group of 3 at the alley entrance below. Without hesitation, he led several squad members and jumped down from the rooftops. They quickly walked up to the 3 of them and asked anxiously, "Students, did the 3 of you see any suspicious person?" A man wearing a black hooded sweatshirt. Song Jiachen and Lu Qingyan exchanged a glance, then both nodded. Seeing them nod, several squad members looked at each other. The captain hurriedly pressed. "Then do you know where he went?" "He is a very dangerous wanted criminal." Lu Qingyan was silent for 2 seconds, then raised a finger and pointed at the ground beneath the squad members' feet. Right now, you're stepping on him." The captain froze. The squad members all lowered their heads in unison. Only then did they discover that under the soles of their tactical boots was a huge mass of sticky flesh and bone fragments that still held residual warmth. The squad members instantly jumped back 2 steps like they had stepped on a landmine. Looking at the red and white mess all over the ground, their faces were full of horror. Just as the people from the guard bureau were having their CPUs burn out, a burst of hurried footsteps came from outside the alley. After hearing the thunderous gunshot outside, Yen Song quickly rushed out of Shana Banquet with 2 other members of the City Martial Association, along with that group of aristocratic family juniors from the private room. Quite a few diners who had heard the commotion also opened their windows and looked toward the direction of the gunshot. Even the waiters and the front hall supervisor had worked up the courage to come out and watch. Sun Yinglu was mixed in behind the group of waiters, craning her neck to peek into the alley. Yen Song strode into the alley and immediately saw the chunks of flesh all over the ground, as well as Su Xiaoman standing beside them. His steps halted. He looked at Su Xiaoman, his pupils shaking. After a long while, he slowly spoke. "It's you then, Su? You did all this?" Su Xiaoman nodded. The instant they got the answer, the crowd collectively sucked in a sharp breath. At the same time, system notifications began popping wildly in front of Su Xiaoman. Detected that the members of the Guard Bureau are horrified by your strength. Shock value plus 3,000. Detected that Sun Yinglu and the surrounding onlookers are shocked by your strength. Shock value plus 4,000. Current shock value, 805,200 points. Su Xiaoman looked at the panel and raised a brow. Another 100,000 added. At the same time, Ding, detected that the host as historical total shock value has exceeded 1 million points. Congratulations, host. The achievement system has successfully upgraded to LV2. Host may now obtain rewards by completing LV2 achievements. Su Xiaoman glanced at the panel in front of her, then withdrew her gaze. This wasn't the time to check the achievement system. She'd find a restroom and take a look later. The squad members looked at the pile of mangled flesh on the ground, then at Su Xiaoman standing to the side, and couldn't help swallowing. The captain in the lead steadied himself and stepped forward, speaking in a businesslike tone. "The 3 of you, even though he was a wanted criminal, this still involved a death. So we'll have to trouble you to come back to the branch bureau with US and give a statement." The 3 nodded without objection. Once they got to the bureau, the process moved very quickly. The high-definition recording on Song Jiachen's phone was the most perfect evidence. The video clearly captured the black-clothed man's actions and intent to take Su Xiaoman hostage. And on top of that, the man himself was already a wanted criminal. The facts were clear, the evidence was solid, and it was pure lawful self-defense through and through. The agents at the Guard Bureau didn't make things difficult for them either. After taking a simple statement, they let them go directly. At the same time, because there was an official bounty on that wanted criminal, the Guard Bureau approved a reward of 200,000 on the spot for Su Xiaoman. plus the 200,000 Song Jichen had transferred to her on the way to the branch office just now. For a moment, her bank card had a full extra 400,000 Empire coins in it. A huge sum. And where had Jiaoji's 200,000 come from? According to Song Jichen, he had taken out a total loan of 500,000 back then. 300,000 was Beishitong's fee. The remaining 200,000 had originally been her cooperation fee anyway, basically paying respects in advance to buy a future position helping watch over the secret realm. As for money delivered right to her door, Su Xiaoman naturally refused none of it. If you're willing to give it, I'm willing to take it. Not embarrassed in the slightest, she accepted it with complete peace of mind. While walking down the corridor of the guard bureau, Su Xiaoman was already planning how to use this money to properly strengthen herself. As for that achievement system that had just upgraded to LV2, she had been running around non-stop and hadn't had time to look at it carefully. She planned to study it properly later. 5 minutes earlier, at the entrance of the guard bureau branch, the lights were blazing bright. Yin Song had brought those 7 prodigies from the great families, along with a crowd of bodyguards and butlers, and all of them were waiting outside the main doors. Seeing Su Xiaoman and the other 2 walk out safe and sound, everyone let out a breath of relief. Because Yin Song's status as a vice president of the city-level martial association was right there. So with him standing outside, the branch office's agents from top to bottom naturally all came out as well to accompany him respectfully. For a moment, the steps outside the branch office were packed with people. And at this moment, the branch chief was personally holding a giant ceremonial cash check board printed with Bravery Award, 200,000 yuan, standing in the center of the steps and taking a commemorative photo with Su Xiaoman. This incident wouldn't be reported in the papers for now, because they were worried the parties involved might get harassed. This was purely going through the motions. Flashes kept going off. In front of the camera, Su Xiaoman held one end of the check with both hands, smiling brilliantly. Looking at Su Xiaoman's expression, Yin Song and that group of prodigies couldn't help exchanging looks, their expressions extremely strange. Was this really the same person as the lunatic in the private room, just now? The one who had expressionlessly said she wanted to dig the Emperor's eyes out? She could actually show this kind of smile too? Are you serious? Detected Yin Song's shock at the contrast between the host's 2 faces. Shot points plus 1,000. Detected the prodigies on site being shocked by the host's lightning-fast change of expression at the sight of money. Shot points plus 1,000. Current shock points, 813,200 points. Looking at the panel in front of her, Su Xiaoman is worthy. What the hell do you rich people know? She had been poor in her last life, and poor in this one too. She'd been poor for so many years, to the point that even her living expenses had to be scraped together by working part-time at the shooting range on weekends. And then suddenly, she picked up 400,000 in cash for free. Who the hell could keep from smiling at that? These 400,000 had practically made Su Xiaoman smile her kind personality into existence. At the same time, the guard bureau agents outside kept looking Su Xiaoman up and down. At that signature height and those twin ponytails, everyone looked like they wanted to say something, but held back. They really wanted to go up and ask if she was the no cilantro from online. But with all the leaders present, none of them dared open their mouths. Just then, creak, a black guard bureau SUV pulled over by the roadside outside the main gate. The door pushed open, and a man in combat uniform jumped out. He swept a glance over the dark mass of people at the entrance and laughed. Whoa, why is it so lively at the bureau today? His gaze shifted, and he spotted Yin Song. His expression immediately turned serious, and he stood at attention and saluted. After the salute, the man's eyes naturally landed on Su Xiaoman, who was holding the check and taking a photo with the branch chief. His whole body suddenly stiffened, and his eyes instantly widened. Huh, it's you. Hearing the voice, Su Xiaoman, currently in her kind personality mode, turned her head and blinked. She recognized him too. This man was the guard squad sub-captain from earlier that morning, the one in charge of handling the Thunderwolf King on Chongqing Street in the East District. Back then, she had borrowed a tactical knife from him to harvest the Thunderwolf King's materials. As for why Su Xiaoman recognized him, the reason was simple. If it were people from the Tontian Tower online, everyone either used masked virtual avatars or only had a screen name hanging over their heads. So she really wouldn't remember who was who. But she wasn't an idiot, someone she had talked to in real life. And less than a day had passed at that. There was no way she'd forget. After recognizing Su Xiaoman, the sub-captain rushed up the steps in 2 quick strides. Excited, he grabbed Su Xiaoman's hand and shook it wildly up and down. Thank you. Thank you so much. Great benefactor. If it weren't for you, we might died there. Everyone was dumbfounded. Great benefactor. The branch chief was also stunned, standing there with the giant check at a loss. Old Chun, you two know each other? Know each other? Of course we know each other. The sub-captain turned his head to look at the branch chief, his face full of excitement. Chief, she's the one from early this morning. The one on Chongqing Street who killed that second-order Thunderwolf King with a single shot. Saved half the street as common people, and then brushed off her sleeves and left, hiding both her body and her name. The living Lei Feng herself. The moment those words came out, the guard squad members below all exchanged looks. Killed a second-order Thunderwolf King with a single shot. coming from this sub-captain S mouth. That was basically the official stamp of confirmation. This little girl in front of them really was no cilantro, the one who had slaughtered her way through the Tontian Tower. Yin Song and the others were also somewhat shocked and surprised. They hadn't expected that student Su Xiaoman was actually the town's hero too. Amazing, really hiding her depth. Detected the entire guard bureau staff being utterly shocked by the complete confirmation of the host's identity. Shot points plus 4,000. Detected everyone finding it hard to believe the host's feat of instantly killing a second-order Thunderwolf King. Shot points plus 2,000. Current shock points, 851,200 points. Hearing the sub-captain's words, the branch chief sucked in a cold breath. With his backhand, he grabbed Su Xiaoman's other hand and shook it even harder than the sub-captain had. The sudden incident on Chongqing Street that morning. In the end, the reason they hadn't been able to kill the exotic beast immediately was because the Guard Bureau's warning had not been timely enough, combined with personnel dispatch errors. If that Thunderwolf King had really charged into the shelter and caused mass civilian casualties, then as branch chief, he definitely would have taken the blame. Losing his job would have been the lightest outcome. If things went badly, he might even have ended up in prison for decades. So that is how it is. Truly, a hero comes from a young. The branch chief looked radiant and waved a big hand. All right, here's what we'll do. Aside from this 200,000, the Bureau will add another 500,000 as a special token of thanks to student Su for her righteous act early this morning. Another 500,000? Hearing those words, the smile on Su Xiaoman's face instantly doubled. She looked so warm and gentle, so kind and approachable. 5 minutes later, the exchange of pleasantries outside the Guard Bureau branch was still going on. Taking advantage of the fact that no one was paying attention, Su Xiaoman shot Song Jichen a look, then glanced at Lu Qingyan. The three of them quietly retreated to the edge of the crowd, then slipped away and snuck into a dark, deserted corner of an alley nearby. The moment she stepped into the alley's dead corner, that warm, obedient smile on Su Xiaoman's face vanished completely in an instant. That high-intensity socializing had completely drained her social energy bar dry. The kind personality exited at light speed. Su Xiaoman leaned against the wall and slid both hands back into the pockets of her school uniform. She raised her head, her gaze passing over Song Jichen and landing directly on Lu Qingyan. Weren't you eating in the private room just now? How did you suddenly run out to the alley behind the restaurant? Lu Qingyan didn't answer the question directly. Instead, she folded her hands in front of herself, looked at Su Xiaoman, and said with a serious expression, "You were just saying you were going into a secret realm? I want to join too. I want to go with you." Hearing that, Su Xiaoman frowned on the spot. "You want to join too? If I bring one more person, I'll have to split an extra share of the loot with you. Why should I?" As soon as she heard Su Xiaoman's words, Lu Qingyan immediately shook her head. "I don't want any resources. I want to take a single thing from inside. I just want to go in with you." "No resources?" Su Xiaoman exchanged a glance with Song Jichen beside her. Song Jichen instantly understood what Su Xiaoman meant from that look. Sister No Cilantro thought this was troublesome and didn't want to bring anyone along. Getting the message immediately, Song Jichen borrowed Su Xiaoman's momentum and took a big step forward, blocking himself in front of her. He lifted his chin and looked at Lu Qingyan down his nose, his tone unbelievably arrogant. "No, sis. Come to think of it, who exactly are you? You think going into a secret realm is some kind of picnic? You say you want to join, so you join? Who do you think you are? I'll pay each of you an extra 500,000. Okay, sis. Absolutely, sis. No problem, sis. Balkuma wart, sis." The moment he heard Lu Qingyan's words, Song Jichen started bowing like crazy while stepping aside. Standing behind him, Su Xiaoman twitched at the corner of her eye when she saw him acting like this. Still, she could understand his reaction. After all, being poor for too long did that to people. Money could make even ghosts push a millstone. But this Lu Qingyan in front of her, she truly couldn't figure her out. Ever since the dinner in the private room started tonight, something had been off with this woman. When they shook hands, she wouldn't let go. During the meal, she stared straight at Su Xiaoman the whole time. And now, she was willing to throw in 1 million just to follow them into a secret realm? What was she after? Su Xiaoman gave Lu Qingyan a once-over. Could this woman really be interested in her like that? At that thought, Su Xiaoman's brows drew together even more, her face full of caution. "Why exactly are you trying to get close to me?" Under Su Xiaoman's intensely oppressive stare, Lu Qingyan took a deep breath and stepped forward. "Because I want to fight you again." Lu Qingyan looked straight into Su Xiaoman's eyes, her tone solemn. "Going into the secret realm with you is just incidental. My real purpose is to observe up close just how big the gap is between us." Su Xiaoman frowned, suspicion in her eyes. She sharply caught the loophole in Lu Qingyan's words. "Again? Why did you say again? Have we fought before?" Lu Qingyan bit her lower lip and decided not to hide it anymore. "I'll just tell the truth." She straightened her back, and a trace of pride showed in her eyes. "I'm Hong Lian." After saying that, Lu Qingyan slightly lifted her chin and waited for Su Xiaoman's reaction. Inside the Tontian Tower, the codename No Cilantro had carved itself into her memory. She believed the other side had to remember Honglian too, the opponent who had killed her several matches in a row and even scolded her until she cried. However, 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds passed. The alley was completely quiet. Su Xiaoman still had her hands in her pockets as she looked at her expressionlessly. Even her eyebrows didn't move. Song Jiachen looked at Su Xiaoman, then at Lu Qingyan, then at Su Xiaoman, then at Lu Qingyan. At this point, Lu Qingyan's expression was obviously starting to go wrong. Seeing that Su Xiaoman had no reaction at all, she spoke hoarsely after a long while. Why you? Don't tell me you don't remember me? Su Xiaoman nodded. Seeing her nod, a wave of grievance instantly surged up in Lu Qingyan's heart. But she forcibly held back her emotions, clenched both hands, and made her gaze firm again as she looked at Su Xiaoman and slowly said, Fine. Whether you remember or not, it doesn't matter. What I'm trying to say is, last time in the Tontian Tower, the killer move I had just developed with my ability still wasn't perfected. I didn't even get the chance to use it. But today, I've completely mastered it. Come to my house right now. I have a virtual arena there. Let us fight again. As long as you win, 500,000 each. I'll transfer it to both your cards immediately. But this time, you won't win so easily anymore. Because this time, I'll use my ability. So this time, I definitely bang. Inside Lu Qingyan's home. On the virtual arena, Lu Qingyan was blown into a cloud of blood on the spot by Su Xiaoman's pink M500 revolver. At the same time, the sound of a bank transfer rang out. Su Xiaoman tapped open the phone interface, synced into the virtual space, and glanced at it. Your account has received 500,000 yuan. Your current balance is 113,422,323 yuan. Looking at the balance in her bank account, the corners of Su Xiaoman's mouth were rising harder than an AK. What a delightful thing. Lu Qingyan. I probably won't forget your 500,000 for the rest of my life. At the same time, the phone of Song Jiachen, who was standing below the stage watching the match, also dinged. 500,000 received. At the edge of the virtual arena, Song Jiachen looked at his balance, then raised his head to look at the blood mist on the stage that still hadn't dispersed, as well as the pink hand cannon in Su Xiaoman's hand. He swallowed hard. Then, without a second word, he instantly transformed in a number 1 Xiaoman hype man and started clapping and shouting like mad. Holy shit, holy shit, holy shit. Sister No Cilantro is insane. Detected that Lu Qingyan is shocked by the hostess' strength. Shock value plus 1,000. Detected that Song Jiachen is shocked by the terrifying power of this pink hand cannon. Shock value plus 500. Current shock value, 852,700 points. 5 seconds later, white light flashed. Lu Qingyan's body reformed on the arena. She lay sprawled on the stone floor, staring blankly at the gray sky of the virtual space. Not moving at all. Her face was ashen. She got one shot again. The new killer move she had trained so hard for was completely useless, damn it. A strong sense of powerlessness welled up in her heart. Her vision gradually grew a little blurry, and her eyes started to sting. But very quickly, she pulled herself together again and prepared to stand up on her own. Just then, in Lu Qingyan's blurred vision, a pair of pink twin tails suddenly entered her sight. Right after that, a fair little hand reached out in front of her. Lu Qingyan froze for a moment and stared blankly at that hand. Then she followed it upward. She discovered Su Xiaoman was holding out her hand to her, looking at her with a smile as warm as spring breeze, about as friendly as it could possibly get. On one hand, the 500,000 that had just arrived had awakened her kind personality once more. On the other hand, she really did admire this Lu Qingyan a little. In the Tontian Tower, Su Xiaoman had tortured her in every possible way, drained all her points, and even beaten her to the point of tears. And yet in the blink of an eye, she had found her again in real life. She was even willing to pay extra money just to climb back onto the stage and try one more time despite her psychological shadow. That stubborn refusal to give up after repeated defeats really did live up to the word martial artist. Lu Qingyan looked at that fair little hand suspended in midair and was a little dazed. She could feel it. There was a calm, kind of acknowledgement in the other girl's eyes. Lu Qingyan bit her lip and took a deep breath. The gloom in her eyes faded away. Smiling, she reached out and grabbed Su Xiaoman's hand in one go. Su Xiaoman smiled too, putting strength into her wrist. Lu Qingyan borrowed the force and steadily got back to her feet. The two stood face to face. The moment they both stood upright, things got awkward. Lu Qingyan's barefoot height was over 1.70 meters. Dressed in a skin-tight combat suit, she had long legs and a supermodel figure. As for Su Xiaoman, she was 1.43 meters. To show a master's encouragement toward an opponent, Su Xiaoman had originally planned to raise her hand and, like some old cadre, pat the other girl on the back or shoulder a couple of times. But halfway through lifting her hand, she froze. Too tall, she couldn't reach. If she insisted on patting Lu Qingyan's back, she'd have to stand on tiptoe and maybe even stretch her arm upward a little. If she really did something that stupid, it would be awkward as hell on the spot. In that split second, Su Xiaoman kept a perfectly straight face. Her left hand, already raised halfway, naturally changed course and smoothly shifted downward a bit. In the end, she gently patted Lu Qingyan twice around the lumbar spine. Feeling that touch at her lower back, Lu Qingyan was slightly stunned. She lowered her head and looked at Su Xiaoman, understanding the meaning behind that gesture. Acknowledgement. This was acknowledgement from a monster whose strength ran unfathomably deep. Acknowledgement of her courage. An indescribable sourness rushed straight to her nose. Lu Qingyan's eyes instantly reddened, and a layer of mist rapidly gathered in them. She kind of wanted to cry again, seeing the other girl's eyes turning red and tears about to fall again. Su Xiaoman quickly slapped her on the lumbar spine once more. Smack! Lu Qingyan immediately straightened her body and stopped her tears in a single second. Song Jiachen, down below the stage, was dumbfounded. No way, sis. What the hell did you tune her into? Half an hour later, in the spacious dining hall of the Lu family estate, the long dining table was filled with a lavish late-night meal freshly prepared by the chef. Lu Qingyan sat to the side of Su Xiaoman, smiling at the corners of her eyes. Her good mood was visible to the naked eye. Just now, she really hadn't been able to hold it back and had asked Su Xiaoman the question she had always wanted to ask. That line in the Tongtian Tower, "You're too weak," had it actually been aimed at her? Su Xiaoman picked up a shrimp dumpling and looked at her with a puzzled expression, having no idea why she would think that. But for the sake of 500,000, she still gave her a proper explanation. Simply put, it was just talking wild while surfing the internet, like when you play games and occasionally say a few bitcha lines. Just being a pain in the ass. That was all. It had absolutely nothing to do with targeting anyone. Hearing that explanation, a huge weight in Lu Qingyan's heart finally dropped completely. Thinking about it, that made sense too. In real life, she was also a well-bred young lady raised under strict discipline, the kind who never said a single curse word. But once she got in a virtual space and got killed until she snapped, didn't she also break down and start cursing in chat? That was just how the internet was. The environment shaped it. After learning that Su Xiaoman hadn't been deliberately targeting her, Lu Qingyan admired this peer of hers even more for both her strength and her frankness. At the dinner table, the three chatted while they ate, and, naturally, they settled the matter of going into the secret realm. Simply put, once Song Jiachen finished his placement exam tomorrow, they would set off directly. After eating and drinking their fill, Lu Qingyan called over the old butler and instructed him to arrange a driver to take Song Jiachen back. Then she turned to Su Xiaoman and warmly suggested, Man, it's too late. Don't go home tonight, okay? How about staying here? There are plenty of guest rooms anyway, and tomorrow we can head to the secret realm together. In an instant, Su Xiaoman's mind flashed with scenes from the meal earlier, Lu Qingyan staring at her and blushing at every little thing. Alarm bells went off. No, I'm going home. Su Xiaoman refused cleanly. Lu Qingyan refused to give up and stepped forward, about to grab her sleeve. Wouldn't going back be such a hassle? I have everything here. Before she could finish speaking, a series of steady, forceful footsteps came from outside the dining hall doors. A middle-aged man with a burly build and a stern, imposing face strode in. The old butler immediately went up to him and bowed slightly. Master. After that, the butler quickly leaned close and gave the man a quiet explanation, briefly introducing the seated Su Xiaoman and Song Jiachen. Seeing this, Song Jiachen practically sprang out of his chair, preparing to greet him respectfully. Father Lu raised a hand and casually pressed it downward, signaling that he could just stay seated. Then Father Lu gave the two of them a polite nod, counting it as a greeting. After that, his gaze passed over both of them and landed directly on Lu Qingyan. Just one look. Lu Qingyan, who had just been energetically clinging to Su Xiaoman a moment ago, instantly looked like all the strength had been drained out of her. She wilted on the spot. Her head hung low, and she didn't even dare breathe too loudly. Song Jiachen might be a bit of a goof, but his ability to read the room was absolutely first-rate. Looking at the situation, he also guessed that the father had something to say while lecturing his daughter. With that in mind, he snatched up his backpack in one motion, slid over beside Su Xiaoman with extreme smoothness, and said with an awkward laugh, Well then, Uncle Lu, it's really late, so we won't disturb your rest any longer. We'll take our leave. After saying that, he shot Su Xiaoman a look, and the two of them swiftly retreated from the dining hall. 5 minutes later, the two of them got into the private car arranged by the Lu family, drove out of the estate, and merged into the night.